Zhang Chen awoke to find that billions of souls had been transported to a post-apocalyptic era. Surviving had become the collective objective for all. Yet, Zhang Chen possessed the unique ability to perceive concealed information. Congratulations! This room not only lacks zombies, but also contains a level 1 supply cache. This mutated fruit appears sweet and delectable, but a single bite could cost you your life. The flesh of mutated rats can serve as sustenance, while temporarily enhancing your strength. As others cautiously navigated this uncharted world, Zhang Chen had already begun to dominate the wasteland. Chapter 1. The Survival Game in the Apocalypse. After a blinding flash of light, Zhang Chen stood frozen in awe at the scene before him. He found himself on a wide, 8-lane thoroughfare. Towering skyscrapers flanked both sides of the road. Several overturned vehicles lay haphazardly across the pavement. It seemed as if a horrific accident had just transpired. In the distance, immense red vines coiled around the buildings, their leaves trembling despite the absence of wind. What filled Zhang Chen with trepidation was the sight of hundreds of zombies surrounding him. Their vacant stares and pallid skin revealed even the purple veins beneath. The ground was stained with pools of blood, mingling with the remains of bodies rendered unrecognizable. The air was thick with a nauseating metallic scent that made the stomach churn. Have I crossed into the apocalypse? But why aren't these zombies feasting on me? Zhang Chen stood anxiously in place, fearing that any extraneous movement might awaken the zombies, who seemed to be frozen in time. The thought of such an eventuality left him utterly doomed. Suddenly, a voice echoed within Zhang Chen's mind, followed by the manifestation of an unfamiliar world map before him. In his recollection of the world map, a significant portion was enveloped by oceans, with a few land masses adrift upon its surface. Yet here, almost the entirety of the planet's surface was composed of land, with oceans resembling vast lakes dotting the landscape. This is not Earth. This is Water Blue Star, with a surface area 1,000 times that of Earth. The number of towns is approximately 10,000 times that of Earth. The cultural and technological development is highly analogous to Earth's civilization. This world has been overrun by zombies, and various mutated creature survival is your sole objective. The voice, whether by chance or by probing into Zhang Chen's innermost queries, imparted its emotionless introduction. In this apocalyptic world, please remember the following points. 1. The entire globe is shrouded in a peculiar energy. Defeating zombies and mutated creatures to collect energy will enhance your abilities, sometimes proving more advantageous than wielding firearms. 2. Natural water sources have been contaminated. Untreated water may very well claim your life. 3. Not all mutated flora and fauna are harmful. Some plants and animals offer edible meat or fruit and can even bolster one's health. Scattered across the globe are numerous supply crates, within which one may discover unexpectedly valuable items. Each individual possesses a spatial ring, allowing them to enhance their storage capacity through the expenditure of energy. This ring serves as an invaluable companion for survival, yet it also renders its bearer a tempting target for other survivors. By adeptly employing the gathering skill, one can swiftly procure resources from the undead and mutated creatures that roam the land. As night descends, these zombies and aberrations become increasingly active. Thus, it is advisable to seek refuge in a secure and stable sanctuary. Presently, the mutation levels of the zombies and aberrations have been suppressed, with this suppression diminishing every 30 days. It is prudent to prepare in advance. Attention! The game will commence in 5 minutes. Adjusting gravitational parameters. Constructing the gamified world. Rebooting city power supply. Activating remote auction trading feature. Opening chat channels. Modifying human adaptability. Following the conclusion of the game prompt, all that remains are a series of inconsequential notifications. Zhang Chen now finds himself on a bustling thoroughfare, with the game about to begin. Should the horde of zombies awaken, the meager flesh upon his frame would scarcely suffice to appease such a multitude. He must urgently seek a safe haven. But where to hide? Who knows if the shops nearby harbor any zombies? How many zombies could there be? Finding a safe haven within a mere 5 minutes proves to be a formidable challenge. Zhang Chen hesitantly glanced at a nearby restaurant. Numerous establishments bore the harrowing stains of blood at their entrances. Yet this place appeared unblemished. Perhaps it could serve as an excellent refuge. Just as he was about to approach, an ominous notification materialized beside the restaurant. There are 27 insatiable zombies within the restaurant. Should you recklessly enter, they shall undoubtedly feast upon you. When the world, Zhang Chen was taken aback. What is this? A warning? Instinctively, he scanned the local chat channel. I'm so terrified, my legs feel weak, and I can barely move. There's zombies everywhere, and I fear that opening the door will reveal more lurking behind. I'm hiding in a wardrobe. My situation isn't much better. I can't tell if there's zombies in the room. I'm on a bus. Is anyone nearby? I'm on the rooftop. Fortunately, there are no zombies around, but I'm about to wither away from the sun. What should I do if I can't brave the safety corridor? Everyone was engaged in a frantic exchange, seeking assistance and bolstering one another's courage. Yet none mentioned the existence of the notification. If they could see the same warning as Zhang Chen, would they still fret over what lay behind the door? Indeed, this notification was visible solely to him. Zhang Chen hurriedly shifted his gaze to a neighboring small supermarket, and, as expected, another notification promptly appeared. Ed. In the supermarket, 6 zombies lurked amidst some bottled water. If one possessed a suitable weapon and demonstrated sufficient agility, perhaps they could venture in and take a chance. However, Zhang Chen was acutely aware of his own limitation. She was merely an ordinary person. To confront 6 adversaries and emerge unscathed was an utterly impossible notion. His gaze shifted toward a nearby real estate agency. Congratulations, not only are there no zombies here, but there's also a level 1 supply box. No zombies, and supplies to boot. This was indeed promising. He decided this was the place. Zhang Chen glanced at the zombies surrounding him, and once more, the same notification appeared. Zombies in a stationary state cannot move or be killed. Remaining time, 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Estimating the distance, Zhang Chen calculated that the real estate agency was merely 30 meters away. Within 10 seconds, he could easily reach it and securely shut the door behind him. With 4 minutes remaining, this time was certainly not meant for idle chatter or daydreaming. One ought to engage in more purposeful endeavors. Zhang Chen swiftly surveyed the zombies nearby, soon fixating on one particular figure, a riot police zombie, clad in black protective gear, wearing a steel helmet and brandishing a reinforced shield. Note: this book has been completed and is currently updating additional chapters. Readers can indulge without concern. Chapter 2. Level 1 Supply Box. Zhang Chen dashed forward, swiftly removing the explosive-proof helmet. Indeed, the notification indicated that these zombies were immobile and could not be killed. However, that did not imply that the items upon their bodies could not be taken. Zhang Chen examined the tempered helmet. It was remarkably sturdy and impeccably clean within. The zombies here merely appeared terrifying, yet they certainly did not embody the grotesque, decaying forms one might dread. If they were of that repulsive ilk, Zhang Chen would never dare to extract anything from their corpses. What if he were to become infected? As long as one avoided being bitten or clawed by these zombies, infection was not a concern. Zhang Chen donned the tempered helmet upon his head. He then reached to seize the tempered explosive-proof shield from the grasp of the zombie. This particular zombie remained in a state of stillness, its fingers rigidly frozen in position. With immense effort, Zhang Chen finally wrested the shield from the zombie's grip. Upon searching further, he discovered a tear gas grenade. There was nothing else of note. Looking around, he found that the vicinity was filled with ordinary zombies, nothing particularly remarkable. A dozen meters away, there stood another zombie clad in explosive-proof attire, and he could vaguely discern that it clutched a revolver in its hand. However, a countdown for the game had now materialized before Zhang Chen's eyes. 59. Time was of the essence. Attempting to rush over and seize the firearm was perilously unwise. In the struggle for survival in this post-apocalyptic world, one must proceed cautiously and develop one's capability. Yes, no recklessness allowed. Zhang Chen diligently noted the location of the zombie and the surrounding environment. The prompt before him remained unchanged, still displaying, "There are no zombies here, and a level 1 supply box awaits." With a muffled thud, Zhang Chen dashed into the real estate agency, swiftly securing the glass door behind him. He grabbed a half-consumed bottle of purified water from a desk. Though the liquid had been tainted by previous consumption, rendering it undrinkable, it could still serve a purpose. Zhang Chen deftly sprinkled the water evenly across the glass door. He then quickly seized a flyer from the tabletop, adhering it to the glass door with haste. As the final patch of glass was covered by the flyer, the countdown reached 0. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished zombie wails erupted, echoing chillingly around him. The sound was utterly disconcerting. Roar. Cough cough. Ugh. Ah. A few zombies aimlessly shuffled past the entrance of the agency, their bodies twitching sporadically. They were oblivious to the fact that humans were concealed behind that very door. Finally, I am safe. Zhang Chen stepped back 2 paces and collapsed onto the sofa. It was then that he noticed the tremors in his hands, a result of adrenaline surging through him. His legs felt weak beneath him. To claim he was unafraid amidst the throngs of zombies outside would be sheer folly. Zhang Chen's ability to remain so composed in the face of zombies for the first time was indeed a remarkable feat. As he endeavored to calm his racing heart, he opened the chat channel. The regional chat, which had previously been inundated with a rapid barrage of messages, suddenly fell into a much quieter state. Although some individuals still engaged in conversation, it was no longer the frantic pace where a single remark would vanish almost instantaneously. Now, a message lingered on the screen for 3 or 4 seconds before gradually being replaced. This indicated that, from the very onset of this apocalyptic game, lives had already been lost. And not just a few. Oh my God, I just barely managed to hide in an apartment. These zombies moved too swiftly. If I had hesitated for even a moment, I would not have escaped. I'm on the 5th floor, and I witnessed a survivor who, in an attempt to retrieve a case of purified water from the trunk of a small car, fell victim to a horde of zombies because he was too slow. The scene was horrific. Isn't this supposed to be a game? How can people actually be dismembered? Shouldn't they just vanish in an instant or something? I sense that this is merely a gamified world, but if a zombie catches you, you will still perish, and the manner of death is indistinguishable from reality. What kind of game is this? It feels like we've entered a world destined for death. I don't want to be... I asked there a skilled player who can guide me. The last speaker was a young woman. The regional chat channel displayed the conversations of survivors within the city where Zhang Chen resided. Each message showcased the speaker's 3-dimensional avatar along with their name, height, weight, and other basic information. In a casual gaming scenario, if a frail girl seeks the assistance of a skilled player, it is certain that numerous individuals would eagerly vie for the opportunity to guide her. However, under the present circumstances, everyone is struggling to ensure their own survival. Who would dare to boast about aiding others in such a dire situation? Consequently, after the girl made her plea, she was met with utter indifference. Many were engrossed in their own discussions, predominantly sharing their experiences or seeking assistance, with little in the way of useful information. Zhang Chen had no intention of participating in the channel's discourse. Did you think this was merely a game? This is the apocalypse, a world where survival for resources becomes a brutal struggle. The more one speaks in the channel, the more they expose their own information, making it easier for those with ulterior motives to take notice. Until one has gained sufficient strength, the best strategy is to remain concealed. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang Chen confirmed that the zombies at the entrance posed no immediate threat. By using flyers to barricade the glass door, he had transformed the entrance into an impenetrable wall for the undead. For the time being, this place was safe. Zhang Chen recalled that a prompt had indicated the presence of a level 1 supply crate within the room. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. The real estate office was quite small, occupying only a single floor. Upon entering, one would find a sofa set, a coffee table, and a reception area. At the back was a modest office space. The combined area of the 2 rooms barely exceeded 60 square meters. Zhang Chen proceeded into the office and discovered a supply crate, roughly the size of a suitcase, nestled in the corner, labeled as a level 1 supply crate. As soon as his hand rested upon the supply box, a prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to open it now? Yes, no? Yes. The box responded with a motion of its own. It opened by itself. Inside lay a fire axe, a basic physical enhancement potion, and a bottle of 500 milliliters purified water. Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that he possessed a spatial ring. This ring, a deep green hue, seemed almost an extension of his left middle finger. With a mere thought, the spatial compartment revealed itself. It contained a total of 12 slots, each capable of storing identical items. Items could be stacked without any limit on quantity. At present, 2 slots were already occupied. The first slot held a can of luncheon meat weighing 1 pound. The second slot contained a bottle of 500 milliliters drinking water. Zhang Chen stored the blast shield, the reinforced helmet, the fire axe, the tear gas, and the newly discovered purified water, immediately filling 6 slots, leaving 6 remaining. Above the drinking water slot, the number 2 was displayed, indicating the presence of 2 bottles of drinking water. Chapter 3. Basic Physical Enhancement Potion. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the syringe in his hand, filled with a yellow liquid. Basic Physical Enhancement Potion. This can elevate your physical constitution to an extraordinarily robust state. Moreover, it holds the potential to unlock talents, granting exceptional abilities. At present, Zhang Chen was merely of ordinary survivor physique. Thus, the sooner he utilized it, the better. Even if Zhang Chen were to commence a daily regimen of conscious physical training from this moment forth, there was no need for such superfluous actions. Use it immediately. Zhang Chen's hands seemed instinctively adept at locating veins for intravenous injection. He executed the procedure with remarkable skill, slowly administering the yellow liquid into his vein. In an instant, a searing sensation coursed through his bloodstream, radiating throughout his limbs. The muscles felt as though they were being torn apart, and Zhang Chen was on the verge of a scream from the pain. Yet, he restrained himself. Outside, the streets were teeming with thousands of zombies. A single cry from him could attract their attention. Sealing his Fatino concoction could save him then. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the burning sensation gradually subsided. Subsequently, Zhang Chen felt a profound sense of relief enveloping his entire being. His senses seemed to have sharpened beyond their previous acuity. He was imbued with an exhilarating vitality. He swung the fire axe in his hand, which had previously felt somewhat cumbersome. Now, it felt as light as a feather. His hearing appeared to be more acute than ever before. He suddenly perceived a faint cry for help, a voice that intruded into his consciousness mid-sentence. Is anyone there to help? Me? Don't come any closer. You monsters. Is anyone nearby? From the fragmented utterances, it was evident that this voice had been calling out for some time. However, prior to the administration of the serum, Zhang Chen's hearing had not been so finely attuned. It was only now that he could detect it. Zhang Chen carefully discerned the sound. The sound emanated from outside the window. Zhang Chen approached the window's edge. He did not stand boldly in the center of the opening. Any action that might attract the attention of the zombies was foolish. Zhang Chen positioned himself by the wall, tilting his head to gaze outside. Behind the real estate agent lay a residential community. A survivor was shouting, perched atop the awning of an entrance roughly 100 meters away. She was a woman clad in a form-fitting, low-cut evening gown, as if she had been transported mid-celebration. All individuals retained the attire they wore before the transition. Previously, Zhang Chen had been in sportswear, and he arrived in the same. Were it not for the athletic shoes on his feet, traversing such distances in mere seconds would have been impossible. In stark contrast, this woman's attire was ill-suited for any physical exertion. She stood precariously in high heels, which made navigating uneven terrain a recipe for disaster. Surviving in such an extreme apocalyptic environment, while dressed thus, was akin to courting death. What made matters worse was that her position had initially been secure. However, her piercing screams had drawn every wandering zombie in the vicinity towards her. She had unwittingly become the target of their attention. A gathering of 7 or 8 zombies amassed at the entrance, all raising their heads, extending their arms, and emitting low growls. What a foolish woman! Does she not realize that noise attracts zombies? Yet this may also present an opportunity. Zhang Chen stood by the window, observing for a moment. These zombies were entirely captivated by the woman's voice. They faced the unit door, their backs turned toward Zhang Chen. It was an opportune moment for a stealthy ambush. However, he wondered if the zombies here were akin to those he had seen in previous zombie films. Were they particularly sensitive to sound and sight? Might they also rely on scent to locate humans? If that were the case, acting recklessly would certainly lead to disaster. In this apocalyptic world, with only one life to live, caution was paramount. Just as Zhang Chen was meticulously assessing the situation, a prompt appeared once more. Zombies are sensitive to sharp sounds now is a prime opportunity for extermination. Since the prompt indicated that it was safe, then it would be manageable, an opportunity to swiftly eliminate 7 or 8 zombies at once. The system had previously mentioned that defeating zombies and mutated creatures would yield energy crystals that could enhance one's strength. One must seize the moment. With a thought, Zhang Chen donned his tempered helmet, blast shield, and fire axe. Then he approached the back door of the real estate agency. The front door of the agency was a glass door facing the street, while the back door was a security door leading into the community. The security door has aged. If you open it too quickly, it will emit a sharp metallic screech. The prompt appeared just in time. Zhang Chen's hand grasped the handle of the security door. He exhaled deeply, then cautiously pushed the door open just a crack. Creaked. A metallic creak accompanied by the slight distortion of the doorframe resonated through the air. Fortunately, the sound was not loud. Nevertheless, the movements of the distant zombies momentarily paused. Yet, they were soon drawn again to the incessant cries of the woman before them. Phew, that was close. A mere gentle push nearly attracted the undead. It seemed likely that the next to be besieged at the door would be none other than himself. Thankfully, he had received a prompt. With newfound experience, Zhang Chen cautiously nudged the door open, creating just enough of a gap for a single person to slip through. He deftly squeezed himself through the opening. "Hey, I'm over here. Please help me." The woman, initially weary from her shouting, upon seeing Zhang Chen, erupted with renewed fervor. With such a piercing voice, she effectively drew the zombies' attention towards them. Zhang Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He was not one to linger, with his left hand holding the blast shield and his right grasping the fire axe. He remained alert to his surroundings while advancing swiftly. Before long, he found himself behind the horde of zombies. "Be careful. You must be cautious not to get caught by these zombies. I've seen zombie movies. If you get bitten or scratched, you will also turn into one of them." The woman screamed loudly. Zhang Chen paid her no heed, channeling all his concentration and focus on the throng of zombies before him. He was determined to strike decisively. With that thought in mind, Zhang Chen positioned the blast shield protectively against his chest and swung the axe in a wide arc, delivering a powerful blow to the back of the near st zombie's head. Chapter 4. The door card with a sharp sound. The head of the zombie before me was instantly severed, splattering various grotesque fluids across the ground. The creature collapsed limply, its body falling to the earth. I was astonished to discover that my own body had been augmented to such an extent. Zhang Chen marveled at the power of his strike. Having cooked and chopped bones at home before, he knew that it required immense effort and a specialized cleaver to merely break through bone. The skull, being one of the most resilient bones in the human body, posed a formidable challenge to be cleaved directly. Unlike a stationary target, a zombie's head was not merely waiting to be struck, it moved erratically. In the past, Zhang Chen would have never dared to act so recklessly. A slight miscalculation in force could result in the axe becoming lodged within the skull, leading to a disastrous outcome. Now, however, Zhang Chen's physique was extraordinarily robust. Decapitating these zombies felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Each strike was lethal. The woman was taken aback by the gruesome spectacle before her, her voice rising an octave in a piercing scream. With precision, Zhang Chen repeated his method, swiftly eliminating the undead foes. In an instant, he felled 5 zombies with a single swing each. The remaining 2 zombies, now aware of his presence, advanced towards him. A female zombie was the first to lunge at Zhang Chen. He lowered his head, using his helmet to shield himself, and forcefully thrust his shoulder against the anti-explosion shield, sending the female zombie crashing against the wall. He raised his axe once more, delivering a final blow. With a sickening squelch, red and white fluids erupted forth, painting the ground anew. At that moment, the female zombie lunged forward once more. Zhang Chen, unfazed, steadied himself. He pressed his riot shield against the zombie's chin, creating a distance of about an arm's length, and then struck decisively with his axe, cleaving the creature's skull in two. With a sigh of relief, he realized he had dealt with the last one. Dispatching these zombies was not particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in emerging unscathed while facing multiple foes simultaneously. In the past, such an endeavor would have left Zhang Chen breathless after swinging the axe 7 or 8 times with all his might. Yet now, he remained composed and unperturbed, feeling remarkably at ease. At that moment, translucent collection prompts appeared above the corpses of the zombies. Collection. With a mere thought, Zhang Chen extended his hand towards the nearest zombie's body, which vanished instantaneously. Mutated fertilizer, capable of accelerating crop growth. 10 units of the same quality can be synthesized into a higher-grade fertilizer. Zhang Chen glanced at the fertilizer within his storage space. A grotesque mass of putrid flesh likely harvested from the zombies. Fortunately, there was no odor or residue within the warehouse. Otherwise, he would never have considered storing such items. Zhang Chen then approached another zombie's body. After taking stock, he had acquired a total of 30 units of mutated fertilizer, 3 energy crystal cores, 1 car key, 1 room key, 1 access card for the unit door, 2 lighters, and 325 units of foreign currency. In total, he had gathered 7 distinct items. The act of harvesting involves extracting useful parts from these zombies, as well as their undamaged personal belongings. Moreover, the energy crystal core does not drop with a certainty of 100%. Zhang Chen surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no other zombies lurked in the shadows. Before leaning against the locked unit door to examine the spoils of this encounter. Mutated fertilizer. Utilization accelerates the growth of crops and livestock. 10 units of mutated fertilizer can be synthesized into 1 rapid growth fertilizer. Energy crystal core. Utilizing this enhances your physical strength. Current upgrade requirements stand at 0-100. Aside from these 2 items, other possessions such as lighters, access cards, door keys, and car keys were not elaborated upon due to their commonplace nature. The utility of the lighter is self-evident. However, the latter 3 items would be rendered utterly useless unless corresponding to the appropriate unit, room, or vehicle. At that moment, a notification appeared before Zhang Chen once more. Car key. A key for a patriotic brand off-road vehicle. You might want to try your luck in the underground parking lot. Access card. Access card for Unit 2, Building 3. Door key. Key for Room 2 on the 5th floor of Unit 2, Building 3. Cash. You can purchase packaged food from vending machines. Their shelf life exceeds your expectations. Seeing these thoughtful prompts in the notification box significantly lifted Zhang Chen's spirits. Without such notifications, these items would have seemed like mere refuse. However, with the guidance provided, they took on newfound significance. Zhang Chen was likely to effortlessly acquire a means of transportation and a secure refuge. Furthermore, he might even stumble upon some provisions and water. These items were unnecessary to stow away in the ring's storage space, so Zhang Chen simply tucked them into his pockets. He then proceeded towards building number 3. Hey, come back for me. You wouldn't leave me here all alone, would you? A woman yelled from the awning, calling after Zhang Chen's retreating figure. However, he remained oblivious to her cries. The paramount objective at this moment was survival. Finding a safe haven, along with ample food and water, was essential. Currently, Zhang Chen possessed merely a can of luncheon meat and 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water. These supplies would scarcely sustain him for half a day, and engaging in combat with zombies would deplete his resources even faster. He could barely look after himself, let alone take care of a woman. The more people there were, the more mouths to feed. Moreover, this woman panicked and screamed at the sight of zombies, her voice so loud she was practically a walking beacon for the undead. She was absolutely not someone he could afford to bring along. As for any romantic entanglements, when one is barely able to secure a meal, who has the luxury to ponder such matters? It would be far more prudent to conserve energy for slaying zombies. Zhang Chen made his way directly to the entrance of Unit 2 in building number 3. The door was constructed from tempered glass and alloy steel, impressively robust and sturdy. Without a keycard, one would find it impossible to pry open such a formidable entryway. Beep beep. Zhang Chen scanned his keycard, and to his astonishment, there was still electricity here. The red indicator light of the access control system instantaneously shifted to green. With a dull click, the unit door unlocked. Chapter 5. A modest windfall through the glass of the unit door. Zhang Chen could discern the situation within. The first floor was devoid of any zombies, rendering it quite safe. He swiftly slipped through the entrance, gently closing the door behind him. With a dull click, the lock secured. Zhang Chen anxiously positioned his riot shield against his chest, gripping the axe tightly in his right hand, ever vigilant against the possibility of an unexpected zombie assault. Building No. 3 was a low-rise structure, standing merely 5 stories tall, and it lacked an elevator. Upon entering the unit door, a corridor of approximately 5 to 6 meters led to a staircase with 4 flights. There were 2 households on the first floor. The door of the unit directly facing the stairs was firmly shut, marked by numerous bloodstains on its surface. The dried blood appeared quite unsettling. Next door. The door was ajar, revealing a gap of several centimeters. A distinct trail of blood dragged across the floor, extending from the corridor into the room. Inside the room, 2 ravenous zombies awaited your arrival. The prompt emerged once more, presenting Zhang Chen with 2 choices. The first option was to simply close the door, ensuring that even if there were zombies inside, they would pose no threat, as they were incapable of opening doors. Trapped within, they would be entirely confined. The second option was to charge in and eliminate the zombies. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen opted for the latter, driven by the pressing scarcity of food and water. He could not afford to overlook any room that might be searched. While zombies were indeed terrifying, he felt confident in his ability to dispatch them as long as he avoided encountering a horde. However, without water, he would succumb within a mere 7 days. Moreover, under conditions of dehydration, combat effectiveness would significantly diminish. Zhang Chen, determined to prevent any zombies from ambushing him from behind in the corridor, swiftly closed the heavy door of the room with a resounding bang. Suddenly, 2 zombies emerged slowly from the bedroom and bathroom, respectively. What a surprise! They had concealed themselves in 2 different directions. Fortunately, he had refrained from attempting a sneak attack. Being caught in a pincer movement would be no trivial matter. Upon noticing Zhang Chen, the 2 zombies were instantly jolted from their lethargic state, emitting ghastly cries as they charged forward with astonishing speed. In less than a second, both zombies collided violently with Zhang Chen's blast shield. The ferocity of these creatures seemed to surpass his expectations. With the shield raised, Zhang Chen swiftly pivoted to the side. The zombies, taken aback, found themselves pinned firmly against the security door by his shield. Time to end this. He swung his axe, striking with precision. Thud, thud. In an instant, the 2 zombies collapsed to the ground. True combat often determines the victor in the blink of an eye, devoid of the drawn-out exchanges typical in dramas. This was no contest. Zhang Chen's sole focus was to eliminate the zombies swiftly. Likewise, the zombies were singularly intent on infecting him. In such a life-and-death struggle, one must exert their utmost strength from the very first strike. Moreover, when an opportunity to strike presents itself, one must act decisively. Any hesitation or indecision could lead to death. After vanquishing the 2 zombies, Zhang Chen finally exhaled, crouching down to reach for their corpses, collecting the remains of these 2 undead beings. Clean fabric. This can enhance the defensive capabilities of clothing, and upon acquiring sewing blueprints, one can craft garments. It appears this is also a form of material. Zhang Chen stored the clean fabric, energy crystal, and mutated fertilizer into his storage space. These resources are stackable, seamlessly integrating with previously collected supplies within the confines of his space. He continued to gather materials. The security door of this world-esque community is even sturdier than those in the original Earth. Constructed from solid steel, the door swings outward, yet lacks a handle. It can only be opened with a key. Attempting to force it open with an axe would produce a loud noise, easily attracting zombies. Not to mention the potential damage to the axe blade itself. Should the axe become dulled, being weaponless would be dire. Furthermore, despite its formidable construction, this steel security door may not yield to brute force. For other survivors, attempting to enter a room is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Hence, Zhang Chen cherished the opportunity to scavenge within these rooms. He needed to thoroughly search the area. Zhang Chen rushed into the kitchen without delay. Food and water were the most pressing needs at this moment. The layout consisted of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. 2 of the bedrooms served as sleeping quarters, while there was also a study and an open kitchen. Zhang Chen opened every cabinet in the kitchen, only to discover a few unopened bottles of condiments within. Everything else was marked as expired, including rice and flour, which had all turned a ghastly green, adorned with peculiar red-spotted mushrooms. These foods are no longer fit for consumption. A single bite may reveal little figures, and 2 bites may lead one's soul to its final resting place. The warning reappeared. In truth, even without this ominous reminder, Zhang Chen could discern that these items were unfit for eating. He then opened the refrigerator. The food in the cold storage was all opened, leaving him uncertain if it had been tainted by a virus. Only 2 cans of beer were sealed properly and not expired, with a manufacture date of October 15, 2012. The shelf life was astonishingly 20 years. How could such a lengthy shelf life exist? In Zhang Chen's recollection, beer in the earthly realm typically had a shelf life of around 2 years, with some even lasting only 6 months. Yet here, The beer's shelf life extended to 20 years. Zhang Chen quickly glanced at the calendar on the wall, which was frozen on the page of December 2012, indicating that the virus had erupted in this world in that very month. He wiped his fingers across the dining table, which revealed a thin layer of dust. Judging by the thickness of this dust, it seemed that only a few months had passed, at most not exceeding a year. It was quite terrifying to think that within such a brief span of time, the virus had obliterated the entire civilization on Waterblue Star. Zhang Chen recalled the initial prompts of the apocalyptic game. Now, these zombies are merely the result of the system's suppression. Every 30 days, the effects of this suppression wane, gradually unveiling the terrifying visage of these mutated beings. Survival and empowerment are of the utmost urgency. Zhang Chen opened the freezer compartment of the refrigerator and discovered a substantial chunk of frozen meat, weighing no less than 5 or 6 pounds. What a boon! With meat to consume and wine to savor, these provisions would sustain him for at least 3 to 4 days. Chapter 6. The farce of the chat channel. Zhang Chen rummaged further and found a large box of ice cream, 20 creamy delights in total. While this treat may not serve as a meal, its high sugar content could provide a temporary source of energy in these trying times. He stored it all in his storage space. From the kitchen, he selected only a bottle of soy sauce to add to his supplies. Next, he gathered various knives, including chef's and fruit knives, and carefully placed them in his storage. Before departing, Zhang Chen approached the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. As he anticipated, the garments within were all collectible. Collection initiated. Ding! Congratulations! You have collected 120 units of clean fabric. Upon leaving room 102, Zhang Chen did not lock the door. Rather, he left it ajar and ascended the staircase to the 5th floor. Along the way, all the room doors remained firmly shut. Occasionally, he could hear the low growls of zombies emanating from some rooms, accompanied by the jarring sound of their claws scraping against the metallic security doors. In the stairwell, 2 zombies lingered, which Zhang Chen dispatched with ease, reclaiming energy crystals, 2, mutated fertilizer, 5, and 173 yuan. He ascended to the 5th floor, inhaling deeply. The threats encountered along the way had been dispelled, leaving only this place. He hoped it would not present an unpleasant surprise. Rather than hastily inserting the key into the lock, he fixated intently on the security door. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a message gradually materialized. This room is devoid of zombies. Remarkably clean, suitable for a temporary stronghold. Safe. Only then did he retrieve the key and unlock room 502. The prompt was a convenience, sparing him the peril of confronting the unknown. With a sense of relief, he shut the door with a resounding thud. The room boasted excellent soundproofing. At the very moment Zhang Chen closed the door, an extraordinary silence enveloped him. He meticulously searched each room, including the closet and beneath the bed, thoroughly examining every nook and cranny. Having confirmed that the room was indeed free of zombies, he finally relaxed his guard and collapsed onto the sofa. In this apocalyptic survival, caution was paramount. After the recent skirmishes, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of fatigue, not from physical exertion, but from the mental strain. With his physical resilience, dispatching a few zombies should not have drained him. After resting for about 10 minutes, he felt rejuvenated and began to take a closer look at the room. It appeared to belong to a family of 3, with a large wedding photograph hanging above the bed in the bedroom. The inhabitants of Waterblue Star, much like those of Earth, shared a similar cultural development. To the side, there was an empty crib. The entire room was impeccably clean, devoid of any traces of blood. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance. For the time being, let this place serve as a sanctuary. Zhang Chen placed the unopened soy sauce in the kitchen. Currently, his spatial ring contained canned luncheon meat, purified water, 2, canned beer, 2, mutated fertilizer, 50, clean fabric, 125, blast shield, hardened helmet, fire axe, kitchen knife, 2, and fruit knife, 1. These items already occupied 10 slots. If he included the recently frozen chunks of meat and ice cream, the storage ring would be completely full. This did not take into account the lighter, keys, cash, and other assorted trinkets in his pockets. Sigh. 12 slots of storage space seemed rather inadequate. The primary issue was the plethora of items available for collection in this world, not to mention the vast variety. It would be splendid if he could enhance his backpack's capacity. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen opened the chat channel. Does anyone have water? I just ran nearly a kilometer to evade zombies, and I've run out of water. I'm so thirsty. Is anyone near St. Forest Hospital? I'm trapped in the fifth-floor doctor's office of the inpatient department. Can someone come to my rescue? I just killed a zombie and collected an energy core. Who wants it? I'll trade for food or water. No freeloaders allowed. Wow, the person above is impressive, daring to kill zombies. I struggled for ages to slay one, only to receive a pile of mutated fertilizer. What bad luck. I don't have any weapons, and when I see a zombie, all I can do is flee. I feel so pitiful. United in solidarity, we shall establish a survivors' camp where we can assist one another. Suddenly, a man named Zhang Hao called out. By his appearance, he seemed like an eloquent university student. Everyone can privately share their locations with me, for this is a regional chat channel, suggesting that we are not too far apart. Gradually, we gathered, sharing resources and abilities. Only through unity can we confront the undead. The strength of an individual is limited, but the power of a team is boundless. I urge everyone to come together. Zhang Chen frowned upon reading Zhang Hao's message. While the intention behind Zhang Hao's proposal might be commendable, it is somewhat idealistic. Cohesion can only arise under two circumstances, either a union of the strong or a coalition of the weak. A partnership between the strong and the weak is nearly impossible. Those with capability are seldom inclined to carry burdens, who would willingly share their hard-earned food and water. Zhang Chen preferred to align with the strong, as mutual support leads to exponential growth and strength. However, the apocalypse has only just begun, and it will take time for the strong to emerge. Therefore, uniting at this moment may not be a wise decision. As for the coalition of the weak, it speaks for itself, a group struggling for survival, merely seeking warmth in numbers. Furthermore, there is an additional drawback to Zhang Hao's approach. It exposes the locations of other survivors. In this dire world of extreme scarcity, who can discern whether those who arrive are rescue organizations or opportunistic survivors? One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against the designs of others. Zhang Chen disregarded Zhang Hao's call entirely. Ding. Wang Jirun has listed drinking water 500 milliliters. Ding. Wang Jirun has listed drinking water 500 milliliters. Ding. Wang Jirun has listed drinking water 500 milliliters. The chat room was instantly inundated with this information. Wang Jirun had simultaneously made available approximately 20 bottles of purified water. Before the astonished onlookers could regain their composure, a flurry of notifications emerged. Ding. Wang Jirun has listed well-packaged ham sausage 1. Ding. Wang Jirun has listed well-packaged ham sausage 1. Ding. Wang Jirun has listed well-packaged ham sausage 1. Once again, a barrage of over 20 notifications flooded the chat. Chapter 7. A Fortunate Bet. Goodness, who is this remarkable individual? Truly astonishing, with both water and ham sausages. It seems this extraordinary person happened to be in the supermarket, resulting in such an abundance of supplies. What a stroke of fortune. Life is indeed unfair. Why am I confined to a stall in the restroom while others roam freely in the supermarket? Let us see what this remarkable individual requires. Perhaps an exchange could yield some sustenance. Wang Jirun, esteemed one, please check your private messages. I humbly request 2 ham sausages. Alas, I scarcely dare venture outside. And I possess little to offer in exchange for food and water. What a predicament. In truth, many share the sentiments of the last speaker. Surviving in these times is a challenge for all. Moreover, the place of birth is entirely random. Observing the chat messages, it is evident that most individuals find themselves outdoors, with only a fortunate few appearing in residential buildings upon their arrival. Those who manage to be in supermarkets are truly blessed. Essentially, they exist in a state of dependency, with no means available to procure food and water. Zhang Chen opened the trading channel and was struck by the array of items listed. These must be the peculiar offerings posted by other survivors during their encounters with zombies. The items are quite bizarre. Women's lingerie, plush toys, empty water bottles, cups, chopsticks, hats. Essentially, these are all the odds and ends that the survivors could scavenge, hoping to unwittingly attract a gullible buyer willing to exchange their useless items. Unfortunately, the primary demand among all individuals is food and water. Who would squander their resources on such trivial items? Thus, these listings have remained unsold for a considerable time, showing a duration of 2 to 3 hours without a single transaction. Zhang Chen filtered the options for food and water. Soon, a series of items recently posted by Wang Jirun appeared before him. The exchange conditions were exceedingly stringent. For instance, pure water at 500 milliliters requires 1 energy crystal for trade. The same applies to well-packaged ham sausages, which also demand an energy crystal. Energy crystals are invaluable commodities, essential for enhancing one's abilities. Those who possess a substantial number of energy crystals are destined for remarkable growth and strength. If Wang Jiran were to convert all of his 40-plus items of food and water into energy crystals sufficiently, he could elevate himself from an ordinary individual to a robust survivor. Indeed, should he persist in extensively trading food and water, it is conceivable that he might rapidly ascend to an exceptionally formidable survivor. Those who appear in the regional channel are merely nearby survivors, and one can never tell when they might cross paths. Encountering someone stronger during the apocalypse can yield unpredictable consequences, as the ultimate authority lies in their hands. If the powerful individual proves benevolent, perhaps they could forge a friendship, or at the very least, coexist peacefully. However, if the strong covet the resources contained within your ring, you may find yourself lamentably unfortunate, possibly even losing your very life. Zhang Chen could not naively assume that Wang Jiran was undoubtedly a good person. After all, one's life is singular and allows for no missteps. Caution is imperative. Zhang Chen remained composed, continuing to observe the regional chat channel. Alas, the prices set by the esteemed individuals for food and water are exorbitantly high. A single energy crystal core feels akin to highway robbery. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to have killed 2 juvenile zombies, thereby acquiring an energy crystal core, yet it seems this is not a guaranteed drop. One energy crystal core merely exchanges for a bottle of water or a sausage, a transaction that equates to wagering one's life. Utterly unprofitable. Thankfully, I had brought along a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of water. Otherwise, I would be facing hunger today. Presently, devising a strategy to confront the zombies is paramount. Without the ability to combat them, resources will dwindle. Lacking resources means being unable to exchange for desired items, ultimately leading to a dead end. As soon as the last sentence escaped his lips, a chorus of agreement ensued. Indeed, we have zombies outside. If we venture out, we might scavenge some food. However, how can we fight barehanded? Although I am a martial arts instructor, I would much prefer a blade over my fists. A mere scratch could lead to a serious infection. This is no trivial matter. Who has a knife? Is anyone selling knives? A hammer or anything similar would suffice. I possess a paring knife, yet I am reluctant to confront zombies with it. I would rather give away my knife. If someone is close to the school, please come to the classroom and assist me. As Zhang Chen observed the chat messages, a faint smile crept across his face. An opportunity had arisen. Previously, he had brought up the props from downstairs, along with the utensils from this room. In total, there were 5 kitchen knives and 4 paring knives. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading interface, selected to list his items, and in the exchange goods section, he chose can luncheon meat and 500 milliliters of purified water. All survivors who traversed here automatically carried a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of purified water. Exchanging these items for weapons would certainly be within their means. Of course, not many would dare to part with their initial provisions for weapons, but there would undoubtedly be some. Such individuals could be categorized into 2 types. The first type consists of robust survivors capable of battling zombies. By slaying numerous zombies, they can obtain crystal cores, which can then be exchanged for greater quantities of food and water, a lucrative endeavor. The second type of survivor is one who finds themselves near very few zombies. With clear visibility of food and water in close proximity, they can trade a day's worth of provisions for even more sustenance. Any individual with a modicum of skill could ascertain that this is undoubtedly a highly advantageous transaction. Zhang Chen is wagering on the certainty that such survivors exist. In truth, even if the gamble were to misfire, he could simply adjust the price, take it down, and relist it. Thus, he bears no loss. It is settled. Ding. Zhang Chen has listed the sharp kitchen knife. Ding. Zhang Chen has listed the sharp kitchen knife. Ding. Zhang Chen has listed the sharp fruit knife. Simultaneously, others have also keenly discerned that weapons are currently the most sought-after commodities. They too have begun to list an array of items such as long wooden stick, a brick, ashtray, chair, truly an eclectic assortment, with everything imaginable. Equally, the items these individuals have listed are meant to be exchanged for food and water. Indeed, it is somewhat plausible to utilize a stick, a brick, or an ashtray as weapons. However, a chair, that is a bit excessive. Of course, had these weapons been available before Zhang Chen listed the kitchen and fruit knives, they could have been considered viable alternatives. Now that the option of knives exists, who would desire those items? Ding. Congratulations, your transaction has been successful. You have sold 1 kitchen knife and received canned luncheon meat and pure water. Ding. Congratulations. Your transaction has been successful. You have sold 1 kitchen knife and received canned luncheon meat and pure water. Ding. Congratulations. Your transaction has been successful. You have sold 1 fruit knife and received canned luncheon meat and pure water. After approximately an hour, all the weapons listed by Zhang Chen have been snatched up. He has amassed a total of canned luncheon meat 9, pure water 9. The ability to survive has indeed been enhanced. The gamble paid off. Chapter 8. Flight Attendant Zhao Xia. As Zhang Chen had anticipated, he harbored no fear of individuals wielding kitchen knives or fruit knives, swiftly dispatching the zombies and potentially evolving into a future threat. For such implements are prone to wear, especially when employed to sever the heads of the undead. It is far from the effortless slicing depicted in films. The term kitchen knife derives from its utility in preparing vegetables and meats. There exists a specialized blade for cutting bones, known as a cleaver. Although a cleaver shares a similar shape with a kitchen knife, it is considerably larger and heftier. Should one attempt to cleave a zombie's skull with a kitchen knife, not only is there a risk of the blade becoming lodged within the cranium, but it is also likely to become dulled. Essentially, it is a consumable item. Thus, what was initially deemed the most scarce commodity in this post-apocalyptic world, pure water and ham sausages, was not sold as profitably as Zhang Chen's offerings. Of course, this scenario is merely temporary. Zhang Chen capitalized on the survivors' demands, reaping a modest profit. However, as more survivors gain the capability to eliminate zombies and the availability of crystal cores increases, food and water will undoubtedly remain valuable currencies. Having sold the weapons, Zhang Chen's resources are now plentiful. He resolved to explore the auction house for items he might require. This time, he did not filter his search, but instead aimlessly perused a few pages. As before, the offerings included women's lingerie, hats, down jackets, ceramic bowls, and so forth. Were it not for the apocalyptic backdrop, one might almost believe they were browsing an online marketplace. Truly, there is nothing one cannot find if only one dares to imagine it. Zhang Chen swiftly flipped through several pages until an item caught his eye. Bloodstained Key 5. Requires food or water, price negotiable. Map of Tianyang City. Requires food or water, price negotiable. Tianyang University Campus Distribution Map. Requires food or water, price negotiable. These 3 items were all posted by a girl named Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia was an exceptionally beautiful girl, adorned in a flight attendant's uniform, with strikingly long legs. However, Zhang Chen's attention was not drawn to her beauty or figure, but rather to her wares. A key? Upon seeing this item, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He focused intently on the key, and soon a prompt appeared. Bloodstained Key. After cleaning, it can unlock corresponding rooms at Tianyang University. The rooms corresponding to the current key are as follows: school cafeteria storeroom, security monitoring room, locked female dormitory building, management department faculty office, campus medical room. Other rooms held little significance, but the storeroom of the cafeteria might contain an abundance of well-packaged food. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a treasure trove. He immediately messaged Zhao Xia. I've seen the items you posted. I want them all. Please name your price. Really? You want all of these? Zhao Xia replied, her tone brightening. That's wonderful. Could I perhaps trade for some water? Just a bottle. Would that be possible? As she posed this question, there was a noticeable hint of hesitation in her voice. The significance of water was indisputable. Yet, the key itself was of dubious utility. Who could accurately ascertain which key unlocked which door? Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, how could zombies possibly wait while you fumble with keys, trying each room individually? As for the map of Tianyang City, it possesses some utility, yet its worth remains minimal. In the early stages, the survival of the survivors is paramount. Even if they venture out, it is merely within a radius of 100 meters or so, rendering the map unnecessary as the surrounding area is already familiar. Even when survivors gain strength in later stages and can travel further, obtaining a local map is as simple as visiting a travel agency. Thus, the items Zhao Xia had put up for auction languished for half a day without attracting a single inquiry. In desperation, she resorted to calling out to potential buyers. She was acutely aware of the meager value of her possessions, which could hardly rival even a tempered glass ashtray on the table. Asking for a bottle of water in exchange was, to put it mildly, rather audacious. Yet, this was the sole resource she could offer, and she needed to sell it. Lest tomorrow prove to be a difficult ordeal. A full bottle was excessive, She had merely a small half bottle of leftover water. If you agree, we can make the exchange now, she proposed. While a single bottle of water could be traded for an energy crystal core, the exchange was indeed unbalanced. However, without a container, a full bottle could not be divided for trade. Hence, Zhang Chen suggested the exchange of the small half bottle, a mutually beneficial arrangement of equivalent value. Yet, Zhao Xie hesitated momentarily, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she remarked, "But it's only a small half bottle, and you've already drunk from it." Zhao Xie, a first-year student majoring in aviation services, had yet to experience the nuances of romantic relationships. It always feels somewhat inappropriate for two individuals to share a single bottle of water. However, given the state of the world, the mere availability of something to drink is indeed a remarkable fortune. There is simply no room for criticism in such dire circumstances. Noticing Zhao Xie's hesitation, Zhang Chen realized that his previous remarks may have been too blunt, and thus he added, "I possess no other empty bottles. Even if I did, they would have been used by me. If you have a clean container, I could attempt to transfer the water directly. I lack an empty bottle as well. I am currently situated in a security room. Surrounding me are the undead, and I found the key on the corpse of a security guard inside the building." Zhao Xie responded, her voice tinged with trepidation. After a brief pause, she let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Well, at this juncture, it is futile to dwell on such matters. Let us proceed with the exchange." Ding. Zhao Xie has sent you a trade request. Accepting it. A trade window swiftly appeared before them. Zhang Chen placed the remaining half bottle of purified water onto the interface. Zhao Xie simultaneously offered Bloody Key 5, Map of Tianyang City, and Distribution Map of Tianyang University. Both parties clicked to confirm. Ding. You have relinquished half a bottle of purified water and acquired Bloody Key 5, Map of Tianyang City, and Distribution Map of Tianyang University. Thank you. You are a good person, Zhao Xie expressed sincerely. It was not naivety that guided her words. Rather, the experiences of the past half-day had unveiled the darker facets of human nature to her. She placed the half bottle of purified water within the ring, which indeed indicated that it was uncontaminated. Previously, there had been survivors who approached her with a half bottle of tainted water. Others used food and water as bait, demanding that she indulge their unscrupulous desires. In this lawless and morally devoid apocalypse, the darker facets of humanity were magnified manifold. Such individuals elicited nothing but disdain from Zhao Xie, who promptly chose to block them. Zhang Chen, thus far, was the only person who had genuinely exchanged goods with her, and he had not made a single flirtatious remark throughout the entire process. Such individuals were indeed a rarity. Chapter 9. Experience Sharing. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen shook his head in resignation. How naive. In this apocalyptic world, such innocence would surely lead to misfortune. Am I considered a good person merely for this? In an environment like this, the moral standards of peaceful times have long since crumbled. What is left to distinguish good from bad? All that remains is the relentless struggle for survival. Zhang Chen acquired the map and quickly unfurled it, affixing it to the wall. Recalling his previous memories, he realized he was on Tianhe Street, near a real estate agency and a small supermarket. Behind the agency was a residential complex. With this information, Zhang Chen swiftly pinpointed his location on the map. He was in a community called Yujing Bay, located merely 500 meters from Tianyang University. A short walk past an intersection would lead him directly to the university's main entrance. In ordinary times, 500 meters would hardly be considered a distance. Merely a few minutes stroll would suffice. However, in the present circumstances, it is no exaggeration to say that traversing even a few dozen meters on the main road is a remarkable feat. Tianyang University can only await the moment when its strength is sufficiently formidable to venture forth. As for the keys, they can remain for now. Fortunately, I currently possess an ample supply of food and water, allowing me to gradually enhance my capabilities. Zhang Chen glanced around the vicinity of the community once more. Besides the small supermarket on the road, there is another modest establishment at the main entrance of the community. Perhaps tomorrow I shall venture there in hopes of fortune. Zhang Chen contemplated. He listed a bottle of beer on the trading channel, stating his demand for keys, and then quietly observed the chat channel. Lo and behold, another prominent figure has offered water. Indeed, beer could be considered a form of hydration. In fact, beer may even surpass water in utility, for it contains maltose, which can be metabolized to provide energy for the body. Quite advantageous, yet this individual seeks keys. How peculiar. Why would one desire a key? Alas, I once collected a key but deemed it useless and discarded it. What a monumental error. Sigh, it seems one either seeks energy crystals or keys. What curious requests they are. Hiss, there was once a keychain before me, and I did not retrieve it. Only in its absence do I now lament my folly. What remains is the exchange among survivors. Occasionally, male survivors attempt to flirt with some of the more comely ladies. Yet, there is little of substance in these interactions. They are merely individuals striving to alleviate their spirits after narrowly escaping the initial zombie onslaught through the means of conversation. This is merely a form of self-deception, for the zombies lurk just outside the door, beyond the windows, and in the streets. This is a formidable challenge that must be overcome. Failing to vanquish the undead will inevitably lead to becoming a victim in this world. Wang Jirun had remained silent in the regional chat channel, leaving Zhang Chen at a loss to discern his whereabouts. However, by analyzing the plethora of goods he auctioned, it can be inferred that Wang Jirun must be holed up in a place akin to a supermarket. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the last vestiges of daylight vanished from the tops of the buildings. The street lights and those within the community flickered to life, controlled by their programmed mechanisms. At this moment, the zombies became increasingly agitated. They tilted their heads back, seemingly sniffing the air for the scent of humanity. Room 502 of Building 3 faced both the community and the main road. Zhang Chen tightly shut the windows and refrained from turning on the lights. Standing quietly by the window, intently observing the movements of the zombies in the street. The windows of this residence were well sealed. Numerous zombies meandered past Zhang Chen's window, yet none exhibited any peculiar behavior. They failed to detect the scent of humans and thus ambled slowly away. A few zombies caught a whiff of human fragrance and let out a roar. Subsequently, dozens of them surged towards the nearest source of the scent. The horde consisted of 30 to 40 zombies, dashing into a narrow alley by the roadside, howling as they retreated into the distance. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would bear the brunt of their wrath. Were it not for Zhang Chen's habitual reading of apocalyptic novels, he would not have developed such a vigilant demeanor. Who says reading novels is of no use? Indeed, one only realizes the scarcity of knowledge when the time comes to apply it. To my astonishment, zombies seem to actively seek out humans. What an extraordinary capability. Is it infrared sensing, perhaps? Firstly, dismissing any visual concerns, I find myself on the rooftop of the 10th floor. The zombies should be unable to see me. Yet, they are violently banging on the door. A sense of fear washes over me. I share this sentiment. Having spent the majority of the day on a bus without incident, I now find the windows smeared with the bloodied handprints of zombies. Truly terrifying. It appears that zombies can discern human presence through scent at night. We must select enclosed spaces and refrain from opening windows. Oh no, I am hiding in a wardrobe, and I see that zombie approaching me. At night, zombies exhibit remarkable agility. During the day, they struggled to overcome obstacles, yet now they effortlessly navigate around barriers and can even leap over heights of 1 meter. Everyone must remain vigilant while fleeing. In the chat channel, a flurry of discussions ensues regarding our current situations and observations. Suddenly, Zheng Hao reappears. The night is arduous. Please prioritize your safety and ensure that zombies do not catch a whiff of your scent. These creatures possess heightened mobility, olfactory senses, and hearing at night. However, they seem unresponsive to light. Turning on a lamp will not provoke them to charge forth. If fear grips you, consider illuminating your space. This way, we can keep track of one another's locations and feel somewhat reassured. If the opportunity arises, I recommend venturing out during daylight. Currently, I have established a small safe zone in the stadium, where 5 survivors have gathered. We welcome everyone to join us as we navigate these trying times together. How astonishing that Zheng Hao has managed to set up a survivors camp so swiftly, and with 5 survivors already gathered. Isn't that a bit too rapid? Zhang Chen pondered, though he had little time to dwell on it. After all, this matter had little bearing on him. Moreover, thanks to Zheng Hao, initially, many survivors around Zhang Chen were hesitant to turn on their lights, fearing that the illumination would attract the zombies. However, after Zheng Hao and others in the chat channel shared their insights, they felt reassured. One by one, lights began to illuminate. Zhang Chen glanced around and noticed that there were at least a dozen rooms aglow nearby. Some were in shops, while others were in residential buildings. Zhang Chen's vantage point was somewhat limited, yet if the density of illumination was anything to go by, there must be at least 30 to 40 survivors in the surrounding buildings. Chapter 10. Return to the streets. Zhang Chen was acutely aware that despite the courteous exchanges in the chat channel, No one could predict how individuals might behave upon meeting face to face. At times, humans could be far more terrifying than zombies. Once he grasped the basic situation of the survivors around him, Zhang Chen took out a can of luncheon meat. Utilizing the light from the window to consume half of it, along with a substantial portion of his bottled water. He then reclined on his bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Upon waking, the day had brightened considerably, and the number of zombies on the streets had diminished significantly. Fortunately, the armed zombies still lingered in place, not having ventured far. Zhang Chen promptly consumed the remainder of last night's half-eaten can of luncheon meat along with the leftover water. Sated, his overall condition improved significantly. He surveyed the vicinity of the community. The woman in the low-cut evening gown atop the rain shelter was nowhere to be found. There were no traces of blood, suggesting she may have been rescued or managed to escape on her own. After a night of transformation, 3 or 4 additional zombies had appeared within the community, all congregating near building number 2, beside a window on the first floor. It seemed that something had captivated their attention. Whatever it was, it mattered not. He would charge in to investigate. Zhang Chen was uncertain about the larger group of zombies. But these 3 solitary ones were practically offering themselves as easy targets. Why refuse such an opportunity? He warmed up briefly in his room before stepping out. The hallway was eerily quiet. The door to Unit 102 remained wide open, just as it had been the previous day. The unit door was intact. It seemed the zombies had not attempted to breach it last night. The 5th floor indeed provided a commendable level of concealment and safety. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen pushed open the unit door and stealthily advanced towards the 3 zombies in the distance. This encounter was markedly different from the last. Previously, Zhang Chen had effortlessly dispatched 7 zombies, aided by the screams of the woman in the low-cut dress that drew their fire. This time, however, there were no distinctive sounds to divert their attention. The zombies' hearing had become acutely sensitive. Just as Zhang Chen closed the gap to within 7 or 8 meters of them, all 3 zombies simultaneously detected his presence. Remarkably, they could even hear the sound of his footsteps. These zombies were undoubtedly of a higher caliber. 3 zombies surged towards Zhang Chen simultaneously. The zombies moved with remarkable speed, yet Zhang Chen was no slouch himself. As the 3 zombies began to react, he had already darted forward, delivering a swift axe strike that cleaved one zombie's skull. Subsequently, he used his shield to deflect the onslaught of the other 2 zombies, dispatching them effortlessly, one axe strike at a time. Gathering his spoils, he collected the energy crystal cores and mutated fertilizer, items with which he was thoroughly acquainted. His attention soon shifted to the damaged car key and broken key. Before long, a notification appeared. These items are beyond repair and hold no value. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen discarded the 2 useless items on the ground and stored the energy cores and fertilizer in his inventory. Continuing on his journey, Zhang Chen's objective remained resolute. The 3 zombies in the community were merely an appetizing prelude. His true target was the zombie he had been fixating on all day, the one wielding a revolver. In Zhang Chen's mind, the threat posed by other survivors far outweighed that of the zombies. As long as one could find refuge in a safe house, zombies posed little danger, limited to surrounding and preventing escape. However, the malicious intentions of other survivors were a different matter entirely. They could pick locks, scale walls, and even breach your sanctuary, summoning hordes of zombies to seal your fate. Firearms, undoubtedly, represented the most effective deterrent against other survivors. A zombie is about to emerge from around the corner. If you wish to avoid a close encounter, it is advisable to halt your steps now. Zhang Chen exited building number 2, and, upon reaching a corner, this warning suddenly appeared. He immediately came to a stop, holding his breath and centering his focus. Slowly, he raised his axe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A guttural, heavy growl unique to zombies echoed from around the corner. First, one foot stepped forward, then the other. Just as its head peeked out, Zhang Chen's fire axe struck down, cleaving the zombie's skull in 2. Bloody clothing. It has been infected by the virus and holds no value. Another piece of useless refuse. Zhang Chen casually discarded the bloody clothing. Standing at the corner of the building, he gazed into the distance. The corridor branched into 2 paths. One led to an uninhabited lane that connected to the main road, while the other extended towards a small garden, 50 meters away, where 2 zombies aimlessly wandered. With dawn approaching, acquiring a handgun and gathering supplies is paramount. Zombies are inexhaustible. This world is not lacking in zombies. There is no need to squander time here. Thus, Zhang Chen lowered his posture and tread softly. Seizing the moment when the two wandering zombies had their backs turned, he swiftly dashed past them, successfully reaching the deserted lane. Pressing his back against the wall, he peered cautiously towards the road, noting that the scent of survivors from the previous day had drawn away most of the zombies near the armed ones. At this moment, a few dozen zombies linger near the target, while in the distance, a mass of heads can be discerned. The sheer number of these undead beings is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Time is of the essence. If firearms are not secured today, who knows what calamities may unfold by morning. A handful of zombies. Patience is key. Luring them in gradually should pose no challenge. Zhang Chen grasped his axe, gently tapping it against the wall, producing a resonant clang. The two nearest zombies on the street turned slowly towards the sound. The effect was promising. It had only attracted two. Utilizing the cover of a nearby vehicle, Zhang Chen pressed against it, continuing to lightly strike the wall with his axe. The zombies staggered closer. Drawn by the noise, Zhang Chen observed that the zombies' reactions were indeed influenced by the volume of the sound. When the noise was subdued, they would meander towards the source, but a louder sound could incite a terrifying burst of speed, akin to a sprint. Zhang Chen patiently continued his subtle tapping against the wall, his eyes keenly observing the movements of the zombies through the car window. Closer, even closer. Now was the moment. Chapter 11. Can toilet paper be sold? With a sudden swing of his axe, Zhang Chen severed the head of the first zombie with precision. Harnessing the momentum of the swing, the axe reversed its trajectory from below, striking once more. The fire axe smashed into the second zombie, obliterating its skull from chin to crown. In the span of a second, two zombies were dispatched. They collapsed to the ground with barely a sound. Only 12 zombies remained. Zhang Chen skillfully devised a plan, gradually luring these undead creatures from the street towards him, ultimately dispatching them by the roadside. Afterward, he meticulously assessed his spoils. A total of 8 energy crystals, 2 car keys, 1 Colt revolver, 15 rounds of pistol ammunition, 40 units of mutated fertilizer, 2 police batons, 2 pairs of handcuffs with keys, 2 walkie-talkies, 1 pristine police uniform, and 20 pieces of clean fabric. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. These items occupied 10 slots in his inventory, and the mutated fertilizer and fabric were stacked with his previous supplies, together with his canned luncheon meat and drinking water. His inventory was now completely filled. At this moment, Zhang Chen still clutched a fire axe and a bomb-proof shield. Fortunately, he had sold off his weapons the previous night and stored other supplies in his room. Otherwise, his ring would have been unable to accommodate any more items. Contemplating his next move, he retrieved the revolver, engaged the safety, and secured it to his waist. An additional weapon at his side provided an extra layer of security. Moreover, this action freed up a slot in his inventory. He then took out the car keys, given that they belonged to the zombies on the street. It was likely that a vehicle was nearby. He decided to test his luck. If he found one, it could yield even more supplies. With that thought, he gently pressed the unlock button on the first car key. Click! The sound resonated in his ears. Astonishingly, it was the red sedan right beside him. What incredible luck! Suddenly, a prompt indicating collection appeared on the body of the red car. However, unlike before, the term collect was rendered in yellow rather than green this time. Could it be that even automobiles could be stored? That is rather impressive. Upon clicking to collect, a notification chimed. Ding. The current storage ring level is insufficient to collect this item. It requires a storage ring level of 3, while the current level stands at only 1. To elevate the storage ring to level 2, one would need 10 storage ring fragments and 5 energy crystals. Hiss, the storage ring level is inadequate. It seems I cannot collect anything at present. What exactly are these storage ring fragments? Could it be? Zhang Chen glanced at the dark green storage ring adorning his finger. This item is possessed solely by survivors who have entered the game. Does this imply that one can only collect from the survivors? The thought is chilling. It essentially equates to survivors robbing and murdering one another, now with an added justification. Zhang Chen instinctively brushed the pistol at his waist, feeling slightly reassured. In this apocalyptic world, becoming stronger is the only path to survival. He steadied his mind and peered through the car window, ensuring no zombies lurked nearby, before finally opening the car door and searching within. He discovered only a roll of toilet paper. This item, while claimed to be useful, is truly of little value. Yet, to assert it as entirely useless would be misleading. At times, it is indeed necessary. After all, when attending to significant matters in the restroom, one must have provisions for cleanup, particularly in this world, where zombies become exceedingly sensitive to odors at night. Neglecting to clean up could lead to becoming a prime target for zombie attacks after dark. For the sake of accomplishing significant tasks, he perished due to a mere lack of paper. Surely, this must be one of the most lamentable fates in existence. How embarrassing. Let us hold on to this for now. Zhang Chen opened the trunk of his car once more, revealing 2 large, unopened packages of toilet paper. This fellow, resorting to stockpiling toilet paper from the supermarket, truly no one else would do such a thing. Zhang Chen accessed the auction trading system. Requirements: door keys, car keys, water, food, weapons, energy crystals, fragments of storage rings. He selected everything he could conceive of that might prove useful. Click. Send. So fast. Has it already been sold? Zhang Chen did not rush to retrieve the exchanged items, as the storage space was exceedingly limited. His pockets were already filled with numerous keys. Fortunately, as long as he refrained from extraction, the items traded would remain temporarily within the trading system. However, this temporary storage had a time limit. Items would be destroyed after 24 hours. After a few minutes. Hiss. It seems everyone's stomachs are quite resilient. By sheer chance, he stumbled upon a minor business opportunity. Toilet paper, though not particularly valuable, could yield little in exchange. If the asking price was too high, others might opt to sacrifice their trousers for self-preservation. However, if he offered seemingly useless keys and access cards in exchange, it amounted to resourceful recycling. For other survivors, these keys and access cards were of no value, yet in Zhang Chen's eyes, they were akin to keys to treasure chests. Their worth sometimes exceeding that of a bottle of water or a can of luncheon meat. While not a rare item, anyone traversing residential buildings could easily find toilet paper. However, they would not exchange worthless keys for toilet paper. This market was essentially monopolized by Zhang Chen alone. After shutting down the trading interface, Zhang Chen redirected his attention to the car key in his hand. He found an open area and pressed the unlock button. Immediately, the police car in the center of the road flashed its lights. Astonishingly, it was a police car. Zhang Chen did not immediately approach the vehicle. Instead, he first surveyed his surroundings, seemingly devoid of zombies. Beware, sometimes the absence of zombies merely indicates their diminutive stature, concealed by obstacles. The warning urgently appeared once more. Zhang Chen hurriedly crouched down, peering beneath the vehicle to glimpse the other side. Sure enough, he spotted a pair of blood-stained white ballet shoes limping slowly past the gap beside the police car. Given the size of the footwear, it was likely a zombie little girl. Fortunately, the warning had come in time. Otherwise, a surprise attack from the zombie girl could have resulted in a fatal bite. Phew, that was close. This apocalyptic world was far too real, leaving no room for carelessness. Zhang Chen stealthily maneuvered behind the zombie girl and struck down with his axe, eliminating the threat. Chapter 12. The shotgun acquired. A soulful shot. Zhang Chen gently opened the door of the police car. Inside the passenger side storage compartment, he discovered 2 pairs of handcuffs and a walkie-talkie. On the passenger seat lay a fast food container, the contents of which were now overtaken by a riot of colorful mold. A nauseating sight that was both repugnant and unsettling. This item undoubtedly holds little value. Zhang Chen searched the surroundings once more, yet found nothing of significance. He approached the trunk, gently lifting it to reveal a shotgun lying inside, accompanied by 2 boxes of shotgun shells. What a remarkable find. This could be considered heavy artillery. Although he was currently facing merely ordinary zombies, who could predict the existence of mutated variants in this world. A shotgun at close range could easily turn a zombie into a sieve, and a well-placed headshot would exponentially amplify its lethality. This was a tremendous windfall. Zhang Chen hastily retrieved the nightstick from his storage ring and placed it into the large bag intended for the shotgun. With the newly freed space, he now had precisely 2 slots available in the ring. He stored the shotgun and ammunition within, safeguarding these valuable items against loss. The nightstick was of little worth. Now armed with a handgun and a shotgun, Zhang Chen felt a renewed sense of confidence in his endeavors. Upon returning home, Zhang Chen organized the items in his space, setting aside the 2 firearms and their ammunition while stowing the remainder in his residence. He then turned on the gas, retrieving frozen meat from the refrigerator. After briefly defrosting it in the microwave, he sliced 2 thick pieces. With a splash of soy sauce and a sprinkle of pepper, he began to saute the meat. Cooking raw meat demands meticulous conditions: fire, oil, a pan, and various seasonings. The list goes on. Fortunately, electricity was available, but should a blackout occur, Preparing this frozen meat would become quite the hassle, unlike canned luncheon meat that could be consumed at any moment. Thus, Zhang Chen resolved to prioritize consuming these challenging-to-cook ingredients first. As I observed the crimson slices of meat sizzling in the frying pan, the delectable aroma intertwined with the spices wafted through the exhaust vent and drifted out into the world beyond. Gradually, it found its way into a window of Building No. 5. On the third-floor landing of that very building sat two men clad in vests, their arms adorned with intricate tattoos. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout. The taller man twitched his nose, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Brother, do you smell that? I believe I can detect the scent of meat. It seems someone is frying meat. Perhaps beef." Slurp. How utterly extravagant. To still indulge in meat during these times. The stout man sniffed the air but discerned nothing. The atmosphere was thick with dust and the odor of canned luncheon meat. You're probably just delirious from hunger. Where would the smell of frying meat come from? Besides, we are living in apocalyptic times. Just look at the auction listings. Do you see any meat for sale? We're fortunate to have canned luncheon meat at all. As he spoke, he scooped a generous portion of the canned meat with his fingers, shoving it into his mouth. With only a third remaining, he offered it to the taller man. "Perhaps you have a point. I may simply be craving meat too much," the latter conceded, not hesitating to devour the remaining morsels in a few swift bites. At that moment, a woman, crouched in the corner of the stairwell, finally spoke. She was the same woman who had been trapped beneath the rain canopy yesterday. Her hair disheveled and her clothing in disarray, curled up in the corner. Watching the two men voraciously consume their food and water, she felt a surge of indignation, yet remained silent, unable to voice her outrage. "What is going on? What do you want?" The stout man shot a glance at the woman and inquired. I haven't eaten yet," she replied, her voice hoarse as she licked her parched lips. "How can you even say that? This is the price for saving you. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have survived the night." The stout man retorted with a scoff. "You ought to express your gratitude to us. But, in return for your help, you already," the woman weakly protested. "Surely, you can't expect to take everything for yourselves. What? Were only my brother and I the ones who enjoyed ourselves yesterday? Were you not satisfied? Moreover, that was compensation for rescuing you from the rain shelter. You yourself said that as long as we saved you, anything would be acceptable. Today's lunch is a reward for allowing you to stay the night without casting you out. Outside, there are hordes of zombies. Without this sturdy apartment door, do you think you could have safely endured the night? You would have likely become a meal for the undead." The stout man exclaimed vehemently. He and the tall, lean man were acquaintances who fortuitously found themselves in the same apartment during the onset of the chaos. At the beginning of the game, the zombies in the room were immobilized. In a panic, they had grabbed a kitchen knife and fled the room, cleverly shutting the door behind them. Thus, the zombies are indeed trapped inside the house, unable to escape. However, they are also confined within the stairwell, having spent a cold night on the frigid floor. When rescuing the woman yesterday, their intentions were driven by desire. Now, with dwindling supplies of food and water, the woman has become a burden. Consequently, their manner of speaking has become rather brusque. "Brother, we've even consumed this girl's luncheon meat and water. We truly have nothing left to eat or drink. If we do not secure some food soon, we may very well perish from hunger here," lamented the tall, gaunt man. "Do not fret. I have devised a plan. Look over there," the stout man exclaimed, pointing outside. The location of Building 5 is adjacent to the roadside, providing a direct view of the small square at the entrance of the community. Flanking the square are a small supermarket and a bun shop. Do you see that? A restaurant and a supermarket. Surely, we can find sustenance within. If we can make it over there, food will not be a concern," the stout man declared confidently. "But, with so many zombies, how can the two of us possibly get past them?" the tall man inquired, his face clouded with worry. "The zombies appear grotesque, and their reckless charge seems lethal. A mere bite or scratch could lead to transformation into one of them. Even facing a single zombie head-on fills him with trepidation, let alone confronting such numbers. Wouldn't venturing out be akin to courting death? Rest assured, I have already formulated a strategy." The stout man offered a mysterious smile, then shifted his gaze to the woman. Chapter 13. If Zhang Chen can do it, so can we. 20 minutes later, near the square at the main entrance of the community, the woman was compelled to climb onto a branch of a tree approximately 4 or 5 meters high. Initially, she was assisted up by a ladder, but subsequently, she was forced to climb. Terrified, she clung desperately to the branch with her hands, her legs trembling incessantly. "Please, let me down. I will do anything you ask from now on. I don't need food or water. I beg you, let me down. I don't want to die." The stout man glared at her impatiently and spoke in a low voice. "Keep your voice down. If you want to live, do as I say. Once we are hidden, you must scream with all your might. Draw all the zombies in the square to you. After we finish off the zombies, we will rescue you." Hearing the stout man's plan, the tall, thin man asked nervously, "Brother, will this really work? There are over 20 zombies, and it's just the two of us. What if something goes wrong?" The stout man waved his hand confidently and replied, "Don't worry, didn't we see it yesterday?" That woman was shouting from the shelter. There were only 7 or 8 zombies surrounding her. The man with the fire axe dispatched them effortlessly, although there were a few more zombies this time. "The two of us can support each other. There is certainly no cause for concern." After the stout man spoke, he noticed that the tall, slender one still seemed uneasy. So he added, "In truth, these zombies merely appear frightening. They possess little combat strength. Just consider, that man was able to sever a zombie's head with an axe. Such ease indicates that these creatures are remarkably fragile. We have merely allowed our imaginations to inflate their terror. Trust me, listen to your brother, you will be just fine." Upon hearing this, the tall man nodded hesitantly. Indeed, the man who wielded the axe yesterday appeared rather formidable, though his physique seemed quite ordinary, lacking in pronounced musculature or robust build. How could he dispatch zombies as effortlessly as slicing through fruits and vegetables? It is not that this man is exceptionally strong, but rather that the zombies are exceedingly weak. If he can achieve such feats, then surely we can too. Following the stout man's lead, the tall man concealed himself behind a car at the main entrance. "Ah, help!" A woman's voice pierced the air, sharp and penetrating. With that single cry, she instantly drew half of the zombies at the entrance towards her. Hiss! Ack! Ack! The horde of zombies was captivated by the woman's scream. All at once, they seemed to be activated, rushing forward in a frenzy. "Ah, help! I don't want to die. Save me. Please, I beg you." The woman's initial cry was merely a reluctant response to the dire situation. Now, however, she was utterly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the encroaching zombies, screaming for her life. Her piercing soprano shattered the stillness of the residential area. In an instant, the square was overrun with zombies, completely surrounding the tree where the woman stood. They all tilted their heads back, extending their pale, cold arms. "It is time," the stout man said with a slight smile. He recalled a similar scenario when Zhang Chen had dispatched 7 or 8 zombies in the past, and they had shown little resistance. "Go." With the stout man's command, 2 men, wielding their respective cleavers, charged forward. Both the stout and the lanky man were acutely aware that sound would attract more zombies, so they dared not make a single noise. They stealthily approached the rear of the horde and raised their cleavers, striking at the nearest zombie's nape. With a sickening thud, the cleaver embedded itself in the zombie's skull, causing it to crumple to the ground. Before the stout man could revel in his success, a wave of terror washed over him. He realized that the cleaver had become lodged in the creature's head, refusing to budge. As the zombie collapsed, the stout man stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not extricate the cleaver. "Damn it," the stout man muttered under his breath. "Why does this situation differ so drastically from what I witnessed yesterday? I put all my strength into that strike, and now my wrist aches. Originally, I thought it would be akin to Zhang Chen, swiftly severing a substantial portion of the zombie's head. But what is this? Not only did the blade penetrate merely a dozen centimeters. Thud. Meanwhile, the lanky man swung the kitchen knife horizontally, aiming directly at the zombie's neck. He too assumed that this strike would surely decapitate the creature. Yet, to his dismay, the knife only sank halfway in. Upon encountering the cervical vertebrae, it became lodged. The most harrowing part was, the zombie did not perish. Instead, it slowly turned towards him. Brother, this is decidedly not the same scenario as yesterday." The tall man, paralyzed by fear, found his legs giving way beneath him, collapsing onto the ground. The kitchen knife was now embedded in the zombie's neck, leaving both brothers unarmed. At this juncture, any zombie could claim their lives. "Run! Run!" the short, stout man shouted, then took off in a frantic dash. His cry attracted even more zombies. Hiss. A dozen zombies abandoned the woman shrieking atop the trees and turned their attention to the 2 brothers. Brother, save me. Don't leave me behind." The lanky man scrambled to his feet, frantically racing towards the stout man. His height afforded him speed, while the stout man, despite having fled first, could not match his pace due to his short stature, soon finding himself overtaken. The pursuing zombies were even swifter, shrieking as they relentlessly chased after them. "Brother, hurry up and run. The zombies are coming." The tall, thin man shouted anxiously. He couldn't bear to abandon his brother and flee alone, involuntarily slowing his pace. "I'm sorry, brother. I simply can't run anymore." The short, stout man gasped, struggling to keep up. Years of inactivity had left him breathless after only a few dozen meters. "What are you saying, brother? Just hold on. We're not far from the entrance. Please don't give up." The tall man reached out to grasp the stout man's arm, hoping to pull him along. Just as his hand brushed against the stout man's arm, the latter suddenly grabbed the tall man's arm in return. In that fleeting moment of surprise, the stout man delivered a fierce kick, striking the tall man's ankle with a sickening crack. "Ouch! You!" The tall man grimaced in pain, his expression a mix of disbelief and despair. Chapter 14. The humanoid zombie summoner. "I'm sorry, brother, but if we run together, neither of us will escape. I owe you a favor. In the next life, I shall repay you as a humble servant." The stout man then kicked the tall man sharply in the abdomen, sending him directly into the ravenous horde of zombies. "You bastard! I considered you a brother. And yet you..." The tall man cursed, choking on his words. However, before he could finish his words, he was violently overthrown by the horde of zombies converging from behind. Several zombies ferociously sank their teeth into the emaciated man's body, while a female zombie brutally severed his throat. Blood surged into his trachea, rendering him utterly voiceless. Shortly thereafter, the sickening sounds of muscle and bone tearing apart echoed, accompanied by the grotesque crunching of raw flesh, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The stout man watched in horror as he drew nearer to the entrance of the building. Safety lay just beyond that door. Yet, at the very moment his hand grasped the doorknob, several pale hands simultaneously seized his shoulders, forcefully pinning him to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, and all he could perceive were the ghastly faces of the zombies, their skin pallid and mottled with purple veins. Zhang Chen had taken a brief respite in his room, relishing a delectable meal of pan-seared steak. The sensation of being satiated was indescribably pleasurable. It was time to venture forth and raid the supermarket at the community's main entrance, where abundant resources surely awaited him. Armed with his access card and keys, he once again grasped his riot shield and axe, stepping out from Building 3. By this time, the zombies in the vicinity of Building 3 had largely been eradicated. Consulting the map and assessing the current conditions of the community, Zhang Chen noted that only the small garden and the entrance still harbored zombies. His progress toward leveling up stood at 18 out of 100, meaning he required an additional 82 energy cores to ascend. Based on his previous calculations, each group of 10 zombies typically yielded around 6 energy cores. In other words, to achieve an upgrade, Zhang Chen must eliminate at least 137 zombies. Sigh. That is indeed a considerable number. One step at a time, he thought, as he cautiously navigated the pathways of the residential area towards the main entrance. There were no zombies in sight, nor any blind spots. The difficulty was evidently reduced compared to the route taken in the morning. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen remained vigilant. At any location that hinted at potential danger, he would pause and observe until assured of safety before proceeding. Ahead stood Building Number 5. Once he circumvented it, he would reach the main entrance. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the compound. "Help! Oh no!" It was a woman's voice, and that voice sounded remarkably familiar. Zhang Chen froze. Wasn't that the very voice he had heard yesterday? A veritable siren call for zombies. Its allure was unparalleled. Hadn't she been rescued? How could she possibly be trapped again? Was she truly that unfortunate? Zhang Chen stealthily approached the side of Building Number 5. As he turned the corner, he spotted 2 clusters of zombies ravenously feasting upon 2 corpses. In the distance, around a tree, there were about 10 more zombies, circling restlessly. And the woman had somehow climbed up the tree. How had she managed that? Zhang Chen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. She could barely jump down from a 2-story awning, yet she had ascended to a tree that was 3 or 4 stories high. This woman was indeed peculiar. The woman continued to scream frantically from her perch in the tree, drawing the attention of the zombies below. While the 2 groups of zombies nearby were lured by the scent of fresh meat and blood, everyone was engrossed in their voracious feasting. It was an opportunity. Zhang Chen steadied his mind. As long as he was swift enough and struck with precision, there would be no significant issue. Moreover, the woman had raised her voice so loudly, indicating that the nearby zombies had been largely drawn to her. Even if the battle turned unfavorable, Zhang Chen could resort to his handgun without fearing dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Taking a few deep breaths, he grasped his shield and stealthily charged towards the nearest cluster of zombies. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Chen swiftly swung his weapon 3 times, instantly severing the heads of 3 zombies. The 4th zombie, upon raising its head to see him, met the same fate with another swift strike, its skull shattered. At that moment, the 5th zombie had already taken notice of Zhang Chen, just as it began to rise. He collided it with his riot shield, toppling it over. Swish. The raised axe descended with force, decapitating the zombie. Subsequently, Zhang Chen delivered a final blow to a short, stout man, now reduced to little more than a skeleton. The first cluster of zombies was dealt with. He dared not pause. Although the elimination of the first group had not generated considerable noise, the proximity of the second group was a pressing concern. Zombies recognized survivors through auditory cues as well as visual ones. If any single zombie spotted a survivor, the others in the vicinity would inevitably take notice of the living being. Zhang Chen was uncertain of the exact mechanism, but the phenomenon was clear. Indeed, as the first group of zombies was dispatched, the second group began to become aware of Zhang Chen. Hiss! They turned their gaze towards Zhang Chen, emitting terrifying low growls. With a swift motion, before the second wave of zombies could rise, Zhang Chen boldly advanced to confront them. He swung his axe twice, dispatching the 2 zombies in front of him. At that moment, the remaining 4 zombies had all risen, growling as they lunged toward Zhang Chen. The numbers were somewhat overwhelming. He hurled his shield forward horizontally with his left hand and delivered a powerful kick with his right foot. The shield struck 3 zombies at waist height, sending them crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen raised his axe and smashed the remaining zombie's skull. Then, with both hands gripping the axe, he unleashed a furious flurry of blows, with the strength of one hand sufficient to effortlessly cleave a zombie's head. The combined force of both hands more than doubled this power. Blood splattered dramatically as he reduced 3 zombies to mere chunks of flesh. One zombie's head, still attached to a third of its body, was split open at the shoulder, its mouth gaping as it attempted to bite a piece of flesh from him. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen delivered another decisive strike. He also made sure to address the tall, slender man. The second wave of zombies, dealt with. Chapter 15. Isn't it absurd? I have a gun. Zhang Chen adjusted his breathing, focusing his attention on the 10 or so zombies beneath the tree. Thankfully, the woman's piercing screams had not ceased. Had it not been for her presence, those 10 zombies would have surged toward him as well. The consequences would have been unimaginable. In terms of combat prowess, armed with an axe and shield, Zhang Chen was undoubtedly leagues stronger than these unarmed zombies. The challenge lies in avoiding injury. Even the slightest scratch or bruise could prove fatal. Consequently, as the number of zombies increases, the difficulty of extermination escalates exponentially. Onward, Zhang Chen swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace of the horde beneath the tree where the woman stood. As the last zombie fell, the woman finally ceased her screaming. It's you. She recognized Zhang Chen. But how did you end up in this tree? Zhang Chen wiped the blood from his axe onto the corpse of a zombie. Slightly out of breath, he remarked, I just eliminated over 20 zombies in quick succession. The physical exertion is no trifling matter. Had I taken them on one by one, I would have remained composed. However, this was a relentless onslaught, akin to sprinting a full 400 meters without pause. I'm a bit winded. Well, it's a long story. Actually, watch out. Just as the woman began to speak, she suddenly screamed again. Zhang Chen understood that her cries were a harbinger of trouble. Simultaneously, he felt a gust of wind rush towards him from behind. Reacting swiftly, he crouched down and raised his riot shield. With a resounding thud, a kitchen knife struck the shield with tremendous force, leaving a white mark upon its surface. The sheer power sent a tingling sensation through Zhang Chen's arm. It was not a zombie, but a human. Before he could discern the assailant's face, a flurry of knife strikes rained down upon his shield, each blow resonating with a cacophony of clashing sounds. Alas, this fellow strikes with lethal intent, uttering not a single word, clearly well prepared for confrontation. Zhang Chen utilized his shield for defense, retreating while maneuvering around a tree, creating distance from his assailant. At that moment, he discerned the figure before him, a towering man, brandishing a cleaver in each hand, emanating an imposing aura. The white imprints on the riot shield revealed the considerable force behind the man's blows. A sudden recognition struck Zhang Chen, as he recalled the visage of this individual, Wang Jirun. This was the very person who had posted an abundance of food and water the previous night. To his astonishment, Wang Jirun was present in the neighborhood and had launched a surprise attack against him. "Ah, well done, Zhang Chen," Wang Jirun remarked with a sinister tone. "It appears I have underestimated you." Zhang Chen had previously sold weapons, which were swiftly snatched up. Although his name and likeness had only briefly appeared on the trading channel, Wang Jirun had been meticulously monitoring the auction for provisions, thus leading him to notice Zhang Chen. "Wang Jirun, you dare to ambush me?" Zhang Chen inquired. Yet Wang Jirun displayed no surprise at the mention of his name. With a calm smile, he replied, "Have you slain enough zombies? Or have you stumbled upon some other fortune?" Noticing Zhang Chen's silence, Wang Jirun chuckled lightly, continuing, "Ah, it matters not. I know that even if I were to inquire, you would remain reticent. Your potential is immense. Should you continue to grow, you may become a formidable force. Regrettably, I shall not allow anyone to surpass my strength. After I eliminate you, I shall gradually uncover the secrets of becoming stronger on my own." Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, a vigilant expression adorning his face as he inquired. Wang Jirun responded with a disdainful smirk. "What? Is there anything astonishing about that? You have your own methods of gaining strength, and I, of course, possess my own. Sharing them with you matters not, for you are soon to be a lifeless corpse. Although food and water may sell slowly, they remain valuable commodities. Thanks to those fools willing to exchange energy crystals for my provisions, I have been able to enhance my abilities without stepping outside. From here on, I shall exert my utmost effort. You have expended so much stamina. I wonder how much longer you can endure." In Wang Jirun's eyes, Zhang Chen was already a dead man. Their endurance, strength, and speed were evenly matched, yet Zhang Chen had just slain over 20 zombies, depleting much of his stamina. All attributes were equal, but Zhang Chen was slightly fatigued. Once a confrontation ensued, the outcome would be evident. Zhang Chen glanced at the self-satisfied Wang Jirun and suddenly threw his axe and riot shield to the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. This unexpected gesture caused the latter to pause, exclaiming, "What? Are you preparing to surrender? Or do you wish to utter some nonsense about teaming up and submitting to me? Do you think I am that foolish? I understand the dangers of nurturing a tiger. Today you must die." As Wang Jirun uttered these words, a deafening sound erupted. A small blood hole appeared on his forehead. He gazed at Zhang Chen in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and terror. His lips quivered as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. With a thud, Wang Jirun's legs buckled, and he knelt upon the ground. The clang of the kitchen knife hitting the floor echoed twice. Thus, he knelt and met his demise before Zhang Chen. Foolish, wasn't it? I possess a firearm. From the very beginning, he had no intention of engaging Wang Jirun in close combat. Was it not wiser to vanquish an adversary in one swift strike? Did he believe this was an action film? This is the apocalypse, a struggle for life and death. Swiftly eliminating the opponent is the true path. Thankfully, the woman in the tree had been vociferously shouting for over 20 minutes, drawing all the surrounding zombies. Otherwise, who could predict how many zombies Zhang Chen's gunshot would attract? Simultaneously, Zhang Chen was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated his marksmanship to be so precise. A clean headshot. Chapter 16. Can corpses be collected? The woman in the tree was now utterly terrified. After all, the psychological impact of slaying zombies is entirely different from that of taking a human life. Overwhelmed by fear, she was rendered speechless. After dispatching Wang Jirun, Zhang Chen slowly approached his lifeless body. To his surprise, the words "collect" appeared above it. Could it be that the corpses of survivors are also collectible? Collect. Hiss. Zhang Chen surmised that Wang Jirun must possess a plethora of resources, but he never imagined there would be so many. Not only was there an abundance of food and water, but also designed blueprints and supply box detectors. These are undoubtedly treasures. It goes without saying that this individual must have exchanged food and water for them. As for this certain scandalous video, what on earth is that? Trading food for such material? Hiss. Nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Zhang Chen, while regaining his strength, meticulously studied the contents. After completing his study, he clicked to destroy it. The video could not be extracted. It could only reside within the storage ring, taking up too much space. Zhang Chen then examined the sharpened tang knife design in the map fusion device. Sharpened tang knife design requires metal weapon 010, energy core 010, capable of forging an alloy tang knife that can cut through iron like mud, never wears out. Map Fusion Device allows the scanning of obtained maps into the fusion device, which can be summoned at any time in the form of a navigation map. Upon opening this map fusion device, it displayed only the architectural layout within a radius of approximately 100 meters. If the map were to be reduced in scale, it would reveal that aside from Zhang Chen's current location, all other areas were shrouded in darkness, resembling the fog of war in a game. With the map in hand, the surrounding fog would dissipate, transforming into a standard map. In the absence of a map, one could only rely on gradual exploration. Only the explored areas would manifest as they do on a map. The principle is quite similar to that of a game. Presently, Zhang Chen's backpack contained 2 firearms and ammunition, occupying 4 slots. He tucked the handgun behind his waist, thereby freeing up an additional slot. Wang Jirun possessed an abundance of resources. Aside from the remaining purified water and a certain destroyed video, he still required 9 more slots, just enough to accommodate everything. Zhang Chen rose to his feet, surveying the multitude of zombie corpses strewn about. These too were resources. Alas, his storage space was already at capacity, leaving no room for additional items. What to do? With all the nearby zombies eliminated, should other survivors happen upon this scene, he would have squandered the opportunity to collect over 20 corpses, and that would be a significant loss. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Chen. He had a solution. Upgrading the level 1 storage ring to level 2 required 10 fragments of storage rings. Just moments ago, he had collected 5 fragments from Wang Jirun. Now, with the bodies of a stout and a slender survivor lying on the ground, perhaps he could gather enough. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen began to clear away several zombie corpses and approached the tall, lean man to collect. This fellow was rather destitute, possessing only a single storage ring on his person, with nothing else to offer. Zhang Chen then moved to the side of the stout man and initiated collection. Ladies' underwear? This rotund individual had a peculiar penchant for such items. How bizarre. Zhang Chen promptly discarded the lingerie, entirely oblivious to the fact that its size closely resembled that of a woman perched on a tree nearby. At that moment, the woman's face flushed with heat, her neck tinged with crimson. Zhang Chen stored the fragments of the storage ring into his storage space. Ding. You are reminded that your storage ring currently meets the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Upgrade. Ding. You have lost 10 storage ring fragments and 5 energy crystal cores. The level of your storage ring has been elevated from level 1 to level 2. The storage capacity has increased from 12 slots to 24 slots. To reach level 3, you require 100 storage ring fragments and 50 energy crystal cores. The new feature at level 3 unlocks the vehicle warehouse, allowing you to store 1 vehicle. In an instant, the storage space has doubled. The previously full storage space now has an additional expanse. Now, one can continue to gather resources extensively. Zhang Chen began to collect from the corpses of the zombies one by one. He harvested from a total of 22 zombie bodies, acquiring 14 energy crystal cores, 1 keychain, 1 access card, 70 mutated fertilizer, 30 clean cloth, 1 chain lock, 1 solar flashlight, 2 kitchen knives, and 5 meat potato seeds. Zhang Chen stored all these items in the storage space, occupying 6 slots, leaving him with 6 slots remaining. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the meat potato seeds. Soon, a prompt appeared. Meat potato seeds, a unique edible plant of water blue star, resembling potatoes, with a taste akin to meat, known as meat potatoes, rich in protein, nutrients, and trace elements. Highly adaptable, with a maturation period of 4 months. Seeds for a crop? This is indeed a valuable find. The inherent food and water in the city are limited. As survivors scavenge, the supplies dwindle. It is only a matter of time before they face depletion. Self-sufficiency is the cornerstone of survival. Zhang Chen gazed at his upgrade progress. The energy crystal cores existed in the form of items before his upgrade and would not be consumed. To ascend from an ordinary person to a robust state required 10 energy crystal cores, while advancing from robust to exceptionally strong necessitated 50. However, after vanquishing his foe, he had only acquired 35 crystals, indicating that only the items within his storage ring could be collected in full. The absorbed energy cores yielded only a partial collection. It seemed he would need to eliminate approximately 70 more zombies, which was no simple task. Furthermore, how could he ensure the safe attraction of so many zombies? That posed another dilemma. As Zhang Chen pondered, his gaze fell upon a trembling woman hidden among the trees. Chapter 17. the function of the humanoid zombie summoner simultaneously. The woman caught sight of Zhang Chen. Witnessing the embodiment of death before her, fear washed over her features, and she stammered, "Please, don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. I will serve you, and I promise I will never betray you." An idea struck him. He tossed the half-empty bottle of purified water, abandoned by Wang Jirun, to the woman. Zhang Chen had no intention of consuming it. Yet discarding it would be wasteful. Instead, he decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. "Drink this water. I will not harm you," he said calmly. Thank you. She replied, her voice laced with relief. "Could you assist me in descending from this tree?" The woman uttered, her voice trembling slightly. "I promise to repay you. I am willing to comply with your every wish. I shall let you down, but not at this moment. You will remain atop this tree for the night. I assure you, I will release you by tomorrow," Zhang Chen replied. "What? I must spend the night in the tree?" she echoed, a hint of anxiety lacing her words. "Well, very well then. I shall remain here for the night." Zhang Chen chose to disregard her further. He proceeded to scour the nearby supermarket at the entrance of the community. It quickly became evident that there was little of value left to salvage. Anything remotely worthwhile had already been claimed by Wang Jirun. The remaining supplies were either spoiled or had succumbed to the decay wrought by a peculiar red mushroom. The items that once adorned the cashier's counter were now strewn across the floor, the tables having been pushed together. It was apparent that Wang Jirun had spent the night curled upon a tabletop measuring merely 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. Such a narrow space would not only hinder any attempt to stretch out, but would likely result in a tumble from the table with even the slightest shift during sleep. One could only wonder how Wang Jirun endured the night. It was certainly not as comfortable as Zhang Chen, who lay upon a soft mattress in a serene bedroom. Zhang Chen continued his search through several adjacent shops, yet found nothing of use. The bun shop was no exception. Its offerings had all been overtaken by the insidious red mushrooms. Any food lacking vacuum-sealed packaging had fallen victim to contamination. The main entrance is separated from the outside world by a sturdy metal fence, approximately 1.5 to 6 meters in height. Zhang Chen grasped the railing firmly and shook it vigorously, yet the fence only trembled slightly. The entire main gate features a small door equipped with a card access system. Currently ajar, as the electromagnetic lock appears to be malfunctioning, lacking any magnetic pull. As soon as the small door gently met the frame, it swayed open again shortly after. Zhang Chen retrieved a chain lock from his storage space, wrapping it around the small door and the frame twice, reducing its length to the shortest possible extent. With a decisive click, he secured the lock. This action established a defensive line at the community's entrance, effectively keeping the external zombies at bay. Zhang Chen's plan was straightforward. No matter how loud the woman's voice might be, it could not attract more zombies. Actively luring them would be perilous. Thus, waiting for the zombies to come to him seemed wiser. By nightfall, the zombies would be able to detect humans by scent, and the woman in the tree would serve as a natural bait, drawing all the zombies from outside the community toward the wall. The following morning, Zhang Chen would simply eliminate the zombies one by one from behind the wall, safe, efficient, and with a significant number to contend with. At this moment, the sun was gradually descending, with approximately 2 hours remaining before it vanished completely behind the buildings. Time was of the essence. Zhang Chen glanced at the sharpened Tang Dao design in a storage space requiring 10 metal weapons and 10 energy cores. The energy crystal core poses no issue. Wherever there are zombies, energy crystal cores abound. The current predicament lies in acquiring 10 metallic weapons. Presently, Zhang Chen possesses 4 kitchen knives, a fruit knife, and a fire axe, which amounts to 6 metallic weapons. He must procure 4 more. Zhang Chen's attention turned to the peculiar keychain he had recently collected. This keychain was unlike the ordinary ones carried by most individuals. It comprised an array of keys including a house key, access card, office key, car key, and more, all intertwined in a singular assortment. This keychain bore 5 keys, each identical in appearance, adorned with tape that displayed numbers. The keys appeared to be door keys. Zhang Chen felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Could it be that this zombie was a landlord, equipped with keys to 5 different properties? As Zhang Chen scrutinized the keychain, a prompt reappeared. "You are quite fortunate. These are the keys to Building 8. You really ought to try your luck at the lottery. If such a thing still exists in this world, could it truly be the keys to Building 8? A thrill surged within Zhang Chen. The prospect of clearing an entire building was within reach. He hurriedly navigated towards Building 8. Distinct from the other residential blocks, Building 8 stood alone on a small island, encircled by water on all sides. Access was granted solely via a stone bridge. The island spanned the size of a football field, adorned with small gardens flourishing with a vibrant array of blossoms. This locale was indeed advantageous, easily defensible yet difficult to breach. In the future, it may serve as a stronghold. A prompt reappeared. There are no zombies here. But there is a hungry little creature. Zhang Chen was taken aback. A hungry little creature? What on earth could that be? Yet, the prompt revealed no further information. Well, since it was referred to as a little creature, it should pose no threat, right? He decided to enter. As he swiped the access card, he stepped inside. The air was fresh, devoid of any scent of blood or the foul stench of decay from zombies. The floor was immaculate, free from any traces of blood. Building No. 8 was a spacious residence, containing only a single unit on each floor. There was an elevator and a secure stairwell. Following the key's numerical sequence, Zhang Chen opened each door, thoroughly searching each apartment. The layout and decor were nearly identical, as if freshly renovated. The furniture and appliances were new, untouched by any occupants before the outbreak. Consequently, the refrigerator was barren, lacking food and clean water. However, the kitchen utensils were well stocked. Zhang Chen conducted his search from the first floor to the fifth, amassing a total of 10 kitchen knives and 5 paring knives. Chapter 18. The Sudden Surge of Corpses. This place felt utterly secure. No one had ventured here, nor had he encountered any so-called little creatures. Putting that aside for the moment, Zhang Chen opted to settle in the apartment on the 5th floor. This choice was motivated by the fact that the 5th floor offered the highest vantage point and the broadest view. Furthermore, it provided direct access to the rooftop, which featured a small garden. Zhang Chen intended to cultivate some tubers there, hoping to experiment with gardening. Residing on the 5th floor would facilitate the care of these crops, especially while daylight still lingered. From this moment onward, this place shall serve as Zhang Chen's stronghold. Everything is in readiness. The final rays of sunlight have gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, heralding yet another night of the undead's frenzy. Zhang Chen gently pressed the switch for the electric curtains, and in an instant, the blackout curtains in every room on the 5th floor slowly descended, shrouding the space in utter darkness. He then activated the awakening mode, and soon, every light in the rooms illuminated, casting a brightness akin to that of day. The curtains effectively insulated the room's illumination from the outside world. Even if someone stood below, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern if the lights were on within this chamber. Indeed, I find great pleasure in this modern, intelligent home. Seated upon a plush leather sofa, Zhang Chen casually retrieved a bottle of purified water and gulped down nearly half of it in one go. Refreshing. In such an environment, indulging in copious amounts of water is an extravagant delight. Many would covet marking a bottle with measurements, sipping only a small amount when parched beyond measure. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading channel, and in an instant, a flurry of notifications regarding successful auctions appeared before him. All 60-odd rolls of toilet paper he had listed for sale were completely sold out. After a brief tally, he discovered he had acquired keys, 22, access cards, 15, fruit knives, 7, safe keys, 5, car keys, 8. All of this was exchanged for less than a single roll of toilet paper. Once time permits, I shall utilize these keys to their fullest potential and reap significant rewards. Moreover, this fruit knife can be resold once again. Although its value has diminished significantly by the second day compared to its initial worth upon arrival, it still retains a market. The profits are astonishing. At this moment, I observe the auction channel, where numerous individuals have followed suit by listing rolls of toilet paper. Perhaps due to fierce bidding, the toilet paper is now being sold by the roll. However, the prevailing demand remains focused on food, water, and energy crystals. While toilet paper is indeed a sought-after item, it hardly warrants a trade for energy crystals. The auction house is predominantly filled with an array of peculiar and useless items. Food and water continue to be in high demand. Occasionally, someone may offer energy crystals for exchange. I have already consumed the food and water provided by the system, and I find myself both hungry and thirsty. Is there anyone willing to share some sustenance? I am famished. By the way, why has the esteemed Wang Zhirun ceased to sell food and water? He mentioned this morning that he had a large quantity of resources to offer. After much effort, I managed to crush a zombie upstairs with a flower pot and collected an energy crystal, yet the price of food has skyrocketed. Perhaps the esteemed one has found a captivating companion and is indulging in their own world. Is anyone near 5th Middle School? I have food and water, Ladies, please message me, but men need not apply. Guanxian, where are you? If you see this, do message me. I have been searching for you for quite some time. Is there anyone who knows me? I seek to form a team, exclusively with acquaintances. I dare not venture outside. The zombies are far too terrifying. Young ladies with appealing figures. I have videos for sale, customizable content, negotiable prices. Esteemed individuals with food and water, please reach out to me. The individuals in the chat channel remain oblivious to the demise of Wang Jiran. Meanwhile, the prices of food and water in the auction house have surged dramatically. Yet there are no buyers. The rationale behind this predicament is quite straightforward. Crystals can only be obtained through the elimination of zombies. Survivors capable of vanquishing these creatures naturally possess the ability to venture forth in search of sustenance and water. Take the city as a case in point. Restaurants and small supermarkets are ubiquitous, and it is entirely plausible for residents to stockpile provisions within their homes. Thus, for those survivors adept at acquiring crystals, food and water are in ample supply, and crystals are reserved for personal upgrades. Conversely, those lacking the prowess to confront zombies are unable to procure crystals for purchase. Consequently, the prices of food and water in the auction house have reached their current state. Zhang Chen will neither expend precious crystals to exchange for resources nor list his resources in return for energy crystals. Not only are resources virtually unsellable, but doing so would also expose the fact that he possesses a wealth of supplies. Until Zhang Chen attains a position of absolute dominance, survival through caution is paramount. Presently, the survivor camp has grown to encompass 15 individuals, and our combat prowess is advancing rapidly. Our combat team is now capable of simultaneously dispatching approximately 3 zombies. In the near future, we plan to assault a nearby large supermarket, and survivors participating in the attack will receive priority in resource allocation. I invite everyone to message me privately with your location, and I will assemble a team to rescue you. Additionally, please remain vigilant. I have recently noticed a group of 6 individuals, approximately 4 men and 2 women, seemingly engaged in robbing isolated survivors. Please take care to protect yourselves. Zhang Hao seized the moment once again, making his presence felt and sharing some intriguing information. Has the number of camp members increased? Zhang Chen remained silent. Indeed, there is strength in numbers, but teamwork brings both advantages and disadvantages. In a post-apocalyptic world, particularly in situations of extreme resource scarcity, the darker facets of human nature often manifest in stark relief. Zhang Chen continued to peruse the chat channel when suddenly, a message caught his attention. Another dull day on the rooftop. Today I witnessed 3 survivors devoured by zombies. The undead have a penchant for lurking in shadowy corners, so everyone must be vigilant while venturing out. One must exercise utmost caution, for life is but a single thread. Additionally, a friendly reminder, there is a massive horde of corpses on Welcome Road, densely packed and seemingly endless. For those nearby, please take care to avoid that area. Unbelievably, there are also some bizarre entities within this horde, grotesque in appearance, crawling along the ground. Furthermore, there are towering giant zombies, even taller than a bus. Good heavens, this is akin to a zombie exhibition. For those in the vicinity of Welcome Road, if possible, it would be prudent to keep your distance. Chapter 19. The origin of the blueprints. Upon the utterance of these words, the chat channel erupted in chaos. No way. I thought these ordinary zombies were already the pinnacle of horror. Could there truly be even more terrifying beings? Something taller than a bus. Is that still a zombie? It's more akin to a monster. Did the system not state that the suppression of the game would gradually lift after 30 days? How is it that such grotesque zombies exist now? I am utterly bewildered about my location. Where is Welcome Road, and how can I navigate around it? This is maddening. Absorbing energy cores can enhance one's power, so everyone, let us swiftly eliminate the zombies. This world has become exceedingly terrifying by the 30-day mark. It will surely resemble a hellish nightmare. Alas, I must urgently withdraw the energy cores from trade. These items are truly not meant for sale. We seek refuge. We seek refuge. There are 6 of us sisters together, and we implore the valiant young men for protection. Zhang Chen was somewhat astonished by the previous message. He never anticipated that, even under suppression, the zombies could be so monstrous, taller than a bus. In that case, I must expedite my own enhancement. Zhang Chen took out this sharp and tanged-out design. Yet, it seems prudent to synthesize it first. After all, even if one reaches the physical limits of humanity, the damage dealt pales in comparison to that of a well-crafted weapon. Click to synthesize. Ding. You have lost 10 metal weapons, energy cores x10. Congratulations. You have acquired the sharpened alloy Tang Dao. A gleaming Tang Dao materialized before Zhang Chen, its blade adorned with intricately engraved patterns. Let us test the efficacy of this weapon. Zhang Chen brandished the Tang Dao lightly at the coffee table. Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared. Zhang Chen barely felt any resistance. At one corner of the wooden coffee table, a piece had been meticulously sliced off. Such sharpness. Had this action been executed with a fire axe, it would have required immense force, and the cut would certainly not have been so smooth. With this weapon in hand, the task of dispatching zombies became considerably simpler. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was a private message from Zhao Xie, who had exchanged half a bottle of water with Zhang Chen yesterday for a map and a key. Are you there? Yes. I possess the blueprint for a basic water purifier. Can I trade it for some water? I am on the verge of dying of thirst. Zhang Chen clicked on the blueprint. Blueprint for a basic water purifier. Requires 1 ordinary water purifier and 5 energy cores. Basic water purifier. Capable of purifying contaminated water into mildly polluted water. Mildly polluted water can be used for washing faces, bathing, and watering plants. But it is not suitable for drinking, as it carries a significant risk of inducing diarrhea and dysentery. This device might hold little value for others. After much effort, the purified water was still undrinkable. What a complete waste. However, for Zhang Chen, its significance was entirely different. The growth of meat potatoes depended on water and fertilizer. Fertilizer was no issue. He had accumulated hundreds in his storage space. Yet, the supply of irrigable water was evidently insufficient. He couldn't possibly use the pure drinking water to water the plants, could he? That would be utterly extravagant. All right, but you must tell me where you acquired this blueprint. Zhang Chen inquired. It was indeed peculiar. Despite having slain so many zombies, he had not obtained a single blueprint, while Wang Jirun, who had not killed a single zombie, somehow possessed a design for a Tang sword. Zhao Xie found herself ensnared within the confines of the security room, yet she managed to acquire the design blueprint. Was this one of the conditions for exchange? Hesitantly, Zhao Xie inquired. Indeed, one could even assert that your intelligence holds far greater value than this blueprint. If the information you provide proves beneficial to me, I shall contemplate trading you half a bottle of water, Zhang Chen replied. Of course, this half bottle of water would still be the remnants of what he had just consumed. Well then, very well. Sooner or later, you will uncover the truth. I have discovered numerous supply crates scattered throughout the university campus. I seized the opportunity while the zombies at the entrance were distracted to open a nearby supply crate, from which I obtained this blueprint. Zhao Xie candidly shared the details. Believing Zhang Chen to be a good person, the mention of numerous supply crates piqued Zhang Chen's interest. Having recently entered the game, he had opened a level 1 supply crate and acquired a physique potion, allowing him to gain an edge over others. If he could swiftly secure the supply crates on the university campus, it would undoubtedly bestow upon him a significant advantage. Truly, I am not deceiving you. The crate I opened was of level 1, wooden in structure, and appeared quite rudimentary. I observed supply crates at the entrance of the teaching buildings and on the playground. Furthermore, I even spotted a golden level 3 supply crate. Fearing Zhang Chen might doubt her, Zhao Xie meticulously described the locations and appearances of the supply crates. Zhang Chen had never encountered a level 3 supply box, yet the description of the level 1 supply box was entirely consistent with what he had observed. I believe you, Zhang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Thank you for believing me. I knew you were a good person. Zhao Xie replied, somewhat touched. I am no such paragon, and I advise you to refrain from placing your trust too easily in anyone who claims to be a good person. Anyone can don a mask of deception, especially a stunning girl like you, who inevitably becomes the object of desire for other male survivors. Being too trusting often leads to dire consequences. Zhang Chen coldly corrected her. I understand. I know you mean well. I am capable of protecting myself. Thank you, Zhao Xie said, displaying 3 energy cores. As she gazed at the handsome figure in the chat, warmth flooded her heart. Did you slay zombies? Upon seeing the energy cores, Zhang Chen could not help but be taken aback. Indeed, there happened to be a military dagger in the supply box, so I gave it a try. I was quite frightened and nervous during my first encounter with a zombie. However, I felt that if I struck from the shadows, my chances of success would be significantly higher. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare. Zhao Xie excitedly shared her experiences with Zhang Chen. Chapter 20, Howling Moonwolf King. This girl could actually kill zombies? This revelation compelled Zhang Chen to reevaluate the seemingly delicate and beautiful girl before him. In the chat channel, how many girls would rather sell themselves than take a single step outside their doors? One can hardly confront the undead, merely awaiting the benevolence or rescue from others. Yet Zhao Xie boldly dares to slay zombies? She has vanquished at least 5 or 6 of them. Are you there? What is the matter? Why have you fallen silent? Could it be that you have encountered some peril? I hastily inquired. No, I am merely astonished. You are remarkably skilled, capable of dispatching so many zombies. Moreover, as long as one remains silent in a one-on-one confrontation, these zombies are quite manageable, Zhao Xie declared with pride. Oh, by the way, it seemed she suddenly recalled something and said, Today, I collected a locked diary from a zombie. I noticed you have an affinity for peculiar items, so I am uncertain if this will be of any use to you. Zhang Chen tapped on the locked diary. This is a diary of the indigenous people from the old world. The system provided no special prompts. However, at that moment, a notification appeared. Collecting such diaries is immensely beneficial for understanding mutated creatures and this world. Furthermore, who in their right mind writes a diary? To comprehend mutated creatures? Indeed, the monsters before us are those that have been suppressed. Who knows how terrifying the unrestrained creatures could be? Gaining prior knowledge is always prudent. This diary is valuable. What would you like to exchange for it? Zhang Chen inquired. It is merely a diary. If you desire it, I shall gladly give it to you. Zhao Xie smiled sweetly and promptly initiated the trade. She placed the bloodstained diary on the trading table and promptly clicked to lock it. As soon as Zhang Chen clicked to confirm, the transaction would be deemed successful. I do not relish taking what belongs to others. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment before placing the pink bear quilt from Building 3 onto the trading table. He clicked to trade. Oh, how did you know I was in dire need of a quilt? Zhao Xie exclaimed. The ground was too cold at night, often rousing her from sleep. With this, things would be much better. At least she could enjoy a comfortable slumber at night. And it's in my favorite pink. Thank you, Zhao Xie said excitedly. Holding the quilt, she took a whiff, and it seemed to retain the masculine scent of Zhang Chen. This made her cheeks flush. Well, in the future, if you come across anything good, feel free to contact me. I can offer you a price above the auction value, Zhang Chen remarked. All right, thank you, Zhao Xie replied with a smiling face. Goodbye. Good night. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Chen closed the chat window. Generally, survivors, when deprived of food and water, tend to follow Zhao Xie's example, endeavoring to sleep early or lying flat to conserve energy. However, Zhang Chen was different. If food and water were likened to currency, he was undoubtedly a super-rich individual in this apocalyptic world. Having food and water in abundance, measured by the hundreds, was a prospect that no survivor would dare to imagine. It was dinner time. Zhang Chen hummed a little tune as he ignited the gas stove. Unfortunately, the frozen meat was yet to be consumed. For the next few meals, he would have to continue eating meat. Alas, how monotonous and dreary. Is this the discourse of a human? If other survivors were to witness Zhang Chen indulging in meat with such nonchalance, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Most survivors are relying on a single can of luncheon meat dispatched by the system, meticulously rationing it to last them 2 days. Some even resort to foraging for unknown wild fruits to stave off hunger. Yet here is Zhang Chen, devouring meat with abandon. In the realm of survival, this is utterly excessive. Sizzle, sizzle. The perfectly balanced slices of meat exude an enticing aroma as they cook in the skillet. Once one side attains a golden hue, Zhang Chen deftly flips it over, commencing the cooking of the opposite side. The art of frying meat is indeed a meticulous craft. One must not flip it too frequently, for that would cause the juices and moisture within to evaporate swiftly, resulting in a tough and unpalatable texture. Conversely, allowing one side to cook thoroughly before turning it ensures that the meat retains its succulence and delightful flavor. Most importantly, it renders the meat tender and delectable. This wisdom is gleaned from Zhang Chen's years of savoring barbecued delicacies. As he observes the other side nearing completion, Zhang Chen lightly sprinkles some salt and black pepper atop the meat. It is ready to serve. A rich aroma instantly permeates the entire room. Time to feast. Zhang Chen prepares his utensils, and, just as he is about to indulge, he senses a pair of eyes fixated on him from the corner. What could it be? Instinctively, Zhang Chen lowers his body and rolls to the side. Then, with habitual swiftness, he produces his explosive shield and sharpened Tang Dao. Gore. Roar. That sound. It seems rather juvenile. Zhang Chen focused his gaze and soon discovered In the corner of the kitchen, a fluffy little white dog measuring over 20 centimeters in length. The creature bared its teeth at Zhang Chen, emitting a soft growl. Anomalous energy beast, Howling Moon Wolf King Cub, combat talent, S-class, tameable. The name Howling Moon Wolf King sounded rather impressive, and it could be tamed as a pet. An S-class one at that. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The little creature barked, showing its teeth while warily observing Zhang Chen. It was likely drawn by the enticing aroma of meat. The earlier hint about a cute little companion must have referred to this furry fellow. Come here is a tasty morsel. Zhang Chen sheathed his weapon and shield, slicing a small piece of meat and holding it in his hand. He crouched down, smiling at the distant white dog. The pup remained cautious, lifting its head as if engaged in an internal struggle. It's really delicious, you should try it. Zhang Chen took a bite of the meat, chewing audibly to entice the little one. This time, the dog could no longer resist. Its bright, clear eyes widened, fixated on Zhang Chen's mouth, drool spilling from the corners of its mouth. Here you go, this piece is for you. Zhang Chen cut another piece of meat, this time placing it on the ground while smiling at the puppy. Unable to resist the savory scent, the little dog cautiously approached Zhang Chen, swiftly snatching the meat and swallowing it in mere bites, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on him. Chapter 21 shall henceforth refer to you as Air Pang. The mutated energy beast cub, affection level, 20. Upon reaching an affection level of 100, it shall be permanently bound to its master, never to betray. The current combat prowess of the mutated energy beast cub is comparable to that of an exceptionally strong human wielding a weapon. What? The combat strength of such a diminutive creature is on par with my own? Preposterous. Who does it think it is? Surely, there has been some mistake. Zhang Chen was taken aback by the information presented. Nevertheless, he decided to tame it first. Ah, so consuming meat can enhance affection? How delightful. Zhang Chen sliced off another piece and tossed it directly before the little dog. Feast. The pup wasted no time, eagerly chewing away. In a short while, it had consumed every last morsel, and it even licked its lips, seemingly inquiring, is there more? The mutated energy beast cub, affection level, 40. It has increased. What a glutton. Zhang Chen promptly cut a slice of beef into smaller pieces and arranged them on a plate before himself. This time, the little dog exhibited a marked reduction in its wariness towards Zhang Chen. With its tail wagging joyfully, it approached and began to devour the food voraciously. The mutated energy beast cub, affection level, 60. The mutated energy beast cub, affection level, 80. The mutated energy beast cub, affection level, 100. Just as the pup finished devouring all the beef on the plate, its eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, emanating a faint glow. Subsequently, the system relayed a notification, ding. Congratulations on successfully taming your battle pet. Please bestow a name upon your companion. What shall it be? This little dog, resplendent in its snowy white fur, is particularly adorable. Moreover, it belongs to the formidable species known as the Howling Moon Wolf King. It seems fitting to name it Air Pao. Air Pao was a Labrador that Zhang Chen had previously cared for. The voracious appetite of this little dog mirrors that of the Labrador to a remarkable degree. Air Pao. Zhang Chen called gently. Woof. Air Pao appeared to comprehend that Zhang Chen was addressing it, joyfully wagging its tail and affectionately nuzzling against Zhang Chen's pant leg. So well behaved. Zhang Chen tenderly patted Air Pao's fluffy little head. In this apocalyptic world, having a companion means he will no longer feel lonely. Zhang Chen accessed the pet interface, which promptly displayed Air Pao's basic information. Name, Air Pao species. Energy mutated beast, Howling Moon Wolf King favorite foods. Meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects. Skills, combat amplification. Upon entering battle, its size, strength, speed, and mass will exponentially increase. This little creature can actually consume zombies? A thought sparked in Zhang Chen's mind. He hastily retrieved a lump of mutated fertilizer from his storage space. Finding an iron basin from the kitchen, he placed the substance inside. This was harvested from the remains of a zombie. He wondered if Air Pao would eat it. Come, Air Pao, give this a try. Zhang Chen gently tapped the iron basin. Woof. Upon seeing such a generous portion of meat, Air Pao's tail wagged enthusiastically like a fan, and it eagerly leaped forward. He began to chew heartily. The mutated fertilizer could indeed serve as dog food. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. If that were the case, he wouldn't have to waste food by sharing it with Air Pao. The little creature was already consuming more than he did, despite its diminutive size. Zhang Chen had been troubled, pondering where to procure food for it once it grew larger. Now, all his concerns had been effortlessly resolved. There were still over 200 pieces of mutated fertilizer in storage, which would certainly suffice for AirPow for quite some time. Perfect. This little fellow could really eat. Not only did it finish a pound of beef, but it also devoured an entire hefty portion of mutated fertilizer. One should note that this large bowl of mutated fertilizer appeared even bigger than AirPow itself. Yet, astonishingly, the little creature managed to consume it all. Its belly swelled roundly. After licking its lips, AirPow wobbled over to Zhang Chen's side and, with a thud, collapsed onto the ground. Shortly after, its eyes drooped shut and it fell asleep. Truly a carefree little creature, eating and then dozing off. Zhang Chen finished the remaining beef and then took some time to pan-fry a large chunk of frozen meat, storing it in his storage ring. Since time stood still within the storage ring, he need not worry about spoilage. The steaming hot fried meat, whenever retrieved, would always be fresh, as if just cooked mere seconds ago. This way, Zhang Chen could enjoy hot, sizzling meat at any time. Subsequently, he combined the water purifier from his room with 5 energy crystals, creating a basic water purifier. A device resembling a purification filter was affixed by Zhang Chen to the shower head. Gently, he turned on the water supply. In an instant, the previously murky, reddish-brown water transformed into crystal-clear liquid. Zhang Chen understood that, despite its pristine appearance, the water remained tainted. It was certainly unfit for direct consumption. Yet bathing in it was permissible. With an array of shower gel and shampoo at his disposal, Zhang Chen indulged in a refreshing shower, followed by a delightful slumber on his bed. The following day, Zhang Chen was roused from his sleep by the affectionate licks of AirPang, the fluffy little creature. It tirelessly licked one side of his face, then the other, and upon noticing Zhang Chen's awakening, it excitedly pranced around the bed, wagging its tail in joy. What woof? Is it dawn already? Zhang Chen drew back the electric blackout curtains, and a golden beam of morning light flooded the room. Ha ha ha. AirPang panted excitedly, tongue lolling out. You must be hungry and ready for breakfast. Zhang Chen chuckled, realizing that AirPang seemed to have grown a tad since their last encounter. Come eat up. He retrieved a generous portion of mutated fertilizer and placed it in a metal basin. Woof. AirPang obediently settled beside the basin, its tail sweeping the floor like a broom. You may begin. At Zhang Chen's gesture, it started to devour the food voraciously. The little creature certainly exhibited a commendable sense of decorum. Chapter 22. Encountering a robbery crew. Zhang Chen ascended the stairs to the rooftop. He uprooted all the peculiar plants growing in the flower pots, then planted 5 seed tubers in several large pots and watered them. The seed tubers began to sprout, with a maturation period of 120 days. 120 days? That means it will take 4 months to mature? Not to mention, who knows what the world will look like a month from now? Suddenly, he remembered the mutagenic fertilizer. Wasn't it said to accelerate the growth of crops? Zhang Chen took out a large bundle of the mutagenic fertilizer. Ding! Each crop can only use fertilizer once a day. Are you sure you want to use the mutagenic fertilizer? Note: using the mutagenic fertilizer can shorten the maturation period of the tubers by 10 days. Only 10 days. That seems a bit underwhelming. Zhang Chen frowned. At present, the first 30 days appeared relatively safe. This was the time to accumulate food. No one knew what would transpire after 30 days. Therefore, the more the maturation period could be shortened, the more tubers could be produced, leading to greater food accumulation. Synthesis. Zhang Chen combined 10 mutagenic fertilizers to create one accelerating fertilizer. The accelerating fertilizer could reduce the growth period of the tubers by 60 days. This was promising. Although the total time reduction offered by the accelerating fertilizer was less than that of 10 mutagenic fertilizers, time was of the essence, and he had to opt for the accelerating fertilizer. Using accelerating fertilizer. Ding. The usage was successful. The growth of the tubers accelerated dramatically, as if viewed through fast forward. From rooting, sprouting to growth, the transformation occurred at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, 5 half-meter tall broadleaf plants emerged in the flower pot. The meat potato still requires 60 days to mature. Accelerated fertilizer had only been used halfway, with more available for tomorrow. Zhang Chen piled the accelerated fertilizer beside the flower pot. He hastily had a quick breakfast before departing from building number 8 with AirPow, who obediently trailed at Zhang Chen's heels. Occasionally, it would glance around absent-mindedly or pause to sniff a corner of the ground. However, it would swiftly resume its pace to stay alongside Zhang Chen. The duo soon arrived at the entrance of the community, where a scene unfolded that ignited Zhang Chen's fury. A group of 4 or 5 survivors was gathered at the community's entrance, slaying the zombies that Zhang Chen had lured there the previous day. A woman trapped in a tree had been rescued, her hands bound to a street lamp like a prisoner. These survivors were armed with an assortment of weapons. Some wielded baseball bats, others brandished fruit knives, and a few held cleavers. They were busily clearing the zombies congregating at the community's entrance. Thanks to the protective railing, the zombies were unable to attack the survivors, rendering the situation an extraordinary stroke of luck for them. Yet, they failed to consider who had orchestrated the arrival of these zombies. They were pillaging Zhang Chen's hard-earned spoils. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Chen bellowed in anger, swiftly drawing his sharpened Tang Dao. With his other hand, he lifted a riot shield. Air Pow, sensing its master's wrath, bared its teeth and emitted a low, warning growl. Is someone there?" Upon noticing that there was only one person accompanied by a small dog, Zhang Chen's expression shifted. The sense of vigilance diminished significantly in an instant. What to do? A burly man with a bushy beard glanced at the woman in the low-cut outfit, mistakenly believing that Zhang Chen was interested in her. He couldn't help but chuckle, declaring, "I spotted this woman first. She belongs to me now. If you desire her, you may exchange food for her. Alternatively, I find your Tang Dao rather appealing. Perhaps you could lend it to me for a while. And this little dog, though small, could serve as a delightful morsel for us." Ha ha. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, the others displayed glimmers of greed in their eyes and laughed maliciously. "Woman? What woman? I speak of zombies. Release those zombies. They are mine. I present you with 2 choices. First, keep your distance from the corpses and leave at once, and I shall spare you. Second, I shall annihilate you all and then proceed to collect the zombies. The choice is yours." Zhang Chen spoke slowly, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Goodness, this fellow is rather audacious. Just one person, acting so arrogant. Does he still believe there are rules of precedence in this world? Ha ha ha. It seems this lad has yet to grasp the situation. We are many, and he stands alone, claiming he will slay us. These zombies were discovered by us, and thus they belong to us, including that woman. Several of his underlings jeered mockingly. The bearded man chuckled softly, then suddenly his expression turned cold as he said, "Had you fled immediately, I might have refrained from pursuing a solitary survivor like you. You would have had a sliver of hope. However, now, I have changed my mind. I shall claim this Tang Dao, this little dog, and all the belongings in your storage space." As he spoke, the bearded man, accompanied by several underlings, began to encircle Zhang Chen slowly. Zhang Chen observed their personnel configuration with a cold gaze. 4 men and 1 woman, armed with a watermelon knife, a baseball bat, 2 kitchen knives, and a fruit knife. 4 men and 1 woman? This suddenly reminded Zhang Chen of a conversation in the chat channel yesterday, where someone mentioned a group of survivors nearby who were robbing others, consisting of 4 men and 2 women. Could they not be that very group? Or perhaps there was another woman hiding. Regardless, a survivor group that roams freely in this apocalypse is undoubtedly not to be trifled with. In these times, one must either avoid offending others or maintain a distance from trouble. Since an offense has been made, one must eliminate the root of the problem. My apologies, little one. I fear your revenge, so you shall meet your end here today. The bearded man loosened his shoulders and retrieved a modified cutting board from his storage. On one side of the board, a grip had been affixed, allowing it to serve as a shield. The others also produced their makeshift armor. Whether it be frying pans or pot lids, anything usable was employed. The dried bloodstains on the shield indicated that this group had endured numerous battles. How foolish of this man to even bring a puppy along. His provisions must be plentiful. Otherwise, how could he sustain the pup? In a moment, you shall launch a frontal assault while I seize the pup. Before this man, I shall dismember the creature, and when he is distracted, you shall take the opportunity to eliminate him. The tattooed woman continued to devise strategies. Very well, let us proceed thus. The bearded man grinned widely, a sinister smile gracing his lips. This tattooed woman essentially served as the brain of the entire team. Under her counsel, several individuals initially embarked upon a path of robbery. On the first day, they eliminated several survivors and successfully plundered provisions. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, they became insatiable. Every survivor and zombie encountered along their journey was dispatched without mercy. The sole reason they spared the woman in revealing attire was that they discovered her willingness to go to any lengths to survive. She is easily manipulable. In the future, She could be employed to seduce fellow survivors, thereby undermining them from within. Get him, you little brat. Die. The bearded man roared, charging forward with 3 accomplices. Something is amiss. Zhang Chen's expression hardened. In a typical confrontation, the best strategy is to strike unexpectedly. The adversary, seasoned in battle, could not possibly be ignorant of such a simple principle. Yet they deliberately threatened to kill him, raising his suspicions. They surely harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, Zhang Chen noticed that the bearded man's gaze flicked towards his upper left behind him at the moment he spoke. In the midst of battle, both sides would undoubtedly focus intently on their opponent. The bearded man gazed in that direction, which only indicated one thing: an ambush lay in wait. His words were merely a ruse to divert attention towards themselves. The true trump card awaited behind. In a flash of insight, Zhang Chen comprehended this truth. He swiftly rolled on the ground and raised his blast shield to deflect the impending threat. A thunderous crash resounded as an arrow struck the shield with tremendous force, ricocheting high into the air. Indeed, there was an ambush. A woman concealed in the shadows wielded a bow and arrow. Zhang Chen had to concede that this band of robbers possessed considerable skill. They were ruthless, cunning, and adept at setting traps. They embodied all the essential traits for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Ordinary survivors would find it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand against such a formidable group. Had they not encountered Zhang Chen today, they would undoubtedly have become local tyrants in the future. Alas, they had misjudged their opponent. How could he have discerned their plot? This individual was more formidable than any adversary they had faced before. With such thoughts, they resolved not to leave any survivors. Brothers, charge. Kill. The bearded man bellowed as he surged forward. The tattooed woman nimbly sidestepped, dashing towards the portly man. Perfect. Let me test the power of my sharpened Tang Dao. Zhang Chen did not retreat, but instead advanced towards the group of survivors. He chose not to fire his weapon, for the numbers were too great for a mere few shots to resolve the situation. Moreover, the zombies were perilously close. They were particularly sensitive to sound, and gunfire would incite a frenzy among the horde. When the time comes, the mere barriers of the community fence will prove utterly insufficient to restrain them. They might even leap over the fence, one atop the other. At that point, not only will Zhang Chen's meticulously crafted layout be rendered futile, but with the sharpened Tang Dao in hand, facing 4 adversaries will pose little challenge. Moreover, there is Air Pang to consider. Air Pang, go! Zhang Chen bellowed, raising the Tang Dao and aiming for the bearded man's head. Seeing Zhang Chen take the offensive caught the bearded man off guard, and a cold smirk crept across his face. Ah, he is ultimately too young. The blast shield is an excellent defensive tool. It boasts a large surface area, formidable impact resistance, and its transparency allows one to observe the opponent's tactical maneuvers. Had Zhang Chen wielded the shield defensively, it would have been quite challenging for the group armed with nothing but a watermelon knife, a fruit knife, and a baseball bat to inflict any harm upon him. However, Zhang Chen's proactive assault changed the equation. If he could merely deflect Zhang Chen's strike and then deliver a kick, the other 3 could swarm him, and Zhang Chen would surely meet his demise. What a fool! The bearded man chuckled coldly, then raised the cutting board to block the attack. His imposing physique and considerable strength fortified his defense. The cutting board was made of thick wood, and even a cleaver would struggle to penetrate it. Blocking the Tang Dao would be a trivial matter. If luck favored him, the blade might even become lodged in the cutting board. That would simplify the battle even further. However, before the bearded man could fully entertain this notion, he felt a sudden chill in his arm. In an instant, a segment of his arm, along with the thick cutting board, was severed, blood gushing forth from the wound. Ah! The bearded man screamed in agony. Zhang Chen did not grant him a moment to react. With a swift motion, he severed the bearded man's head from his body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the faces of the 3 men behind him. What? The boss is dead. Avenge our leader. With a series of rapid strikes, Zhang Chen wielded his blade with lethal precision. Each slash effortlessly severed the opponent's weapons before landing on their flesh, drawing forth crimson life. Whatever the weapon, be it a kitchen knife or a baseball bat, was rendered as fragile as tofu in the presence of Zhang Chen's sharpened Tang knife. In an instant, the 4 men who had dared to confront him lay lifeless in a pool of their own blood. How could this be possible? At that moment, the tattooed woman had just reached the side of the chubby man. Initially, her intent had been to eliminate him outright. However, upon witnessing Zhang Chen's ferocity, she was compelled to take a different approach, capturing the chubby man as leverage to coerce Zhang Chen into sparing her life. With this thought in mind, The tattooed woman hastily sheathed her kitchen knife and extended her hand towards the nape of the chubby man's neck, a vulnerable spot common to both felines and canines. Once seized, it would render him powerless. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact, the chubby man transformed with a sudden burst. From a diminutive wolf pup of barely 20 centimeters, he surged into a formidable war wolf nearly 2 meters long. His speed was astonishing, surpassing that of a mere breath. Long, ivory fangs protruded from his jaws, exuding an aura of danger. What was happening? Before the tattooed woman could react, the chubby man lunged forward, sinking his teeth into her shoulder, followed by a violent shake. It cast the woman into the air, then leaped to seize her, dragging her along the ground. After just a few bites, half her life was extinguished, and one of her shoes had been flung off. She was on the brink of death. It was only then that Erpang released his grip and called out to the woman a few times. Erpang, capture this creature. Zhang Chen picked up the fallen arrow, holding it near Erpang's nose for him to sniff. A howl erupted from Erpang as he howled towards the heavens before dashing towards a nearby building. Please, end my suffering. The tattooed woman lay on the ground, her upper body a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, blood continually seeping from her mouth, her life slipping away. I do not wish to become one of those monsters. With her final ounce of strength, the tattooed woman pleaded. Zhang Chen remained impassive, standing expressionless beside her. Moments later, she took her last breath. Zhang Chen began to count seconds. When he reached the 25th second, the tattooed woman suddenly opened her eyes, her face marred by purplish veins. With a swift motion, Zhang Chen plunged his dagger into the zombie's skull. 25 seconds. The transformation from a corpse to a zombie takes 25 seconds. Perhaps the duration may vary slightly based on individual physiology, but the difference is negligible. At least, it is not the type that requires an extended period to transform after death. Zhang Chen nodded, having grasped another crucial piece of information. Chapter 24, Ascending Physical Limits. Clutching a woman in its mouth, the creature had already claimed her life, transforming her into a zombie, flailing her arms wildly, mouth agape, yearning to sink her teeth into Erpang. Regrettably, Erpang clutched the zombie's neck, yet it could not bite anything. Excellent, Erpang, deal with it. Zhang Chen encouraged Erpang with a glance. With a crunch, Erpang exerted a slight force and shattered the zombie's skull. The battle concluded, and Erpang reverted to the size of a cub, wagging its tail at Zhang Chen as if seeking praise. Such a good boy. Zhang Chen retrieved a lump of mutated fertilizer from his storage space and tossed it to Erpang. The little creature had an insatiable appetite. Having just eaten in the morning, it was already hungry again, devouring the food eagerly. The woman in the low-cut outfit has vanished again? After Zhang Chen dealt with the 6 survivors, he suddenly noticed that the woman had disappeared without a trace. It seems the apocalypse has taught her some wisdom. At least she knows to flee rather than foolishly waiting for rescue. Never mind her. Let's see what spoils await. Zhang Chen proceeded to collect from the bodies one by one. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring energy crystals, 83, pure water, 23, canned luncheon meat, 7, storage ring fragments, 97. Medicines, 55, strange-looking key, 1, precise longbow, 1, arrows, 283, mutated fertilizer, 374, clean fabric, 152. Arrow blueprint, 1, precise longbow blueprint, 1, basic wall design, 1, wood gathering skill, 1, expert climbing skill, master tailoring skill. Precise longbow, no need to learn archery. After aiming at the target, the arrows automatically correct their trajectory. Unable to change direction during flight. Basic wall design allows you to craft basic walls from wood to fend off ordinary zombie attacks. Wood gathering skill enables you to gather timber resources from trees and wooden items. Expert climbing skill transforms you into a climbing expert, capable of scaling most buildings and cliffs. So many energy crystals, such an abundance of storage ring fragments, so many blueprints. Zhang Chen could hardly contain his joy. This truly feels like a tremendous windfall. It seems this group has certainly taken many lives. Otherwise, how could there be such a plethora of storage ring fragments? Ding. Detection indicates that the storage ring can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? After just gathering resources, the system promptly displayed the notification. Upgrade immediately. Ding. You have lost storage ring fragments, 100, energy crystals, 50. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 2 to level 3. The storage capacity has expanded from 24 to 48 slots. You have also unlocked the vehicle warehouse, which has a space of 1 slot. The vehicle warehouse can accommodate vehicles of any size. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you will need 200 storage ring fragments and 100 energy crystals. Note, a level 5 storage ring will unlock the building warehouse, allowing you to store structures. Upon observing the attributes of the level 3 storage ring, Zhang Chen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This ring is nothing short of miraculous. The capacity increase with each upgrade is a staggering doubling. At just level 3, it already boasts a 48-slot backpack. In such circumstances, it can nearly accommodate all items. Zhang Chen could even fit in some daily necessities and still have ample space. Moreover, the level 3 ring permits the storage of 1 vehicle. With a portable car, the chances of escape would significantly rise. No matter how swiftly the zombies run, can they outrun a car? What captivates Zhang Chen even more are the attributes of the level 5 ring. It can store buildings. This implies that Zhang Chen can carry a shelter wherever he goes. He can settle down wherever he pleases. This is simply exhilarating. Subsequently, Zhang Chen acquired the skills of clothing master, expert climbing, and wood gathering. He glanced at his current supply of energy crystals. The upgrade progress stands at 87,100. Zhang Chen surveyed the horde of zombies gathered at the entrance of the community. A dark mass of at least 40 to 50 zombies. Half an hour later, the area around the community entrance was littered with lifeless bodies. Scaling the community wall proved to be an effortless endeavor. The zombies were unable to reach him. With only their heads protruding above the barrier, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. After a thorough inventory, Zhang Chen had successfully gathered energy crystals, 28, mutated fertilizer, 230, clean fabric, 120, bloodied keys, 8, car keys, 5, clean sanitary napkins, 2, Egrets brand cigarettes, 32, and storage ring fragments, 3. Sanitary napkins? Cigarettes? The array of items possessed by these zombies was indeed quite eclectic. As for the storage ring fragments, they were likely remnants from survivors who fell victim to the zombie infection at the onset. Currently, this item could only be found on survivors. The upgrade progress stood at 115,100. Ding. Conditions for upgrade detected. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Upgrade. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. Every inch of muscle brimmed with strength, and his senses sharpened. Even the world before him appeared more vivid and clear. Was this the state of human physical limits? Observing the wall, which reached his chest, Zhang Chen pushed off with his left hand and effortlessly leapt over it, his clothing barely grazing the edge of the railing. So effortless. Glancing at the nearby residential building, he took a running start and leaped forward, astonishingly propelling himself to a height equivalent to 5 stories against the smooth surface of the wall. As he released the force, Zhang Chen felt a powerful gravitational pull descend upon him. He instinctively brushed the wall lightly with the sole of his shoe, slowing his descent. Then, he landed gracefully on the ground. From a height of 5 stories, he fell without any assistance, and astonishingly, he emerged unscathed. This was nothing short of miraculous. It is worth noting that there had been reports of individuals who fell from the 5th floor and met their demise. Is this the pinnacle of human physical capability? Chapter 25, A Truckload of Canned Beef? Striking it rich. Zhang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with his condition. He continued to examine the upgrade panel. To advance to the awakened state, he required 15 out of 200 energy crystals. That meant he still needed 185 more energy crystals. In other words, he would need to eliminate at least 300 more zombies. Zhang Chen inhaled sharply. The zombies around the community had been nearly eradicated by him. If he wished to slay more zombies, he would have to venture into unfamiliar territories. Exploring the unknown inherently carries risks. Within the community, the situation was manageable, as it was a closed environment with only 1 or 2 entry points. The movement of zombies was limited. Effectively, for every one he killed, there was 1 less. However, the streets outside presented a different scenario. The main roads branched out in all directions, and with a slight misstep, he could attract the attention of zombies from several blocks away. Not only would he face overwhelming numbers, but he could easily find himself trapped. When the time came, there would be no opportunity for anything but a hasty retreat, let alone slaying any zombies. He needed to devise a reliable strategy for dispatching zombies. Zhang Chen inspected the car keys in his hand one by one. This is the key to a red sedan, powered by a 1.6 engine. This is the key to a white SUV, equipped with a 1.8 turbo engine. This is the key to a taxi, boasting a 1.4 engine. And here is the key to a heavy-duty truck, with an impressive 600 horsepower. A heavy truck? This is it. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Armed with a riot shield and a tang sword, he cautiously made his way towards the main road. Last night, the scent of a provocatively dressed woman had lured most of the zombies away, leaving the nearby streets remarkably clear, with only a few straggling zombies remaining. Zhang Chen swiftly dispatched them with ease. He climbed atop an SUV and scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting a heavy-duty truck carrying a blue container. This was the one. After eliminating the two zombies wandering near the truck, he turned his attention to the container. Not only was it devoid of zombies, but it also housed 5,000 neatly packaged cans of beef. Such incredible luck surely warranted a lottery ticket. 5,000 cans of beef. Zhang Chen rejoiced. With a deft stroke of his tang sword, he severed the padlock on the container. As he swung open the iron doors, he was greeted by an abundance of neatly arranged boxes of beef cans. He casually pulled out a box and opened it, revealing 6 sealed packages of beef, each weighing 500 grams. In total, that amounted to 6 pounds per box. Within the confines of the container lay 5,000 boxes, equating to 30,000 cans, or an astounding 30,000 pounds of beef. This truly constituted a windfall. With 30,000 pounds of canned beef at his disposal, even if Zhang Chen consumed 2 cans daily, he would be sustained for an astonishing 15,000 days, equivalent to 40 years. He could scarcely believe his fortune. Hastily, Zhang Chen stowed all the cans into his storage space, occupying merely a single slot, inscribed with well-packaged canned beef, 30,000. Delightful. This storage space was indeed more capacious than a heavy-duty truck. Next, the performance was about to commence. Zhang Chen placed Air Pow in the passenger seat while he settled into the driver's seat. He took a moment to familiarize himself with the vehicle controls of this world. Relieved that the cultural advancements of both realms were largely comparable, before long, he had mastered the art of maneuvering the heavy-duty truck. It was time to begin the hunt for zombies. Zhang Chen first engaged the reverse gear. Roar. The heavy truck's engine emitted a deafening roar, startling the unknown birds that had been perched in the trees, sending them flapping away in a state of panic. A few zombies, lured by the formidable sound of the engine, staggered out from the shops lining the street. This was merely the beginning. Without a glance in the rearview mirror, Zhang Chen shifted into reverse gear and slammed the accelerator. Boom. The heavy-duty truck lurched backward, effortlessly toppling a parked sedan to the side. The surrounding zombies, as if activated, surged towards the truck with frenzied determination. Very well, just like that. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. He paid no heed to the horde of zombies surging forth from the surrounding shops. Instead, he shifted the truck into gear. The massive vehicle veered left, plunging into a narrow alleyway. This alley had been previously surveyed by Zhang Chen, revealing a space almost devoid of vehicles. Scattered upon the pavement were 7 or 8 wandering zombies. This locale was perfect for a high-speed chase. Zhang Chen drove the truck into the alley at a leisurely pace, maintaining a safe distance from the throng of zombies trailing behind. The undead could not catch up, yet they would not be easily shaken off. The heavy and resounding horn of the truck blared, echoing through the vicinity. This sound drew the attention of every zombie within half a block. Zhang Chen could hear the low growls of the zombies all around him, accompanied by the chaotic and dense sound of shuffling feet. They were coming. With a sharp crack, the glass on the 2nd and 3rd floors shattered. Dozens of zombies leaped out of the windows, due to the limited space at the entrance. Many zombies began to stack upon one another, climbing over the iron gate before tumbling heavily to the ground. However, these creatures were oblivious to pain. Some had fractured ankles, exposing their ghastly white bones, yet they continued to charge madly towards the heavy truck. Roar. Air Pang, witnessing the throng of zombies, let out a low growl, his fur bristling with anticipation, sensing that he was on the brink of battle. Calm down, Air Pang, we are quite safe here. These ordinary zombies are no match for us, Zhang Chen declared with unwavering confidence, all the while vigorously honking the horn. An increasing horde of zombies surged towards this direction, and it seemed that we were on the verge of being surrounded by a heavy truck. At this moment, the regional chat channel erupted in chaos. What was that sound? Did everyone just hear it? It seemed to be the honking of a car. Indeed, that noise rivaled an air raid siren. What a fool. Does he not realize that zombies are drawn to sound? I remained hidden in my home, barely daring to breathe. Yet someone dared to make such a cacophony. Good heavens, could it be that someone has lost their mind in this apocalypse and is seeking death? From the sound, it appeared to be the horn of a large truck. Such a loud noise must have attracted all the zombies in the vicinity. To my astonishment, I spotted the truck right below the building where I currently was. A multitude of zombies had already amassed around, numbering in the hundreds. And I had no idea what his intentions were. From my vantage point on the rooftop, the good news was that the zombies on Welcome Road were unaffected by the horn. The bad news was, indeed, the entire neighborhood's zombies had been lured away. These zombies flowed like a stream into the sea, and it appeared that another 200 to 300 were still en route. If this individual did not drive away soon, he would likely be overwhelmed and perish here. Surely, of all places to die, must it be right beneath my home? With these hundreds of zombies, I had no chance of stepping outside. As the number of zombies continued to swell, they nearly filled the entire alley. Just when everyone believed that Zhang Chen was doomed, suddenly, the heavy truck roared to life. Chapter 26. The surge of experience and continuous upgrades him? Has this fellow only just remembered to drive? Surely he wasn't dozing off just now. Hiss. In such circumstances, driving is utterly futile. It's a certain death. The survivor residing near the truck should take advantage of the distraction it creates to hastily seek refuge elsewhere. The fact that the truck has drawn the surrounding zombies away indicates that all locations, apart from this narrow alley, are indeed safe. How could I have overlooked this? I shall change my hiding spot at once. Goodness, the truck is actually in motion. How can the horde of zombies not impede its progress? How is this possible? I was previously trapped in an SUV and know all too well that when the number of zombies reaches a certain threshold, escape becomes impossible. Furthermore, in his predicament, the zombies have completely blocked the path. Soon, the survivor on the rooftop sent a video. The heavy truck suddenly accelerated, charging through the zombies like a tiger among sheep, crushing those in its path beneath its wheels. The sheer force of its start was so immense that it sent several distant zombies flying. How can this be? He actually managed to escape. Indeed, the horde is utterly powerless before it. What a thrilling sight. The heavy truck's power should range between 400 to 600 horsepower. As the name suggests, horsepower is the pulling power of a single horse. A heavy-duty truck can generate hundreds of horsepower in thrust, making it impossible for a mere few hundred zombies to halt its advance. Alas, isn't this just a display of bravado? What a lunatic. This fellow seems to revel in showing off, seeking our attention. Just as we were speaking, a massive truck barreled through, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. After this tumultuous passage, only a portion of the zombies lay lifeless. Most were left with shattered bones, sprawled on the ground. Some of the undead were still desperately clawing their way along the pavement, intent on pursuing the heavy truck. Oh, if only I possessed such a formidable vehicle, I would be invincible, able to traverse anywhere without fear of the zombies. It feels as exhilarating as playing a video game. Truly a visual delight. What nonsense is the person upstairs uttering? I did acquire the truck keys from the vanquished zombies, but with so many vehicles on the road, how could I possibly discern which belongs to whom? The chance of precisely obtaining the keys to a heavy truck and fortuitously locating it is as improbable as winning the lottery. Does the gentleman driving the truck require a girlfriend? I would gladly sit in the passenger seat, assisting with navigation and addressing all needs. Young man, I am in the dormitory of Tianyang University. Please come to rescue me. There are 6 of us girls. We represent all sorts. Amidst a chorus of astonishment, Zhang Chen maneuvered the heavy truck, executing a swift turn at the intersection. This time, the speed was greater, and the impact more formidable. The continuous sounds of thuds and crunches echoed as the dismembered limbs and bodies of zombies relentlessly struck the front of the vehicle. The truck's tires were enormous, measuring over a meter in diameter, elevating the entire chassis significantly. The zombies could only collide with the front, failing to even touch the glass. Occasionally, some splatters of blood stained the glass, which Zhang Chen casually wiped clean with the windshield wipers. Once again, he navigated through the tide of corpses with remarkable skill. The ground, after being crushed by the massive truck, lay thickly covered with the undead. Only a few remained standing, while most lay on the ground, mouths agape, utterly motionless. Some zombies were even grotesquely contorted. Yet, devoid of pain, they still reached toward the direction of the departing truck with desperate hands. Zhang Chen made a U-turn at the next intersection. As the number of zombies dwindled, it paradoxically became more challenging to crush them. Eventually, only about 13 or 14 zombies remained, and he found it impossible to run them over. He parked the truck by the roadside, disembarked, and relentlessly swung his blade, severing the heads of the remaining undead. Then, he methodically delivered finishing blows to those on the brink of death. At this moment, the audience in the chat room finally understood. Zhang Chen did not seek death nor crave attention. He was, in fact, exterminating zombies. He had devised such a clever method to eliminate them, efficient and safe. This was astonishingly formidable. While we had been preoccupied with avoiding detection by the undead, there he was, contemplating how to eradicate them. The disparity was staggering, truly terrifying. His prowess likely surpassed ours long ago. Would a formidable leader take on a subordinate? I am self-sufficient, as long as I can accompany him in slaying zombies and savor a taste of victory. I would be content. This formidable leader, however, remained silent, embodying the essence of a man of few words yet immense strength. Regrettably, the appearance of the esteemed individual remains elusive, otherwise, a private conversation could have ensued. The esteemed one seeks companionship and collaboration. Zhang Chen remains blissfully unaware that he has unwittingly become a celebrity within the regional chat channel. He has no time to indulge in conversation. The daylight hours present an optimal opportunity to vanquish zombies and enhance his prowess. To squander such precious moments on idle chatter? That would be sheer folly. With each decisive strike, Zhang Chen eradicates the weakened zombies, subsequently embarking on the task of gathering resources. This collection proves to be immensely gratifying. A veritable street filled with the remains of the undead. Congratulations. You have acquired energy crystals, 236, mutated fertilizer, 2132, clean fabric, 758, damaged car keys, 34, broken keys, 72, wrinkled pollution source defense map, 1, crushed cigarettes, 33, tattered notebook, 3, cash, 2,735 yuan. The resources gathered this time are rather disheartening. Aside from the unchanging energy crystals, mutated fertilizer, and clean fabric, the majority of the supplies were rendered unusable during the relentless crushing by the heavy-duty truck. A slight disappointment. Indeed. However, when juxtaposed with the abundant energy crystals, this loss pales in comparison. Zhang Chen smiles faintly, discarding the damaged items onto the ground. He then casually touches the heavy truck, which is instantaneously absorbed into his storage space. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Energy crystals, 251-200. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 27. The Awakening of Dual Talents. Of course, there was an upgrade. Zhang Chen decisively chose to proceed. A powerful surge of energy swiftly coursed through his body. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt an overwhelming force enveloping him. His skin began to flush crimson, and his body temperature escalated dramatically. Pang, witnessing this scene, expressed his concern from the sidelines. Zhang Chen understood that this was the energy core refining his physique. His original body had already reached the limits of human endurance. To unleash greater power, a transformation was necessary. After several minutes, the searing sensation gradually subsided, and Zhang Chen's skin returned to its normal hue. The talent system was activated. As the announcement echoed, an expansive tree-like structure of talents materialized before Zhang Chen. The lower branches displayed fewer talents, while ascending revealed a greater variety. At first glance, it appeared densely packed. Please select the direction for your evolution. 1. Genetic enhancement. 2. Energy enhancement. By choosing one of the above talent directions, you will forfeit the other, and this choice is irreversible. Please make your decision with care. Genetic enhancement. By continuously altering the genetic attributes of survivors, they will attain formidable physical prowess, exhibiting remarkable speed, strength, and resilience. When combined with energy weapons, their combat effectiveness will multiply. Energy enhancement. By enhancing the utilization of the energy core, survivors will be enveloped in an energy force field, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. As long as there are sufficient energy crystal nuclei, formidable combat prowess can be demonstrated. Zhang Chen glanced through the aforementioned content and grasped the essence. The genetic enhancement path essentially corresponds to the route of warriors or assassins, emphasizing the augmentation of physique and physicality. Conversely, the energy enhancement path aligns with the mage archetype, focusing on the amplification of energy field intensity. This choice. Each possesses its own advantages, rendering the decision rather challenging. Zhang Chen pondered momentarily, just as he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of his selection. The system unexpectedly presented another prompt. Ding. It has been recognized that this survivor has ascended 2 levels consecutively within 2 hours. Activating hidden rewards. Unlocking hidden evolution paths. You may simultaneously choose to retain 2 talents. Combat strength will experience a significant enhancement, yet the energy crystal nuclei required for leveling up will also increase. Do you wish to choose simultaneous evolution in both directions? Yes, no. At that moment, the prompt appeared just in time. The hidden talent is undoubtedly the optimal choice. It is advisable to fully allocate your talent points, for one can only traverse this path once. Given that even the prompt recommended choosing simultaneous evolution in both directions, what hesitation could Zhang Chen possibly harbor? Yes, a brilliant flash of white light engulfed him. The talent trees for genetic evolution path and energy evolution path illuminated simultaneously. Congratulations. You have acquired the genetic evolution talent. Enhanced physique. 1-1. Your body has become significantly stronger. Self-healing effects have increased tenfold, capable of healing minor viral infections. With attributes such as strength, speed, and reflexes enhanced by 50. Congratulations on acquiring the energy evolution talent. Enlightenment. 1-1. You are surrounded by pure energy. Your inflicted damage is increased by 10, damage received is reduced by 10, and the probability of obtaining energy crystal cores is enhanced by 20. This means that if a survivor opts for the gene evolution path, upon ascending to an awakened state, they will gain the talent, strengthen body. Similarly, survivors who choose the energy evolution path will directly receive enlightenment upon their ascension to awakened. Henceforth, for every level a survivor ascends, they will receive 2 talent points to enhance their abilities. Currently, both strengthen body and enlightenment are marked as 1-1. Indicating that only 1 talent point is required to activate these abilities. Moreover, this talent has already been activated and maxed out, rendering further upgrades impossible. Some talents may be denoted as 0-5, signifying that they have yet to be activated and can be upgraded an additional 4 times thereafter. It is akin to playing a game, quite easy to comprehend. Zhang Chen glanced once more at his upgrading conditions, which read, for a survivor who normally selects an evolution path, it would display 51,800. However, since Zhang Chen has chosen the concealed dual talent route, the costs have increased. He must expend more energy crystal cores to obtain even greater powers. Zhang Chen finds this equitable. Yet, the difficulty in leveling up has considerably intensified. In addition to his routine zombie slaying, he must seek additional sources of income. Zhang Chen surveyed the surrounding buildings and, following the prompt, entered a pristine storefront. This is a modest eatery, devoid of any substantial resources, yet impeccably clean. One can enjoy a leisurely lunch and take a moment to rest here. Zhang Chen produced a hefty bundle of mutated fertilizer and tossed it to Air Pao, while he himself retrieved a perfectly cooked steak, devouring it heartily. As he ate, he meticulously examined his supplies. Currently, his most abundant resource was food. However, until he discovered a sustainable source of nourishment, these items remained essential consumables. They must not be carelessly exchanged for crystal cores. Moreover, it was now the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Many survivors were still in hiding. Even if Zhang Chen wished to trade food for crystal cores, other survivors would hardly have any cores to offer. The crux of the matter lay in addressing the problem fundamentally. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's attention was drawn to the precise longbow blueprint. He could continue selling weapons. The sharpened Tang Dao possessed too much lethality and was unsuitable for trade with other survivors. That would be akin to harboring a tiger. The longbow, however, seemed far more appropriate. It could eliminate zombies from a distance without posing a threat to himself. That would suffice. After finishing his lunch, Zhang Chen ventured to the roadside of a narrow alley. The remains of zombies that had been harvested would vanish completely. Thus, the entire alley was now desolate, save for the stains of blood scattered across the ground. Small trees, each as thick as a bowl, were planted every 5 or 6 meters along the alley. These would serve as his practice targets. Approaching one of the trees, the word harvest immediately appeared before him. Harvest. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 3. Within the storage space, wood exists in the form of elongated timber. No felling is necessary. It can be collected directly. How convenient. Zhang Chen then approached a sturdier tree nearby. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired wood 5. Chapter 28. Who else would you slaughter? It appears that the quantity of wood obtained from trees is determined by their girth. The more robust the tree, the greater the yield of timber. Onward. Collect. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired wood 2. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired wood 4. Sprouting branches 1. Zhang Chen harvested the trees lining the entire alley, amassing a total of wood 240 and sprouting branches 65. Sprouting branches can be planted in the ground to grow into trees. A prompt suddenly appeared. Initially, Zhang Chen intended to discard this sprouting branch, thinking it superfluous amidst the abundance of trees. However, Upon seeing the prompt, he was enlightened. This implies that after 30 days, all plants will undergo mutation. These trees could potentially become hazardous. When the time comes to craft tools or build walls, it would indeed be unwise to lack unmutated trees. Next, he set about crafting the precise longbow. Precise longbow blueprint consumes wood 10, energy core 1 to produce precise longbow. Arrow blueprint consumes wood 1 to create arrows 20. Ding. You have lost wood 10, energy core 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired precise longbow 1. Ding. You have lost wood 10, energy crystal 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired precise longbow 1. Ding. You have lost wood 1, energy crystal 1. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired precise longbow 1. Zhang Chen directly expended 20 points of energy crystals and 200 points of wood to forge 20 precise longbows. He first glanced at the auction channel, where the items were quite peculiar, and the prices for even slightly valuable goods were astonishingly high. Some individuals were offering half a bottle of water in hopes of exchanging it for 10 energy crystals. It was practically highway robbery. Almost everyone at the auction house, upon acquiring a few crystals, rushed to exchange them for a plethora of resources, driven by a gluttonous mentality. However, such a market also had its advantages. It was relatively easy to find bargains, as there would undoubtedly be those with wavering resolve who could be deceived by these misleading prices, ultimately allowing others to seize substantial opportunities. After much contemplation, Zhang Chen decided to advertise his wares himself, as this would also provide him insights into the authentic market conditions. He opened the chat channel. Is anyone interested in precise longbow? Comes with arrows 10 as a bonus. Private message me if you need one. Limited quantity, once sold out. There will be no more. Please message me with your price. At this moment, the survivors were invigorated by videos of heavy trucks crushing zombies. Everyone was eager to slay a few zombies and showcase their prowess. Yet, despite many possessing kitchen knives, they still hesitated to venture outside. After all, close combat posed a significant risk of injury, and injury equated to death, making the stakes exceedingly high. Upon Zhang Chen's issuance of the precision longbow, the chat room erupted with fervor. My goodness, a ranged weapon. How extraordinary. An arrow that automatically aims. Even those lacking shooting skills can hit their target? This is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Brothers, we must venture forth to slay the zombies. Remaining stagnant will lead to our demise. It is better to take a chance. Indeed. A gamble, where a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. At that moment, Zhang Chen's private chat interface was inundated with messages. Big shot. Could you lend me the bow for a while? I'll trade it for an energy crystal after I've dealt with the zombies. What do you think? Hey there. I also wish to obtain the bow. Tell me what you desire. Perhaps we could video chat, and I'll follow your lead. It sounds like fun. I only possess half a sausage. Would that suffice, esteemed one? Zhang Chen disregarded these opportunistic survivors. What nonsense. I have invested 10 units of wood and an energy crystal to forge this weapon, and they expect to acquire it for nothing? Have they lost their minds? With so many survivors, there must be those willing to pay a fair price. Esteemed one, I have 5 energy crystals. Would that be a fair exchange? The speaker was a man clad in military attire, exuding vitality. His name was Dong Taijun. Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. Zhang Chen nodded. His agreement was not merely due to the reasonable value of the 5 energy crystals. More importantly, he recognized the man's commendable combat prowess. Should he wield the bow, he would undoubtedly eliminate more zombies, thereby yielding additional energy crystals to trade for Zhang Chen's arrows. Indeed, from the outset, Zhang Chen had no intention of selling the bow for mere crystals. To engage in long-term resource gathering, one must undoubtedly rely on arrows. These are consumables. Without arrows, bows become utterly ineffective. Do you wish to continue vanquishing zombies? Then come procure some arrows. This is the correct approach to resource gathering. Esteemed one, I possess a skill book titled Beginner's Insight. Would you be interested? Beginner's Insight allows you to intuitively perceive the strength levels of your opponents, with an effective range encompassing 3 levels above and below your own strength. It provides clear visibility of other survivors' capabilities, which is undeniably crucial. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, the utility of such a skill pales in comparison to that of a bow. The strength of zombies is as it is. Is there truly a need for insight? As for encounters with survivors, strength is often measured by numbers. Naturally, a larger group is more formidable. and the disparity in strength during the initial stages cannot compensate for numerical advantages. It is far more prudent to exchange for bows and arrows, allowing one to slay more zombies without injury. Very well, let us trade. Ding. You have relinquished the precise longbow and acquired the skill beginner's insight. I possess a 10-liter container of pure water. Might it be possible to exchange it? A 10-liter container of pure water? Zhang Chen clicked on the item, and a picture promptly appeared. It resembled the bottled water commonly used at home. To be able to offer a 10-liter container in exchange for a weapon implies this individual has more than just one barrel of water. I demand 10 barrels. What? Esteemed one, this is quite excessive. 10 barrels is out of the question. 2 barrels, at most. In truth, this individual is also in a predicament. His name is Li Xiefeng. Zhang Chen has indeed surmised correctly. He is trapped at the water station. The room was filled with 15 barrels of purified water, alleviating concerns about water supply. However, the crux of the issue lay in the unsellable nature of this water. Initially, he had attempted to exchange a barrel for 50 crystal cores, but to no avail. He subsequently lowered the price to 30 cores, yet still found no buyers. Even at 25 cores, interest remained non-existent. At the auction house, a mere 500 milliliters bottle of water commanded a price of 10 cores, while his own 10-liter supply equated to the potential of 20 bottles, an already drastic markdown. Should the price dip below 25 cores, selling would become entirely futile. In truth, Li Xiefeng was oblivious to the inflated prices at the auction house, which bore no actual transaction volume. His pricing was not exorbitant, rather, the total number of required crystal cores was prohibitively high. Who among the populace could so liberally part with 20 or 30 cores? Consequently, over the past few days, not only had Li Xiefeng failed to sell a single barrel, but his confidence had also been thoroughly eroded. What he yearned for most at this moment was a reliable weapon. Directly across from the water station stood a small supermarket. If he could muster the courage to charge in and eliminate the zombies inside, he would surely reap substantial rewards. Signs of survivor activity had begun to emerge in the vicinity, and if he failed to act swiftly, he risked being outpaced and left to perish alongside his barrels of water. Upon spotting a bow with automatic targeting, Li Xiefeng felt an overwhelming determination to acquire it. Thus, he mustered the courage to privately message Zhang Chen, only to be met with a staggering demand, 10 barrels. Was this not akin to robbery? 10 barrels. With not a single one negotiable. Brother, I possess only 10 barrels of water, and you wish to take them all at once. How am I to survive henceforth? Li Xiefeng lamented, a hint of cunning in his voice. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, contemplating that if he were to gamble, he might as well stake something substantial. Chapter 29. The Lioness Demand Wait. Hold on, esteemed one. Please do not contact him just yet. I didn't say it was unacceptable. Panic surged through Li Xiefeng. What if this bow and arrow fell into the hands of nearby survivors, allowing them to rush into the supermarket first? He would indeed suffer for his greed. 10 barrels. Just 10 barrels. Let us transact immediately, he urged. Ding. Transaction successful. You have relinquished 10 barrels of water and acquired precise longbow 1, arrows 50. Li Xiefeng was taken aback. Esteemed one, you have bestowed upon me 50 arrows? Did you not previously mention only 10? Indeed, I noticed your eagerness in trading, so I have generously provided an additional 40. Just keep this between us. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. He understood the principle of giving a sweet reward for a favor. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Xiefeng felt a wave of gratitude. He had encountered a true benefactor. Initially hesitant to part with 10 barrels of water, his spirits were instantly lifted. Excitedly, he declared, "Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall certainly promote your name. There are far too few conscientious sellers like you. Thank you." You see, Zhang Chen has just taken 10 barrels of purified water from Li Xiefeng, and in the end, the latter still expresses gratitude. It was merely a trifling gesture. Indeed, as soon as Li Xiefeng concluded his private conversation with Zhang Chen, he immediately began to extol the virtues of the situation in the chat channel. Wow, this precision longbow is utterly remarkable. 1 arrow, 1 zombie. Every shot hits its mark. It's undoubtedly a monster-slaying artifact. I feel as though I am on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of my life and marrying a wealthy beauty. From a first-person perspective, 1 arrow cleanly penetrated a zombie's skull. The scene was particularly gruesome. Yet, I must admit, the effectiveness was indeed striking. Consequently, many in the chat channel who were previously indecisive about purchasing suddenly became animated. Incredible, brother. This is vastly safer than a kitchen knife. Moreover, The bow makes hardly any noise, so it won't attract zombies. Truly splendid. Just imagine, with the ability to slay zombies and acquire crystal cores, what more could one desire? Who needs to marry a wealthy beauty? The ladies would be clamoring for your affection. Just moments ago, I noticed 6 young women arriving. Wait for me. I shall go procure a bow and arrow immediately. It is indeed worth acquiring one, as this would allow me to storm into the supermarket across the street, which must be brimming with supplies. In no time, inquiries surged. Among them were numerous messages from young women, primarily consisting of various requests for relationships, partnerships, or financial support. Most of them possessed little in terms of resources and lacked the courage to confront the zombies. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, even adult men cannot guarantee their survival. Who would willingly take on a burden? The notion of obtaining resources without contributing is utterly implausible. My friend, I require 10 precise longbows. Name your price. Suddenly, a message caught Zhang Chen's attention. It was from Zhang Hao. You want 10? Zhang Chen was taken aback. The request for such a quantity of longbows indicated that Zhang Hao's team had significantly expanded, boasting at least 10 fighters. Furthermore, it implied that Zhang Hao was confident, undoubtedly backed by a wealth of resources. Zhang Chen recalled that this individual had mentioned an assault on a large supermarket just the day before. Had he succeeded? Indeed. Name your price. If you require materials, if we possess them, we can also provide the materials and pay you a crafting fee. Zhang Hao proposed. This fellow was quite shrewd. If he were to learn about the materials, he could ascertain the production costs of a bow, thus enabling him to negotiate. Zhang Chen was resolute in denying him that opportunity. Very well, state your price. What would you like in exchange? 4 10 longbows, at least 100 energy cores, 50 units of food, and 50 units of water would be necessary. Currently, wood held little value. It was the energy cores that were truly precious. 10 longbows would require 10 energy cores. Zhang Chen boldly quoted a price of 100 cores, multiplying the cost tenfold. Coupled with the food and water, there was a substantial profit margin of at least 20 times. Ah, my friend, your price seems a tad excessive, Zhang Hao remarked. How about this? I can offer you 80 energy cores. Food and water are in short supply, and the auction house is selling them at exorbitant prices. Moreover, we have a large group here, and expenses are substantial. We barely have enough for ourselves. Zhang Chen replied firmly. The energy cores are set at 100, no less. If you lack food and water, you may substitute them with other items. If the offer is suitable, I might consider a trade. After all, the cost of crafting 10 longbows is exceedingly high. This is the only ranged weapon available on the market. In truth, 80 cores was within Zhang Chen's acceptable range, yielding a profit of 70 cores, which would not be a loss. He would still need to sell arrows to earn more cores. However, bargaining is an intricate dance. The more resolute one appears, the more advantageous the deal seems when the other party concedes, even slightly. If one agrees immediately upon a counteroffer, the other will undoubtedly feel they have made a poor purchase. Such is the nature of human psychology. Currently, we possess only 90 energy cores. How about this? We will supplement the difference with other items. Zhang Hao said, proceeding to send a list of supplies in the private chat channel. Mutated fertilizer, 300. Clean fabric, 120. Bloodied key, 23. Strange key, 1. Bloodied access card, 8. Toilet paper, 12. Fresh grapes, 20. Fresh oranges, 7. Rugby helmet, 12. Diesel generator, 2. 200-liter barrel of diesel, 10. 159-liter barrel of gasoline, 12. Steel, 178. This comprises all my supplies. Please assess which items may be of use to you. I truly possess no surplus resources. Brother, just consider it a favor. When you visit our place in the future, I shall grant you an official title. Zhang Chen directly disregarded the latter statement. In any survivor team, strength is the sole measure of status. Without strength, any official title is mere nonsense. Likewise, as long as one's power is formidable enough, your entire camp shall be subservient at my feet. As for these supplies, aside from the rugby helmet, I shall take everything else. Zhang Chen stated nonchalantly. Chapter 30. Zhao Sie's Little Tricks. After all, my backpack possesses ample compartments. Storing them all will pose no difficulty whatsoever. Moreover, the generator, diesel, and gasoline will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Just because the city enjoys electricity now does not guarantee its permanence. What if this is merely a benefit during a novice protection period? Logically speaking, the apocalypse could obliterate humanity in no more than 6 months. at which point the generator should cease functioning. The current situation is undeniably abnormal. It is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. All right, thank you, my friend. You are always welcome to visit our camp. Our location is at the gymnasium, which boasts a pleasant lodging environment, complete with clean bedding and a secure recreational area. Currently, our team consists of 20 members, half of whom are female. Among them, there is even a celebrity. Zhang Hao seizes the opportunity to promote his camp. Understood. If there is nothing else, let us leave it at that. Are you there? Suddenly, Zhao Xie sent a message. Are you there? What's up? Zhang Chen was curious, as this girl typically only contacted him at night. Why was she reaching out during the day? Could it be that she saw his advertisement for selling longbows and wished to acquire one? Subsequently, various items were listed. Mutated fertilizer, 30, bloodied key, 2, clean fabric, 10, empty water bottle, 3, high-intensity flashlight, 2, rechargeable battery, 3. Young man, I know you are a good person. All of these items are yours. All of them for me. What will you do? Zhang Chen sensed that something grave was amiss. I can't use them anymore. A horde of zombies has suddenly appeared on campus. Among them are particularly swift zombies that crawl on the ground, featuring long claws and a terrifying appearance. A survivor team had previously passed through here, only to be easily devoured by this monster. A kitchen knife is utterly ineffective against it. I am certain that I cannot escape. Sooner or later, I shall find myself trapped here. In any case, these items are of no use to me, so I shall bestow them upon you, hoping they serve you well. Furthermore, I am delighted to have met you before my demise, Zhao Xie remarked, sending a photograph of her smiling face. Her smile radiated brilliance and warmth. However, after 3 days of alternating between hunger and feasting, her cheeks had noticeably thinned, enhancing her delicate charm and evoking a sense of pity. This photograph is a token for you, a reminder of our friendship in this apocalyptic world. You are the first friend I have made in this desolate existence. Zhao Xie spoke softly. Crawling zombies? Zhang Chen asked with a furrowed brow. Thus far, he had only encountered ordinary zombies. He had merely heard whispers in the chat channels about some peculiar variants. Indeed, their appearance is particularly terrifying. Zhao Xie then sent an image. I captured this while it was unaware. I witnessed it tear a towering man apart, a figure nearly 2 meters tall. In the future, be sure to keep your distance. Shouldn't one prioritize their own safety above all else? Logically, Zhao Xie ought to conceal the existence of this creature and devise a means for Zhang Chen to rescue her. Is this not the rational approach? This girl, even in her final moments, seems preoccupied with the thought of Zhang Chen encountering a horrifying monster. What a foolish woman. Zhang Chen glanced at the image. Before him stood a monstrous creature, entirely composed of sinewy muscle, with its head grotesquely protruding from its neck. Its limbs contorted as it crawled upon the ground. Fingers and toes adorned with long, sharp claws that spelled danger. Zhang Chen's gaze fixated on the image before him. Soon, a prompt materialized. Crawling abomination, type 2 mutant zombie. Agile and keen-sensed. Slaying it yields a substantial bounty of energy crystals, as long as you do not encounter this fiend in confined spaces. Your odds of victory in open areas are exceedingly favorable. A plethora of crystals? An extremely high chance of success? Zhang Chen's mind stirred with contemplation. If this creature's level was indeed far superior to his own, he would not dare to challenge such a beast, regardless of Zhao Xie's entreaties. Survival was paramount. He would not sacrifice himself for a girl he had known for merely 3 days. However, considering that this creature was not his match, and carried an abundance of energy crystals, perhaps it was worth a try. Zhang Chen retrieved a 10-liter barrel of pure water from his storage space, along with an empty water bottle that had just been traded from Zhao Xie. He deftly poured 500 milliliters of pristine water into the empty bottle. The operation within his storage allowed for the effortless separation of water and food, provided there was a suitable container. Zhang Chen placed the bottle of water alongside a sausage in the trading interface and sent it to Zhao Xie, then clicked to confirm. Zhao Xie, you need not provide me with water and sustenance any longer. I find myself trapped, with nothing to offer in exchange. Moreover, being confined here necessitates a daily supply of food and water, which you cannot afford. Zhang Chen chuckled helplessly, for this woman was indeed adorably foolish. Whoever claimed these provisions were freely bestowed upon you. Do refrain from overestimating your own cleverness. Offering you food and water certainly comes at a price. Zhao Xie replied. But I truly possess nothing of value to offer in return. I have no valuable possessions on me. She hesitated, her cheeks suddenly flushing as she continued. You wouldn't be seeking those kinds of photographs or videos, would you? What nonsense. Am I truly so depraved? Zhang Chen retorted, my apologies. I was merely jesting, do not take offense. I am not offended. Let us speak seriously. Very well, proceed. I have 2 tasks for you. The first task is to monitor the movements of this creature while ensuring your own safety. The second task is that I still have several precision longbows left unsold. You shall assist me in selling them. Zhang Chen's thoughts were remarkably clear. By tracking the creature's movements, he could ensure a preemptive strike. Should he encounter such a beast unprepared, it would be no trivial matter. Furthermore, selling weapons was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Chapter 31. A reprise suddenly inundated with messages from numerous individuals. Zhang Chen found himself tasked with discerning the genuine buyers from those merely inquiring for amusement. He also needed to filter out the freeloaders. Among the remaining inquiries, he had to engage in negotiations. At times, the other party would even retract their interest after extensive discussions, rendering the effort futile. Had it not been for Zhang Hao's decisive purchase of 10 longbows in one go, Zhang Chen might still be struggling to sell even 10 by now. Fortunately, Zhao Xiyet, the young lady, had ample time on her hands as she was confined to the security room. Instead of idling away, she could assist in selling weapons. Once a price was agreed upon, Zhang Chen could transact directly with the buyer. Thus, while slaying zombies to earn crystal nuclei, he could concurrently sell weapons for the same purpose. This dual endeavor would ensure efficiency without hindrance. Monitoring the movements of that monster is not considered a task. I will certainly keep an eye on it, she asserted. Selling items is also within my purview. I relish bargaining with others. Thank you for looking after me, Zhao Xia expressed with heartfelt emotion. To her, observing the monster's movements hardly constituted a task. As for selling items, it was a profound test of trust. Zhang Chen's willingness to entrust her with this responsibility signified his utmost confidence in her. In this apocalyptic world, encountering such a man was a stroke of fortune. She vowed not to let Zhang Chen down. Having nearly relinquished her hope for survival, she was now reignited by his faith in her. I'm not looking after you. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, understand? Zhang Chen clarified. Yes, understood. A mutually beneficial arrangement. She replied eagerly. In summary, thank you. It is truly wonderful to have encountered you. Where would it be better? What a foolish woman. Zhang Chen discussed the cost of the precision longbow with Zhao Xia, providing an overview of several recently concluded transactions for comparison, allowing Zhao Xia to form an estimate of the longbow's selling price. Only then did they resume their battle in the afternoon. Zhang Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was now 2 p.m. With approximately 4 hours until dusk, he pondered whether it would be possible to reach Tianyang University in such a brief span of time. The residential area where Zhang Chen was concealed lay a mere 500 meters from Tianyang University. However, the narrow alley he occupied led in the opposite direction from the university, rendering any number of zombie kills here inconsequential to that location. Moreover, the nearby zombies had been eradicated, necessitating a change of venue for further endeavors. This was a small gate typically used by pedestrians, obstructed by a large iron door towering 4 or 5 meters high, with a smaller iron door to the side requiring a card swipe. Zhang Chen produced the access card for Building 8 and swiped it. Beep. Indeed, it worked. The small iron door swung open automatically, yet Zhang Chen did not rush out. Instead, he remained within the threshold. The frequency of the sound was increasing, indicating that the small iron door was about to close. From behind the cover of the building, 2 zombies slowly emerged. Upon spotting Zhang Chen, they suddenly went berserk, charging towards him at a terrifying speed, akin to 100 sprinting athletes. If this had been in the past, such velocity would have struck Zhang Chen as utterly horrifying. However, Zhang Chen has now ascended 2 levels, possessing the remarkable dual evolution talent of both genes and energy. The speed at which the zombies charged towards him appeared to be nothing more than slow motion in his eyes. As a zombie lunged forward, Air Pow let out a low growl, his body suddenly swelling with power. With a leap, he sank his teeth into the neck of the first zombie and began to thrash violently. Within moments, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and the zombie's neck was twisted beyond repair. Another zombie lunged at Air Pow, aiming to bite, but the creature was enveloped in thick, resilient fur. The zombie's bite failed to penetrate. Its elongated fangs plunged into the zombie's eye socket, directly piercing the brain. The second zombie was swiftly dispatched as well. Having effortlessly eliminated 2 zombies in succession, Air Pow wagged his tail at Zhang Chen in a display of triumph. What a good boy Air Pow is. Zhang Chen chuckled as he patted the furry head of his companion, who wore an expression of sheer delight. Collect. Onward. Following the markers on the map, Zhang Chen proceeded towards Tianyang University. 500 meters ahead lay a street block. The road here was significantly more congested than the previous area, lined with parked cars side by side. Heavy trucks could hardly navigate such a thoroughfare. It seemed he would have to fight his way through step by step. Pao too sensed the danger on this road, maintaining his empowered form without a hint of relaxation. According to the map, there were two noteworthy locations along this route. One was a gas station located 200 meters ahead. Regardless of the time, gasoline and diesel remain the finest sources of energy. It is always prudent to stockpile them. Additionally, at the intersection near Tianyang University, there stands a vast shopping mall. Such establishments invariably host restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores, and more, undoubtedly brimming with resources. In truth, Zhang Chen could disregard these resources and charge directly towards Tianyang University to confront the crawlers. However, the cautious nature of Zhang Chen dissuades him from such recklessness. If the zombies along the way are not thoroughly dealt with, a sudden intrusion into the university could stir chaos, leaving Zhang Chen besieged on all fronts. A wise individual would never place themselves in such perilous circumstances. Thus, it is imperative to cleanse this neighborhood of its zombies before advancing with confidence. With a dog by his side, he walked along the street for several dozen meters, where the indistinct silhouettes of zombies loomed. Occasionally, a zombie would wander close to the windows of the shops lining both sides, only to drift aimlessly away. Employing his usual tactic, he prepared for a direct confrontation. It was the perfect opportunity to test the prowess he had gained from leveling up twice. Zhang Chen surveyed the arrangement of vehicles on the road. A large bus lay overturned, while several cars had collided nearby, obstructing much of the street and creating a natural barricade of automobiles. A gap of about 7 to 8 meters was visible on the right side. Observing the cars parked in the middle of the road, Zhang Chen exerted force with both hands, causing a vehicle to slowly shift. He pushed 3 or 4 cars into position on the right side, then grasped the edge of one car and, with a sudden burst of strength, heaved it aside with a creaking sound. A small car weighing over a ton was effortlessly overturned by Zhang Chen. Just then, a zombie from a nearby shop was drawn by the noise, as it peeked out. It was swiftly dispatched by Pao, who had been lying in wait, biting through its neck. Zhang Chen cast a look of approval at Pao, and then, beneath the overturned vehicle, pushed another car to serve as a barrier, preventing the zombies from toppling the sedan when they surged forward. Thus, a formidable wall of automobiles was established. Chapter 32. The mutated zombie crawler. Zhang Chen retrieved his blast shield and sharpened tang knife. With a nimble leap, he ascended to the roof of a parked car by the roadside. Unlike the vehicles haphazardly abandoned in the middle of the road, the cars by the roadside were in a state of shutdown. Many of the cars in the center still had their keys inside, as no one had the chance to turn off the ignition amid the chaos. Consequently, those vehicles had completely drained their fuel and battery power, rendering them mere useless scrap metal. In contrast, the roadside cars had been parked with their engines already off, retaining a modicum of battery charge. As Zhang Chen stepped onto the car's roof, the alarm system was triggered, emitting a cacophony of sounds, wailing, beeping, and screeching. The surrounding zombies, startled by the piercing noise, began to converge on Zhang Chen's position from all directions. Without lingering atop the car, he sprinted a few steps before leaping gracefully onto the roof of a nearby bus. The stout figure of Pang leapt up with remarkable agility, baring its teeth at the surrounding zombies, saliva dripping onto the car's roof. "Let me test my combat prowess." Zhang Chen's lips curled into a smile. The earlier feat of lifting the small car had significantly bolstered his confidence. The density of zombies in this world far surpassed that of the undead depicted in The Walking Dead, where they appeared sporadically. Here, however, they swarmed in droves, sometimes numbering in the dozens. The commotion Zhang Chen had just caused effortlessly attracted over 100 of them. A dark, bloodied mass surged forward, clawing and shrieking. During the day, zombies could not climb. The first wave reached the barrier of the car, stretching out their arms and howling. The ones behind trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their eerie cries. Thus, the waves of zombies crashed against the steel wall like relentless tides. With each successive wave, their height seemed to rise incrementally. After several waves, the first zombie managed to scale the bus. "Let me handle this. You protect my rear," Zhang Chen instructed Pang. Strangely, despite their brief time together, they exhibited a remarkable synergy. Pang seemed to comprehend Zhang Chen's words, instinctively positioning itself behind him to guard against any potential flanking attacks. Die! With a swift motion of his right hand, Zhang Chen swung his Tang sword down towards the zombie's head. Whoosh! His strike was a vertical cleave aimed directly at the zombie's skull. In the past, the most one could do was cleave a zombie's skull. However, this time, the Tang knife sliced through them effortlessly, akin to cutting a watermelon, effortlessly dividing the zombie in two. Astonishing, the sheer power was remarkable. Zhang Chen was greatly surprised by his own enhancement of strength. At that moment, 3 more zombies charged forward. With a swift horizontal slash, he severed the heads of all 3 in one clean stroke. Their headless bodies staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Was it truly this simple to dispatch zombies? Zhang Chen, exhilarated by the thrill of the kill, charged ahead, utilizing his blast shield. He effortlessly pushed 2 zombies back several meters with a slight exertion of his left arm, causing them to crash heavily onto the ground. With his right hand, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with the Tang knife. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, as the zombies before Zhang Chen exhibited no resistance whatsoever, akin to watermelons being sliced open. What astonished Zhang Chen even further was the significant increase in his reaction speed. Although he had plunged into the horde of zombies, he found himself able to calmly evade attacks coming from 4 or 5 directions simultaneously, delivering lethal blows in return. To Zhang Chen, it felt as though time had slowed down. Yet, to an observer, he appeared almost as if he were cheating, moving with ghostly finesse amidst the tide of zombies. A sudden thrust to the left, an attack to the right. This seemingly reckless behavior utterly confounded the zombies, leaving them unable to predict his movements. Wherever Zhang Chen went, zombies either found their heads severed from their bodies or were sent soaring high into the air, utterly defenseless. Upon witnessing Zhang Chen charge into the horde of zombies, Air Pang called out and followed suit. Some zombies were cleaved in twain by Zhang Chen, and before they could fully perish, Air Pang swiftly moved in to deliver the final blow. The synergy between man and pet was palpable. After a brief span of mere minutes, the road was strewn with the remains of the undead, accompanied by severed limbs and fragments. Remarkably, Zhang Chen appeared unfazed, his breath steady, as if he had yet to reach his peak exhilaration. Blood pooled into rivulets, cascading from the blade of his Tang Dao and dripping onto the ground. Woof! Roar! Woof! With the immediate threat of zombies vanquished, Air Pang suddenly began to bark furiously at a distant restaurant. Something amiss? Following Air Pang's gaze, Zhang Chen beheld the restaurant's glass doors, which were densely packed with zombies, resembling commuters jostling to board a train during rush hour. Countless hands and faces pressed against the glass, creating a chilling spectacle. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the restaurant window, and in an instant, the glass doors shattered explosively. A mass of entangled zombies tumbled to the ground. Amidst the chaos, a creature with its limbs splayed upon the ground let out a piercing, anguished wail, reminiscent of a woman enduring extreme torment. The sound was shrill and jarring. Was this a crawler? Zhang Chen squinted, initially intending to encounter this entity at Tianyang University, only to unexpectedly confront it here. It seemed the presence of such creatures was far from scarce. They were numerous, indeed. Air sensed danger, baring his teeth as he positioned himself defensively in front of Zhang Chen. Leave this fellow to me. You handle those bothersome, ordinary zombies. Zhang Chen commanded. Reluctantly, Air took a couple of steps aside. This creature was a warrior at heart. The more numerous the zombies, or the mightier the foe, the more exhilarated it became, yearning for battle. The crawler soon caught sight of Zhang Chen, its head twisting to reveal an expression that was a perplexing blend of laughter and sorrow. Chapter 33. Distinct Weaknesses. Whoosh. The crawler moved with astonishing speed, charging directly at Zhang Chen. The immense strength of its limbs tore open a gaping wound in the chest of the zombie beneath it. Swift as lightning, as Zhang Chen raised his shield, the crawler was already upon him. With a resounding thud, the tremendous impact forced Zhang Chen to stagger back 2 steps. The crawler experienced a similar recoil, yet it remained oblivious to pain. Upon landing, it immediately launched a flurry of clawed attacks, striking 3 or 4 times in rapid succession. Its razor-sharp talons whizzed past Zhang Chen's face, the gusts of wind stinging his skin. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable adversary. No wonder an entire survivor team had fallen before this one monster. Zhang Chen continued to retreat a couple more steps. Observing its attacks being effortlessly parried and evaded by Zhang Chen, the crawler grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, it seized Zhang Chen's shield with both hands, its neck stretching over the top of the shield to reveal a terrifying, grotesque visage right before Zhang Chen's eyes. With a chilling cackle, it let out a piercing scream. The frequency of the sound pierced through the air, causing Zhang Chen's mind to spin slightly, prompting him to loosen his grip. The shield was swiftly snatched away by the creeper. Sensing Zhang Chen's vulnerability, it eagerly extended its elongated claws towards his neck. With nails exceeding 10 centimeters in length, it could effortlessly slice open a throat with even the gentlest of strokes. Just as the creeper seemed poised to succeed, Zhang Chen raised his left hand with a subtle motion, intercepting its advance. He grasped the creeper's wrist firmly, the claws mere centimeters from his neck. Yet no matter how hard the creeper struggled, it could not inch forward. Is this all you are capable of? No wonder it is said that I can easily triumph over you in open spaces. Indeed, had that strike occurred within the confines of a building, even the strongest survivor would not stand a chance against you. Alas, you lack the wisdom of humanity, Zhang Chen remarked nonchalantly. His decision to adopt a defensive stance rather than counterattack immediately stemmed from a desire to ascertain the true capabilities of the creeper. Only by understanding its methods of attack and combat characteristics could he enhance his odds in a future encounter within tighter quarters. Cackling in frustration, the creeper could not comprehend Zhang Chen's words. It merely felt as though its wrist had been embedded in stone, immovable. It emitted another piercing shriek. However, this time, Zhang Chen did not grant it the opportunity. As the scream barely began, his right hand wielded the Tang Dao, swiftly severing the creeper's head from its body. It was deafening. With a swift motion, the creature's head was severed, yet the crawler remained resilient, using its legs to propel itself toward Zhang Chen's chest. This blow could easily eviscerate a zombie, posing a significant threat. Not dead yet. The revelation struck Zhang Chen. The crawler's central nervous system resided in its spine, and only by destroying that could it be truly vanquished. Just as doubt clouded his mind, a notification reappeared. Understanding the urgency, Zhang Chen deftly evaded the assault. The Tang Dao sliced through the air once more. With a sickening thud, he discovered the crawler's formidable resilience. The blade penetrated only halfway before becoming lodged. Despite its head being severed, some unknown part continued to emit sounds as it flailed helplessly in midair. This creature was surprisingly sturdy. Zhang Chen delivered a powerful kick, toppling the crawler to the ground, and seized the opportunity to withdraw his blade. Although the headless crawler was not dead, it had lost its vision. Darting about like a headless fly, its sharp claws flailed wildly. With a resounding crash, it slashed a parked car door, leaving 3 half-meter gashes. Seizing the moment, Zhang Chen, now armed with experience, wielded his blade with both hands and struck downwards, precisely along the previously cut line, cleaving the crawler in two. A guttural cry escaped the creature as it finally succumbed to death. By destroying the crawler's spine, it was utterly defeated, a stark contrast to the vulnerabilities of other zombies. Zhang Chen wiped the reddish-brown viscous fluid from his blade. At that moment, the battle on the other side with Air Pow had also concluded. Although there were numerous zombies in the restaurant, amounting to over a dozen, most lay entangled on the ground, lacking the capacity for effective combat. Thus, Air Pow found the task of attacking them remarkably effortless. Moreover, as one who had grown by consuming zombie flesh, he was immune to the zombie virus. Engaging a dozen zombies proved to be a simple endeavor. Once the battle concluded, he commenced the collection process. Zhang Chen first gathered from the crawlers. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal 5010, enhanced by Energy Evolution Talent, Accelerated Fertilizer 5, Evolver's Blood 1, Tough Leather 3, Sharp Claws 2, an abundance of unfamiliar materials. Zhang Chen directed his attention to each item, and prompts immediately appeared. Evolver's Blood is a precious reagent material. It is advisable to accumulate it. Tough leather is a vital ingredient for crafting energy armor. It is advisable to gather more. Sharp claws are essential for creating energy weapons. It is advisable to stockpile them. Precious reagents, energy armor, and energy weapons. Although Zhang Chen did not yet possess the blueprints for these items, he proceeded to collect from the remaining zombies. Ding! Successful collection. Congratulations on acquiring Energy Crystal Core 9018, enhanced with Energy Evolution Talent, Mutated Fertilizer 530, Bunny Girl Outfit 1, Baja Brand Cigarettes 62, Cash 1245, Spoiled Food 1, Clean Notebook 2, Clean Briefcase 1, Carbon Pen 6. Universal Charger 3. Zhang Chen still had ample space in his backpack to store all these items. By chance, he noticed an automatic vending machine by the roadside outside the restaurant. Chapter 34. Scavenge. 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 Curiosity piqued, Zhang Chen approached the machine. An automatic vending machine boasting a protection level comparable to that of an ATM, devoid of cash. One must rely on offering items in exchange. Such a formidable level of security? Is it truly that exaggerated? Zhang Chen raised his fist, contemplating testing the machine's robustness. At that moment, a prompt appeared once more. The vending machine is equipped not only with a siren alarm system, but is also connected to the nearby police station and broadcasting system. If I were you, I would refrain from such actions. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, it was unwise to confront another horde of corpses. Moreover, the exact number of creatures like the crawlers lurking nearby remained unknown. Prudence was indeed the better part of valor. Zhang Chen glanced at the items within the vending machine. There were beverages, self-heating rice meals, and even a thoughtful provision of purified water. Boxed instant noodles and ready-to-eat cold noodles were also available, boasting a commendable variety. Not to mention, the prices were quite reasonable. Instant noodles were merely 0.5 yuan, beverages cost 0.1 yuan, and the priciest self-heating rice with meat was only 1.5 yuan. It seems that the cost of living in this world was remarkably low. Zhang Chen currently possessed over 5,000 in cash, a sum that could be considered substantial here. He selected a self-heating rice meal and smoothed out a crumpled 5 yuan note before inserting it. Soon, the self-heating rice, accompanied by purified water, plummeted from the machine. Upon inspecting the rice, Zhang Chen noted the production date, June 15, 2012, with an astonishing shelf life of 20 years. Indeed, in this world, all food items boasted extraordinarily lengthy shelf lives, often starting at a decade or two. Zhang Chen stored the self-heating rice in his storage space and purchased a bottle of orange-flavored carbonated beverage. He unscrewed the cap and drank heartily. The taste was reminiscent of Earth's Fanta, sweet and delightful. Wang Wu, the chubby creature, transformed back into a fluffy little ball. His eyes sparkling as he gazed eagerly at the drink in Zhang Chen's hand, seemingly impatient. His expression conveyed a longing for a taste. Zhang Chen poured the remaining beverage into a plastic bag and placed it in front of Erpang. The little fellow exhibited complete trust in Zhang Chen, diving in without even sniffing the contents. After a lick, his eyes lit up, and he began to lap it up with fervor. Zhang Chen continued to purchase relentlessly, emptying the vending machine one item after another, having spent merely a little over 100 yuan. A total of 20 bottles of carbonated beverages, 30 bottles of purified water, 10 boxes of braised beef rice, 10 boxes of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, 10 boxes of vegetarian rice, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of ready-to-eat mixed noodles, and 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot. This abundance is perhaps why these vending machines line the roadside. The surrounding area is teeming with zombies, rendering them almost untouched. Zhang Chen also ventured into several nearby shops. All the freezers and vending machines had been thoroughly looted. It must have been the indigenous inhabitants of this world who consumed everything. After eliminating the zombies on the street, Zhang Chen, accompanied by Air Pao, arrived beside a gas station. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a heavy truck materialized beside him. Zhang Chen opened the fuel tank and inserted the fuel nozzle, allowing it to fill automatically. He then wandered through the small supermarket within the gas station. There was nothing left, save for a few bottles of windshield washer fluid and some engine oil haphazardly strewn across the shelves and floor. From the back of the gas station supermarket, Zhang Chen found 4 empty fuel barrels, which he brought over. He filled exactly 4 barrels, 2 with gasoline and 2 with diesel. Although there was still a considerable amount of gasoline and diesel at the station, the limited containers prevented him from taking more. Zhang Chen circled the location of the gas station on his map as a marker before setting off towards his next destination, the department store. He scanned the shops along the way with his gaze. There were no supply boxes, only scattered zombies. However, after the earlier commotion, they did not emerge, indicating they were trapped and unable to break free. There was no need for concern. Zhang Chen cast his gaze upon the brilliantly illuminated shopping mall. Immediately, a notification reappeared. Beware, multiple mutated Type 2 zombies are present. A Level 2 supply box is located in the gym on the 3rd floor. Multiple mutated Type 2 zombies? Zhang Chen noted that the alert referred not to a mere horde of crawlers, but to several Type 2 zombies. This indicated that the mutated Type 2 zombies came in various forms, with crawlers being merely one type among many. Moreover, there was a Level 2 supply box within. For the sake of that level 2 supply box, it was worth the endeavor. Zhang Chen once again retrieved his shield and tang sword, cautiously stepping inside. Upon reaching the entrance of the mall, Erpang immediately sensed the lingering scent of danger. His physique enlarged instantaneously, trailing behind Zhang Chen as they ventured further inside. The automatic glass doors of the mall were smeared with bloodied handprints, and the floor bore streaks of crimson drag marks. Yet astonishingly, the first floor's atrium was devoid of zombies. It was eerily quiet, save for the enchanting music that played on an endless loop, accompanied only by the faint sound of Zhang Chen's footsteps and the thudding of Erpang's hefty claws against the ground. Where had all the zombies gone? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Chen's mind. If dozens, or even hundreds, of zombies had surged forth upon opening the door, he would have felt a sense of reassurance. That would have been expected, but the absence of any zombies made him increasingly wary. Suddenly, Zhang Chen shouted loudly, and, with a forceful swing of his shield, struck the cosmetics counter on the first floor. With a resounding crack, he inadvertently exerted too much force, causing the entire cosmetics counter to collapse in an instant. The glass lay shattered across the floor, creating a cacophony that, under normal circumstances, would have heralded the emergence of zombies. Yet, there were none to be found. Are there any zombies? Zhang Chen shouted once more, his voice echoing in the silence. Roaring in unison, Air Pow joined in the commotion. An eerie quiet enveloped them. Perhaps the blaring music of the mall concealed the sounds of the undead. Despite Zhang Chen's efforts to heighten his senses, he discerned nothing amiss. It was inconceivable that no zombies lurked here. But where had they all vanished to? Zhang Chen and Air Pow embarked on a circuit of the first floor, arriving at the cosmetics counter. In this apocalyptic world, who would still entertain the notion of makeup? Nonetheless, skincare products and perfumes would likely retain some market value for trade. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have acquired foundation 75, skincare products 120, perfume 40, lipsticks of various shades 12.55, makeup remover 112, cash 53.45, counterstaff uniform 3. After gathering these items, Zhang Chen ascended to the second floor via the elevator. As he stepped onto the second floor, he was immediately met with the hair-raising, frantic roars of zombies. A throng of undead congregated at the entrance of a children's education center, their forms illuminated by the golden light spilling from within. In the harsh glow, the zombies transformed into a swarm of shadowy figures, their countless hands clawing at the glass. The scene was utterly terrifying. Chapter 35. The breeder of poisonous insects. Where have all the zombies gone? It turns out they were hiding here. Zhang Chen exclaimed in realization. Perhaps there were survivors inside. Drawing the attention of the zombies. Coupled with the interference of the mall's music, this explains why they were not attracted by the noise from below. Well then, let us get to work, Zhang Chen declared, brandishing his tang knife and swiftly charging forward. Air Pow also followed suit down another path, launching himself into the fray. As an early stage awakened with dual talents, Zhang Chen's prowess rendered ordinary zombies no more challenging than slicing vegetables. The zombies had no chance to close the distance. In terms of strength, it was a complete domination. With Air Pow providing support, dozens of zombies were swiftly dispatched. Collecting the spoils, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal 245, enhanced by Energy Evolution Talent. Mutated Fertilizer 140, Clean Fabric 60, Cash 827, Mall Guide Map 1, Storage Ring Fragment 12, Broken Baseball Bat 1, Dull Kitchen Knife 1. Once again, it was a collection of peculiar items. The damaged goods were beyond use, and Zhang Chen discarded them onto the ground. He then examined the guide map. The mall comprised 5 floors. The basement level was a food court. The first floor housed cosmetics and maternity products. The second floor featured clothing, footwear, and children's education. The third floor offered fitness equipment and bedding, while the fourth floor was dedicated to restaurants. He decided to keep the clothing and footwear. After all, he needed to change outfits almost daily after dispatching zombies, as their blood simply could not be washed out. Furniture and bedding are also necessities. It's time for a thorough sweep. Zhang Chen refrained from opening the door to the children's education center before him. He was aware that survivors resided within. However, encounters with strangers could be quite awkward. What if they implored him to take them along? Surely, he could not resort to violence simply because they desired to form a party, for Zhang Chen was no maniac. It would be best to avoid the meeting altogether. Zhang Chen possessed the skill of master tailor, enabling him to craft any clothing he had collected. Ah, a lingerie store? He would take that. Interestingly, the The variety of styles had significantly increased. A boutique for luxury suits? He would reclaim that as well, regardless of their usual prices. Everything had become remarkably affordable. An outdoor equipment store? Curiosity piqued, he ventured inside. There lay tents, sleeping bags, portable tables and chairs, as well as searchlights for nighttime in the wilderness and a 5-piece dining set for outdoor meals. These items were indeed practical. Zhang Chen collected a children's tent and, upon testing it, received 50 units of clean fabric. Tents could yield fabric as well. However, the option to craft a children's tent was absent from Zhang Chen's creation list. This meant that while tents could be harvested, they could not be recreated after collection. Thus, it would be wise to store them directly in a storage space. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 30 outdoor windproof and moisture-proof tents, 50 moisture-proof picnic mats, 25 sleeping bags, 10 outdoor lighting devices, 10 barbecue tools, 25-piece barbecue sets, 5 night vision goggles, 500-fold zoom binoculars, and 20 fishing rods. The ample 48-slot storage space is indeed delightful. With all these items, along with those previously collected, they occupy merely 3/4 of the capacity. Even with the remaining quarter of the space, there are still a generous 12 slots available, equivalent to the storage ring of an ordinary survivor. After thoroughly scavenging the second floor, Zhang Chen took the elevator to ascend to the third floor. According to the indications, a level 2 supply box awaits in the gym on the third floor. Moreover, the mall harbors several mutated Type 2 zombies, which he had not encountered on the first or second floors. They are likely concealed on the third floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, an increasingly nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Creak. A familiar sound. It was a crawler. The moment Zhang Chen set foot on the third floor, he swiftly turned and struck with all his might. With a swift motion, he cleaved the airborne crawler in two. Its grotesque head bore a horrifying expression that seemed to waver between a smile and a grimace. Its mouth agape. It perished before even managing to emit a sound of attack. Creak. Another crawler. Is this the lair of the crawlers? Zhang Chen raised his shield to protect himself entirely, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Before him lay 3 creeping creatures sprawled across the corridor floor, the walls, and the ceiling. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had just engaged in a decisive and efficient battle, producing almost no sound, merely blending into the ambient music of the mall. The 3 crawlers remained oblivious to his presence, aimlessly traversing their surroundings. Occasionally, they fervently clawed at the suspended ceiling above, sending debris cascading to the ground. In the opposite direction stood a female zombie, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, facing sideways. This particular undead was unmistakably different from the typical variety. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, with a sickly green complexion and a protruding abdomen, one could faintly discern something writhing beneath her distended belly. Mutant Type 2 zombie. A breeding host for venomous insects, capable of expelling highly corrosive venom and covered in a noxious liquid. If I were you, I would certainly keep my distance from such a creature. Zhang Chen inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. This unforeseen situation was beyond his expectations. Not only were there 4 Type 2 mutants, but he had also encountered a new variant that appeared particularly formidable. Engaging in reckless combat was not Zhang Chen's style. He crouched at the entrance of the elevator, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Fortunately, not far from the escalator stood a gym, the very location rumored to harbor a level 2 supply crate. Zhang Chen was acutely aware that his purpose for venturing into the mall was not to battle mutant zombies for thrills. His unwavering goal was to grow stronger and gather resources. If one could discreetly acquire the supply box and retreat unscathed, it would be the epitome of perfection. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen gently patted the robust body of Air Pao, who instantly transformed into a state reminiscent of a playful wolf cub. The smaller the size, the less likely they would be detected by the zombies. Zhang Chen held his breath and stealthily entered the gym. As he reached for the glass door to close it, a notification abruptly appeared. Have you noticed the wind chime above the door? Do you think the zombies would be fond of its melodious sound? Chapter 36. Talent Crystal. Zhang Chen glanced up at the glass door and indeed spotted a wind chime. Each time someone entered or exited, it emitted a sound, alerting the front desk staff to attend to or bid farewell to guests. The chime produced a particularly crisp and pleasant tone, with strong sound penetration. If it were to be accidentally triggered, the consequences would be dire. Thankfully, there was a warning. Zhang Chen's heart raced with anxiety. He slowly stood up, exerted a slight force, and severed the wind chime string. He then carefully wrapped it in his clothing and placed it gently on the table. He quietly closed the door. Through the glass, he observed that the mutated zombies had not sensed anything amiss. Only then did Zhang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. The music in the mall, combined with the soundproofing of the glass door, ensured that even if there were zombies nearby, any noise he made would likely go unnoticed. Zhang Chen circumvented the front desk and made his way directly to the equipment area. At present, these gym apparatuses were the most useless items. Who would expend significant energy on exercising when one could rapidly enhance their physical prowess with energy crystals? The equipment area lacked supply boxes, and the treadmill section was similarly devoid of them. Zhang Chen proceeded directly into the bathing area, ultimately discovering a level 2 supply box within the women's bath. This box, cloaked in a dark exterior adorned with mysterious linear patterns, was indeed impressive. As soon as his hand rested upon the supply box, a prompt emerged. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes, no? He chose yes, and the box responded, opening of its own accord. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired Talent Crystal 1, Design Blueprint for Resilient Basic Energy Armor 1, and Advanced Pet Food 1. Talent Crystal upon usage. It grants an increase of 1 talent point. In the case of dual talents, each talent gains an additional point. Design Blueprint for Resilient Basic Energy Armor requires Energy Core 200, Resilient Leather 20, and Clean Fabric 500. Resilient Basic Energy Armor automatically envelopes the wearer when danger is sensed, providing immunity to fall damage from heights of up to 50 meters and equivalent impact damage until it shatters. It also reduces other damage by 20. Advanced Pet Food. When used, it accelerates the growth of pets, effective only for those in pre-adulthood stages, not including adulthood. Goodness. Is this what a level 2 supply box contains? The treasures within were a stark contrast to those of a level 1 box. Pang gazed enviously at the advanced pet food in Zhang Chen's hands, salivating at the mere scent. He rested his front legs on Zhang Chen's lap, stretching his neck to draw nearer to the delectable morsel, his tail wagging with the fervor of a fan. All right, here you go. Zhang Chen opened the box of provisions and placed it on the ground. Pang, filled with excitement, dashed forward, eager to bury his entire head in the box. Without lifting his gaze, he began to munch away enthusiastically. Zhang Chen picked up the talent crystal, a small, crimson gem, with a slight press of his finger. The red crystal shattered instantly. A surge of energy flowed through his finger and into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 1 talent point in the gene evolution direction. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 1 talent point in the energy evolution direction. Subsequently, Zhang Chen glanced at the second row of talents. The talent tree required the first row to be illuminated before the second row could be unlocked. In the second row, each of the 2 directions offered 2 talent options. The talents for the gene evolution direction were Spirit Cat Reflex 03, enhances evasion, speed, and reaction time by 33. Skill, Fury 01, temporarily significantly boosts all attributes while reducing damage taken by 30. The duration and the extent of the attribute enhancement increase with the survivor's level. The talents for the energy evolution direction were Skill, Energy Strike 01, unleashes a powerful energy ray from the hands to obliterate foes. Damage is contingent upon the energy core limit required for the survivor's level up. The higher the limit, the greater the damage inflicted. Wealthy Tycoon 03, increases the yield of non-special item resources collected by 20, with an initial 20 bonus also applicable to other resources. At this moment, Zhang Chen possessed 1 talent point in each of these 2 evolutionary directions. In such circumstances, there is simply no alternative, is there? Why not directly highlight the 2 abilities? Upgrading talents. Skill, Energy Strike. Upgrading talents. Skill, Fury. In an instant, 2 surges of energy, 1 red and 1 blue, surged into Zhang Chen's body. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce glint flashed across his gaze. At that moment, on the inner side of his left wrist, a small intertwining line of red and blue appeared, measuring merely a centimeter in length. This delicate line represents the talent line. The red line on the wrist signifies a survivor of the gene evolution path, while the blue line indicates a survivor of the energy evolution path. Zhang Chen's wrist bore a line interwoven with both colors. As more talents are activated, this line will elongate, and the patterns it forms will become increasingly intricate. At this moment, Pao had also finished the advanced pet food. Once merely a fluffy little ball, its size had noticeably increased. It now measured a solid 30 to 40 centimeters in length. Its tail swished playfully against Zhang Chen's calf, exhibiting quite a bit of energy. The pet information immediately updated. Pet name, Airpow Battle Pet Type, Mutated Energy Beast, Howling Moon Wolf King Preferred Food, Meat, Zombies, Mutated Animals, Mutated Insects. Skills, Combat Amplification. Upon entering battle, its size, strength, speed, and mass will all increase exponentially. Wild Call, can summon 2 Howling Moon Wolf pups to join the fight. They will vanish after the battle concludes. It can summon companions too? A faint smile crossed Zhang Chen's face. He hadn't expected this creature to be quite reliable after all. Thus, it became a 4-against-4 match. At least in terms of numbers. Both sides were evenly matched. Let us proceed and witness the prowess we have gained after our transformation. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Airpang shook his fur and suddenly enlarged to several dozen times his original size. Previously, after doubling in size, he was comparable to a large hunting dog such as a golden retriever or an Alaskan Malamute. However, after this transformation, he was as large as half a small car, resembling a robust male lion. With a roar, Airpang lowered his head and nudged Zhang Chen's shoulder, signifying his submission. Together, they arrived at the entrance of the gym. At that moment, 3 crawlers had stealthily approached. One was on the awning outside the door, another on the ground, and the last one at the staircase, voraciously devouring the corpse of a crawler that Zhang Chen had slain. The music in the mall grew louder, becoming somewhat raucous, which agitated the mutated zombies to some extent. Chapter 37. The origin of the venomous insects. A loud noise was indeed beneficial, although Zhang Chen had now acquired 2 additional skills. Enhancing his confidence in dealing with these mutated zombies, caution remained paramount. The fewer mutated zombies he faced simultaneously, the lower the risk of injury, and thus, the higher the safety factor. Even as an awakened, Zhang Chen still lacked immunity to the zombie virus, necessitating extraordinary vigilance. Airpang, I leave the one on the ground to you. I shall handle the one on the rooftop. Zhang Chen gently patted Airpang's sturdy back as he spoke. Woof. Airpang wagged his tail. In his enlarged state, even his tail possessed considerable destructive power. With a casual flick, Zhang Chen struck his arm, only to be met with a searing pain. Let us move. With a commanding voice, Zhang Chen set the pace. Airpow surged forward. His speed significantly enhanced compared to before. His colossal form smashed through the glass door, and his enormous claws landed heavily on the back of the crawler. The crawler on the roof took notice of Airpow, preparing to launch an attack. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen activated his skill, Fury. Instantly, it felt as though he had been injected with a stimulant. His pupils dilated, pores opened wide, and a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up from within. With a powerful leap, Zhang Chen soared an impressive distance of 4 to 5 meters. The Tang Dao cleaved downwards, effortlessly splitting the crawler on the roof in 2. A decisive strike. At that moment, the crawler by the elevator also became aware of Zhang Chen's presence, screeching as it charged towards him. Simultaneously, the long-haired creature, the bug breeder, slowly turned its face. It bore a visage reminiscent of a melting human, skin sagging to the brink of dripping off. Its mouth grotesquely stretched from ear to ear, an abominable sight. Though the bug breeder moved sluggishly, it possessed the capability for ranged attacks. It opened its maw and abruptly expelled a viscous glob of liquid, hurtling toward Zhang Chen. Just in time, Zhang Chen deftly sidestepped, evading the crawler's assault. In one fluid motion, he grasped the crawler's legs and yanked forcefully backward. This maneuver placed the crawler between himself and the bug breeder. The thick, green corrosive liquid splattered against the crawler. The crawler emitted a series of high-pitched screeches. A wisp of green smoke began to emanate from his back. It appeared that the corrosive substance posed a significant threat. The consequences of it making contact with the skin were unimaginable, if one assumes that it merely spewed corrosive liquid. They are gravely mistaken. Within this entity lies a nest of venomous insects. The name of their progenitor is not without reason. A prompt notification appeared once again. Venomous insects? Zhang Chen kicked forcefully, sending the creature sprawling several meters away. The exhilaration of fury was utterly intoxicating. Zhang Chen felt his combat prowess surge to an entirely new level. The creatures before him were nothing more than toys in comparison. As the creature was sent flying, a 4-legged monstrosity emerged from its back. It had intended to launch a surprise attack on Zhang Chen, but instead, it was forcibly pinned to the ground, skidding a considerable distance, leaving behind a trail of deep green slime. The venomous insect lay slain. This diminutive creature was not only swift, but also coated in corrosive liquid. A mere touch could spell disaster. Fortunately, its body was exceedingly fragile, easily dispatched. The progenitor of the venomous insects unleashed 2 streams of green slime. Without the creature as a shield, Zhang Chen swiftly darted forward, covering another 5 or 6 meters in an instant. He deftly evaded the corrosive attack. Zhang Chen refrained from using his blast shield for defense, deeming it unworthy. Should the shield fail to withstand the corrosion, it would mean willingly sacrificing a piece of armor. In the face of such ranged assaults, one should always strive to evade. The shield is a tool for preserving life, wielded only in dire circumstances. 2 blobs of corrosive liquid struck the wall and the floor, respectively. Soon, the marble of both surfaces began to emit smoke and bubble, rapidly forming a substantial pit. Following this, 2 green, spider-like creatures, each the size of a palm and possessing 4 legs, emerged from the remnants. They scurried swiftly towards Zhang Chen, their bodies glistening with the corrosive substance, leaving a trail of decaying footprints in their wake. These adversaries proved to be quite formidable. Zhang Chen swiftly approached the newly risen crawler, and with a powerful slash, severed it in 2 before it could react. Although the venomous creatures moved with remarkable speed, their diminutive size rendered them unable to catch up to Zhang Chen. Suddenly, another glob of corrosive liquid struck the gym's glass wall, instantly creating a gaping hole. The venomous creatures tumbled into the gym, soon managing to corrode the glass further and emerge. Time was of the essence. The numbers of these creatures were increasing, and any delay would be detrimental to him. He activated his skill, Energy Strike. With a concentrated thought, a brilliant blue light erupted from his left palm. Subsequently, a wave of energy, reminiscent of the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, shot forth from his hand, directly impacting the abdomen of the venomous creature's progenitor. With a sizzling sound, the progenitor exploded like a ruptured water balloon, spraying corrosive liquid in all directions. The entire shopping mall was soon enveloped in a pungent, acrid aroma. With the demise of the venomous insect progenitor, the creatures trailing behind Zhang Chen emitted a series of eerie shrieks before collapsing onto the ground, lifeless. It became apparent that by eliminating the source, all these minuscule beings would perish as well. A sense of relief washed over Zhang Chen. He had previously worried about encountering multiple progenitors, which could unleash dozens of lethal insects, rendering them capable of inflicting certain death. The battle on Zhang Chen's front had reached its conclusion, while Erpang's skirmish was nearing its end as well. Accompanied by 2 enhanced howling moonwolf pups, 3 wolves relentlessly besieged the creeper. The latter's arms had been severed, and 1 leg was unaccounted for, leaving it riddled with wounds. The trio of howling moonwolves fought fiercely to tear apart the creeper's body. After an intense struggle, a sudden crack echoed as the creeper was violently torn into 3 pieces. This was hardly a battle. It resembled Erpang leading 2 underlings on a hunt, now feasting upon their prey. Observing the creeper's demise, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of pity for the creature. Chapter 38. A haunting encounter. The battle concluded. In this fierce confrontation, Zhang Chen and Erpang had collectively vanquished 4 creepers, including the one eliminated at the elevator entrance, and 1 venomous insect progenitor. Collection. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired Energy Crystal Nucleus, 26052, Accelerated Fertilizer, 25, Evolver's Blood, 5, Resilient Leather, 12, Sharp Claws, 8, Corrosion-Resistant Leather, 2, Corrosive Essence, 1. A bountiful profit. Undoubtedly a significant gain. The crystal nuclei obtained from dispatching these few mutated Type 2 zombies equated to the rewards of slaying 500 or 600 regular zombies. The efficiency is remarkably high. Zhang Chen monitored his upgrade status, 522,802. Currently, he had only accumulated 1/3 of the energy crystal cores required for the upgrade. Nevertheless, this was already quite commendable. Today, he had just ascended 2 levels in quick succession. If only he could continuously encounter a plethora of mutated Type 2 zombies to vanquish. Zhang Chen, accompanied by Erpao, took another stroll around the 4th floor. There was no need for prompts. Merely observing Erpao's demeanor indicated the proximity of any zombies. Excitedly sniffing around, he appeared as though he were on a leisurely excursion. From his behavior, it was evident that there were no zombies nearby. Indeed, there was not a single zombie on the 4th floor. Many shop entrances were marked with spray paint, and the kitchen was utterly deserted. A profusion of red mushrooms had sprouted from the decaying rice and flour, covering the walls and floor entirely. These bulk foods, once exposed to the air, would inevitably succumb to the invasion of these toxic mushrooms. After thoroughly searching the mall, Zhang Chen and Erpao leisurely descended the escalator. In fact, the mall could serve as a shelter, given its vast space capable of accommodating numerous individuals. The sole drawback was the absence of beds. Sleeping on the cold ground would undoubtedly be a trying ordeal. The elevator slowly descended to the second floor, where they encountered a group of survivors, each clutching various weapons and wearing expressions of sheer terror. Some had even collapsed onto the floor, as pale as death, as if they had seen a ghost. As the elevator continued its descent, Zhang Chen discerned several more survivors in the distance, notably at the entrance of a hidden educational institution. A few girls were clinging to the doorframe. Like a startled fawn, at the slightest rustle, it would hastily retreat indoors. Am I truly so terrifying? Zhang Chen cast a puzzled glance at the crowd, then slowly descended in the elevator to the first floor. Are you human or a zombie? The leading man inquired, his face ashen, mustering his courage to ask. It seems he should be human. Human? Impossible. He descended from the third floor. We know all too well what lurks on the third floor. Indeed, there were originally more than 20 of us, and we never feared the ordinary zombies on the fourth floor. Yet on the third floor, a single monster claimed the lives of over 10 of us. How could this man emerge unscathed? This cannot be. Could it be that he vanquished all the monsters above? As this thought was voiced, the faces of all present were etched with shock. Are you suggesting that this man's strength surpasses the limits of humanity? Brother Sue and a few of us coordinated to slay zombies, gathering all the cores to support his ascension to the pinnacle of human capability. How could an ordinary survivor advance so rapidly on his own? While several were engaged in conversation, someone had stealthily ventured to the third floor and returned, their face pale as a ghost. It's true, the third floor is marked by signs of battle, and there are also green chunks of flesh. The returning individual spoke with a grave expression. Green chunks of flesh? Could it be that green monster? Gasped the crowd in unison. The man nodded laboriously and replied, Indeed. Only that creature possesses green skin. Whose dismembered flesh could it possibly be? Moreover, the entire mall is sealed off. These monsters could not simply vanish into thin air. They even reduced that green monster to a pulp. Reduced to a pulp? Has he already acquired superpowers? It is simply unimaginable how he achieved such a feat. I believe we should follow this remarkable individual and have him lead us. Precisely. With his protection, we would feel significantly safer. Several girls chimed in, unanimously deciding to seek allegiance with Zhang Chen. The others appeared somewhat at a loss. Ever since the team leader, Su Ge, met his demise, the group had been in disarray, with anxiety permeating the air. Everyone yearned for a strong leader to guide them. Someone urgently exclaimed. The swift survivors immediately chased down the elevator, only to return with a disheartened expression, stating, The Great One has long vanished without a trace. And more alarmingly, the entire street outside has been cleared of zombies. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was left in stunned silence, overwhelmed with regret. How could they have failed to seize the opportunity to align themselves with such a formidable figure? How could one even question whether another is human or monster? Alas, it's too late for such inquiries now. Zhang Chen, having departed from the mall, stood atop a bus, gazing towards Tianyang University, which was merely separated by a road. However, what astonished Zhang Chen was the alarming sight of an overwhelming congregation of zombies within the university grounds. These wretched beings shuffled about, packed so tightly that there was scarcely any room to move. At a glance, they resembled a surging tide of darkness. Chapter 39, The Great Blackout. Amidst the throng of ordinary zombies, there were also figures of crawlers and insect bearers. Occasionally, a towering silhouette, over 3 meters tall, could be discerned. Yet, this creature lingered behind the teaching buildings, revealing only a portion of its massive arm, an arm belonging to a human, albeit significantly larger. The veins bulged, and one could almost sense the muscles straining against the skin. Just by observing this arm, Zhang Chen understood that this entity's strength far surpassed that of the crawlers and insect bearers. Had any other survivor witnessed such a scene, they would likely have been paralyzed by fear. Yet, a greedy smile crept across Zhang Chen's lips. To him, these were all energy cores, an abundance of resources that could enhance his power. Acquiring such a wealth of resources was no easy feat. He must make the most of them. Zhang Chen instinctively cast a glance towards the entrance of Tianyang University. Suddenly, his gaze faltered. The security booth at the entrance lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of walls. Exposed rebar jutted out into the air. A creature crawled along the edge of the shattered wall. Could it be? Zhao Xia has perished? Zhang Chen's heart suddenly constricted. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhao Xia, are you there? Chen Gu. Zhao Xia is not dead? Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy within him. Then, realization dawned. With such a vast institution as Tianyang University, it surely boasted more than one entrance and exit. Therefore, the security booths must also be numerous. Zhao Xie must have taken refuge in one of the other booths. Indeed, Zhang Chen scrutinized the devastated security booth once more. The exposed rebar was already rusted, clearly indicating it had been destroyed long ago. Moreover, given the creature's strength, while its claws were sharp, they were insufficient to dismantle a structure of steel and concrete. What happened? Just moments ago, several individuals sought to purchase bows, and the ones you provided have already been reserved. Furthermore, those who reserved have sent their transactions. They include energy crystals, 10 plus, frost flower, 5, packaged instant noodles, 5, bloodstained keys, 10, carbon hard material, 5, skill, basic mechanical repair, skill, advanced electrician, basic physical potion, 1, steel 100. When processing the transactions, please cross-reference with what I have sent you to avoid any deceitful practices or shortcuts. I was concerned that you might have been busy earlier, so I refrained from asking you. Now, your archery skills have become exceedingly popular, and the influx of inquiries is overwhelming. The backlog of orders has compelled me to reach out to you. I hope I haven't interrupted anything important. Zhao Xie is exceptionally organized and remarkably understanding. Oh, you're still outside. Then please refrain from speaking and prioritize your safety. Zhao Xie exclaimed anxiously. I'm fine. I've cleared the area of zombies. How about your situation? Is that crawler still lurking nearby? Zhang Chen inquired. I'm safe. There's nothing to worry about. I've been keeping an eye on that crawler. It's been wandering in the vicinity. I just saw it heading towards the number 1 teaching building. Well, I'm relieved to hear you're all right. Zhang Chen sighed with relief. Even though he had never met this girl before and they had only known each other for a few days, he felt an inexplicable urge to ensure her safety from the undead. Oh, you care about me. Zhao Xie blushed. No. I was merely inquiring about the whereabouts of that creature. Remember, in this apocalyptic world, no one can be truly trusted. Regardless of what I say now, it can all be feigned. In the end times, women, especially those of striking beauty, who place their trust in others are inviting death. Do you understand? Zhang Chen admonished sternly. Hee, are you complimenting my beauty? Zhao Xie replied with a sweet smile. I mean you need to take care of yourself and not easily trust others. Can you not grasp the essence of what others are saying? Zhang Chen's expression was one of exasperation. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I know how to protect myself. In truth, many had pursued him during his school days. Yet he could see that their intentions were not genuinely for his well-being. But you are different from them. You are truly special, Zhao Xie replied. Somewhat bashfully, Zhang Chen then closed the chat channel. At this moment, the sun had begun its descent, with an hour remaining until it would fully set. In such a short span, clearing the sea of zombies at Tianyang University was undoubtedly not feasible. Instead, he decided to gather more wood. He resolved to utilize the night to craft additional bows and arrows. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen fixed his gaze upon the rows of trees lining the roadside and commenced his gathering. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained wood 7, sprouting branches 2. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained wood 5, sprouting branches 1. In total, Zhang Chen acquired wood 356, sprouting branches 177. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was obtain clean fabric 5. Then, utilizing his skill, tailoring master, he crafted a new set of sportswear. Returning to the bathroom, he indulged in a refreshing shower, washing away the sweat from his body. He then retrieved a bottle of carbonated beverage and took some ice cubes from the refrigerator, pouring them into a glass. Zhang Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the 8th floor, gazing at the desolate city outside. Gently sipping a chilled beverage, he sighed in contentment, stretching lazily. Battling zombies had become as routine as a 9-to-5 job. After a grueling day of combat, Air Pow was utterly exhausted. Despite its formidable strength after being enhanced, it remained, at heart, merely a small dog. Now, it lay beside Zhang Chen's feet, soundly asleep, its lips smacking as if dreaming of delightful treats. Zhang Chen glanced at the time. Only a few seconds remained until the streetlights were set to illuminate. He relished the moment when the city would awaken with light, a fleeting illusion that civilization had not yet succumbed to oblivion. However, as seconds slipped away, the streetlights failed to flicker to life. With the darkness deepening, the world was enveloped in a pitch-black shroud. The night boasted a waning moon, its light insufficient to pierce the sudden, pervasive blackout. The entire city was plunged into an impenetrable gloom. Chapter 40. Does he actually have power? Gazing at the ink-black city, Zhang Chen realized that the phrase unable to see one's hand before one's face was not an exaggeration but a stark reality. In the past, even when the lights in a neighborhood extinguished, the streetlights would cast a portion of their glow upwards, creating the illusion that the night was not entirely dark. Walking down dimly lit paths, one could still faintly discern the route ahead. It was only now, with all illumination extinguished, that Zhang Chen understood the true terror of the night. His hand, merely half a meter from his eyes, was utterly invisible in the oppressive darkness. The electric curtains and refrigerator have both ceased to function. Due to the power outage, the water pump has also come to a halt, leaving the faucet devoid of even a single drop of water. The eerie, guttural sounds of zombies echo loudly and jarringly through the darkness of the night. Zhang Chen retrieved a powerful flashlight from his storage space, positioning it upright on the table to cast its brilliant beam onto the ceiling. The room was illuminated at last. This method was a whimsical trick he had devised during his childhood. By directing the flashlight's beam to a specific spot, it created an intense brightness, while the areas left in shadow remained pitch black. This technique ensures a more even distribution of light, with a softer glow. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had prepared the frozen beef in advance, cooking it thoroughly. Now, there was no need to cook. He could simply take it out and enjoy a steaming meal. After finishing the sawed beef, he opened the chat channel. The channel was buzzing with discussions among survivors regarding the power outage. The absence of electricity had intensified their feelings of insecurity, creating an urgent need to alleviate the rising tension through conversation. Today's chat channel was livelier than ever. Oh no! I've lost power here. Is anyone else experiencing the same? We're in the same regional chat, so it's likely that everyone is out of power. I'm on the rooftop, and I can see that the entire city is shrouded in darkness as far as the eye can see. Oh no! I live on the 45th floor. I cleared the zombies from the elevator these past few days and lured the ones in the corridor to the safe passage. This is a complete disaster. I find myself in a more dire predicament. I am ensconced within a shopping mall, surrounded by walls devoid of windows, reliant solely on artificial illumination. Now, with the power outage, even in the midst of daylight, this place is engulfed in utter darkness. How unfortunate. I had just exchanged 2 bowls of instant noodles in the auction channel, eagerly anticipating a steaming meal, yet now I am left with nothing but dry morsels to chew. I envy your ability to savor food. I have endured hunger for 2 long days. Here I am in a bookstore, typically perusing novels to distract myself from the pangs of hunger, but now I feel as if I am blind, albeit my hearing remains acute. I can audibly discern the growling of my own stomach. The darkness is overwhelming, and fear grips me. Would anyone be so kind as to keep me company for the night? I am too frightened to sleep. In this darkness, should zombies approach, I would be blissfully unaware of their presence, and at least in death, I would not be afraid. Please, do refrain from frightening me. I have secured my door, and surely the zombies cannot breach it. Guanxian, where are you? If you see this, please message me immediately. Zheng Hao, welcome everyone to the survivor camp. Currently, our stadium is equipped with emergency lighting, fully armed combat teams, as well as provisions of food and water. Zheng Hao seizes the moment to promote his camp. Emergency lighting? Upon encountering this term, Zhang Chen suddenly recollected that he possessed a diesel generator in his storage space. This device, along with numerous barrels of gasoline and diesel, had been exchanged with Zheng Hao earlier today. In the event of a power outage, the value of a diesel generator ranks just below that of food and water. Zhang Chen had effortlessly acquired 2 of them. It is likely that Zheng Hao now deeply regrets his decisions, as the survivors' pursuit of illumination has become second only to their need for food and water. Consequently, the prices for generators and various energy sources have surged dramatically. In this transaction, Zhang Chen has made a significant profit. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen accessed the trading channel and successfully completed the client orders introduced to him by Zhao Xia throughout the day. These individuals were straightforward in their dealings. The items traded were identical to those provided by Zhao Xia. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Core, 10, Frost Flower, 5, Instant Noodles, 5, Bloody Key 10, Carbon Hard Material, 5, Skill, Basic Mechanical Repair, Skill, Advanced Electrician, Basic Physique Potion, 1, Steel, 100. Zhang Chen utilized the 2 skill books, and in an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding mechanical repair and both high and low voltage electrical systems flooded his mind. enhancing his cognitive agility remarkably. The world around him appeared increasingly clear and lucid. With a powerful flashlight in hand, Zhang Chen descended into the basement, connecting the fully fueled generator to the electrical grid. He initiated the startup process. The generator roared to life. As it activated, the lights in the corridor of Building 8 flickered briefly before illuminating brilliantly. Task accomplished. The entire Building 8 glowed brightly, akin to a beacon in the night. In astonishment, Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, can you guess what I see? In this pitch-black darkness, how could one see anything? No, I can see a room not far away lit up, radiating with brilliance. Goodness, isn't it a massive blackout? How is it that some still have power? I have observed it as well, yet the surroundings are shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern where I am. The survivors residing there seem exceedingly fortunate. Can one identify their location? What a jest! Everywhere is enveloped in darkness. I cannot distinguish east from west or north from south. Only the faint glimmer of light is visible, devoid of any reference point. I truly have no idea where this place might be. In the days of electricity, I refrained from turning on the lights, fearing exposure. Now, in this pitch-black night, I am unafraid to illuminate the space, yet alas, I have no power. I took a glance through my binoculars. On that distinguished individual's table rests a plate, seemingly remnants of a recent meal of meat. Furthermore, a bottle of carbonated beverage sits beside it, and a plush, spacious bed. How envious I feel. In this apocalyptic world, one can still savor meat, enjoy a drink, rest upon a grand bed. This is akin to a divine existence. It appears we are here to survive, while others are here to indulge. I do not desire a grand bed or beverages, nor do I yearn for meat. If only I could have a hearty meal, I would be content. Esteemed individuals, does anyone possess bedding? I dare not even dream of a mattress. The night is exceedingly cold, and sleeping on the concrete floor is unbearable. To be candid, I have already resorted to drinking my own urine. The hue resembling that of the distinguished one's carbonated drink. That individual with power may find delight in private messages from a sister. Those upstairs are quite naive. Having power, food, and a bed equates to possessing a fortune equivalent to 1,000 billion in peacetime. Is there truly a lack of women? If you have a fondness for men, I, too, could perhaps entertain such notions. How utterly revolting. Can one not possess a modicum of dignity in life? It is easy to speak without feeling the weight of the world, endure 3 days of hunger and thirst, sleep upon a cold, hard floor, and then return to converse with me about integrity. Chapter 41. The Bloodstained Journal. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, his casual actions had ignited a frenzy within the chat channel. He was blissfully unaware that he and his current abode had become the focal point of the entire discussion. Approaching his wardrobe, he opened the door to reveal several identical sets of sportswear he had crafted, alongside a few luxurious silk pajamas. Zhang Chen donned a set of pajamas and then gracefully re-emerged by the window. To his surprise, there was a stir among the onlookers. They had caught a glimpse of the esteemed figure, albeit from a distance that obscured his features. Had I imagined it? Was he not clad in sportswear just moments ago, now transformed into sumptuous silken attire? Such audacity! Does one truly wear designated sleepwear? I have been confined to this same outfit for 3 days, and the odor is unbearable. I have worn silk garments before. They are delightfully soft and cling to the body as if one were wearing nothing at all. Immensely comforting. Alas, how I wish to experience that sensation once more. But what a time to ponder frivolities. I ought to consider what sustenance awaits me tomorrow. As the discussion continued, Zhang Chen, still in his pajamas, vanished once more from the window. Having just dealt with a diesel generator, a strong odor clung to Zhang Chen's body. He retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower before re-emerging. The 8th building stood as the epitome of luxury within this upscale community, boasting its own independent water pump. Moreover, the Water Bureau's pump was equipped with a backup power system, ensuring a steady supply of water to various neighborhoods. However, reaching the upper floors necessitated the collaboration of the pump. Zhang Chen fortuitously possessed both, allowing him access to water. As he toweled off his damp hair, he strolled to the window once more. Witnessing this scene ignited a flurry of activity in the chat channel. I have a sentiment bubbling within me that I am uncertain whether to express. This extraordinary individual actually took a shower. How is it possible to have water during a power outage? Yet, even more absurdly, isn't tap water typically contaminated? Can it truly be used for washing? Indeed, I had previously washed my face with tap water, only to suffer from folliculitis, leaving my face swollen like a pig's head. The audacity of those upstairs is commendable. Can't they see that the water is reddish-brown? How can they dare to wash with it? I once saw someone drinking urine. What does that even signify? When pushed to the brink, what actions might one resort to? Yet, this gentleman seems unaffected after his shower. Otherwise, his skin would have turned red by now. Could it be that this remarkable individual is using purified water for his bath? This is intolerable. I can barely quench my thirst. And he is luxuriating in purified water? This is explosive, utterly outrageous. If it weren't for the darkness concealing his whereabouts, I suspect this fellow would be mobbed by a throng of people tomorrow. Robbery? There are so many zombies on the road. One must first escape the gates before contemplating such matters. Moreover, with an abundance of food and water at their disposal. Are you truly confident that you can plunder them? The profile of this extraordinary individual bears a striking resemblance to that of the truck driver I encountered during the day. Surely they cannot be the same person. How terrifying it is, possessing both wealth and power. Does this not leave any room for others to exist? The envy consumes Jill, turning her positively purple with jealousy to the point of spontaneous combustion. Zhang Chen stood by the window, wiping his hair. Only then realizing that the curtains had not been drawn. He gently pressed a switch to close them, thereby severing the broadcast of those envious onlookers. Following this, he began to sift through the items within his storage ring. Some trivial trinkets, which he did not urgently need, could simply be left in the room. However, resources of greater significance and bulk, such as timber, gasoline, diesel, and energy cores, would remain within the confines of the storage ring. During this process of organization, Zhang Chen noticed two particular items. One was a bloodstained diary, acquired during his initial exchange of supplies with Zhao Xie. This diary would aid in his understanding of this world and the creatures that inhabit it. Zhang Chen set the diary upon the table, intending to peruse it before sleep. The other item was a basic physique potion, which he had obtained upon entering this world from a level 1 supply box. At that time, he possessed an ordinary physique, and it was thanks to this potion that his combat prowess saw a significant enhancement. Now, as the apocalypse has lingered for many days, those survivors who are incapable of even slaying zombies find themselves bereft of resources to exchange for such a potion. The potion, once a prized asset at the onset of the game, has gradually depreciated over time, now resembling little more than a feudal relic. Its market value has plummeted, rendering it nearly worthless. Zhang Chen tapped on the chat message from Zhao Xie. Are you there? Yes, I am. Have you just arrived home? It seemed she had been vigilantly waiting by the chat channel, eagerly anticipating his message. I was so worried. The power's out, and it's pitch black outside. I was frightened that you might have encountered delays on your way, which would have been perilous. But thank heavens, you finally made it home. Yes, I just got back. I apologize for only messaging you now. Observing Zhao Xie's earnest concern, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of guilt. It's nothing. The important thing is that you're safe at home. The world has become increasingly harsh. It's better for me to stay indoors. You venture out often, so please prioritize your safety. Otherwise, I would be quite worried. Zhao Xie glanced at that last line and found it a bit too forthright. She revised her message. Otherwise, if you were to encounter an accident, what would I say to others when they ask for arrows? What could I possibly provide them? Zhang Chen smiled slightly, suddenly finding Zhao Xie endearingly naive. By the way, I have some items for you. He initiated a trade with Zhao Xie. Then, he placed beginner physique elixir, 1, beefkin, 1, purified water, 1, sanitary napkins, and women's sportswear, 1 in the trading slot, and promptly clicked to lock it. Chapter 42. Sales commission. Zhao Xie? Why are you giving me so many things? Oh, do you want me to help sell them? Zhang Chen shook his head and replied, No, these items are for you. For me? These items are quite valuable. Why gift them to me? Zhao Xie felt a surge of emotion. Over the past few days, being trapped in the security room, her survival had entirely depended on the food and water provided by Zhang Chen. Today, she had almost lost all hope of life. It was Zhang Chen who, at a critical moment, had restored her hope and courage to continue living. At that moment, Zhao Xie was curled up in the pink teddy bear blanket gifted by Zhang Chen, overwhelmed with gratitude. Don't misunderstand. These items are not free. Consider it your sales commission. Zhang Chen stated. Sales commission? Yes, indeed. You help me sell the bows and arrows, and I will give you a sales commission. It's only fair. Thank you. You are truly kind. Hee. Zhao Xie, while moved, was also exceptionally joyful. With meat to eat, water to drink, and clean new clothes. How could she not be happy? When she traversed here, she had been wearing a flight attendant's uniform, a short skirt, black, high heels, which was quite inconvenient for combat. She stored all of that in her storage space and changed into this new sportswear. Ah, how delightful. Zhao Xie smiled radiantly. By the way, Chen, good. I have also contacted numerous buyers. The terms they have offered are quite favorable. However, I am uncertain if you still have any weapons available for sale. Furthermore, some buyers who have purchased bows are interested in acquiring arrows. I wonder what the price range for such items might be. Zhao Xie inquired. As for longbows, I can produce as many as you desire, and the same goes for arrows. Regarding the pricing, you may decide. The weapons you sold today are exceptionally reasonably priced. Zhang Chen sincerely praised her. It must be said that Zhao Xie possesses a remarkable talent for sales. Moreover, when a girl negotiates with a man, she naturally holds an advantage. At times, men may feel that haggling over trivial matters with a delicate young lady is rather unbecoming. Thus, Zhao Xie capitalizes on this advantage, selling bows and arrows at a significantly higher price than Zhang Chen. The demand remains incessant. Zhang Chen is acutely aware that weapons are becoming obsolete products. Just like how he acquired the blueprints for energy armor today, as the strength of survivors increases, an abundance of weapon and armor blueprints will emerge, causing bows and arrows to dwindle in market value. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to profit handsomely while the competition remains modest is undoubtedly prudent. Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands. Additionally, do you have any other items that I could assist you in selling? After all, I find myself with little to do here, Zhao Xie proactively offered. Zhang Chen surveyed the storage space before accessing the trading interface. You can assist me in selling these items. He listed Bailu brand cigarettes, skincare products, perfume, tent, sleeping bag, fishing rod, outdoor table and chairs, clean sportswear, canned luncheon meat, and purified water containers required. These should suffice. However, food and water can only be exchanged for energy crystals and blueprints, nothing else. The canned luncheon meat provided by Zhang Chen was not the beef canned meat procured from the large truck, but rather the food allocated to each survivor at the system's inception, a total of 12 boxes. Frankly, the taste of this luncheon meat pales in comparison to that of beef. Moreover, its scarcity is evident. Unlike instant noodles, which can be easily collected from supermarkets and stacked without limit, as time progresses, the availability of this item will dwindle. It occupies valuable space in the storage, therefore, it would be wiser to sell it off and free up some room. All right, Brother Chen, leave it to me. I shall ensure they fetch a good price. Zhao Xie exclaimed with enthusiasm. She felt a sense of pride in being able to alleviate some of Zhang Chen's burdens, believing that she was contributing rather than being a burden herself. In her perspective, notions of being pampered or living off someone else's efforts were foreign, perhaps for most women. The aspiration is to find a reliable and capable partner, while they themselves could focus solely on maintaining their beauty, content to play the role of a decorative vase. Zhao Xie holds a different perspective. She believes that a woman's image and physique must be maintained, yet it is equally essential to share the burdens of her partner. Otherwise, one risks becoming a liability, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. Regardless of one's beauty, if one lacks capability and worth, it does not alter the undeniable reality of being a burden. Survival in such dire circumstances is already exceedingly challenging. Who would willingly carry a liability on their journey? Thus, Zhao Xie aspires to become valuable, even if it means alleviating a fraction of Zhang Chen's workload, for such contributions would affirm her existence. Indeed, she resolves to strive. I will do my best. Brother Chen, please take care of your health and rest early. Understood. Zhang Chen deactivated the chat channel, stretched languorously, and redirected his focus to the tome before him, the bloodstained diary. One corner of the diary's cover was stained crimson with dried blood, now a dark brown hue. Yet it had not permeated the pages, allowing for unimpeded reading. Zhang Chen turned to the first entry dated May 17, 2012. The Federal Medical Commission reassured the public, stating that this was merely a common influenza, urging no cause for concern. They suggested that immunity could be acquired through communal exposure, facilitating prevention and treatment. Furthermore, it was claimed that this virus would not pose a threat to public health in the future, ultimately becoming a benign part of everyday life, akin to the common cold. However, despite not being a medical professional, I sense that this illness is markedly different. Some individuals even exhibit symptoms reminiscent of rabies, displaying aversions to light and water. Surely, a standard cold would not manifest such peculiar symptoms. I have resolved to don a mask, regardless of the actions of others. I must take responsibility for myself and those around me. On May 20th, 2012, the Dragon Rising Nation commenced the construction of formidable walls around key cities. I cannot fathom their reasoning. Major media outlets have derided this endeavor. The number of ailing students in the vicinity has been on the rise, and it has become a rare occurrence to find vacant machines in internet cafes. For the first time, I can enter an internet CAF without waiting in line. This is indeed a pleasant change. Zhang Chen displayed little interest in the personal privacy of others and simply vaulted over. Chapter 43. The Catastrophe Diary on July 25, 2012. The walls of the Dragon Rising Nation were completed. It is difficult to comprehend that this was achieved in merely 2 months. The media continues to mock the absurdity of the Rising Phoenix Nation, yet I am plagued by an ominous premonition. Due to the overwhelming number of sick students, the school has been compelled to cancel the final examinations. Perhaps this is the only piece of good news in recent times. On August 3, 2012, I decided to remain at school during the break to earn some money through part-time work. Moreover, there have been frequent incidents of violence lately. I have no desire to venture into crowded places like the train station. However, today, I observed troops being stationed at the school, purportedly for the purpose of conducting drills. I find myself intrigued. Why would the military choose to exercise at a school? On August 12, 2012, the virus has mutated, transforming the infected into zombies. The military has dispatched forces to cleanse the afflicted cities. A curfew has been imposed, and anyone found on the streets after hours will be shot on sight. It seems my foreboding has come to fruition. At this moment, Tingxiang Nation has paradoxically become a paragon for countries around the world. The media that once derided them now finds itself in collective silence. Yet, it is too late to voice any opinions now. To hell with herd immunity. The populace has transformed into a horde of zombies. On August 25, 2012, perhaps the 26th? I can hardly recall, but it is of little consequence now. The university stands as the last bastion of refuge. I am grateful for my astute decision that allowed me to become one of the first residents of this sanctuary. I never imagined such a vast air raid shelter lay beneath the playground. Every day, thousands of residents beyond the walls yearn to enter. I pity them. Yet I am powerless to assist. In fact, I dread the thought of the military allowing them inside. What if there are infected among them? Our refuge would be utterly compromised. On September 29, 2012, the virus has triggered rapid mutations in plant life and accelerated their growth. Zombies are but a trivial concern. The mutated insects and flora represent humanity's true nightmare. Moreover, numerous monstrous entities that can resurrect after death have emerged from the depths. The main forces have been decimated. All the weaponry that humanity once took pride in is rendered utterly ineffective against these aberrant creatures, thanks to the influx of refugees into our sanctuary. Food supplies have drastically dwindled, and the water recycling system has encountered issues. Even though the monsters above ground may not detect us for the time being, it is only a matter of time before we find ourselves trapped here. On October 12, 2012, yet another soldier took his own life with a firearm. The crime rate within the sanctuary has surged, and the cries of women echo daily. I have reached my limit in this place. Wish me good luck. On November 7, 2012, mutated burrowing worms besieged the shelter, and I successfully escaped with a piece of armed mecha. However, this world is no longer the one we once knew. This is the final page of the diary. The entire diary consists only of this page, with bloodstains on the cover. It is not difficult to surmise that the owner of this diary perished shortly after penning these words. As for what he witnessed, he did not elaborate. Nevertheless, from the entries, it is evident that the armed armor is a formidable piece of equipment. Yet, it was annihilated the moment it emerged onto the surface, indicating that the creatures of this world far surpass the power of the armed armor. Zhang Chen solemnly completed the reading of the diary. Indeed, zombies occupy the lowest tier of the food chain. I must strengthen myself swiftly. If I cannot contend with these mutated zombies, then in 30 days, I shall face utter catastrophe. What of the walls enclosing the city? Where is the kingdom of Tingxiang? Perhaps that place could become a long-term sanctuary for survival. Armed armor? Is there a bomb shelter beneath the playground of Tianyang University? A thought struck Zhang Chen. The diary mentioned that food supplies in the bomb shelter were depleting rapidly, and soldiers were stationed there. This implies not only the presence of sustenance, but also a wealth of military weaponry. If I could acquire these resources, the efficiency of exterminating zombies would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Perhaps these weapons may prove ineffective against the mutated beings. However, The current dilemma is that Zhang Chen cannot discern the location of the entrance to the bomb shelter. The campus of Tianyang University is teeming with zombies. And there are even more terrifying entities than the mutated Type 2 zombies. Recklessly rushing in to investigate would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. If only there were something that could allow Zhang Chen to safely survey the situation on the playground. As he pondered this, Zhao Xie suddenly sent a message. Are you asleep, Brother Chen? Not yet. Is there something on your mind? Well, someone just wanted to exchange a drone equipped with a high-definition camera and remote control for a longbow. I'm not sure if it would be of any use to you, but this is something quite rare that I've never seen in the trading post. I didn't want to make a decision on my own, so I thought I'd deconsult you. Zhao Xie replied obediently. A drone? What a splendid item. It seems that my thoughts have manifested into reality. With this, Zhang Chen could clearly observe the distribution of zombies across the playground and devise the most effective battle plan. Yes, I can certainly make use of that. Great. I'll go negotiate the price. Zhao Xie sent an okay gesture. Shortly after, she messaged again. I haggled with her for quite a while. It's evident that this should be her bottom line. She probably doesn't have many resources. Drone with HD camera, 1. Drone control console, 1. Energy crystal core, 3. Zhang Chen surveyed these conditions, nodding in satisfaction. Zhao Xie's sales prowess was indeed formidable. The energy crystal core held an importance for survivors akin to that of food and water. To part with 3 of them was truly a significant investment. Very well. I shall give you the precision longbow. You may proceed to negotiate directly with her. Zhang Chen crafted 20 precision longbows in one breath, then handed 10 to Zhao Xie. This girl was full of vigor. She rarely ventured outdoors during the day and could rest at any moment. However, he could not afford such luxury. Each day's battles took a substantial toll on his body. He needed ample sleep to maintain optimal combat readiness. Just trade these 10 longbows directly with the buyer. And once sold, you can ask for more from me. Zhang Chen instructed. You want me to deal directly with the buyer? Aren't you concerned I might abscond with your weapons? Zhao Xie inquired with a playful smile. Would you? Of course not. Do not underestimate me. Zhao Xie puffed up in indignation. Indeed, I trust you wouldn't. You truly are cunning. Enough of this. I shall take my leave and rest now. Good night. Sweet dreams. Goodbye. Zhang Chen felt a slight perplexity. It seemed she always bid farewell with goodbye at night. What a peculiar woman. Chapter 44. Bountiful harvest of meat and potatoes. The following day, Zhang Chen rose, attended to his grooming, and had breakfast. Once everything was settled, the chat channel was finally opened. At this moment, Zhao Xie had sent several trade invitations to himself, each containing a variety of items. Purified water, 10. Instant noodles, 10. Energy crystals, 25. Skill, sharpshooter, 1. Skill, general driving technique, 1. Skill, steel collection, 1. Skill, basic mechanical enhancement, 1. Skill, sharpshooter. Upon use, significantly increases shooting accuracy. Skill, general driving technique. Upon use, with a little exploration, allows one to operate any moving vehicle. This includes cars, motorcycles, airplanes, helicopters, ships, and even horses. Skill, steel collection. Enables the direct extraction of steel materials from metal structures or materials. Skill, basic mechanical enhancement. Allows for the enhancement and modification of mechanical devices by consuming steel. Wow, I never expected to reap such rewards after just one night. What a windfall. Zhang Chen glanced at the time Zhao Xie initiated the trades, spanning from 10 p.m. to just past 3 a.m. Such dedication is truly commendable. Zhang Chen stored the skill, sharpshooter, in his inventory and utilized the other skills one by one. Currently, the sharpshooter skill held little value for Zhang Chen. The bow and arrow offered automatic targeting, while firearms produced too much noise, easily attracting zombies. Moreover, given Zhang Chen's current strength, his melee prowess was equally effective as firearms. Particularly against crawlers, it was essential to destroy their spines to ensure their complete demise. Relying solely on firearms and such weaponry is unlikely to yield significant results. Has awakened as well. This little creature truly knows how to indulge in slumber, having slept for a solid 10 hours. However, considering Zhang Chen's previous experience with dogs, it's understandable. Puppies are notoriously lazy, spending the majority of their day in peaceful repose. Zhang Chen retrieved 2 units of mutated fertilizer and placed them into the iron basin. When was still a pup, he could easily consume an entire serving of mutated fertilizer. Now that he has matured, It is indeed time to increase his portion. Zhang Chen then ascended to the rooftop. The 5 meat tubers had flourished, their foliage abundant. It displayed 59 days, 23 hours, and 53 minutes remaining until maturity. He poured the leftover, accelerated fertilizer onto the plants. In an instant, the meat tubers surged upwards by over 20 centimeters. Yellow blossoms bloomed instantaneously, only to wither just as swiftly, revealing robust roots swelling from the soil. At this moment, the information beside him indicated, meat tubers have matured. Zhang Chen uprooted all 5 tubers, shaking off the soil clinging to their roots. Each tuber bore between 5 to 7 edible roots, each weighing over 2 pounds. This amounted to nearly 30 pounds of sustenance. The yield was remarkably high. The meat tuber is an extraordinary plant, unlike potatoes. It does not propagate through sprouting roots, but rather by planting seeds produced after flowering. A single meat tuber can yield up to 10 seeds, resulting in a 10-fold increase in production. This is truly exhilarating. At this rate, concerns about food will soon be a thing of the past. However, the space on the rooftop is limited, with merely a dozen flower pots, which is insufficient for cultivating such an abundance of tubers. Zhang Chen stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing downwards. Building 8 is situated atop a small island, surrounded by ample lawns and open spaces. Why not plant them outside? Zhang Chen stored the tubers and their seeds in his storage space and hurried downstairs. At this moment, Air Pao had also finished eating and was wagging his tail, trotting merrily behind Zhang Chen. He initiated the skill, basic wall construction. In no time, a series of chest-high wooden walls emerged upon the ground, encircling the island. Soon, a grand entrance was created directly opposite Building 8. This door was astonishingly simplistic. Merely an ordinary wooden door, without even a rain canopy above it. Nonetheless, for a basic wall, this was quite commendable. The primary intention was not to fend off intruding survivors or zombies, but rather to signify that this place has an owner. The cultivated items must not be disturbed. With the walls established, it was imperative to have someone guard these crops. Otherwise, if Zhang Chen were to leave, the tubers could be pilfered by other survivors, resulting in a significant loss. Currently, there was only Zhang Chen and his pet. He certainly could not remain here to keep watch. Thus, the only option left was. Zhang Chen glanced at Air Pao and smiled gently. The wolf possesses a strong territorial instinct, making it perfectly suited to guard the premises. After all, Zhang Chen's primary task today was reconnaissance, not combat. Tomorrow, when these meat tubers have ripened, it will not be too late to embark on a journey with Air Pang. Air Pang, I have a task for you, Zhang Chen proclaimed. Air Pang tilted its head, gazing at Zhang Chen with a look of utter bewilderment, as if to say, aren't we supposed to go out and have fun? You are responsible for guarding these meat tubers. No one is allowed to come near. Zhang Chen gestured emphatically towards the tubers and patted Air Pang. Wangwu, Air Pang responded, its expression filled with questions. It could grasp the simplicity of a combat order, but the concept of protection was too intricate to explain. You stay at home while I go out, understand? Zhang Chen attempted to clarify once more. This time, Air Pang seemed to grasp the essence of the task. It lay on the ground, panting with its tongue out, looking at Zhang Chen with a silly expression. Excellent. Then it settled. Zhang Chen applied accelerated fertilizer to all 50 carefully planted meat tuber seeds. This time, the demand for fertilizer was substantial, requiring 3 large bags in total. Finally, Zhang Chen took down Air Pang's food bowl and filled it with 4 servings of mutated fertilizer. This would serve as the little one's meal for the day. With everything in order, Zhang Chen felt at ease to step outside. He noticed Air Pang dutifully sitting at the doorway, casting a reluctant glance at Zhang Chen. However, it understood its responsibility well, merely watching Zhang Chen depart without following. The journey continued in silence. Zhang Chen once again arrived near Tianyang University. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the roof of the bus. In this position, even if a few stray zombies wandered by, they posed no immediate threat to Zhang Chen. This allowed Zhang Chen to fully devote himself to the reconnaissance using the drone. Activate the drone. Chapter 45, Truck Rampage. The drone's propellers whirred into action, producing a sound reminiscent of insects fluttering their wings. Zhang Chen quickly acclimated to the drone's response speed and operational methods. After a brief period of erratic flight, the drone suddenly stabilized and swiftly soared towards Tianyang University. Zhang Chen observed the scene below through the control panel screen. The zombies were as numerous as they had been the previous day, showing no signs of reduction. They were concentrated in the corridors, playgrounds, and open parks, while places like the teaching buildings and dormitories were nearly devoid of the undead. It seemed the diary's accounts were indeed accurate. The outbreak of the zombie virus coincided with the summer break, resulting in a scarcity of people in the buildings. Most of the zombies on the ground were likely citizens and soldiers who had succumbed after breaching the defenses. Along the way, countless zombies were lured by the sound of the drone's flight, raising their pale hands and emitting ghastly cries. Even through the screen, Zhang Chen could almost sense the foul stench emanating from the horde. Cawing, a crawler leaped gracefully onto the mass of bodies, its limbs trampling over the shoulders and heads of the zombies, casting a grotesque gaze at the drone hovering above. What a repulsive creature. Zhang Chen gently nudged the control stick, and the drone surged forward with remarkable speed. Above the playground, it hovered for a while before swiftly discovering the entrance to the air raid shelter, surprisingly located beneath the flagpole. The large door had been forcefully breached. A 4-meter-high armored unit leaned precariously against the command platform, its tempered glass control room completely shattered. The ground was stained with a copious amount of blood. Was this the embodiment of armed armor? Zhang Chen cautiously maneuvered the drone closer to the formidable machine. The armor possessed 4 arms. The upper pair of mechanical appendages firmly grasped a 2-meter-long firearm, while one of the lower arms had been modified into an alloy combat blade, and the other bore a substantial shield. Additionally, the shoulders were equipped with miniature missile launchers, and a rocket propulsion system at the back suggested capabilities for short-distance flight. Such a behemoth was undoubtedly a tool of war. Perhaps, in the face of those unrestrained mutated creatures, it might prove to be vulnerable. Yet, against these zombies, it would undoubtedly be an overwhelming force. If only he could seize this magnificent machine, he would fear no tide of corpses. Zhang Chen squinted and mused. Mecha is the romance of man. Although this was mere armor and did not quite reach the level of true mecha, it was a technological marvel far beyond the capabilities of Earth. Who wouldn't yearn to command such a colossal entity, trampling through hordes of the undead with impunity? The thought alone was exhilarating. Zhang Chen piloted the drone toward another section of the campus, soon captivated by a glimmering supply crate, a level 3 supply box, impressively large, comparable to a van. Surrounding him were dozens of crawlers and venomous creatures. It appeared that the higher the grade of the resource box, the greater the allure it held for these mutated zombies. This place resembled a gathering of mutated zombies. Roar. Huh. Zhang Chen felt a powerful gust of wind sweeping towards him, causing the drone to tremble uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, a colossal zombie over 4 meters tall appeared in the drone's view. This was the very creature Zhang Chen had previously observed. His initial assessment of its height had been inadequate due to the distance. Now, up close, he realized it was even more imposing and robust than he had anticipated. It retained a semblance of human form, its skin a dark gray devoid of hair, with muscles bulging and veins prominently visible. Most alarmingly, due to its immense size, no garment could possibly fit it. It was entirely in a state of unrestrained liberation, particularly its lower half. The sight nearly induced a fit of embarrassment in Zhang Chen. How could one even engage in combat against this? Merely a glance could inflict 1,000 points of psychological damage. Variant Type 3 zombie, giant tank, possessing formidable strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience. With a thunderous roar, the giant tank leapt into the air, its enormous frame soaring high as it brought down its 5 fingers in a crushing slap. The drone was instantly shattered, its parts scattering across the ground, the camera plummeting as well. In the fleeting moment before the signal was lost, a glimpse of a security room was captured. Subsequently, countless static disturbances filled the control screen. Indeed, there was a security room on the other side of the school. According to Zhao Ziya, she could perceive the presence of the crawlers and ascertain the condition of the level 3 supply crates, leading her to deduce that she is most likely in the security room. Zhang Chen nodded, confirming Zhao Ziya's location. The immediate priority now is to acquire the armored mecha, followed by the obliteration of the zombie horde and the mutated creatures in order to successfully obtain the level 3 supply crate. He retrieved the map of Tianyang University campus and reconstructed the distribution of the zombies based on the drone's previous reconnaissance. There are at least several thousand zombies in this area, possibly even more. If he were to attract them out in small batches using sound, it would likely take several days to eliminate them. That is far too long. Delays can lead to unforeseen changes. That conspicuous golden level 3 resource crate is bound to attract the attention of countless survivors. A swift resolution is imperative. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had devised a plan. Zhang Chen leaped from the bus and began to push each car to the side along the road. With his current strength, moving a vehicle weighing over a ton was akin to a regular person lifting a water cooler. It was somewhat tiring, yet not particularly difficult. After clearing the road, Zhang Chen proceeded to clear the adjacent street. He left a passage wide enough for 2 rows of compact cars. With everything prepared, Zhang Chen retrieved a heavy-duty truck from his storage space. He climbed aboard. With a roar, having gained mastery over driving, a wave of confidence surged within him the moment his hands grasped the steering wheel, as if he had been operating this vehicle for many years. He revved the engine and surged forward. With the roar of the engine, the heavy truck surged to a remarkable speed of 60 miles per hour. Then, in this state of high velocity, it executed a sharp turn, leaving a long, sweeping mark on the ground akin to a pendulum's arc. How exhilarating! Chapter 46. Carving a bloody path, shocking the audience. While others engage in street racing with sports cars, what merit is there in that? True valor lies in racing heavy-duty trucks. At this moment, Zhang Chen's audacious maneuver was once again captured by the other survivors. The impression left by this formidable truck on the survivors was indelibly profound. "Look, everyone! The zombie meat grinder has made its grand return," exclaimed one. "Incredible! The heavy truck is back to harvest the zombie chaff. It must have upgraded remarkably fast. It's a thrill to behold. Hey, why have all the cars on the road moved aside?" "Move aside? Are you serious? The weight of an average small car is about 1.6 tons. If you can lift one, you might as well head to the Olympics for a gold medal." "Apologies, but the Olympic record is 183 kilograms, even at 200 kilograms. That's significantly lighter than a car." "Nevertheless, where is this formidable individual headed to eliminate zombies? It seems all the nearby zombies have been wiped out." "Goodness, has he turned the zombies into rare species? That's a bit ruthless, isn't it? There are still over a dozen zombies downstairs in my building. I humbly request assistance from the master." "Don't be absurd. Those mere dozen zombies wouldn't even catch the master SI. He's dealing with them in the hundreds." "Wow, it seems the heavy truck is headed towards Tianyang University. Is the esteemed master heading to Tianyang University?" In an instant, the comments section erupted once more. "What is happening? Is there an issue with Tianyang University?" Some distant onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding situation, inquired. "I'll take a photograph. You can discern the reality for yourselves." Soon enough, a flurry of chaotic images emerged, showcasing a multitude of mutated zombies, truly a cacophony of horror. A chill ran down my spine as I gazed upon the grotesque scenes. After witnessing the zombies here, I suddenly felt that the mere dozen zombies downstairs were trivial in comparison. Am I losing my sanity? Such a dense congregation of zombies would likely prove insurmountable even for a heavy-duty truck. It seems this individual is courting disaster if the truck becomes ensnared within the horde. His demise is all but assured. Indeed, why not steer the vehicle elsewhere? Zombies abound in every direction. Why venture toward Tianyang University? It would be a pity to squander all those resources. If he perishes amidst the zombie tide, I won't even have the chance to scavenge. Survivors near Tianyang University promptly initiated a live video stream, observing as the truck accelerated, racing like the wind toward the southern gate of the university. "It's going to crash. It's going to crash." At that moment, the survivors in the chat channel felt their hearts race as the truck drew closer to Tianyang University. Boom. With a resounding crash, the iron barrier wall was obliterated beneath the wheels. Following that was a throng of thousands of zombies. The truck, plowing through the chaos, forged a bloody path out of the horde. Goodness, the sheer force of this heavy-duty truck is astonishing. It feels akin to a high-octane blockbuster, utterly exhilarating. It reminds me of a game I played where one drives a vehicle to collide with zombies. However, today's circumstances are markedly different from yesterday's. It was only after this individual's reminder that the crowd became aware of the situation. Due to the truck's rapid speed, the zombies were unable to keep pace, granting the truck ample time to maneuver. Yet, this instance was clearly distinct. The truck had just sent a horde of zombies flying, carving a bloody path, only to be immediately engulfed by a torrent of undead surging from all directions. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, the loss of a few dozen zombies is trivial. With a thunderous roar, black smoke billowed from the truck's exhaust. Subsequently, its colossal form charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, as if destined for the schoolyard. Is it truly heading towards the playground? That place harbors not only ordinary zombies, but also monstrous creatures. I had anticipated the truck's reckless demise. Surely no one can object now. The crowd fell silent, uncertain of the driver's intentions as they watched the truck gradually ensnared by a labyrinth of zombies. Yet, the truck showed no signs of slowing down. It continued to unleash its power, roaring defiantly into the fray. Zhang Chen sat there, observing the zombies propelled from the windows. His expression devoid of emotion as he activated the windshield wipers, clearing the remnants of flesh and blood from the glass. We are nearly there, almost upon our destination. The truck hurtled towards the side of an armored mech, executing a sharp drift. The force of this maneuver was nothing short of extraordinary. Had it not been for Zhang Chen's mastery of driving skills, such reckless maneuvering would surely have resulted in a disastrous rollover. A sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. Subsequently, the heavy truck's cargo compartment pivoted sharply around the front, spinning a full half-circle. With a resounding crash, dozens of zombies were instantly obliterated, their skulls shattered by the immense force. They were sent careening through the air, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a temporary vacuum of zombies formed near the vehicle's door. Now was the moment. Zhang Chen forcefully swung open the door and swiftly reached out to touch the armored mech. In an instant, the colossal armored mech vanished into thin air. Indeed, Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. The armored mech was classified as a vehicle. Previously, the only vehicle stored in his inventory was the heavy truck. Now that the truck had been deployed, the vehicle slot was vacant, perfectly accommodating the armored suit. Mission accomplished. Retreat. The collection of the armored mech was but a fleeting moment. At this juncture, his body began to descend under the influence of gravity. Just as his left foot made contact with the ground, he exerted force once more. With the door just closed, countless pale, icy hands immediately slammed against the truck's exterior. Retreat. Zhang Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the heavy truck traced an arc across the playground, speeding away with fervor. Silence, an eerie silence. The entire chat channel fell into a stunned silence for a full 3 to 4 seconds. Everyone was left astounded by the spectacle before them. What had just transpired? Was I imagining things? I witnessed a wave of energy emanate from that man's hand, piercing through the mutated zombie. Oh my goodness. The Turtle School's Kamehameha? Such an existence still lingers in this world. How absurd. One strike takes down a mutated zombie, and one's palm can emit energy waves. When we encounter a mutated zombie, our only recourse is to flee. Yet this individual dispatches them as if slicing vegetables. This is simply. It has only been 4 days. We all started from the same starting line, but this fellow seems to have gained an unfair advantage. Without a doubt. This man is undoubtedly the strongest survivor in the world, bar none. Suddenly, I realize how dashing this young man appears in battle. Oh, esteemed one. May I cling to your coattails? Are you establishing a camp? I humbly request to enlist. Chapter 47. The Ambush of the Crawler. Survivors in the chat channel, due to their vantage point, are unable to see the location of the armored mech. They only witness Zhang Chen driving into the playground, after which their view is obstructed by the surrounding buildings. When the heavy truck reappears, it is smeared with numerous bloodstains, and one of its tires has burst. 2 crawlers seize the opportunity to ascend the heavy truck, desperately clawing at the top of the cargo area, producing a cacophony of metallic scraping sounds. Incredible. To emerge alive in such a scenario is truly impressive. However, the situation is far from optimistic. Have you seen those 2 monsters atop the cargo area? Our team encountered them previously and nearly faced annihilation. Indeed, this creature, known as the Crawler, possesses claws sharper than metal, making it a formidable foe. One alone is already a challenge, and now there are 2? Even if the heavy truck manages to break through the horde of zombies, it is futile if it cannot shake off these 2 monsters. Alas, why am I but a frail survivor? What madness is this? I thought I had achieved a remarkable strength, especially considering it is only the 4th day of the apocalypse. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, the heavy truck has already dashed out of Tianyang University, pursued by thousands of zombies. With a sudden surge of speed, it deftly maneuvers around several corners, managing to shed the ordinary zombies in its wake. However, the claws of the crawlers have sunk deep into the metal of the cargo box. No matter how the truck swerves and shakes, it cannot dislodge them. The heavy truck speeds along the road that Zhang Chen had previously cleared, but soon, the path reaches an impasse. Ahead lies a road blocked by abandoned vehicles, with a few scattered zombies wandering in the distance. This is where I shall deal with you. Zhang Chen gently applies the brakes, allowing the heavy truck to come to a gradual halt. Has the truck stopped? It seems to have fallen into a dire predicament. Survivors in the channel continue to speculate. Some timid girls begin to cover their eyes, fearing the impending gruesome scene. Moreover, facing two foes simultaneously, the truck driver is doomed. Many survivors regard Zhang Chen with pity, while others are merely spectators, hoping to gauge the strength of the crawlers through his battle. This way, they might have a frame of reference for future encounters. Even more audacious individuals have begun to discreetly note the truck's location, the nearby shops, and road signs. Should Zhang Chen perish, they wish to stealthily approach and scavenge his remains. At least one heavy truck is rendered immobile, accompanied by a considerable number of energy cores. This constitutes a tremendous fortune. The crowd, each harboring their own intentions, gazes at the scenes unfolding in the live broadcast. Suddenly, the door of the heavy truck swings open, and a tall, strikingly handsome man gracefully leaps down to the ground. Due to the distance, only the outline of his face is discernible, providing merely a vague impression of his features. Yet, his confidence and composure resonate even from afar. Could it be that he remains unaware of the two lurking creatures atop the cargo? It is conceivable that he, ensconced in the driver's seat, may have overlooked them. Otherwise, any ordinary person would have hastily fled upon disembarking, rather than advancing so leisurely. My heart races with anxiety, for this scene feels rather cruel. Primarily, the obscured visage leaves me in uncertainty about his identity, rendering any attempt to privately warn him futile. I can only hope that, before his demise, he might enlighten us about the combat strategies of the crawlers. That alone would be a significant contribution. In the eyes of these survivors, Zhang Chen has already become a dead man. The crawlers creep toward the edge of the cargo, towering above, grinning eerily at Zhang Chen. Simultaneously, another crawler leaps down from the opposite side of the truck, stealthily sliding beneath it, preparing to launch a surprise attack from below. Goodness, these creatures possess tactical acumen? They are not merely ordinary zombies. Having already witnessed the mutated undead, why do they not flee? Surely, they are not paralyzed by fear, rendered unable to run. Beware of what lies below. Alas, even if I warn him, he cannot hear. This is dire. Zhang Chen gazed at the prone figure atop the vehicle, a slight smile gracing his lips. Just as the adversary was about to leap down, Zhang Chen's speed surpassed all expectations, propelling him swiftly to confront the assailant. The Tang Dao gleamed with a chilling light. With a full-force strike, it descended upon the back of the prone figure, blood splattering onto the ground. At that moment, another assailant, crawling along the ground, launched an attack from behind Zhang Chen. Boom! Bang! A flash of blue light erupted. The body of the crawling figure was pierced through, creating a gaping hole that shattered its spine. In this instant, utilizing the momentum from the recoil, Zhang Chen gracefully descended upon the top of the cargo container, not a single drop of blood staining his attire. With his garments billowing elegantly, Zhang Chen raised his right hand lightly, collecting the two assailants, receiving Energy Crystal, 10020, Accelerated Fertilizer, 10, Sharp Claws, 4, Tough Leather, 5. Evolver's Blood, 2. Upgrade Progress, 642, 802. Ding. Detection complete. Tough Primary Energy Armor. Crafting materials are fully assembled. Would you like to craft it immediately? Yes. Craft it immediately. You have lost Energy Crystal, 200, Tough Leather, 20, Clean Fabric, 500. Congratulations, you have acquired Tough Primary Energy Armor. Suddenly, a bracelet appeared on Zhang Chen's left wrist, adorned with mysterious symbols. Is this the energy armor? Zhang Chen raised his hand to inspect the bracelet. Could it be that it activates in times of peril? Let's give it a try. Zhang Chen thought to himself as he turned to gaze at the adjacent towering structure, a building exceeding 10 stories in height. According to the specifications inscribed on his armor, he was impervious to falling injuries from a height of up to 50 meters. Given that he could withstand a mere 3 meters, 50 meters equated to the height of approximately 17 stories. The nearby edifice stood at 15 stories, perfectly within the protective range. Moreover, Zhang Chen had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. With his current abilities, even a leap from the 15th floor would not result in fatality. At most, he would suffer a sprained ankle or some minor injury. After all, his physical condition had undergone significant enhancement, enabling him to withstand such damage without issue. Coupled with his formidable self-healing capabilities, he would recover swiftly. Before long, he arrived at the rooftop. Chapter 48, Survivors of Neon Country. Feeling a sense of assurance, Zhang Chen promptly leaped towards the neighboring building. He landed deftly on the awning of the second floor, grasping the balcony with both hands. With a gentle push, he propelled himself upwards, soaring 2 to 3 meters into the air. This ascent required no running start. It was solely the result of his expert climbing skill. Zhang Chen moved with the agility of a gecko, effortlessly navigating the staircase. Now was the moment to test the prowess of his energy armor. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the edge of the rooftop, leaning forward. In an instant, he plummeted straight down. Thud! The fall from 15 stories lasted merely 2 to 3 seconds. Just as his feet made contact with the ground, the wristband emitted a soft glow. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen's entire being was enveloped in a layer of brown armor. Zhang Chen felt that the point of contact should have been met with a formidable recoil, yet it vanished without a trace. Although he still sensed a heaviness upon landing, his entire being felt remarkably unburdened and completely intact. Indeed, it seemed that the armor activated at the moment of peril. The responsiveness of this armor was even swifter than that of a human's reflexes. Zhang Chen regarded the fully armed exoskeleton with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. After a few minutes, the armor gradually receded, transforming back into the bracelet adorning his left wrist. All this transpired on the rear side of the building, perfectly avoiding the gaze of other survivors. Subsequently, Zhang Chen retrieved the combat mech from his storage space. A slightly damaged combat mech can be repaired with steel. The prompt re-emerged. Zhang Chen had just acquired the ability of basic mechanical reinforcement modification, enabling him to mend minor mechanical malfunctions and enhance machinery. He decided to practice on the combat mech first. Having traded a considerable amount of steel with Zheng Hao earlier, he was now well prepared to utilize it. Ding! You have lost Steel 20. Combat mech has been successfully repaired. Ding! Combat mech cannot be enhanced at this time. You require a more advanced mechanical reinforcement modification skill. Zhang Chen scratched his head. Indeed, such advanced technology as the combat mech could not be modified so casually. The balance, combat capability, and maneuverability of the entire exoskeleton had undergone meticulous design. Eager to experience it firsthand, Zhang Chen could hardly contain his anticipation as he climbed into the armored suit. It resembled a cockpit akin to that of an automobile. Beneath his feet lay 3 pedals: the throttle, the brake, and the jump. The right foot was tasked with managing the throttle and the brake, while the left foot was dedicated to the jump. The sensation was reminiscent of driving a manual transmission vehicle. However, the significant difference was the absence of a steering wheel. Instead, there was a maneuverable joystick positioned conveniently between his arms. With a mere twist of his body, he could command the armor to pivot, altering its course with ease. Despite it being his inaugural experience piloting a mech, Zhang Chen quickly acclimated, bolstered by his proficiency in driving skills. Before long, the mech was racing across the terrain, soaring to heights of 5 to 6 meters with an effortless leap. Upon pressing the thruster switch midair, the mech could hover gracefully, executing aerial maneuvers such as halting, turning, and accelerating. As Zhang Chen navigated the mech, he effortlessly crushed the approaching zombies, drawn in by the commotion, reducing them to mere pulp beneath his feet. In the presence of this towering iron giant, the zombies' teeth and claws were utterly ineffectual, akin to scratching the surface of a boot. With a casual kick, he sent one zombie flying, akin to a kicked football, soaring a good 10 meters before collapsing, its body folding upon impact. The sickening crack of a shattered spine echoed, leaving it unable to rise. The exhilaration. However, mere movement and jumping were far from sufficient. Mastery of weaponry and comprehension of the various data displayed on the control panel were imperative. Zhang Chen dedicated an entire afternoon to mastering the data charts and the operational use of the weaponry. Furthermore, he learned how to seamlessly switch between ranged and melee combat while controlling the armored suit. Though it was merely operation, the exertion was immense, akin to having engaged in a fierce battle for an entire afternoon. As the sky grew dim, Zhang Chen finally stowed away his armored mech into his storage space. He wiped the sweat from his brow and circled around the building, arriving beside the heavy truck. Suddenly, he detected a murmur of voices emanating from the other side of the truck. Though the voices were soft, they echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the street. Was that Neon language? Although Zhang Chen was not fluent in it, he recognized the distinct phonetics of the speech. Unable to comprehend, yet capable of discernment, he stealthily crept around the back of the truck to investigate. There, he observed 3 slender men and a woman gesticulating towards the truck. One of them even standing atop a tire, exerting force on the driver's door. The keys to the truck were firmly in Zhang Chen's possession. How could they possibly open it? After several futile attempts, they began to engage in hushed discussions, undoubtedly concocting some nefarious scheme. At that moment, One of the men pointed at the window for a while, then picked up a sizable rock from the roadside. It appeared he intended to shatter the glass and gain entry into the vehicle. "Hey, that is my truck. Back off." Zhang Chen gently tapped the cargo compartment and stepped out from behind the vehicle. He had already utilized his insightful eye skill to assess the strength levels of these individuals. Their prowess was akin to that of mere ants in his presence. "A Tanoa system, Daiska? Nan possesses Daiska?" One of the men shouted at Zhang Chen. Simultaneously, they drew long blades from their waists. "I can't understand you. Speak plainly," Zhang Chen retorted, his patience wearing thin. In the desolate realm of the apocalypse, a figure emerged, wielding a katana and charging forward with a fierce battle cry. The intent was unmistakable. This was a challenge for blood. Zhang Chen let out a chilling chuckle. Yet, in the struggle for survival, prudence reigns supreme. Each confrontation demands utmost seriousness, for a moment's negligence could spell the end of one's life. He swiftly drew his blast shield and sharpened tang knife, his form flickering like a specter. In an instant, he glided past the trio with an ethereal grace. The three men, once defiant, were abruptly silenced, their final breaths escaping as they beheld the horrifying sight of their bodies cleaving in two. Their expressions remained frozen in terror as they succumbed to fate. Chapter 49. A clever trap if Zhang Chen could rend apart such formidable adversaries. What chance did mere mortals have? Their strength, albeit impressive, still fell within the realm of humanity. "Please, spare me." A youthful, doe-eyed woman from the land of the rising sun stood trembling, her pallor betraying her fright. With a quivering voice, she implored in Mandarin, "Do you speak Mandarin?" Zhang Chen paused, taken aback. "Yes, indeed," she replied. "I am an exchange student from Japan. My name is Mei Neiko, but in the Dragon Nation, I am known as Li Shui. I was not well acquainted with these men. We merely crossed paths. They were unable to comprehend the chat channel in this area and requested me to translate. Indeed, I hold a deep affection for the Dragon Kingdom and its people. However, they are attempting to forcibly draw me into the territory of the Neon people, which I am reluctant to do. You must believe me. I am not aligned with those three individuals." Mianzi's voice trembled with a hint of desperation as she implored. "The territory of the Neon people? What does that signify?" Zhang Chen astutely discerned vital information from Mianzi's expression. It appears that this area is predominantly inhabited by individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, indicating that those nearby are also from the same realm. Yet, according to the three individuals, they crossed over from the other side of the river. The inhabitants there converse in the Neon language, and they presumed that this region would be similar. Little did they know, communication barriers existed. Mianzi fell silent. Yet she divulged everything she knew in response to Zhang Chen's inquiries. Why did they choose to cross from the other side of the river? Zhang Chen pressed further. Well, they did not disclose that to me. However, I overheard their conversation. It seems that the other side of the river is primarily residential, a place of concealment. With scarce resources, some of them have examined the map of Tianyang City and discovered that this side of the river serves as a commercial hub. They believe that food and shelter would be more abundant here. Thus they ventured forth to scout. I speak only the truth. I beseech you to let me go." Mianzi's eyes were filled with pleading. "I can consider letting you go, but you must surrender anything of value you possess, and you may then depart." Zhang Chen replied coolly. "Ah, I truly have nothing of value," Minako said, her expression one of innocence. "No matter," Zhang Chen replied coldly, "if I were to eliminate you, I could still acquire the contents of your storage ring. Then I shall discern whether you have spoken the truth." "Please, please," Minako exclaimed, panic rising in her voice at the thought of her impending demise. She hurriedly rummaged through her storage ring, continuing to plead, "Do not kill me. I can offer you everything I possess. This is all I have," she implored, presenting her meager offerings. Zhang Chen glanced down at the items scattered on the ground. A sailor uniform, a charming cat-eared cosplay outfit, a frying pan, an unidentified vibrating ball, a mysterious cylindrical object, 3 buckets of instant noodles, 5 carbonated beverages, 1 energy crystal core, and 5 mutated fertilizers. "Is this it?" Zhang Chen's expression darkened, incredulity etched on his face. Surely, this woman cannot be this foolish. In a post-apocalyptic world, why on earth would she hoard a collection of clothing? Who does she intend to impress? Furthermore, the system seems incredibly inept. How can there be unidentified items? What on earth is a vibrating ball and this unknown cylindrical object? I can identify them myself. With a swift motion, Zhang Chen collected the 3 buckets of instant noodles, the 5 carbonated beverages, and the energy crystal core. "I shall take these 3, the rest you may keep." You are free to leave now. Minako wore a troubled expression, pondering how she could possibly survive without food and water. However, upon noticing the bloodied Tang Dao in Zhang Chen's hand, she refrained from uttering any further words. Zhang Chen turned and placed his hands upon the 3 corpses of the neon individuals, initiating the collection process. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal 12525, Mutated Fertilizer 890, Clean Fabric 432, Sharp Samurai Sword 3, Unknown Vibrating Object 3, Red Candles 35, Sturdy Ropes 7, Instant Noodles and Buckets 35, Bottled Sake 24, Some Inappropriate Video 32, Storage Ring Fragments 73. Upon gathering these resources, Zhang Chen did not immediately depart, but instead stealthily pursued the direction in which Minako had fled. His decision to let her go was not born out of compassion, but rather a calculated move to ascertain the veracity of her claims. People are prone to deceit, especially in an era of peace. Thus, in a world rife with danger, trusting others too easily is a sign of folly. Regardless of how sincere Minako appeared, Zhang Chen had never placed his trust in her. In comparison to Minako, an ordinary individual, Zhang Chen possessed an entirely different level of strength. He could effortlessly detect her heavy breaths and the sound of her hurried footsteps, while she remained blissfully unaware of his presence, merely a few dozen meters behind her. Once she confirmed that Zhang Chen had not caught up, she leaned against a lamppost by the roadside to rest momentarily. Suddenly, her expression froze. There was a pause lasting about 10 seconds. The system interface materialized before the retina, and when one fixated on the interface, they appeared somewhat dazed from another's perspective. After a brief respite, Minako's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously anxious and skittish, reminiscent of a startled fawn, she now exuded an air of calm and composure. Her gaze infused with cunning and pride. Indeed, this woman harbored secrets. The earlier display had been nothing but a fade. Minako stood by the roadside for a while. 10 minutes later, a rugged SUV sped towards her, with a zombie, evidently struck, sprawled across the hood. The vehicle's velocity had pinned the undead creature firmly against the engine cover. Just as the SUV came to a halt, the zombie was flung off. Simultaneously, 2 men clad in typical neon attire emerged from the vehicle, resembling the trio from earlier. One of them ushered Minako into the car, while the other, with swift precision, drove a katana through the zombie's skull. In a mere moment, the creature's body vanished without a trace. Chapter 50. The Conspiracy of the Neon Men. The 3 men climbed into the vehicle and turned around, heading northward, towards their lair. Zhang Chen, unleashing his speed akin to a 100-meter dash, trailed them from a distance. In terms of explosive power, Zhang Chen undoubtedly surpassed the SUV at the outset. However, in terms of endurance, the vehicle was far superior. Fortunately, the road was littered with the remnants of zombies and scattered vehicles obstructing the path. Thus, the route suitable for passage was winding and arduous, causing the off-road vehicle to traverse at a sluggish pace. After covering approximately 2 kilometers, the vehicle came to a halt beside a narrow street. The ground nearby was stained with blood, yet devoid of any zombies, indicating that this area had been previously cleared by someone. 2 individuals of Japanese descent escorted Minako out of the vehicle, and from an alley emerged 4 more young Japanese, 2 males and 2 females. All were of diminutive stature, with the females standing around 5 feet tall and the males just over 5 feet. Upon their meeting, they engaged in rapid conversation. A cacophony of unintelligible chatter for Zhang Chen, who could only conceal himself in the shadows, observing silently. "What about Ono and the others?" inquired the man with a mustache. "We encountered people from Longhua, and Ono and the others perished in battle. Fortunately, my wit allowed me to escape unscathed," Minako replied, her expression grave. "What? All 3 of them are dead? How many were there? Given Ono's strength, they shouldn't have been entirely incapable of breaking through." The mustachioed man's face bore an expression of disbelief. There was only 1 person on the opposing side, and Ono and the others were killed in an instant. Minako's countenance darkened ominously. What? 3 were slain by a single individual? In the blink of an eye? How is that possible? Even a mutated zombie couldn't achieve such a feat. The man with the mustache seemed skeptical. "Believe it or not, it is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Had it not been for my Oscar-worthy performance, I might have perished there," Minako articulated with deliberate clarity. "Oscar-worthy performance?" The mustachioed man regarded Minako with a knowing glance, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "What are you pondering, fool? It is not as you imagine. She sighed, regardless. Having evaded that terrifying individual, let us proceed with our plan. Minako had begun to acclimate to the mustachioed man's demeanor. These men cannot survive without women. Their minds are consumed by such trivialities. The group ventured deeper into the alley, where two neon-clad men stood guard, wielding heavy steel prods, pinning two zombies firmly against the wall. The undead emitted guttural growls, desperately clawing at the air before them, yet the prods lodged firmly at their midsections rendered them immobile. Are you prepared? The mustachioed man inquired of Minako. Yes, just a moment. Minako tousled her hair, intentionally disheveling it, and loosened several buttons of her blouse, cultivating an air of disarray and desperation. Then, she grasped a frying pan, weighing it in her hand, and declared, I am ready. Then, you shall run 20 meters first. We will release the zombies. Upon exiting the alley, turn right, and be sure to speak in Dragonese. The mustachioed man reiterated earnestly. I know. This is not my first experience with such a scenario. You are truly tiresome, always putting me in peril. Do you truly not comprehend the meaning of cherishing the delicate and beautiful? Minako impatiently interrupted the words of the little mustached man. What can one do? Your beauty is such that no man can refuse the plea of a vulnerable woman. The little mustached man chuckled as he playfully slapped Minako just below her waist. Off you go. Minako laughed gaily, then composed herself before hastily darting out. Help! Is anyone there? Please, save me. After sprinting 30 meters, she suddenly raised her voice, calling for help in the dragon language. Her voice was sharp and remarkably penetrating, instantly capturing the attention of two zombies. Seeing the opportunity, the neon-clad individual wielding an explosive steel fork cautiously began to drive the zombies away from the wall and quickly sought refuge behind a nearby structure. The two zombies, lured by Minako's cries, screeched as they rushed toward her. Yet, their speed was sluggish, as though they were injured. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap. Although Zhang Chen couldn't decipher the neon people's words, he observed clearly from an upper level. The essence of the situation was apparent. This was nothing short of a seduction scheme. Minako's shouts in the dragon language indicated that these neon individuals harbored ill intentions toward the people of the Dragon Kingdom. He continued to watch in the direction where Minako had fled, spotting a large supermarket ahead. At the entrance stood 7 or 8 survivors, 4 of whom were vigilantly armed with long bows, while the others busied themselves counting the supplies they had transported from the supermarket. Leading them was none other than Zhang Hao. He had previously mentioned in the chat channel his intention to assault a large supermarket, and it appeared this was indeed the very place. Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? Minako stumbled her way towards Zhang Hao, her performance undeniably convincing. Earlier, when Zhang Chen had pursued her for 400 meters, she had exhibited the prowess of a professional athlete. Yet now, after a mere 100 meters, she appeared as though she were on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, 2 zombies emerged from behind, groaning ominously as they chased her. Save her! Zhang Hao shouted. In a flash, 2 arrows soared through the air, each striking the foreheads of the zombies with pinpoint accuracy. They fell to the ground lifelessly. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Minako crouched on the ground, trembling like a frightened fawn. Zhang Chen had witnessed this very scene merely half an hour prior. Life truly resembled a play, reliant on skillful acting. Are you all right? Zhang Hao inquired with genuine concern. In his survivor team, the ratio of men to women was heavily skewed towards men. He was keenly interested in increasing the number of female survivors, as a balanced gender ratio would help avert significant issues. I'm fine. But please, kind stranger, my 2 younger sisters are still trapped in that alley. We had just seen you coming and wanted to seek help, but we accidentally attracted the zombies in the alley. We have no weapons and can't fight them off. I beg you, please save my 2 sisters. Minako cried, her tears flowing like rain. 2 younger sisters? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Chapter 51. The Hunter's Camp. Indeed, they are merely 16 years old, just like me, both dedicated to the art of dance. I implore you, please help save them. They are still so young. Minako clutched Zhang Hao's sleeve, deliberately brushing against his leg. 16? Devoted to dance? Upon hearing this, the eyes of several male survivors sparkled with interest. The prospect of sharing survival in a camp with young women, igniting a spark of connection, would be an exquisite delight. Now that they had secured a safe haven, having taken control of the supermarket, their immediate concerns of sustenance were temporarily alleviated. What they lacked now were women. If female companionship were to grace their lives, the apocalypse would seem far less daunting. The men cast inquiring glances towards Zhang Hao, with some youthful souls barely able to contain their eagerness to rescue the girls. So, how many zombies are in the alley? Zhang Hao asked cautiously. While it was indeed crucial to recruit beautiful members, risking lives for their rescue was not an option. If there were too many zombies, he would rather choose inaction than endanger his own. He maintained a level head on this matter. Aside from the two chasing me, there should be 4 or 5 zombies inside. Minako said nervously. 4 or 5 zombies. A piece of cake, boss. Indeed. The 3 of us could easily handle 4 or 5 zombies. Exactly. Let us leave a few behind to continue inventorying supplies. It's a win-win situation. The young survivors began to fervently persuade Zhang Hao. After all, these young individuals are in the throes of adolescence, utterly defenseless against the allure of the opposite sex, especially when it comes to those of striking appearance. Well, let it be. Zhang Hao assessed the risk factor and deemed it manageable. Lu Feng, Ding Daqiang, accompany me. The rest of you, continue to inventory the supplies and remain vigilant. Be cautious not only of the zombies but also of other survivors who may come to plunder. Zhang Hao instructed. Rest assured, Chief, the survivors we encounter are eager to ally with us. Moreover, we are numerous. Who would dare to rob us? That would be sheer madness. A young man remarked with a smile. Exercise caution. A careful approach ensures safety in perilous times. We are in an apocalyptic world, and some individuals may resort to desperate measures when they cannot find food. Zhang Hao solemnly warned. All right, understood, Chief. The young man nodded with a grin. Zhang Hao reiterated his cautions before leading the 2 survivors, cautiously following Minako into the alleyway. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to encounter a group of armed individuals from Neon, wielding steel knives. Zhang Chen observed the scene from above with clarity. Although he held a rather indifferent view of Zhang Hao and felt no obligation to assist him, he harbored an intrinsic disdain for these Neon individuals. Their actions provided Zhang Chen with a compelling reason to eliminate them. With this thought, he silently leapt from the rooftop, landing without a sound, and swiftly dashed toward the narrow alley. On the other side, Minako nervously clutched Zhang Hao's sleeve, resembling a frightened young girl. Her figure was exquisite, though slightly diminutive. Yet she possessed all the necessary attributes, particularly the way she swayed as she walked, captivating the 2 young men behind her. They were nearing a corner at the end of the alley where they would turn right. Please, big brother, you must rescue my sister, Minako implored. Her voice filled with desperation. Rest assured, if there are indeed only 4 or 5 zombies as you mentioned, we will surely save your sisters. Zhang Hao replied, his gaze perpetually scanning the surroundings with unease. He felt an unsettling disquiet, an instinctual awareness that something was amiss, though he could not discern precisely what. Moreover, the alley was unnaturally quiet, a silence that felt peculiar. Thank you, big brother. I like you, Minako exclaimed, reaching out with both hands to grasp Zhang Hao's cheeks, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a forward girl before, and with her striking features complemented by a subtle touch of makeup, she was undeniably beautiful. The 2 young men behind them looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy, wishing they could be in Zhang Hao's position, while secretly hoping that the 2 younger sisters would treat them similarly. It was a delightful daydream until, suddenly, 7 figures clad in neon burst forth from both ends, each wielding a katana. You lot, sack them and take the gold, shouted the man with a small mustache. What on earth is happening? Before Zhang Hao could react, a chilling dagger was already pressed against his throat. Surrender at once, or I shall slit your leader's throat. Minako had produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, wearing a smug expression as she regarded the 2 remaining young men. What should they do now? The 2 young men possessed decent combat abilities, yet their adaptability was nearly non-existent. They faced 7 adversaries, while they themselves numbered only 3. Zhang Hao was being held as a hostage. How could they possibly fight? The 2 stood there, bewildered, unsure whether to raise their bows or lower them, paralyzed by confusion. In this state of impending combat, engaging in conversation was futile. The system chat interface could only be accessed in a safe location, which explained why conversations abruptly ceased. Most were simply plunged into battle. Who are you? And what do you want? Zhang Hao demanded sternly. I am Minako, a citizen of Neon, and these are my compatriots, she replied. We have formed a camp organization just like yours, though yours is a pitiful survivor camp, while ours is a hunter camp. There is an old saying in Long Country. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to feast, while dogs wander 1,000 miles only to scavenge. We embody the spirit of wolves, and with our teamwork, we shall feast. You, however, are merely our prey. Minako said with a gleeful smile. You seek food and water, do you not? I can provide that for you. Zhang Hao responded. Oh, are you truly not one to break your word? Do you believe I would trust you? I understand the principle of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Now, one of your little brothers will accompany me, while you and another remain behind. Should this little brother refuse to cooperate, I shall take the liberty of severing your head and that of your companion. Minako addressed one of the younger survivors. Do not heed her words. If the three of us perish here, the others may yet survive. If you lead others into her trap, we shall all be doomed. All our provisions and water will be seized by them. Zhang Hao lamented with great despair. However, given your current predicament, it appears you lack any bargaining power. If we were to eliminate the three of you, I could employ the same tactics to lure the remaining individuals. Moreover, we number 8, while you are but 4. Even with a numerical advantage, your remaining members would not stand a chance against us. Nevertheless, I can assure you that if you comply with my demands, I shall grant you a moment of comfort before your demise. Furthermore, your end will be devoid of suffering. Otherwise, I promise you will witness the undead devouring your flesh piece by piece. Minako's tone fluctuated between gentle and vicious, causing the hairs on the backs of the three to stand on end. Chapter 52. I do not accept moral coercion. Am I considered a third option? Suddenly, a loud and clear voice resonated from above. The little man looked up in terror. Before him stood a man of strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of gallantry as he perched upon the eaves, gazing down upon himself with an imposing demeanor. A living being had manifested above him. Yet, amidst the throng of neon warriors surrounding them, not a single soul seemed to take notice. Are you, Zhang Chen? Zhang Hao recalled his previous dealings with Zhang Chen, from whom he had procured 10 bows and arrows, an experience that left him feeling thoroughly exploited. However, it was precisely those 10 bows that enabled them to seize the supermarket with minimal losses. Had they relied solely on close combat weaponry to contend with the zombies, the casualties among the camp's fighters would likely have been significant. Zhang Hao's heart soared at the sight of Zhang Chen, only to plummet into shock moments later. The joy of reinforcements arriving was swiftly overshadowed by the realization that it was merely a solitary figure. Was he merely offering himself as a sacrifice? Not to mention, he was currently a hostage. Even if he were free to act, there were only 4 of them against 8 adversaries, an evident disparity in strength. Hey, Zhang Chen, you must hurry to the supermarket entrance and summon my comrades. If our numbers are equal, we might stand a chance. Zhang Hao shouted earnestly. Wait, I have a question. If I save you, what benefits might I receive? Zhang Chen suddenly interjected. What? What do you mean? Zhang Hao and Mei Naiko were momentarily taken aback by Zhang Chen's unexpected proposition. Brother, at such a critical juncture, you're still negotiating terms? Is there no moral compass guiding you? Zhang Hao was on the verge of tears. What manner of individuals have come to my aid? Spare me the moral high ground. It is only reasonable that my efforts in saving you warrant some form of recompense. Originally, I could have simply waited for those neon individuals to eliminate you, and then I would have taken care of the neon people myself. This way, I would have acquired everything, yielding greater profit. Therefore, my decision to negotiate terms with you instead is already quite ethical, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Chen stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, there was a certain logic to it. It was utterly irrefutable. After all, why should someone save you without compensation? Even when returning a lost wallet, one ought to offer a token of gratitude. To desire a life free of charge? That is rather excessive. Well then, how about this? I will give you 20 bags of frozen dumplings. What do you say? Zhang Hao proposed. You truly are adept at calculations. With the power outage, frozen goods cannot be stored in the refrigerator and must instead be placed in storage space. You intend to offer me items that you have nowhere to put? Forget it. I won't drag this out any longer. Here is my final offer. You will give me half of the supplies you acquire from the supermarket. Should you attempt any clever tricks, I will take everything. Do you understand? Zhang Chen stated coldly. Very well. It is settled then. A deal. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. After all the efforts of scouting the terrain, engaging in combat, and slaying zombies over the past few days, to have to share half of the spoils with Zhang Chen was simply disheartening. Yet, was there truly any other choice? If one's life were lost, what use would the food from the supermarket be? Zhang Hao had no choice but to concede. You scoundrels. Do you treat me as if I am invisible? I will annihilate you all. Little Mustache observed Zhang Chen and Zhang Hao haggling without a care for their surroundings, and was infuriated, shouting fervently, Be cautious. Do not underestimate him. This is the very individual who eliminated Day and his companions. Minako, feeling the tension, interjected. Day was undoubtedly overconfident. I shall not fall into such a folly. We have merely just entered this realm, and we are a cohesive unit. Even if this lad ascends rapidly, he can only match our elite members at best. Let us all strike together. Do not allow this Dragon Kingdom individual to escape. Little Mustache proclaimed loudly. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of fleeing. He gracefully descended into the alley and drew his Tang Dao. What the hell, Zhang Chen? Did you not say you were coming to rescue us? I sent you to deliver a message, not to engage in a duel. Are you seeking death? Zhang Hao cried out in desperation. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when shadows flickered left and right. Little Mustache and the two neon individuals beside him were instantly cleaved in half. The two young men behind Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to engage with the neon adversaries. Despite their numerical advantage, they overwhelmed the two. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed before them. In the next moment, the four individuals in front of them collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What on earth? What just happened? Zhang Chen has just slain four neon individuals? We could barely withstand a single blow from him. This is utterly terrifying. Two young individuals initially faced the odds of 2 against 4 without fear. However, upon encountering Zhang Chen, they found themselves trembling uncontrollably, their legs betraying them. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly daunting, instilling a sense of dread. Do not approach. If you do, I shall slay their leader. In that case, the supplies he promised you will be nothing but a distant dream. Minako had anticipated this outcome long before. She had discreetly taken Zhang Hao aside, positioning herself against the wall to ensure no surprise attack could catch her off guard. This woman was indeed cunning, having prepared for the possibility of defeat by securing an escape route in advance. I'm afraid I do not respond to threats. I have recorded Zhang Hao's recent promises. Should they refuse to share even half of the supplies, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them all. It would take little time, and I could seize the resources at will. However, you must perish. I offered you a chance, yet you deceived me, Zhang Chen stated coldly, advancing step by step toward Minako. Don't come any closer. Minako felt an overwhelming pressure, an aura unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was as though he were a harbinger of death, the air thick with a palpable sense of doom. This man would likely follow through on his threats. It was evident to all that the supplies from half a supermarket paled in comparison to those from the entire store. If it were Minako herself, she would undoubtedly devise a way to fabricate excuses to eliminate everyone and monopolize the resources. Thus, she perceived Zhang Chen as such a person. Despite having hostages in her grasp, her sense of security was utterly obliterated. Zhang Hao noticed Minako's right hand quivering slightly and seized the opportunity to grasp her hand. Sinking his body down, he rolled a few times on the ground, awkwardly escaping. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen approached Minako. With a single stroke, he cleaved her in half from top to bottom. Chapter 53. The storage ring upgraded again. Have you already predicted that this woman dares not kill me? Zhang Hao remarked with admiration on his face. Do not flatter yourself. My objective is simply to eliminate her. Your life or death holds no significance to me. Zhang Chen replied indifferently. Hiss. Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly, saying, You truly are heartless. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful for your rescue. I shall honor my promise regarding the resources. No sooner had Zhang Hao's words left his lips than footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. It turned out to be the survivors left behind, having finished inventorying the supplies. Upon entering the alley, they were met with a gruesome sight of bodies strewn across the ground, their appearances utterly horrific. The stench of blood lingered in the air, making it difficult to dissipate, causing some individuals to retch at the sight. Boss, what on earth transpired? Inquired Qian Jinyu, responsible for safeguarding the supplies. Are these zombies? These are neon people. That woman just now was also one of them. They deceived us into coming here only to kill us and seize our supplies. Thankfully, we were rescued by the formidable Zhang Chen. Otherwise, we would have already become 3 lifeless corpses. By the way, let's quickly hand over half of the supplies we gathered from the supermarket to Zhang Chen. Zhang Hao commanded. What? Half? That is so much. Qian Jinyu responded with surprise. Just give it if I tell you to. This Reaper killed 4 with a single strike. It has been said that we must either offer half or face annihilation to surrender everything. You studied accounting. Calculate how this arrangement would be most prudent. The 2 young men beside him had yet to recover from the terror instilled by Zhang Chen. They trembled slightly as they urged Qian Jinyu, asking, What is going on? Qian Jinyu felt increasingly bewildered. He understood Zhang Hao's character well. He was fiercely protective of the camp's interests. Yet, here he was suggesting to give away half the supplies. The other two young men, who were typically bold and unafraid, were now paralyzed with fear, even in the face of 3 or 4 zombies. What had transpired to frighten them so? Hurry and give it if I instruct you. You must honestly provide half of the supplies. Absolutely no allowance for any hidden portion. Do you comprehend? Execute this immediately. This is my order. Seeing a hint of impatience on Zhang Chen's face, Zhang Hao quickly urged, All right. I will start gathering it right away. Qian Jinyu began to methodically retrieve the supplies. He is responsible for the safekeeping of supplies. Thus, all the fragments of storage rings obtained from slaying zombies in the camp have been gathered together. With the funds, Qian Jinyu upgraded his storage ring, resulting in a high-level ring capable of accommodating a vast array of items. He has become a walking repository, a focal point of protection for the camp. Boxes upon boxes of instant noodles, frozen foods, snacks, condiments, clothing, tobacco, alcohol, tea, and beverages are piled high like small mountains, nearly filling half of a narrow alleyway. Due to the odd number of instant noodle packages, we took an extra bag, providing Mr. Zhang with an additional bag of vermicelli. Similarly, we took an extra bottle of white liquor to supplement Mr. Zhang with a bottle of red wine. This essentially sums up the situation. Mr. Zhang can verify the inventory. Qian Jinyu pouted, expressing his discontent. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, Qian Jinyu was previously a mid-level accountant, with a decade of experience. You need not worry about my professional ethics. Our camp operates under the principle of sincerity. Moreover, you are well aware of the camp's location. I would never deceive you. Zhang Hao stated solemnly. Very well. I will tentatively place my trust in you. Zhang Chen nodded, waving his hand to draw all the supplies into the storage space. He then proceeded to collect the bodies of the neon people. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the following items. Energy Core, X35, 070. Mutated Fertilizer, X3, 265. Clean Fabric, X1, 233. Canned Luncheon Meat, X12. Self-Heating Hot Pot Noodles, X33. Sake, X43. Unknown Vibrating Object, X12. Work Attire, X3. Nurse Uniform, X1. Handcuffs, X3. Whip, X3. Waterbed, X3. Strange Wooden Horse, X1. Sharp Samurai Sword, X7. Dagger, X1. Sharp Samurai Sword Blueprint, X1. Ability Enhancement Potion Blueprint, X1. Ability Enhancement Potion, X15. Recon Drone, X3. Off-Road Vehicle Key, X1. Couples Hotel Universal Access Card, X1. Storage Ring Fragment, X275. What a bountiful harvest! Upgrade Progress, 1, 212 800 by 2. Storage Ring Upgrade Progress, Storage Ring Fragment, 275 200. Energy Core, 1, 212 100. The storage ring meets the upgrade criteria. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, no. Yes. Ding. You have lost Storage Ring Fragment, X200, Energy Core, X100. Congratulations, your storage ring has been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Storage capacity has expanded from 48 to 72 slots. Vehicle storage space has increased from 1 slot to 2 slots. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, you will need Storage Ring Fragments X500, Energy Cores X1000. Note, a level 5 storage ring will unlock the building storage, allowing for the storage of constructions. Can 2 vehicles now be stored? Zhang Chen turned and strode to the end of the alley, climbing into the off-road vehicle driven by the neon-lit figure. And with a swift press of the accelerator, he departed into the distance. Observing Zhang Chen's receding silhouette, Qian Jinyu furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhang Hao, Boss, are we truly allowing this young man to leave? There are 8 of us. We have just let him take away half of the supplies we painstakingly gathered, sacrificing one of our brothers in the process. I cannot shake this feeling of discontent. Silence. Zhang Hao suddenly exclaimed with a fierce tone, startling everyone present. Within the camp, Zhang Hao had always maintained a demeanor of gentility and grace, and such an outburst was unprecedented. Qian Jinyu trembled at the sound of his furious shout, perplexed by Zhang Hao's intense ire. After a brief pause, Zhang Hao sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. Only in the company of our trusted brothers can you voice such thoughts. From this moment forth, such words must never escape your lips again. If these sentiments were to reach the ears of Zhang Chen, our camp could be reduced to ruins. Though Zhang Hao's words were delivered with composure, they reverberated within the hearts of those present like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Everyone understood Zhang Hao's character. He was a man of his word, never one to boast or resort to alarmism. His ability to articulate such a warning underscored the undeniable truth of Zhang Chen's formidable power. Moreover, it was an indisputable fact that he had saved us. A reality we could not ignore. Zhang Hao continued in a measured tone, while Qian Jinyu glanced at the two audacious young men who had accompanied him. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, seemingly still in shock from the recent harrowing scene. What had transpired? Who exactly was Zhang Chen, that he could evoke such terror? Chapter 54. The gradual appearance of foreigners. He reached out to gently touch the heavy truck. The storage ring's compartments were now fully occupied. One held a heavy truck, while the other contained an armed mech. The creature's tail wagged like a fan, and it approached with its tongue extended, leaping into Zhang Chen's embrace. It enthusiastically licked him as if to say, "Did you miss me? Did anyone else come today?" Of course. Pang could not speak and found the question too complex to comprehend. It continued to excitedly nuzzle against Zhang Chen. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Chen discovered that the food bowl was empty. The courtyard wall remained intact, and the crops were thriving. However, in the corner, there were several dark, unsightly piles. As Zhang Chen approached, a prompt immediately appeared. Mutated beast excrement can be used as fertilizer, slightly less effective than mutated fertilizer. Hiss. This was something he could certainly do without. Zhang Chen covered it with some soil. The courtyard was unharmed, and there were no signs of anyone having scaled the walls. This indicated that the survivors were still hesitant to venture out for food collection. Moreover, even if they did search, they instinctively gravitated towards the commercial district. Few would dare enter the residential area. After all, the commercial district boasted numerous restaurants and supermarkets, brimming with resources. The residential area had locked doors and security gates, making entry difficult, not to mention, the hallways were quite narrow. An encounter with a zombie could lead to considerable trouble. Therefore, the residential area will not be the first choice for survivors. As dusk approached, he descended to inspect the condition of the diesel generator. Since electricity was seldom used during the day and only briefly before bedtime at night, the diesel consumption had been minimal. Judging by the current state, a single barrel of fuel could last a considerable time. Pang was particularly joyful as he scampered around the floor, frequently casting glances at Zhang Chen, as if fearing that he might vanish. Zhang Chen, in turn, closed the electric curtains, illuminated the room, and accessed the chat channel to review today's transactions and messages. Zhao Xia, Brother Chen, today has been remarkably fruitful. I sold several tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and tables, all individually. I also managed to sell a significant number of bows and arrows. Just as you predicted, the demand for arrows has surged, and I have sold out completely. How about you, Brother Chen? Has your day gone smoothly? I just heard a loud sound of car brakes. It seems someone has entered the schoolyard. I witnessed a horde of zombies rushing forward. I am grateful to this individual. As the number of zombies around me has diminished significantly, I eliminated over 10 zombies this afternoon. Hehe, am I impressive? Brother Chen, you haven't spoken all day. Is everything all right on your end? It's already afternoon, and I surprisingly spotted several individuals of African descent in the campus, heading towards the dormitories. I had thought this world was exclusively populated by our countrymen from Longhua. Who would have imagined there were foreigners as well? However, these individuals harbored impure intentions, audaciously lifting the skirts of a deceased zombie. Such depravity. Alas, I digress. Surely, Brother Chen is in no peril. Zhang Chen perused a lengthy series of messages, the most recent one appearing merely 20 minutes prior. I'm here, just returned home. Zhang Chen replied. It seems Zhao Xia is perpetually stationed by the trading and private messaging channels. Is your area still secure? Zhang Chen inquired. Quite well, actually. No one is aware of my presence in the security room, and the surrounding zombies have significantly diminished. Zhao Xia responded. If the zombie population continues to decline over the next few days, I might venture into the small shop across the road. That way, I could sustain myself without burdening you for food. The scarcity of provisions in this apocalypse weighs heavily on my conscience. Zhao Xia confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Oh, by the way, I'll share the resources from today's trade with you. With that, Zhao Xia sent a trading box, detailing the fruits of today's exchange, most of which comprised food, water, and energy cores. A total of 122 energy cores were included, marking this trade as the most bountiful and precious in terms of resources. One energy core could procure a modest longbow, coupled with arrows crafted from readily available wood, allowing for a lucrative exchange. It felt akin to finding money on the ground. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen had devised a more efficient method for gathering energy cores. To the ordinary observer, these 122 crystalline cores appeared as if they had descended from the heavens, bestowing immense wealth. "Ah, you've worked hard today. Here's your reward." Zhang Chen exchanged a sausage, a box of instant noodles soaked in hot water, and a bottle of carbonated beverage. "Wait, instant noodles that are already soaked? And still steaming?" Zhao Xiao exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the aromatic bowl of noodles. "I had instant noodles for dinner as well. A kettle of boiling water would suffice for 2 bowls. It would be such a waste to let the remaining hot water cool down, especially with the ongoing blackout. Hot water is a precious resource. So, I thought to prepare a bowl for you, considering it as your commission for today." Zhang Chen remarked nonchalantly. "You're truly kind." While the young girl savored her noodles, Zhang Chen redirected his attention to the regional chat channel. Logically, today he had encountered a neon Jing, and Zhao Xie had met a black individual. Such occurrences could not be mere coincidences. They indicated that, after several days of apocalypse, survivors were gradually acclimatizing to their new reality and had begun scouring for resources. Foreigners had even started to infiltrate the territories of Long Country. Surely, there must be reactions in the chat channel. Indeed, upon opening the regional chat, Zhang Chen was greeted by a flurry of heated exchanges. Alas, the people of Long Country lack compassion. "I ask for a bit of food and water, yet no one is willing to provide. How disheartening." Just moments ago, a friend of mine contacted me, informing me that he had arrived in the territory of the Neon people and invited me to join him. He claimed that the Neon people are remarkably hospitable, offering complimentary food, water, and comfortable bedding upon arrival. There is no need to risk facing zombies, as they have dedicated teams responsible for gathering provisions. Today, I witnessed a group of Neon people collaborating outside a large supermarket, with some guarding while others counted supplies. Along the way, they even rescued a woman. This epitomizes the spirit of the Neon people, truly admirable. A man named Wu Jingri spoke with an air of superiority, only to provoke a chorus of mockery. Someone immediately posted a series of photographs depicting precisely the scene Wu Jingri had just described. "Do you see these individuals?" Yes. It is indeed these Neon people. Did you not notice?" They exclaimed. "Look, this is evidence. You need not doubt it. The Dragon Nation is simply not united. There is nothing more to say," Wu Jingri declared with pride. At that moment, Zheng Hao stepped forward, stating, "Excuse me, the person in that photograph is me. I am a native of the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, I have never held a favorable impression of the Neon people." Today's events have only solidified this sentiment. As the avatars of those speaking in the chat channel are their three-dimensional likenesses, everyone quickly recognized that the individual in the photograph was none other than Zheng Hao himself. With the real person stepping forth to dispel the rumors, it was intriguing to see how Wu Jingri would respond. They began to mock. "Haha, what a grand spectacle of failure. The situation is utterly deplorable." The slap in the face came rather swiftly, didn't he? The individuals in the photograph have spoken for themselves. This Wu Jingri, just by his name, seems anything but respectable. He has no limits in his flattery of the Nihanese. How could he possibly use our Dragon Nation survivor camp's collaborative efforts to validate the unity of the Nihanese? Surely, these must be our allies. Ha. This is making me weep with laughter. Is this a scene for a comedy act? Wu Jingri's face reddened as he continued. Perhaps I misinterpreted that photograph. But the Nihanese are indeed very courteous and polite. Joining their camp would pose no issue whatsoever. They exhibit no racial bias. They treat us with the same warmth as their own kin. My friend is thriving there, and I will be visiting shortly. You sour grapes can only lament your inability to partake." Upon hearing this, Zheng Haoran's expression darkened as he remarked, "The politeness of the Nihanese is akin to a flower devoid of fragrance. It is merely superficial. I suspect that if you go there, you will be nothing more than a prized lamb for their slaughter. To expect food, water, and shelter without exertion? One could easily deduce that such goodwill has never existed in times of peace. In this apocalyptic era, resources are so scarce. Do you truly believe the Nihanese would sustain idle individuals? Let me share with you the reality I encountered today. The woman I rescued is Nihanese. My team was nearly annihilated by her." As soon as Zheng Hao uttered these words, a wave of astonishment ensued. What? The esteemed Zheng Hao almost met his demise? Indeed, there is not a single virtuous soul among the Neon people. Could it be that Zhang Hao, a robust figure, surrounded by 7 stalwart men armed with longbows and daggers, almost faced total destruction? This is nothing short of an elite force, equipped with top-tier gear. How could they nearly face obliteration? Have the Neon people advanced that swiftly? It seems I must also strive harder. Zhang Hao, with a wry smile, continued, I once believed our strength was formidable, as we managed to vanquish hundreds of zombies in a large supermarket. However, I had not anticipated that the most malevolent force in this world is not the undead, but the treachery of mankind. The strength of the Neon people is comparable to ours, yet their insidiousness surpasses our imagination. He recounted the unfolding of events succinctly and added, their intent was to eliminate us and plunder our resources. This is what some would refer to as kindness and warmth. Had it not been for a certain deity who single-handedly felled 8 Neon warriors, I fear I would no longer be able to voice my thoughts in this channel. Furthermore, please refrain from addressing me as a leader in the future. I am merely an ordinary individual. In the presence of that deity, I am nothing. His words sent ripples through the crowd once more. The Neon people dared to strike against us, the citizens of Long Kingdom? By heavens, we must unite and confront them. It was said that there are indeed individuals of African descent nearby, and perhaps even Westerners, none of whom are particularly trustworthy. We must exercise caution. Indeed, Zhang Hao, where is your camp? We should seek refuge there to bolster our ranks. A mysterious figure who single-handedly vanquished 8 Neon warriors? How astonishing is that? Could there truly exist someone whom the esteemed Zhang Hao admires so deeply? Our dragon nation is brimming with talent, far beyond the comprehension of such worthless individuals. This is the reality of our situation. Wu Jingri, that freeloading oddity, disdainfully criticized Zhang Hao's camp for requiring labor in exchange for sustenance. Yet he chose to grovel at the feet of the Neon people? What a shocking revelation. The description from above is rather vivid. I find myself suddenly devoid of hunger. Zhang Chen noted with a slight smile that Zhang Hao refrained from revealing his name. It seems that this Zhang Hao possesses a certain discernment to lead a survivor camp, understanding that one must not speak recklessly without prior consent. It is surprising that even in this apocalyptic world, there are still those who mindlessly fawn over others, believing in the notion that the grass is always greener on the other side, even to the extent of thinking that fortune can simply fall from the sky. Truly a peculiar character. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chen recalled the mention of those individuals of African descent by Zhao Xie. With Zhao Xie situated in the security room, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Regardless, tomorrow we must cleanse the area of zombies and unlock the Tier 3 supply box. We should also eliminate those perverts and interrogate them about the surrounding circumstances. Who knows whether these individuals of African descent belong to the Huizhou tribe or are merely a faction of Westerners. The surrounding circumstances must be thoroughly investigated before proceeding with subsequent actions. Survival in this apocalyptic world is of paramount importance. Zhang Chen does not desire to engage in active plundering, arson, or violence. However, he also refuses to passively await potential adversaries that may bring him harm. It is imperative to eliminate threats at their inception. Zhang Chen perused the chat messages for a while longer, but found nothing of value. The remaining content consisted solely of advertisements for transactions or continued verbal skirmishes, utterly devoid of substance. The night passed in silence. Chapter 56. The Emergence of Nightmares the following day. As Zhang Chen rose from his slumber, the system promptly displayed a message. Day 5 of the game. The camp system is now activated. Subsequently, a point of light flickered on the interface. Previously devoid of options, a camp selection had now appeared. Zhang Chen clicked on the camp option. Ding. You have not yet joined any camp. Ding. This feature has just been initiated, and no valid camp information has been found. Would you like to create your own camp? Zhang Chen selected yes. Please choose the type of camp to establish. 1. Shelter, comprising at least 1 secure room, with a maximum capacity of 10 survivors. Establishment requires the consumption of food and drinking water sufficient for 10 individuals for 1 week. It can later be upgraded to a camp. 2. Survivor camp, comprising at least 20 rooms or an equivalent secure area with a maximum capacity of 100 survivors. As the camp level increases, the population can expand. Various positions will emerge, and corresponding bonuses can be obtained. Establishment requires the consumption of food and drinking water sufficient for 100 individuals for 1 month, along with energy crystal nucleus, 100. Upgrades may be selected as follows: production camps, plunder camps, resource collection camps, and comprehensive camps. The mysterious organization stipulates that the creator must rank among the top 1,000 in combat power within the current game progression, while members must possess a minimum combat power ranking within the top 1,000,000 of the world. These prerequisites will proportionally adjust with the total number of survivors. Members of the organization will remain eternally loyal to the leader, never betraying unless expelled from the organization. Members may join any camp while concealing their organizational identity. The leader possesses the ability to teleport to any member's side, albeit with a cooldown period. The leader's status is exceedingly exalted, allowing them to have their own loyal subordinates who will never betray and will strictly obey commands. Establishment requires the consumption of 1,000 energy cores, with the quantity of cores increasing over time. Zhang Chen took a glance and discerned that there was hardly any necessity for choice. The outcome was evidently clear. Rather than establishing a camp populated with an unwieldy number of individuals of varying survivor capabilities, it would be far more advantageous to pursue an elite path, creating a formidable organization capable of wielding power in the apocalypse. Hence, the decision to establish the organization was made. This function and its impact are undoubtedly the most powerful, and the consumption of energy cores will escalate over time. This implies that founding the organization now incurs the least expenditure of energy cores. Zhang Chen was scheduled to engage in combat shortly with an armed mech. Thus, he need not intervene personally for the time being. He could enhance his strength after quelling the zombie tide. With a decisive click, he established the organization. Ding. It has been detected that your strength has entered the top 1,000 in the world. You meet the criteria to become the founder of the organization. Ding. The sufficient quantity of founder energy cores has been detected, enabling the establishment of an organization. Ding. You have lost energy cores, 1,000. A new organization has been founded. Please bestow a name upon your organization. Zhang Chen pondered briefly and entered Dream Nightmare. The reason for the dots separating dream and nightmare is that dream signifies those who comply with and support him, united in the pursuit of becoming the strongest in the apocalypse, achieving a dream of survival with ease. Conversely, for his adversaries or those who provoke him, only endless nightmares await them. This reflects a clear dichotomy of affection and disdain. Ding. Please select the emblem of the Dream Nightmare organization. A plethora of 100 diverse emblems suddenly appeared. Since only the top 100 strongest in the world can establish an organization, there are precisely 100 emblems available. The first to establish will be the first to choose. Those who come later will have to settle for what remains. Zhang Chen browsed through them briefly. The emblems distinctly exhibited masculine and feminine traits, along with totems of divine beasts from various Eastern and Western mythologies. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen chose the dragon totem of the Dragon Kingdom as his emblem. In the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon is the most revered divine beast, a symbol of kingship. Since he had the privilege of choosing first, he certainly would not hold back. Ding. The selection of the organizational emblem is complete. Bang. Congratulations. The Dream Nightmare organization has been established. You are both the founder and the first leader of the organization. Please promptly recruit your members. Zhang Chen glanced at the organization's operational interface, which resembled that of a gaming guild. It displayed member recruitment criteria, organizational mission, and the organizational battle attire. The organizational battle attire can take the form of a cloak, ordinary garments, or armor, adorned with a prominent emblem of the organization. Presently, this aspect remains blank. Although the organization cannot ascend, it can enhance its members through the collection of special crystalline cores from mutated creatures. In the option for sacrificing these crystalline cores, there exist 7 slots, implying that a maximum of 7 special cores can be placed simultaneously. Special crystalline cores? Zhang Chen scratched his head. Having yet to encounter what these special cores truly are, he attempted to use an energy crystalline core, but indeed, it could not be inserted. Hiss. It seems one must vanquish more formidable monsters to acquire such cores. More formidable monsters? Zhang Chen immediately recalled the mutated Type 3 zombies, the giant tanks. On the playground of Tianyang University. Off he goes. Zhang Chen accelerated all the meat potatoes in the yard with growth-enhancing fertilizer, resulting in a bountiful harvest of 380 meat potatoes. Each meat potato weighed over a pound and possessed remarkable elasticity. Not only did this substance taste like meat, but it also felt like meat to the touch. Similarly, each meat potato produced 10 seeds. Thus, Zhang Chen harvested an additional 500 meat potato seeds. This was extraordinary. Farming not only sustains a household, but could also lead to immense wealth, due to the limited space in the yard. Zhang Chen planted 50 more meat potatoes and entrusted them to Air Pao for guardianship. After a day of training, Air Pao seemed to have developed a fondness for this task. Perhaps wolves and dogs share a common ancestry, relishing the duty of territorial protection. Woof! Air Pao barked at Zhang Chen, wagging his tail. The gesture seemed to convey, "Master, rest assured and go. I shall guard our home." What a delightful little creature it is. Zhang Chen prepared 2 large bowls of accelerated fertilizer and placed them in Air Pang's feeding dish. It seemed that Air Pang earnestly licked the bowl clean, leaving it gleaming. It must have been quite hungry, prompting Zhang Chen to increase the quantity. Enticed by the aroma of the accelerated fertilizer, Air Pang watched as Zhang Chen drove away in his off-road vehicle, disappearing behind the buildings. Only then did it eagerly plunge its face into the bowl, devouring the contents with gusto. As the accelerated fertilizer was consumed rapidly, Air Pang's physique appeared to grow even more robust. Chapter 57. The hellish killing god, are you there? Zhang Chen proactively messaged Zhao Xia. Yes, hee. Good morning. Chen Gu, why are you contacting me during the day? Don't you need to go out to gather supplies? Zhao Xia had set reminders for Zhang Chen's messages. Due to her selling goods, she had gone to bed later than Zhang Chen. At that moment, she was jolted awake by the notification sound. Well, I plan to gather supplies over at Tianyang University today, and I'll also be questioning a few individuals. So it might be quite noisy on your end during the day. No matter what sounds you hear, do not leave the security room, understood? If there is anything urgent, feel free to message me privately. I'll enable your private chat notifications shortly. Zhang Chen instructed. Okay, I understand. I will be obedient, and won't cause trouble for Chen Gu. Are you planning to open a level 3 supply box? Be exceedingly cautious, for there exists a towering horde of zombies in that direction. Should you require assistance in diverting their attention, Brother Chen can summon me, and I shall gladly draw their fire. Zhao Xia earnestly cautioned. Understood. If it were merely ordinary zombies that required distraction, Zhao Xia would undoubtedly excel. However, the vicinity is now besieged by mutated Type 2 and Type 3 zombies. Moreover, Zhao Xia, upon her first encounter with the mutated Type 2 zombies, was in a state of utter despair. Though her intentions are noble, this endeavor clearly surpasses Zhao Xia's capabilities. Zhang Chen, reluctant to dampen the young lady's enthusiasm, merely offered a perfunctory response before closing the dialogue box. The off-road vehicle traversed the route taken yesterday, swiftly arriving at the street directly opposite Tianyang University. This thoroughfare, once cleared of zombies by Zhang Chen, was now teeming with them once more. In the distance, a few crawlers could be seen scurrying amidst the throng. At the entrance of the shopping mall, which previously concealed a level 2 supply cache, a multitude of zombies had congregated, stacked high like a small mountain, pressing against one another. What could have transpired? Let us commence, to warm up. Zhang Chen parked the vehicle by the roadside, alighted to stretch his limbs, and then wielded the tang dao in his hand. Ever since acquiring the skill of energy impact, the opportunities for employing the blast shield have diminished, as the skill necessitates activation through the palm, rendering the shield a liability to his prowess. Moreover, now equipped with the basic energy armor, the explosive shield can gracefully exit the stage. Zhang Chen lightly leaped once more onto the roof of the bus where he had previously vanquished the horde of the undead. The ammunition for the armored mech was limited, and utilizing it here felt somewhat extravagant. Furthermore, the narrowness of the road, culminating in the lair of the zombies at Tianyang University, rendered the use of a heavy vehicle for relentless crushing impractical. It was prudent to first manually clear the area and warm up a bit. With this thought, he drew his pistol and fired a shot at a distant crawler. The bullet struck the creature squarely in the thigh. However, against such a tough-skinned and muscular adversary, this meager damage was utterly ineffectual. The entire horde was roused. Hiss. Ah. Ugh. Roar. Almost simultaneously, all the zombies turned their heads in unison towards Zhang Chen. Following that came a cacophony of terrifying howls. The zombies surged towards Zhang Chen like a relentless tide. Yet, they soon sensed something amiss and, in a frenzied chorus, joined the throng in pursuit. It was no wonder a zombie tide could form. It seemed the undead were not immune to the effects of herd mentality. Zhang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, then wielded his blade to effortlessly cleave the heads of the first wave of zombies that charged at him. The effort was trivial. The zombies crashed against the bus in relentless waves, akin to an unending sea. The piled-up corpses even created a human ramp around the bus. The subsequent zombies simply scrambled up the incline, Meanwhile, Zhang Chen coolly and methodically swung his tang knife, effortlessly slicing the advancing zombies in half one after another. The corpses piled high on either side of the bus, accumulating ever more. Zombies converged upon Zhang Chen from all directions. Suddenly, a dark shadow obscured the sky above him. A crawler tilted its head, displaying a sinister grin as it gazed at Zhang Chen. Its sharp claws descended with deadly intent. An ambush? Is this all? Zhang Chen counterattacked with fervor. He powered his legs, propelling himself into the air, grasping the crawler's left arm with his left hand. He deftly sliced horizontally with his tang knife, severing its spine in two. Simultaneously, the crawler's right claw grazed Zhang Chen's chest. Yet, in the fleeting moment of contact between claw and fabric, an energy armor enveloped Zhang Chen's entire form. The claws scraped against the armor, leaving merely a white mark. Subsequently, the crawler fell lifelessly to the ground. In his descent, Zhang Chen raised his left hand, obliterating the lurking crawler below into a pulp. Then, with a fierce stomp on a zombie's skull, he crushed its cervical vertebrae with ease. Zhang Chen, akin to a martial arts hero from a film, leaped high into the air and executed a powerful downward strike, driving the third crawler forcefully into the earth. With the three crawlers vanquished, only the ordinary zombies remained. Though numerous, these zombies possessed only their fingernails and teeth as weapons. Such feeble attacks could scarcely inflict any harm upon the energy armor. With the danger of injury rendered negligible, Zhang Chen found himself in a far more advantageous position for battle. This was undeniably a one-sided massacre. Zhang Chen plunged into the horde of zombies, effortlessly shattering their skulls with a mere punch. With a swift kick, he sent several zombies flying 3 to 4 meters away, their bodies soaring high before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Chen surged forward, immediately delivering a flurry of strikes. His movements resembled those of a warrior from the game Dynasty Warriors, as countless zombies were sent tumbling like mere toys, shredded and slain. Wherever he tread, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground. Zhang Chen appeared as a reaper of death, a god of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 58. Full firepower. After more than an hour of relentless combat, Zhang Chen finally cleared the street of zombies. The blood had stained his energy armor a deep crimson. However, it seemed that the armor had the peculiar ability to absorb blood. Before long, the blood slowly seeped into the armor. Once the battle had ceased, the energy armor reverted back to its bracelet form. Collection. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal Cores, 45090, Accelerated Fertilizers, 3, Mutated Fertilizers, 2112, Clean Fabrics, 943. Storage Ring Fragments, 17, Assault Rifles, 11, Fragmentation Grenades, 33, Rifle Bullets, 3217, Military Daggers, 8, Bloodied Keys, 63, Car Keys, 22, Walkie-Talkies, 15, Leather Notebooks, 1, Medical Kits, 3, Antibiotics, 30, Tough Leather, 3, Evolver's Blood, 3, Sharp Claws, 6, Shelter Guidance Maps, 1, Oddly Shaped Keys, 1. The other items were straightforward. But what on earth was this oddly shaped key? Zhang Chen held it in his hand and examined it closely. In essence, it bore no distinction from an ordinary key. What, then, was the peculiarity? At that moment, a notification re-emerged. Congratulations. This key grants access to the armory of the Tianyang University shelter. Welcome to the Age of Firearms. A key to the armory of Tianyang University? This was exhilarating. Firearms represented an overwhelming advantage against these common zombies. Although Zhang Chen could already dominate ordinary zombies, firearms would indeed save him considerable effort. In times of lesser strength, he had refrained from using guns recklessly, for the sound they produced was alarmingly loud, potentially attracting hordes of zombies. In the absence of a virus immunity serum and protective measures, facing numerous zombies simultaneously was perilous. A single misstep and a scratch could lead to his demise. However, the situation had changed. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. In such circumstances, firearms transformed into divine instruments. The initial drawback of gunfire attracting zombies had now morphed into an advantage, automatically drawing in and eliminating zombies. Could there be a more gratifying experience? Zhang Chen retrieved the skill, sharpshooter from his storage space and activated it. In an instant, a surge of knowledge flowed into his mind and muscles. He drew forth an assault rifle, deftly changed the magazine, disengaged the safety, and fired a shot into the distance. Ding! At 100 meters away, a donut graphic on a billboard was punctured cleanly. He shot purely by instinct, not even necessitating precise aim for static targets. What a delightful sensation. Zhang Chen stored all the collected items in his storage ring. It is time for an impending fierce battle. Zhang Chen popped open a bottle of carbonated beverage and gulped it down with delight. Refreshing. Let the work commence. He strolled leisurely to the entrance of Tianyang University, effortlessly summoning his armored mech. Climbing aboard, he prepared for combat. To kick things off, he launched a rocket to set the mood. Observing the throng of corpses in the distance, Zhang Chen gently pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A rocket, trailing a wisp of white smoke, soared directly into the sea of zombies. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from afar, deafening to the ears. Even the windows of the classroom building trembled slightly from the tremendous sound. Subsequently, a colossal fireball erupted, accompanied by the dismembered remains of the undead soaring skyward, reaching a height of 2 or 3 stories. The ground, once densely packed with zombies, was instantly transformed, leaving behind a crater approximately 5 meters in diameter. Goodness! The power of this rocket is beyond my expectations. Its might is astonishing. With such an asset at my disposal, the zombies ahead are merely an appetizer. However, a flicker of concern crossed Zhang Chen's mind. With such formidable destructive power, would the zombies be reduced to mere rubble, making it impossible to collect energy cores? As his thoughts shifted, notifications reappeared. Energy cores cannot be destroyed. Simply collecting the zombie corpses will yield results. Mutated fertilizer will be obliterated at high temperatures, but the remnants can still be converted into mutated fertilizer. Most personal belongings of the zombies will be destroyed in the heat of battle. Please take caution. Zhang Chen contemplated the notifications and nodded in acknowledgement. As long as the energy core remains intact, everything else is of secondary importance. This is the crux of the matter, especially the final point. Previously, while Zhang Chen was driving a heavy truck to crush zombies, he had already grasped this principle. A hefty truck can reduce the belongings of the zombies to mere fragments. The situation is even more dire for the zombies under the barrage of artillery. The recent rocket fire successfully captured the attention of all the zombies. At that moment, Zhang Chen stood as the sole living being within Tianyang University, instantly becoming the target of all. The giant tank, the crawler, and the venomous insect breeder simultaneously took notice of Zhang Chen, all shrieking and rushing towards him. The giant tank loomed large and imposing, rivaling even the armored mechs in stature. With each step it took, it covered a distance of 2 to 3 meters, either kicking the obstructing zombies aside or crushing them underfoot, exuding an aura of invincibility. The crawlers, resembling insects, numbered at least a dozen, all drawn from the classrooms, rooftops, and small gardens. Suddenly, the venomous insect breeder made the first move, hurling a mass of corrosive liquid teeming with poisonous insects towards Zhang Chen. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the spray. First, I must deal with this long-haired aberration. Zhang Chen maneuvered the armored mech, retreating while simultaneously activating the 12.7mm high-rate heavy machine gun. His lower arms brandished an alloy combat knife and shield, while the upper arms aimed with precision for automatic fire. Heavy weaponry was mounted in the mech's back slot. Let us see how you fare against a rocket. Whoosh! Another rocket was launched. With a thunderous explosion, the strike landed squarely on the progenitor of the venomous creatures. The corrosive liquid erupted forth, instantly disintegrating the surrounding zombies within a 10-meter radius into putrid flesh, which lay on the ground, hissing and emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Behold, this is nothing short of a mobile biochemical bomb. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of flame, automatically identifying and targeting the heads of the zombies with pinpoint accuracy. One by one, the zombies were met with explosive demise. Blood splattering across the scene like crimson blossoms unfurling across the playground. The zombies, oblivious to fear and evasion, continued their relentless charge, undeterred by the waves of their own kind being obliterated and shattered before them. Chapter 59. Troubles for the armored mech. Although Zhang Chen's armored mech boasted formidable firepower, it was overwhelmed by the tsunami of zombies surging forward. As the sounds of explosions echoed, the zombies that had previously been concealed within the teaching building began to emerge en masse. In an instant, the number of zombies on the playground not only remained unchanged, but seemed to multiply. 2 heavy machine guns proved utterly insufficient against such an expansive tide of undead. For every zombie that fell, 3 or 4 more rushed over its lifeless body. As the horde drew ever closer, Zhang Chen leaped backward, activating the rocket thrusters midair. He soared backward for over 100 meters before gently descending. Simultaneously, several rockets were launched. One rocket obliterated a crawling zombie along with more than 20 surrounding zombies. Another struck the colossal titan with a resounding boom. The crawling zombie was sent flying, its arms severed in the blast. The ordinary zombies were utterly relentless, their feeble flesh incapable of withstanding the might of a rocket. In an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments. However, on another front, the rocket that struck the giant tank merely left a charred mark upon its chest. As the smoke dissipated, it became evident that the giant tank's charge was only momentarily impeded. It soon resumed its monstrous roar and charged forward once more. Clearly, the strength of this giant tank far surpassed that of the crawler, as it could not even be subdued by a single rocket. Zhang Chen pondered. This creature is nearly indestructible. One must obliterate over 30 of its mass to ensure its complete destruction. The thought of eradicating 30 of its mass made Zhang Chen gasp in astonishment. This beast was akin to an immortal cockroach. Engaging in battle with an armored mech was indeed the right choice. While contemplating his battle strategy, the tide of corpses continued to advance several meters. At this juncture, the faster crawlers had already surged ahead, followed closely by the giant tank, and then a relentless wave of ordinary zombies followed in their wake. The armored mech stood like a steadfast rock, bracing for the onslaught of the undead tide. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, the thunderous explosion of the rocket had startled everyone, prompting a flurry of messages. "Whoa, did you hear that? I think I just heard an explosion." "I heard it too." It seemed to come from the direction of Tianyang University. Tianyang University again? Which fool is seeking trouble with the Horde? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. What? Could it possibly be a heavy-duty truck again? Yet, a truck cannot explode. Soon, the live broadcast was shared in the regional chat channel. I beheld an armed mech, skillfully evading a surge of corrosive liquid before unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another, while waves of them continued to surge forth. This was akin to watching a science fiction blockbuster. The thrill was exhilarating. What is this? A Gundam? Is it possible for such war machines to exist in this world? This is an armed exosuit. A simple click on the image reveals annotations. Could this remarkable individual also be the one operating the heavy-duty truck? What a marvel! However, it seems that even an armed exosuit may prove inadequate against the sheer number of zombies. My goodness, look at that colossal creature and a long-haired specter. With so many zombies, it feels like the gates of hell have opened. There must be thousands, if not tens of thousands, of them. And each one requires a headshot to be dispatched. I doubt a single armed mech would possess sufficient ammunition. But what is there to fear? The mech can soar through the skies. If it cannot fight, it can simply flee. And with an abundance of energy cores, what a tremendous fortune. I am envious, drooling over the sight of both the heavy-duty truck and the armed mech. Why must such fortune fall upon just one individual? It is said that this formidable figure possesses the ability to emanate light from his hands. This individual certainly surpasses the one mentioned by Zhang Hao yesterday, who claimed to have vanquished 8 neon warriors in quick succession. After all, a human is still but a human, unable to withstand the might of a mech. One must ponder, in a world where armed mechs have been developed, how could they possibly fall prey to zombies? It seems rather unscientific. This is merely a weakened state. After 30 days, some of these constraints will be lifted. Surely, you haven't forgotten. A chill runs down the spine upon reflection. If the current situation is so terrifying, what shall we face in 30 days? The Wolf Fong camp is recruiting. We welcome everyone to enthusiastically apply. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, his entire combat endeavor is being broadcast live. Whether or not it is being streamed matters little at this moment. Zhang Chen is wholly focused on confronting the colossal tank and the horde of corpses before him. Without further ado, he unleashes a torrent of firepower. Zhang Chen adeptly maneuvers the mech, swiftly retracting the heavy machine gun and retrieving a cannon-like weapon exceeding 2 meters in length from his back. The rocket launchers upon his shoulders gradually rise. Fire. With a whoosh, dozens of rockets commence a bombardment upon the zombies ahead, creating a scene of explosive chaos that leaves onlookers in awe. Indeed, were this merely an outbreak of a common zombie virus, the modern military's firearms would undoubtedly sweep through the undead. However, the zombies before him are but a shadow of their former selves. Otherwise, humanity would not be confined to their bunkers, struggling to survive. A wave of scorching heat, intermingled with chunks of flesh, sweeps through the air. The continuous explosions shattered the glass on both sides of the street. Some zombies leaped out from the windows, crashing onto the ground. The thick smoke ahead obscured the view. Goodness, the sheer intensity of the firepower was truly staggering. This should have taken care of everything. If we can eliminate the zombies at Tianyang University, we could move in. It has dormitories and beds, which are far more comfortable than sleeping on a concrete floor. Indeed, there is also a cafeteria there. Surely, there will be gas canisters. Finally, we can enjoy a warm meal. All thanks to this remarkable individual. Truly impressive. I wonder if that behemoth can be obliterated. It must have been toppled. Carbon-based life forms are utterly powerless against artillery. Just as the words in the chat channel faded away, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the smoke. It was the giant tank. It bore numerous wounds from the explosions, yet its combat prowess appeared utterly unscathed. Goodness, what manner of creature is this that it remains alive under such circumstances? Is this truly the world after being weakened by the system? How could we possibly fight such a monster? Let alone such a creature. Even the chaotic howlers crawling on the ground compel us to flee. This spells trouble for the armored mechs. Everyone was anxiously concerned for Zhang Chen. Chapter 60. The final battle with the giant tank. Zhang Chen was not surprised by the emergence of the giant tank. After all, he had already gauged its strength beforehand. The recent barrage was solely intended to eliminate the common zombies and crawlers, thereby allowing one to concentrate on the battle against the colossal titan. A peculiar shriek emanated from the left side. In an instant, Zhang Chen's reflexes surpassed that of an ordinary person. Just as the crawler lunged forward, his alloy steel blade shot forth from his lower right arm, piercing the crawler's chest. With a swift tug of his hands, the creature's innards spilled across the ground. The crawler was brutally torn asunder. Truly, the armed mech possessed astonishing strength. Zhang Chen shook off the clinging, putrid flesh entangled on his mechanical arm. Then, he aimed the cannon at the giant titan and coldly pressed the firing switch. The sound of electromagnetic charging resonated. As the pitch of the charging escalated, the tone grew increasingly shrill. A series of electric sparks coalesced into a brilliant blue light at the cannon's mouth. With a crackle, a fierce bolt of lightning surged forth. The surroundings, the street, the remnants of zombies, everything was engulfed in a ghastly white hue. The lightning twisted and extended through the air, as if alive, striking the titan's form. Countless sparks and currents erupted in an instant. Concurrently, the titan's body acted as a conduit, dispersing the energy to the surrounding ordinary zombies in a chain reaction. Boom. The tremendous voltage sent the titan hurtling away, embedding its massive frame into the educational building. Debris and shards of glass cascaded to the ground. In a heartbeat, the surrounding zombies were incinerated to cinders by the overwhelming voltage. Even those fortunate enough to be at a distance, spared from charring, found their cerebral tissues utterly obliterated by the fierce current. Zombies collapsed in disarray all around. At this moment, the mech displayed electromagnetic cannon energy depleted, unable to be utilized again. It appeared that this weapon had been employed numerous times. The shot recently fired by Zhang Chen was the final one. He casually discarded the electromagnetic cannon onto the ground. Below, two mechanical arms wielded cold weapons, while the upper pair once again retrieved heavy machine guns. At this juncture, the ammunition supply for the machine guns was reduced to a mere 20. Not much left. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen did not await the giant tank's reaction. He forcefully propelled himself with his legs. Simultaneously, the rocket boosters ignited. The armed mech was propelled forward instantaneously. The sharp, cold alloy steel blade plunged fiercely into the giant tank's body. Boom. The two immense figures collided at the same point on the teaching building. The steel-reinforced structure could hardly withstand such a magnitude of impact. With a resounding crash, the exterior wall of the building began to detach, followed by a significant portion of the structure collapsing, burying the giant tank beneath a heap of rubble and debris. The armed mech hovered above the shattered fragments, with brown liquid slowly dripping from the edge of the alloy steel blade. Was it done? Zhang Chen fixed his gaze intently on the movements within the debris. The combination of the electromagnetic cannon and his recent frenzied slashes should have eliminated about 30 of its bodily tissue. Suddenly, the rubble shifted slightly. A chunk of debris fell, rolling far across the ground. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, fragments of rubble flew in all directions. Countless shards pelted the armor, resembling a hailstorm, producing a cacophony of sounds. It's still alive? Zhang Chen instinctively darted to the left to evade. The mech requires a process of acceleration to transition from a standstill to high-speed movement. At the very moment the mech veered to the left, a wall reinforced with steel bars hurtled towards it. Zhang Chen narrowly evaded this lethal assault, yet the steel bars still grazed the upper left arm of the mech, producing a cacophony of electric sparks. Observers in the chat channel, witnessing this perilous scene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Goodness, that was too dangerous. The pilot's predictive skills are remarkable, as he managed to dodge left just in time. That startled me. I thought the beast was done for. If I were piloting the mech, I would have likely been struck squarely in the face by that wall. Such prescience is impressive, truly commendable. But I must say, this monstrous creature is utterly terrifying, bombarded by rockets and electromagnetic artillery, yet still standing. Now I understand how humanity faced extinction in this world, and we are still in the early stages. I recall hearing that the suppression would gradually be lifted, which means the zombies we are currently encountering are the weakest, most feeble beings. My heavens. If this is their weakest form, what hope do we have once the suppression is removed? The chat room was filled with lamentations. Before them stood Zhang Chen, a beacon of hope and a pillar of strength. After all, human players are still far from achieving the capability to pilot armed mechs. If Zhang Chen were to fall, despair would envelop them completely. With a roar, the giant mech slowly rose from the ruins, its chest riddled with numerous bloody holes, drenched in a cement gray hue. He appeared exceptionally disheveled. Yet, astonishingly, he was still alive. What a resilient fellow! Zhang Chen muttered under his breath. Destruction level of the giant titan's bodily tissue, 25. The notification popped up opportunely. Ah, so this is the final gasp of a dying beast. Do you truly think I cannot bring you to your end? Zhang Chen scoffed softly. The armored mech ascended several dozen meters into the air. Then, it took aim at the giant titan. With missiles expended and bullets proving futile against such a colossal creature, the only option left was hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Chen brandished his steel blade forward. The entire mech tilted in midair, revving up its engines, and plunged straight down towards the giant titan. For any living being, such an assault would be arduous to execute successfully. After all, the distance of the attack provided ample time for the opponent to flee or evade. The probability of hitting was alarmingly low. However, Zhang Chen was not confronting a sentient being, but a gigantic zombie devoid of any sense of fear. Indeed, as Zhang Chen launched this thunderous strike from above, the giant titan did not attempt to dodge even slightly. Instead, it bellowed fiercely in Zhang Chen's direction, preparing to engage in a relentless battle. The giant titan was undoubtedly formidable, yet its lack of intelligence was a significant flaw. A smirk crept across Zhang Chen's lips. Subsequently, he maximized the power of the rocket thrusters. Harnessing the acceleration of free fall, the descent speed of the armored mech swiftly exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. The velocity continued to escalate rapidly. Bang! The armored mech collided violently with the giant titan, sending debris from the ground scattering in all directions. The immense force of the impact stirred the dust high into the air. The vision was completely obscured. What transpired? Goodness, I could hardly discern what just occurred. The armored mech collided with the colossal zombie. This is exceedingly perilous. I wonder about the pilot's condition. I sincerely hope the pilot is unharmed. Shouldn't zombies be dispatched with a blow to the head? Why isn't he aiming for the giant zombie's cranium? This individual clearly lacks understanding. TSK. Upstairs. Why not indulge in the delicacies of life? If you possess the skill, step forward. Why the incessant chatter? Amidst the cacophony of voices, a massive silhouette emerged from the billowing smoke, gradually moving outward. Before long, the distinctive grayish-brown skin of the giant zombie was illuminated by the sunlight. Chapter 61, Dragon Nation Team. Could it be? Is that truly the giant zombie, surviving such a powerful strike? This is utterly vexing. I maintain that to eradicate zombies, one must sever their heads. Clearly, the pilot of this armored mech is inexperienced. Such a splendid mech wasted. If it were me, victory would have been secured in mere moments. Silence your tongue. Dare you reveal your prowess? Have you vanquished even a handful of zombies to boast so brazenly? The mech pilot is someone I witnessed slay thousands of zombies. What contributions have you made? Spouting nonsense? The chat channel was on the brink of uproar. Many gazed on with despair. It's over. If even an armored mech cannot defeat the giant zombie, is there any hope for the others to survive? In the video, a gentle breeze swept through, gradually dispersing the dust that lingered on the playground. It was only then that onlookers could discern the scene before them. At the forefront stood the imposing figure of the giant titan, yet it was not advancing on its own accord. Rather, it was being held aloft by the armed mech. The sizes of both entities were comparable, with the giant titan nearly obscuring the mech from view. The mech's four robust arms firmly grasped the corpse of the titan, and with a casual flick, it tossed the massive zombie aside, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. We have triumphed. The spectators in the chat channel erupted in exuberant cheers, their spirits buoyed. Within less than a week of entering this apocalyptic world, someone had vanquished the most formidable of zombies. This revelation, astonishing as it was, rekindled hope for survival among the populace. The individual who had previously insisted that zombie kills required decapitation now faced ridicule. After all, the head of this colossal zombie remained intact, yet it was undeniably dead. The pilot of the armed mech demonstrated remarkable courage by engaging the Titan head-on, indicating a thorough analysis of the creature's vulnerabilities. What could the onlookers, merely spectators, offer aside from scornful remarks? I suspect they would only lead themselves to ruin, foolishly charging forth to strike at the Titan's head, only to discover that it was not the weak point, leaving them oblivious to their own demise. The mech warrior is truly impressive. Zhang Chen waved the mechanical arm of the armed mech, acknowledging the formidable challenge posed by the Titan. Remarkably, in that fleeting moment of confrontation, the Titan had managed to seize the upper arms of the mech with uncanny precision. What remarkable reflexes! Fortunately, that decisive strike has utterly vanquished the colossal Titan. Otherwise, with the armed mech engaged in close combat with the Titan, the outcome of this battle could have remained uncertain. The armed mech, burdened by excessive weight, suffered from some scorched circuitry, emitting a pungent aroma of charred rubber. The control chamber displayed a warning. Energy is about to deplete, and it will shut down in 20 minutes. Zhang Chen pressed the exit button, and the tempered glass canopy slowly opened. He immediately leaped out, gasping for breath as he inhaled the fresh air, escaping the acrid stench of burnt rubber within the cockpit. At that moment, the live broadcast in the chat channel abruptly cut off. The broadcaster hurriedly exclaimed, "Whoa, let us pause for a moment. I think I heard zombies nearby. I'll resume when it's safe." Meanwhile, on the other side of the live stream, a group of individuals, taking refuge around the corner of a dormitory, were observing the playground's every move through the regional chat channel. The battle has concluded, and it seems the armed mech has malfunctioned. Smoke is billowing from the cockpit. Indeed, and the pilot appears utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, likely on the brink of collapse. Ha, foolish Dragon Kingdom people. Thank you for clearing the zombies from the playground for us. Now, all these energy crystals and other spoils belong to us. The group of individuals chuckled sinisterly as they gradually emerged from the shadows, casually beginning to gather the corpses of the fallen zombies around them. With a swift motion, he dispatched a few lingering zombies. A burly black man led the charge, a dagger firmly in his grip, his intentions unmistakably clear. What value did the corpses of these ordinary zombies hold? Merely a handful of common energy crystals. The formidable Goliath zombies, on the other hand, promised a wealth of resources. How dare you lay hands on what belongs to me? Zhang Chen noticed the group of black men approaching, rising slowly to his feet. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him, causing the temperature in the playground to drop several degrees. Your belongings? Once I take your life, everything you possess will rightfully belong to us. You can operate an armed mech and slay such monsters. Surely, you must be in possession of quite a bounty, which piques my interest. The leading black man grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. The others, recognizing that Zhang Chen was still upright, circled around him with heightened vigilance. They were unaware of the peril they faced. Zhang Chen extended his right hand, and a gleaming Tang Dao materialized in the air before him. Among this group of men, only one possessed exceptional physical prowess. The rest would scarcely withstand a single blow. He resolved to be cautious, leaving one alive to extract the location of their gathering place. Suddenly, before he could make his move, a bullet whizzed in from an unknown direction, striking the leading man's temple with deadly precision. Blood erupted forth as his massive frame toppled to the ground, followed by two more gunshots. The shooter's aim was astonishingly accurate. Immediately, two individuals collapsed in response. The remaining two black men, sensing danger, swiftly turned and fled. They were astute, adept at serpentine evasion. However, such a course of action presented no challenge whatsoever to the marksman. Bang! The gunfire echoed once more. The smaller black man, leading the flight, fell to the ground. Only one black man remained, paralyzed by fear, kneeling and shielding his head with trembling hands. Bang! The final gunshot rang out. The shooter had no intention of leaving any survivors. Clang! Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Chen had appeared beside the last black man, deflecting the bullet with his tang sword. The black man was firmly pinned to the ground by Zhang Chen's foot, utterly immobilized. The battle concluded. It was then that a dozen soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms approached slowly from the side. Their attire was uniform, and their weaponry was sophisticated. The one who had shot the black men from afar was a tall woman with a bobbed haircut, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. A rarity among soldiers. She leaned out from the third-floor window of the teaching building and lightly leaped down, landing gracefully without a sound. Her prowess had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Chapter 62 How Fortuitous. Zhang Chen utilized Eye of Insight to observe the group of over 10 individuals. To his astonishment, he noted that some were on the verge of awakening. "Do not be alarmed. We are not your enemies," proclaimed the leader, a man approximately 185 meters tall, with dark skin and a close-cropped hairstyle, exuding a sense of masculinity and integrity. "I am Zhao Longquan, the leader of the Special Operations Group of the Dragon Nation. These are the members of our action team. As we traversed here, we felt fortunate to carry our weapons and equipment. We are soldiers, and it is our duty to protect civilians from the harm of foreign foes. Although we currently find ourselves in an apocalyptic era, I refuse to abandon my convictions. Given your ability to control the situation, we can now feel at ease. We may have overstepped our bounds just now. My apologies." Zhao Longquan smiled as he observed the African man effortlessly subdued beneath Zhang Chen's foot. Simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished by Zhang Chen's prowess. To be able to catch up to the fleeing man and rescue him from the unerring sniper Zhang Chen is truly remarkable. It is hard to fathom that a civilian, devoid of firearms, ammunition, teamwork, or professional combat training, could advance at a pace surpassing that of my elite special operations team. Such a phenomenon is nothing short of extraordinary. It wasn't quite meddling. I merely intended to capture one African man to inquire about the situation. You have assisted me in dealing with the others, sparing me some trouble." Zhang Chen spoke slowly, his gaze instinctively wandering over the corpses of the zombies strewn across the ground. This represents an immense fortune for players in this apocalyptic game. The playground is littered with nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies and a dozen mutated Type 2 zombies, not to mention the giant tank and the level 3 supply crates. This is akin to finding gold bricks scattered across the ground in times of peace. Can those before me remain unmoved? Zhao Longquan seemed to perceive Zhang Chen's apprehension. With a broad smile, he stated, "We possess the capability to eliminate the zombies ourselves and have no intention of seizing other spoils. Especially as compatriots of Longhua, we should unite in times of peril to collectively fend off external threats and these monstrous beings. Therefore, you need not worry. Apart from these 3 individuals we have dispatched, which rightfully belong to us, all other items are yours. We have committed no transgressions." The other team members nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with Zhao Longquan's perspective. Zhang Chen gazed intently at Zhao Longquan for a considerable duration, noticing the clarity in his eyes, devoid of any hint of deceit. This observation alleviated his concerns somewhat. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that these soldiers could maintain such noble virtues in a world devoid of government and higher authority amidst an apocalyptic scenario. It is worth noting that this well-armed, highly trained, and exceptionally capable team could effortlessly sweep through any survivor camp, should they choose to assert their dominance. The number of individuals capable of resisting them would be exceedingly few. You are a commendable group. However, there may be scoundrels among the Longhua people as well. Exercise caution, Zhang Chen advised. "Indeed, I understand." Zhao Longquan sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. Throughout their journey, he had indeed encountered situations that had momentarily shaken his faith in protecting the people of Longhua. However, soon, this conviction was once again reinforced. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached, coming to a halt beside Zhao Longquan. He saluted and reported, "Captain, we have discovered a survivor." Bring her over," Zhao Longquan replied. Throughout this journey, he had been rescuing survivors, all of whom were gathered on a large bus. They would always park the bus in a secure location, assigning a portion of the soldiers to guard it, while the main armed team would venture out to act. Before long, under the protection of 2 female soldiers, a stunning girl slowly emerged. Upon seeing her, the members of the special forces, regardless of gender, were instantly captivated. She was simply too beautiful. Although she was clad in loose-fitting sportswear, it could not conceal her enchanting and graceful figure. Her long, Lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her skin was fair, and her features were exquisite. She looked as if she had stepped out of an animated film. It was Zhao Ziya. Zhang Chen was taken aback. She was far more beautiful than the character depicted in the chat room. She exuded a delicate and charming allure. At the same time, Zhao Ziya noticed Zhang Chen. "Chen Gu," Zhao Ziya exclaimed excitedly. Then, suddenly her expression stiffened, and she shyly touched her hair. Having gone several days without washing, her hair had become somewhat oily. Was she still beautiful in this state? Encountering Zhang Chen under such circumstances was undeniably embarrassing. Thus, she took a few steps towards Zhang Chen, but then gradually came to a halt. "Chen Gu, I'm so glad you're all right. From now on, please never do such a thing again. It is exceedingly perilous." Just now, while watching the live stream in the chat channel, my heart was in my throat. Especially that last moment. It nearly frightened me to death. Zhao Ziya exclaimed, raising her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But I am perfectly fine." Zhang Chen replied with a gentle smile. "Ziya, is that you here? How splendid. It seems that heaven has not forsaken us. I thought I would never see you again." Zhao Longquan exclaimed as he approached his sister with swift strides. "Brother?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Ziya scrutinized the figure before her and immediately recognized the soldier as her own elder brother, Zhao Longquan. When Zhao Ziya was merely 12 years old, Zhao Longquan had enlisted in the military. After 7 long years, they had unexpectedly reunited amidst this apocalyptic world. Zhao Ziya rushed to her brother and the siblings. Having been separated for so long, seemed to carry a multitude of words unspoken. However, Zhao Ziya hesitated for a moment, turning her gaze reluctantly towards Zhang Chen. One was her blood brother, sharing the same parents, while the other was someone she had only known for a few days but had stirred feelings within her heart. The presence of these two men rendered her decision exceedingly difficult. Chapter 63. The true zombie tide is approaching. Zhao Longquan appeared to discern his sister's inner turmoil and spoke up. "This young man here, I must say, your skills are quite impressive. To survive so long in this world of chaos, and to possess such abilities is indeed no small feat. How about this? Why not join our Wolf Fang survivor camp? Join us," Zhao Longquan earnestly invited. Intelligence reports indicate that a massive horde of zombies is rapidly approaching from the north, expected to arrive here in 3 days. The number of zombies in this wave far exceeds those present in this playground. According to drone reconnaissance, there are at least a dozen of these colossal zombies alone. Crawlers and venomous spawn number in the hundreds, if not thousands. The preliminary estimate for ordinary zombies is over 100,000. Such a large-scale zombie tide cannot be resisted by any individual or camp. When the time comes, the survivors here will likely find themselves trapped and perished. We have gathered all the survivors willing to leave with us along the way. I recommend you join us in retreating southward. There is a military base in that direction. We can use it as a stronghold to withstand the impending horde, Zhao Longquan said earnestly. "Thank you for the invitation, but I prefer to stay here." Zhang Chen replied without hesitation, politely declining. A zombie horde? He was actually hoping to find zombies to fight. In this apocalyptic world, if one does not actively strive to grow stronger, they will inevitably be eliminated. Progress is akin to rowing against the current. Without advancement, one will fall behind. With his own capabilities, even if he could not defeat the horde, escaping would not prove difficult. If he left now, wouldn't he be missing a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength? Zhao Longquan glanced at Zhao Ziya, whose face was filled with concern. This man possesses remarkable strength. Perhaps he will survive. However, Zhao Ziya certainly lacked such capability. It is absolutely imperative that my sister does not accompany this man on his perilous journey. With our parents gone, I must ensure my sister's safety. Zhao Longquan gently shook his head and continued to persuade, "Young man, I recognize your exceptional skills. Yet, surviving alone in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly perilous. Over there, we have military protection, along with ample food, water, and an ecological recycling system. Only by banding together can we secure our survival in this harsh new reality. Furthermore, you are aware that the true test begins in 24 days. Zhao Chuanlong cautioned. As you rightly pointed out, Captain Zhao, in such a brutal world, evasion is not the optimal solution. It is only through relentless fortification and adaptation to this harsh environment that we can endure. If a mere tide of corpses can drive me away, how shall I confront the even graver challenges that await in 24 days? Zhang Chen's words resonated with unwavering conviction, deeply shaking Zhao Longquan. Indeed, If one cannot withstand even 100,000 zombies, how can one face the cataclysmic upheaval that lies ahead in 24 days? However, if such sentiments were expressed by an ordinary person, Zhao Longquan would merely scoff in disdain. After all, who cannot boast? Yet, when these words emerged from Zhang Chen's lips, Zhao Longquan found himself uncharacteristically sensing the truth in Zhang Chen's assertion. He indeed intended to intercept the tide of corpses and even possessed the capability to do so. Zhao Longquan was taken aback by this sudden thought. To intercept the tide of corpses single-handedly? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Each person has their own aspirations, Captain Zhao. Let us part ways here. Zhang Chen inclined his hand towards Zhao Longquan. The latter understood this as a dismissal. In that case, until we meet again, my young brother. Let us depart, Xie. Zhao Longquan addressed Zhao Xie. Brother Chen. Zhao Xie gazed at Zhang Chen with a pitiful look, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Zhang Chen turned his head away. Faced with the tens of thousands of corpses, even with his utmost effort, he could not claim absolute certainty of victory. How could he possibly have the energy to protect Zhao Xie while she remained by his side? It would be safer for her to accompany her brother to the military base. At least with Zhao Longquan as special forces present, her safety would be assured. Very well. Xie, let us take our leave. With Brother Chen's strength, he would undoubtedly survive in this apocalyptic world. I believe we shall meet again. Zhao Longquan gently reassured her. Brother Chen, you must survive. Her eyes sparkled with hope, wishing Zhang Chen would reconsider and leave with her. Alternatively, staying behind to fight alongside him would also suffice. Yet, Zhang Chen merely waved his hand silently and slowly turned away. Very well, little sister Xie, let us go. We often hear your brother speak of you. But I never anticipated your beauty, Zhang Chen said with a smile while linking her arm with Zhao Xie's. Simultaneously, she discreetly followed Zhao Xie's gaze towards Zhang Chen, perceiving that this man seemed distinct from the others. The image of Zhang Chen skillfully deflecting bullets with a tang knife replayed in her mind repeatedly. This man could actually withstand his bullets? This thought lingered in her mind. All right, let's set off promptly. The sooner we establish ourselves at the military base, the better prepared we shall be for the defenses. There's a significant battle in 24 days. Zhao Longquan declared earnestly. Understood. The squad members responded in unison. They then automatically formed a line, marching in perfect unison towards the outskirts of the campus. As for the corpses of zombies strewn across the playground, the readily available energy crystals were of no interest to them. They didn't even spare a glance. Zhang Chen silently stood in place, watching as the team grew increasingly distant until they vanished from sight. Only then did he redirect his attention back to the playground littered with zombie remains. It was time to reap the rewards. Zhang Chen bound the captured individual to a tree and began his collection. Perhaps there were truly no survivors near the school. Or maybe Zhang Chen's earlier display of bullet deflection had left the surrounding survivors in shock. Regardless of the reason, no other survivors appeared. For over an hour, Zhang Chen tirelessly collected from the myriad of zombie corpses scattered across the playground, until he finally finished. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations on your acquisition of Energy Crystal 53201064, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus, Mutated Fertilizer 13725, Accelerated Fertilizer 120, Evolver's Blood 22, Resilient Leather 66, Sharp Claws 36, Corrosive Solution 5, Corrosion-Resistant Leather 10. After gathering resources from ordinary zombies and the crawling Type 2 infected, Zhang Chen finally turned his attention to the colossal giant nearby. The zombie blind box is now open. Chapter 64, A Surge in Power. The higher the level of the zombie, the rarer the materials obtained. For instance, resources from Type 2 infected can be used to forge rare armor and weapons. Zhang Chen was filled with anticipation regarding the resources that might be extracted from the giant. Collecting the giant's corpse. Ding! Successfully collected the giant's corpse. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal 500100, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus, Rapid Fertilizer 5, Berserker's Blood 5, Sturdy Leather 5. Subjugation Potion 1. Hiss. Truly a Type 3 mutated zombie. A single Type 2 mutated zombie yields only 50 energy crystals. Yet a Type 3 mutated zombie provides a staggering 500 energy crystals, tenfold the amount. Moreover, it has dropped a subjugation potion. This item appears somewhat sinister. Can it be used to command at will? Zhang Chen placed the subjugation potion into his storage space, certain that it would prove useful in due time. However, not at this moment. Zhang Chen scrutinized his current state. The upgrade progress stood at 7,736,802. It was detected that the player met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Your physical attributes have significantly enhanced. The energy enveloping your body has grown even more formidable. As Zhang Chen possessed dual talents, both sides of his innate attributes would increase with each upgrade. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Ding. Current upgrade progress is 6,136, 1,502. It was detected that the player met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Your physical attributes have significantly enhanced. The energy enveloping your body has grown even more formidable. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Current upgrade progress is 3,136, 2,502. Having upgraded consecutively twice, Zhang Chen did not hasten to allocate his talent points. Instead, he approached a 3-tiered golden supply box, roughly the size of a small van. There was still a level 3 supply box. The talent points would remain available. He could allocate them leisurely later. Opening the treasure chest was of utmost importance. Zhang Chen gently raised his hand, and the golden chest seemed to sense his presence, immediately emanating a soft golden glow. Discovery of a level 3 supply box. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes. The box responded and opened itself. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired Talent Crystal, X1, Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint, X1. Advanced Pet Food, X2, and Submission Potion Blueprint, X1, the only one in the world. Special Crystal Core, Collection Enhancement. The Talent Crystal is a precious entity that directly increases your talent points by 1. The Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint requires Corrosive Solution, X1, Corrosion-Resistant Leather, X2, and Steel, X10 to craft the Powerful Corrosive Bomb. Upon impact, the Powerful Corrosive Bomb inflicts significant corrosive damage to all creatures and objects within a 2-meter diameter radius, with the damage effect doubled against metals and living beings. Zhang Chen is currently perusing the instructions for the Powerful Corrosive Bomb. At that moment, a notification popped up. Corrosive liquid can inflict tremendous damage on foes with high resistance to physical damage, such as the giant tank. Is the Powerful Corrosive Bomb the nemesis of the giant tank? This must be carefully stored. The Submission Potion Blueprint, the only one globally, requires Frozen Condensation Flower, X10, Energy Crystal Core, X1000, and Berserker Blood, X5 to produce the Submission Potion. The only one in the world? Does that mean that among all players, only Zhang Chen possesses the ability to craft the Submission Potion? This level 3 supply crate is incredibly valuable. Owning this blueprint equates to an additional unique ability. However, as zombies and monsters gradually lose their suppression, the yield of crystal cores they possess will inevitably increase significantly. In the later stages, the resources required for this blueprint will become relatively cheaper. Enhanced Collection. Special crystal nuclei, intended for embedding in the sacrificial nuclei of the Nightmares organization. Once embedded, all members within the organization gain the ability to collect with a single touch. This allows them to automatically harvest from the corpses of slain zombies and mutated creatures concurrently, without the need for additional collection actions. Undoubtedly, this is an exceptionally practical ability. In the future, the number of crystal nuclei required for upgrades will increase exponentially. The number of zombies that must be defeated will also rise geometrically. Collecting each one individually not only consumes valuable time, but also exposes one to the risk of being robbed by other survivors seeking to scavenge from the remains. With this skill, Zhang Chen can engage in battle while simultaneously collecting resources, significantly enhancing both combat and collection efficiency. Next, he turned his attention to the red crystal. Zhang Chen gently crushed the talent crystal, once again acquiring 1 point each in dual directional talents. Coupled with the 2 points gained from recently leveling up, he now possessed 3 points in each of the dual directional talents. Zhang Chen reviewed the talent tree, noting that only the first 2 tiers were illuminated, while the 3rd tier remained locked, requiring 1 more level to unlock. The first tier talents, Strong Body, and Enlightenment, were fully allocated. The 2nd tier talents, Fury and Charge Strike, were also fully allocated, leaving 2 talents, Feline Reflex and Wealthy Beyond Measure, at 0-3. Precisely 3 points in genetic talents were needed. All were allocated. Ding. Talent allocation successful. Feline reflex. 3-3. Enhances evasion, speed, and reaction capabilities by 100. Wealthy beyond measure. 3-3. The resources acquired that are not classified as special items have seen a remarkable increase in yield by 60. This effect can be combined with the 20 increase in energy crystal core collection provided by Enlightenment. Chapter 65. Are you deceiving me? Spare me the theatrics. The bonuses for collecting energy crystal cores have significantly improved. Initially, the energy evolution direction granted a 20 pickup bonus, coupled with the 60 bonus from Wealthy Beyond Measure. The total accumulation amounts to an impressive 80. The benefits are tremendously enhanced. However, it is regrettable that the recently fallen zombie corpses did not benefit from these enhancements, resulting in a loss of some crystal cores. Some readers have raised this issue. I have acknowledged it as well, yet it is difficult to amend, requiring recalculation, so let us just overlook it. You cannot see it, can you? Nevertheless, it matters not. Zhang Chen has now set his sights on the horde of corpses approaching from the north, expected to arrive in 3 days. That is the primary target he must seize. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. It is a veritable treasure trove of energy crystal cores. Just the thought of it stirs a sense of exhilaration. However, Zhang Chen must not let his guard down. He must prepare thoroughly in advance. After upgrading his talents, Zhang Chen approached the bound African man. At this moment, the man was already pale with fear, rendered nearly speechless. How could anyone block a sniper's bullet with a knife? This power has likely transcended human limits. Even more terrifying is the fact that Zhang Chen, who was already extraordinarily powerful, has just looted a field filled with energy crystal cores. Not to mention a level 3 supply crate. His strength is bound to increase dramatically. Faced with such a formidable adversary, I found myself utterly powerless to retaliate. If the other party wished to eliminate me, it would be as effortless as crushing a mere soybean pest. Subsequently, I will pose questions, and you shall respond. Do you comprehend? Zhang Chen inquired ominously. I understand. I can comprehend Mandarin. I am an exchange student from the United States in the Dragon Nation. My name is Enai Habu, and I speak Mandarin. Whatever you ask, I shall answer truthfully. I promise not to deceive you. I only hope that you will spare my life. Enai Habu replied, anxiety evident in his voice. From where did you come? Zhang Chen pressed on. We are exchange students, originally residing in the survivor zone of the Dragon Nation. For the past few days, we have been hiding in the cafeteria, occasionally venturing out to scout the area. Today, we saw you clearing a horde of corpses on the regional channel. That's why we decided to come out. That large fellow is our leader. He suggested we seize the spoils while you are at your weakest. However, I vehemently oppose this plan. You must believe me. Enai Habu added, desperately trying to justify himself. And what of the food in the cafeteria? Zhang Chen continued his inquiry. There was hardly any food in the cafeteria. Only a few semi-prepared items in the kitchen. Unfortunately, much of it has spoiled and is covered in red mushrooms. We noticed a room with a locked door, seemingly the pantry of the cafeteria. There should be food inside. We initially intended to break down the door, but feared attracting the attention of the zombies, so we hesitated. There must be plenty of food within, and I can guide you there. I am well acquainted with the path. Enai Habu hurriedly expressed his loyalty, fearing that if he failed to demonstrate his worth, he might be casually disposed of by Zhang Chen. Very well, guide me forth. Do not attempt any tricks. Zhang Chen nodded, extending his hand to tug at the rope binding Enai Habu. With a resounding snap, the thin hemp rope was effortlessly severed, revealing extraordinary strength. Enai Habu, startled, nodded like a quail and obediently led the way ahead. The campus's zombies had largely been drawn away by the recent cacophony of explosions. At this moment, the corridor was virtually devoid of any undead presence. Occasionally, a few feeble zombies could be seen, hindered by classroom windows, their pallid hands desperately pounding against the glass, producing a series of dull thuds. Zhang Chen surveyed his surroundings, and notifications promptly appeared. In Building 7, there are 23 feeble zombies. They pose no threat to you. In the library, there are 15 feeble zombies. They pose no threat to you. In the shower room, there are 8 unclothed male zombies. If you have particular inclinations, feel free to explore. Such a meager number of zombies would hardly suffice to fill the gaps between one's teeth. Given Zhang Chen's previous prowess, ordinary zombies could no longer inflict any harm upon him. Even the crawlers and other Type 2 infected could be easily vanquished. Now, having ascended 2 levels, his strength was incomparable. As long as no grotesquely formidable zombies like the Juggernaut appeared, he would face no issues. Before long, the two arrived at the rear entrance of the cafeteria. This is the place. Entering here leads to the kitchen's cold storage and pantry. Currently, there is a power outage, making it difficult to ascertain the condition of the items in the cold storage, but the food in the pantry should still be intact. I have fulfilled my obligations as agreed. May I leave now? Nehubu asked with a sheepish grin. Is it safe in there? Zhang Chen inquired. Safe, undoubtedly safe. We are concealed here. We have eradicated all the zombies. There isn't a single zombie inside. How could it possibly be unsafe? Nehubu hastily clarified. However, the notification before Zhang Chen displayed a different message. There are 30 ravenous zombies behind the door. They pose no threat to you. Huh. This fellow is full of lies. If it's so safe, you should enter first. I wouldn't. Zhang Chen had no intention of allowing Nehubu an opportunity to explain, grasping his neck with one hand. He lifted him off the ground as if he were a mere chick. With his other hand, he opened the back door of the dining hall and unceremoniously tossed Nehubu inside. I was mistaken. Please forgive me. I was merely joking with you. Before Nehubu could finish his words, his throat was severed. Following that was a cacophony of muscles being torn apart, accompanied by the gruesome sounds of zombies feasting on raw flesh. It was not until silence reigned within that Zhang Chen waited an additional 25 seconds before opening the door. At this moment, the number of zombies in the dining hall had increased to 31. A horde of zombies roared forth, charging directly at Zhang Chen. It was the perfect opportunity to test the enhanced strength of my upgraded physique. A slight smile graced Zhang Chen's lips. This time, he refrained from drawing his Tang Dao and instead launched a powerful punch at the nearest zombie. Bang! Thud! As he struck, an energy armor enveloped his entire body in an instant. Zhang Chen did not exert his full strength. Yet the zombie before him crumpled as if its head were crafted from cardboard. Its jaw dislocated, and a significant portion of its skull caved in. The entire creature soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the 5 or 6 zombies that followed closely behind. Ding! Zombie eliminated. Special Crystal Core Collection Enhancement has been activated. Automatically collected Energy Crystal Core 54, enhanced by Energy Evolution Talent, Mutated Fertilizer 3, Cold Storage Key 1. A single decisive blow. Chapter 66. The Bunker. The strength of Zhang Chen's upgraded body was indeed extraordinary. Confronted by these zombies, he moved through them as a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dispatching 31 zombies with overwhelming force. With the support of the collection enhancement, the items obtained from defeating the zombies were directly stored in his storage ring. Only when the storage space was insufficient would items drop onto the ground. Currently, Zhang Chen still had ample space within his storage. Moreover, the zombies dropped only a few types of items: energy crystals, mutated fertilizers, clean cloth, and a handful of similar personal effects. Zhang Chen decided to keep the cold storage key while discarding all the useless items such as business cards, meal cards, and student IDs, conserving storage space. Upon entering through the back door of the cafeteria, a heavy iron gate soon came into view. Water flowed continuously from the gap beneath the gate. This must be the cold storage. Zhang Chen's gaze fixated on the door of the cold storage, and soon, a notification appeared once more. The frozen meat in the cold storage has just thawed and is safe for consumption. This is splendid. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. In this apocalyptic world, the majority of food consists of processed items like instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. While these foods can be quite palatable on occasion, consuming them daily becomes unbearable. Other survivors, struggling to find sustenance, would surely not be picky. Having anything to eat would suffice. However, Zhang Chen is different. He possesses a substantial stockpile of meat and potatoes, canned beef, and a plethora of groceries acquired from the supermarket. With such a diverse array of provisions, he is never in want of food. Thus, Zhang Chen places greater importance on the quality of what he consumes. Undoubtedly, freshly cooked meat, whether grilled or stewed, surpasses those instant meals in both texture and flavor by several magnitudes. While others fret over survival in this desolate world, Zhang Chen has already begun to plan for a life of quality. Opening the cold storage, he beheld 4 large, headless pigs hanging from hooks, along with a cow and 2 sheep. In the corner, boxes of semi-finished food items were piled high. All of it would be stored away. Zhang Chen lightly touched the boxes of food, and with a chime, the collection was successful. Congratulations on acquiring a bounty of French fries, 72 bags. Fried squid rings, 48 bags. Nutritious shrimp cakes, 96. fried chicken wings, 72, cheese 500 g 30, pack of 6 grilled sausages, 100, knife fish 1000 g, 24, dragon fish 1000 g 82, synthetic steak 300 g 48, popcorn chicken 300 g, 20, and Orleans chicken legs pack of 266. What a remarkable harvest. Zhang Chen approached the storage room once more. Previously, during his trade with Zhao Xie, he had been given a set of keys, which included the key to the cafeteria's storeroom. Thus, he easily unlocked the room. This small chamber was approximately 50 square meters, densely filled with shelves stacked from top to bottom across 4 tiers. The bottom shelf held staples like rice and flour. Without exception, the rice and flour here had been contaminated by red mushrooms. Only the well-sealed, unopened items were preserved. Collection. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining cooking oil 5L, 10, oyster sauce, 5, soy sauce, 6, ketchup, 10, cooking wine, 6, aged vinegar, 6, white vinegar, 4, salt, 30, sugar, 30, spicy bean paste, 10, and hot pot base, 20. The variety of seasonings was overwhelming. Zhang Chen selected only those he typically used for cooking, along with categories that had originally existed in the storage space. Another thorough scavenging ensued. Before departing the cafeteria, Zhang Chen also discreetly took the gas canister. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 6 gas canisters. It is worth recalling that the previous diary entries mentioned the owner of the diary, who stealthily extracted a battle mech from the 3 stored within the refuge beneath the school playground. This particular mech had emerged violently at the entrance of the shelter, only to meet its demise almost instantaneously. This vividly illustrates the terrifying nature of the outside world. Furthermore, it implies that 2 additional battle mechs should remain intact within the refuge. Such formidable instruments of warfare must be acquired. Zhang Chen stood before the entrance of the refuge, which had been converted from an air raid shelter. The entrance lay beneath the flagpole in the playground, and the heavy iron door was severely damaged. An inky darkness loomed within, and standing at the threshold, one could feel the chilling air wafting out. This darkness is quite unnerving, yet the silver lining is the absence of any threats. Zhang Chen mused, slightly disappointed. He had hoped to uncover some crystal cores here, yet there were no zombies to be found. Upon further reflection, it made sense. The refuge had been breached by the undead monsters that burst forth from the ground, likely devouring all its inhabitants. Hence, the absence of zombies. Currently, the world is in a state of suppression against these monsters, and their time has not yet come. Consequently, one would naturally not encounter creatures more fearsome than zombies in this place. Only darkness remains. Zhang Chen cautiously descended the staircase, thick with dust and debris. Each step creaked ominously, lending an eerie quiet to the atmosphere. After traversing a mere 3 or 4 meters, the world before him was enveloped in total darkness. The light filtering through the entrance has diminished to a negligible extent. Zhang Chen retrieved the night vision goggles and donned them upon his head. With a soft hiss, the device activated. The pitch-black air raid shelter was instantly illuminated. However, the scenery before him was entirely veiled in a haunting shade of green. In this unsettling atmosphere, despite Zhang Chen's awareness of the absence of threats, his body instinctively reacted. Every hair on his body stood on end. His nerves were heightened to a state of acute tension. Even his energy armor rapidly enveloped him, fueled by the surging adrenaline. He advanced cautiously, step by step. The walls along his path were adorned with an array of graffiti. The colors were indiscernible, yet they evoked the semblance of blood, as if smeared by a hand. Scrawled upon the surfaces were words of despair. Help, this is hell. Curse you. Die. Accompanying these were numerous incomprehensible symbols. Chapter 67. The armory. Throughout his journey, numerous small rooms were separated by iron doors, most of which stood ajar. Inside, remnants of various food packaging lay strewn about, creating a disarray of refuse. The ground was blanketed by a thick layer of red mushrooms, creeping ominously up the walls. Some iron doors had been deformed from within, bulging outward grotesquely. Zhang Chen examined one of the small iron doors, noting its solid construction, approximately 5 centimeters thick and quite heavy. He directed his full strength at one of the open doors, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of pain in his knuckles. Even with such force, the iron door had only bent slightly. To create such an exaggerated bulge was indeed a feat the opponent, both in physique and strength, was far beyond what he could contend with in his current state. He recognized that he was not yet strong enough. He needed to become stronger. Zhang Chen continued his exploration forward, and soon arrived at the end of a corridor. There stood a laboratory with a deformed iron door lying on the ground. On the solitary doorframe was inscribed, Raven T325 Laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, he found it spacious, divided into several smaller labs. Along the wall stood a dozen or so tall, transparent glass jars filled with murky liquid. In some of the jars, the experimental subjects pressed against the sides, revealing grotesque, organ-like protrusions that were utterly repulsive, yet devoid of any signs of life. On the opposite side, there was a glass wall through which the scene behind it was clearly visible. A desiccated corpse sat slumped in a chair, head tilted back, its face obscured and lifeless. The walls and glass bore countless bloodied scratch marks, suggesting the victim had endured unimaginable torment before succumbing. Zhang Chen casually surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. However, upon gazing at a computer, a prompt suddenly appeared beside it. This computer contains experimental logs that will aid you in understanding the enemies of this world. The operation of this computer is largely similar to that of the real world, so there is no need to worry about usage issues. Experimental logs? That is quite valuable. This represents the official research on the monsters, thus holding greater authority. Gathering data. Zhang Chen reached out and gently touched the computer. Ding. Data collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining the experimental laptop, including power supply. There is little else worth cherishing in the laboratory. Many of the liquids in the test tubes have shattered, spilling everywhere. Upon leaving the lab, Zhang Chen advanced to the left and soon discovered a large pit on the ground. This pit could easily engulf a small car in motion. Peering down with night vision goggles, he found it to be bottomless. All he could discern were the excavated earth on either side and exposed rebar and concrete. This pit is 53 meters deep. Based on your current capabilities, should you leap into it, there is a 90 chance of spraining your ankle, a 35 chance of fracturing a bone, and a 100 certainty that you will be unable to climb back up. Goodness. It would have been simpler to just tell me not to jump. Zhang Chen silently scoffed. This pit was likely excavated during the monster's incursion. Could it be that the true foes originate from beneath the ground? That certainly presents a formidable challenge. Zhang Chen turned and walked in the opposite direction. At the end of this path stood a large iron gate, marked with the words, Military Restricted Area, Unauthorized Personnel, Keep Out. Zhang Chen produced a strangely shaped key for the armory and unlocked the gate without hesitation. Instantly, a vast expanse greeted his eyes. The ground was strewn with military wooden crates. From some of the scattered boxes, rows of pristine assault rifles were visible. On the opposite shelves, tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, and spare camouflage uniforms were meticulously arranged. Against the innermost wall stood 2 armed mechs, perfectly matching the descriptions in the diary. What a windfall! This time, he had undoubtedly struck gold. The heavy truck, its front end tilted downward, plummeted directly into the deep pit. Almost immediately, a dull thud resonated, accompanied by the sound of falling parts. After enduring numerous crushes of the undead, the truck had reached its limits. Although it was still operable, the bumper lay in ruins, and the tires exhibited varying degrees of damage. Moreover, Zhang Chen no longer required the heavy truck to vanquish zombies. Its historical mission had been fulfilled. He stored the 2 armed mechs into his storage space, perfectly suited as vehicles. Subsequently, he reached out to gather other items in succession. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations. You have acquired M16 Assault Rifle, 100, AMR Sniper Rifle, 5, Anti-Armor Handheld Cannon, 1, Exoskeleton Assist Device, 20, Tactical Helmet, 100, Bulletproof Vest, 100, Camouflage Military Uniform, 100, Fragmentation Grenade, 200, Thermite Grenade, 80, Laser Tripwire, 120, C4 Adhesive Explosive, 80, Flashbang, 50, Tear Gas Grenade, 50, Smoke Grenade, 50, Assault Rifle Bullets, 100. 000. Armor-Piercing Sniper Bullets, 1, 200, Anti-Armor Shells, 200, T-20 Armed Mech Energy Core, 4, Armed Mech Ammunition Supply Box, 20. Good heavens! Zhang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. With such an arsenal, one could indeed assemble an army. The array of explosives, coupled with the armed mechs capable of replenishing energy and ammunition, instilled Zhang Chen with a renewed confidence to confront the impending tide of zombies. This was truly exhilarating. Fortunately, I upgraded my ring, otherwise, I would not have been able to carry all these items at once. Nonetheless, with only 72 slots of storage space, I still find myself somewhat constrained, as I have merely 2 slots remaining. I must devise a plan to acquire some storage ring fragments in order to enhance the ring's level. Zhang Chen exited the armory, removing his night vision goggles. The world outside was glaringly bright, forcing him to rub his eyes until he could once again acclimate to the external light. It was a little past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with over 4 hours remaining until sunset. There should still be enough time. Zhang Chen left the campus and re-entered the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. Off we go. Following the map's guidance, the vehicle traveled north along the main road. After approximately 10 minutes, it came to a stop at the southern side of a river crossing bridge, right in front of a convenience store. Huff, As soon as Zhang Chen stepped out of the vehicle, the surrounding zombies were drawn by the sound of the engine, converging upon him. These creatures are quite a nuisance. Wasting precious time, Zhang Chen unsheathed his tang knife and swiftly dispatched the nearby zombies with ease. He then turned and entered the convenience store. Inside, there were no zombies, but the shelves had been completely stripped of food and daily necessities. On the wall, someone had painted a few words in zombie blood. "We are in Jiangbei. There is food here." Chapter 68. The temptation of Wu Jingri. Jiangbei is the territory of the Neon people, a fact Zhang Chen was already aware of. However, what puzzled him was that the words on the wall were written in simplified Chinese characters. It is evidently intended for the inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom. Just a river's width away. And free food. How amusing. In this post-apocalyptic world, is there truly anyone gullible enough to believe such a rudimentary deception? Searching convenience stores was merely a casual endeavor, yet alas, no usable resources were discovered. Zhang Chen stepped out of the convenience store, directing his gaze towards the adjacent Star Building. This structure had recently been completed, devoid of zombies, yet it offered no resources whatsoever. Splendid, this shall be the place. Zhang Chen approached the entrance of the Star Building, only to find the main door secured with a chain lock. Peering through the window, he observed a pristine marble floor, with a pile of construction materials nearby, confirming it had indeed been finished not long ago. Zhang Chen drew out his Tang Dao and struck the chain lock with force. With a clatter, the lock fell away. He pushed the door open, immediately engulfed by a pungent scent of fresh paint and construction materials. With the entire city plunged into darkness, the elevator was undoubtedly inoperative. He was left with no choice but to enter the emergency stairwell, ascending swiftly. A full 45 floors later, traversing through a firebreak, Zhang Chen found himself in need of no respite. Upon reaching the rooftop, he stood at the edge, surveying the landscape below. A significant portion of the Jiangbei district lay within his view. Four major bridges connected Jiangbei to Jiangnan, 2 of which had already collapsed. Only 2 remained intact, one being the resplendent Huiguang Bridge, approximately 2 kilometers from the Star Building. One side of this bridge had crumbled, yet its main framework stood firm. Congested with vehicles, the streets were teeming with zombies, and he could even spot 2 or 3 crawlers leaping swiftly from one vehicle rooftop to another. From a distance, it resembled a peculiar assembly of monkeys engaged in chaotic destruction. Occasionally, a zombie would meander aimlessly, only to inadvertently slip into the water from a collapsed area. Approximately 100 meters away stood the Yongyu Bridge, an early architectural structure showcasing an antiquated design. Due to its narrow passage, it had been converted into a one-way route. There were scarcely any vehicles congested upon it, nor were there any zombies in sight. Zhang Chen retrieved his AMR sniper rifle, equipped with a scope, allowing him to observe numerous bloodstains on the road surface. This place had once been teeming with zombies, but they had been eliminated by passing survivors. The corpses had been collected, leaving only pools of blood behind. This indicated that the Neon people had traversed this bridge to enter Jiangnan. Following the trail of blood along the bridge, Zhang Chen soon discovered the presence of the Neon individuals at a hot spring hotel. On the awning of the second floor, 2 Neon sentinels sat watchfully, each adorned with a katana at their waist. Adjacent to the hot spring hotel was a couple's hotel, a detail Zhang Chen recalled vividly. During his confrontation with Maineko and other Neon individuals, he had collected a keycard from this very establishment. It appeared they had indeed taken refuge here. Ah, at last. I have found you. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's lips. The fragments of the storage ring. Here I come. An hour prior, in the regional chat channel, Wu Jingri was live-streaming his consumption of Japanese ramen, garnished with slices of meat and mushrooms. As he voraciously consumed his noodles, he boasted in a somewhat muddled manner. I told you that there is free food in the northern region, yet you remained skeptical. There were those who called me a sycophant for my admiration of Japan. But here I am, broadcasting live while transporting ramen from the north to the south. I aim to demonstrate through tangible evidence that the people of Japan are remarkably hospitable. There is an abundance of food and water here, as well as safe havens. Once I finish my meal, I will share with you the videos of the shelters I recorded in the north. The southern and northern regions are distinct territories, with the chat channels only functioning within the same area. Upon arriving in the north, one can only communicate within the northern chat channel. Thus, Wu Jingri must carry his ramen to the south in order to broadcast. Otherwise, he can only relay videos to the south. Goodness, there is indeed hot ramen to eat. I haven't had anything warm in days. Surviving on biscuits has been quite torturous. Enjoy your biscuits in secret, while I endure dog food daily. What can I say? How enviable to have dog food. At least it contains some meat. Speaking of the north, is there truly warm meals to be had? Is there no price to pay? Noticing the interest in others, Wu Jingri waved his hand and replied, "The people of Japan value unity. Strength lies in numbers. However, contributions must be made. Yet, there is no need to slay zombies. Simply assisting with tasks like sweeping the floor or washing dishes will suffice. Engage in what is within your capacity. After all, if they provide you with food, isn't it rather inconsiderate to contribute nothing in return?" As soon as those words were spoken, the chat channel grew significantly more animated. What? Sweeping the floor and washing the dishes? How utterly simplistic. Such tasks are commonplace at home. They hardly qualify as work. Indeed, having joined this camp of comrades, the workload is overwhelming. I must practice decapitating dummies for 5 hours each day, and subsequently, I must forage for food. If I were to hoard any provisions, punishment would ensue. Alas, it is all so arduous. Furthermore, I must venture out to battle zombies. Just yesterday, a fellow who joined the camp with me had half his face bitten off right before my eyes. It feels surreal that one can merely be fed for slaying zombies. In the past, it was conceivable. Would the Neon people truly regard us as their own? After all, we are not from the same nation. Precisely, to act recklessly would be far too perilous. We lack acquaintances in that place. Upon observing these sentiments, Wu Jingri discerned that many were swayed. He hastily added, "There is no need for concern. The Neon people have stated that we are now in the apocalypse, and national distinctions have become irrelevant. What matters now is the unity of all surviving humans as we navigate these tribulations together. If we lack this fundamental awareness, how can we hope to thrive? How can we endure in this new world? We are no longer in the world we once knew. It is imperative that we cast aside our prejudices and unite as one humanity. Anyone wishing to join the Jiangbei camp may privately message me. Those with conditions should gather at Yongyu Bridge. Those without conditions can share their location with me, and designated personnel from the Neon faction will come to escort you. I am currently at a restaurant near the entrance of Yongyu Bridge, and this area is quite safe." In response to this statement, many individuals in the chat channel remain rational, with some even advising others not to fall for the trap. Nevertheless, some cannot resist the temptation and have begun to privately message Wu Jingri. A few have even started to leave their original camps, stealthily making their way towards Yongyu Bridge. Chapter 69, Zhang Hao's predicament in the VIP box of the revival camp established by Zhang Hao at the stadium. He stands before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing at the survivors within the stadium, a look of exhaustion etched upon his face. Recently, an increasing number of survivors have sought refuge with Zhang Hao, particularly after Wu Jingri's obsequiousness towards the Neon faction was exposed by Zhang Hao. His personal prestige and the reputation of the revival camp have grown significantly. The stadium is nearly filled to capacity, with some individuals setting up tents while others choose to sit directly on the ground. Some opt to lie down on the bleachers to rest. At a glance, it resembles a refugee camp. As the number of survivors continues to swell, management is becoming increasingly challenging. Initially, when there were only a handful of people, they were all familiar with one another, gathering supplies, fighting, and sharing meals together. Now, the numbers have surged more than tenfold, including many frail girls and elderly individuals. These newcomers possess little combat capability, yet they contribute to the growing demand for sustenance. Within the camp, incidents of brawls, injuries, and even heinous crimes such as assaults have become alarmingly frequent. Zhang Hao is not a police officer. He lacks both the capability and the energy to unearth the assailants. The pressing matters of fending off zombies, fortifying the camp, and scavenging for supplies are already overwhelming enough. The current state of the camp can aptly be described as chaotic. Yet, this turmoil is not the source of Zhang Hao's greatest distress. The most troubling issue is the emergence of a pervasive sense of despondency within the camp. The inhabitants have grown reluctant to engage in combat against the zombies. Each day, they preferred to endure hunger while lying on the ground rather than participating in combat training or even stepping outside the camp. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. Come in. Zhang Hao adjusted his demeanor, ensuring that his face exuded confidence. As the leader of the camp, if he were to display despair, the members would undoubtedly become even more agitated. Thus, even if he had to feign it, he must appear at ease. The door opened, and Qian Jinyu entered, carrying a ledger. There are 2 matters I need to report to you, he said with a grim expression. Are they good news or bad news? Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. Both are bad news. Qian Jinyu, clearly lacking the spirit for jest, got straight to the point. The supplies we have stockpiled are running low. Did we not just secure the supermarket a few days ago? How could it be depleted so quickly? Zhang Hao was taken aback. He understood that an increase in population would lead to faster consumption of resources, but he had not anticipated it would happen at such an alarming rate, far exceeding his expectations. The supplies from the supermarket had been limited to begin with, and now half of them had been allocated to Zhang Chen. According to our existing system, those who undertake tasks are afforded priority in receiving meat, and they may take multiple portions. In contrast, those who do not participate can only receive basic rations. However, the number of non-contributors has surged, with at least 150 individuals waiting for their meals. Originally, after distributing supplies to the task teams, the remaining provisions could sustain the camp for at least a month. Yet, as you are aware, the population has increased significantly, with new survivors arriving daily in double digits. This, however, is not the most disheartening aspect. The second issue I am about to share is far graver. Qian Jinyu disregarded whether Zhang Hao's heart could withstand the pressure and reported everything indiscriminately. While many survivors have joined us, the number willing to participate in scavenging teams remains disappointingly low. The majority of the camp is composed of individuals merely waiting for their next meal. Furthermore, we have thoroughly searched all the nearby convenience stores, supermarkets, and restaurants. To procure more food, we must venture further afield. The greater the distance, the more arduous our support becomes, and the likelihood of unforeseen events escalates. Currently, the losses within our scavenging teams have surpassed the number of new arrivals. The dissent among the team members is palpable. They feel they are the ones sustaining the entire camp, and some have even begun to disobey orders. As he spoke, Qian Jinyu let out a deep sigh. Continuing, just now, that scoundrel Wu Jingri was once again inciting survivors in the chat channel to head to Jiangbei. Zhang Hao nodded and remarked, I have seen this content. It is indeed quite provocative. However, it is clearly an attempt to persuade the survivors to deliver supplies to the Neon people. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to believe such nonsense. After all, just a few days ago, we were robbed by the Neon people. Qian Jinyu let out a wry smile and replied, You truly overestimate the intelligence of some individuals. Some lack the intellect, while others simply cannot resist temptation. It would not be surprising if there are those on the regional channel who believe it. Just moments ago, I passed through the homeless area and overheard people furtively discussing it. They were complaining about our enforced training, claiming it to be corporal punishment and inhumane. They lamented that those who maintain good relations with us are feasting on meat, while they can only nibble on snacks like chips, causing their stomachs to ache. It infuriates me. The ones we are close to are all part of the scavenging teams, risking their lives to procure food for everyone. Why should they not enjoy better sustenance? These individuals waste their days, relying on handouts, and having chips to eat is already a privilege. Yet they still dare to voice their grievances. Don't you think these people are utterly heartless? Qian Jinyu's face flushed with anger. Zhang Hao hurriedly offered him a glass of flat cola, urging him to calm down. Beverages that replenish both energy and hydration are undeniably luxuries, once opened. One cannot drink it all at once, but must sip it slowly over several occasions. His anger had long dissipated. Even so, after taking a sip of cola, Qian Jinyu's mood noticeably improved. He paused for a moment before continuing. The more outrageous events are yet to unfold. I overheard them deciding to rendezvous at dawn and escape along Binjiang Road. I just checked the map, and we are merely 2 kilometers away from Yongyu Bridge. If we walk, we can reach it in no more than half an hour, which has certainly stirred the enthusiasm of many. Shouldn't we prepare in advance to prevent their escape? Upon hearing Qian Jinyu's words, Zhang Hao could only react with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Could it be that there are truly individuals so naive as to believe that the territory of the Neon people is a paradise? After pouring his heart out, and even sharing his provisions with them, he ultimately finds himself cast in the role of a cruel overlord. Those enigmatic neon individuals have somehow become the saviors. No, apart from the reconnaissance scout's warning of zombies in the morning, everyone else must withdraw. Furthermore, I will instruct the team searching to the north via radio to ensure the roads are cleared of zombies. I intend for these individuals to reach Yongyu Bridge without a hitch. As Zhang Hao spoke, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Chapter 70. The arrival of the survivors from Longwa Wat. Not only will we not impede their progress, but we will also assist them in clearing their path? What kind of reasoning is this? They are, after all, citizens of Longwa, and they have spent time in our camp. Instead of persuading them to stay, we are allowing them to depart? Qian Jinyu looked at Zhang Hao in utter confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. You have just reiterated that our camp is currently overburdened. We cannot accommodate such a multitude of survivors. If this continues, our camp will face one of two dire fates. Either we perish from starvation due to a scarcity of provisions, or we descend into chaos, torn apart by the betrayal of scavenging teams. I trust that neither of these outcomes is what you wish to witness. Zhang Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. Indeed, that is true. Yet we are acutely aware that their expedition will yield no favorable results. By allowing them to venture forth unchecked, are we not effectively becoming accomplices to the Neon people? Qian Jinyu retorted, furrowing his brow. Although he harbored disdain for these individuals, he found it difficult to condemn them to such a grim fate. I share your reluctance, but as you can see, unity among the people is lacking. I aspire to foster collective growth. Given ample time, I could identify and elevate articulate individuals to influence the masses, to instill a uniform mindset and bolster their confidence. However, we are left with merely 3 days' worth of food. The time frame is woefully inadequate for such endeavors. Moreover, you are aware that once the 3-day deadline passes, their loyalty to our cause will wane. If we lose our provisions, I will instantaneously lose my hold over the camp. As the guardian of supplies, you are undoubtedly destined to become their target. Thus, my actions are not solely aimed at maintaining the camp, but also at safeguarding your well-being. Zhang Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu's storage ring. Indeed, Zhang Hao had utilized all the fragments of storage rings he had acquired to enhance Qian Jinyu's ring. This ring housed nearly all the supplies of the camp. Should we face a shortage, the average survivor would remain oblivious to these secrets. However, the members of the initial collecting teams that followed him were well aware. They were formidable fighters. One could only wonder what they might do. Qian Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat at Zhang Hao's words. Furthermore, my actions bear numerous benefits for us. Observing the impact of his words on Qian Jinyu, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile slightly and continued. The departure of these individuals will primarily alleviate our pressure on supplies. Additionally, their fate serves as a stark warning to those unwilling to train or confront the zombies. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To survive in the camp, they must learn to fight. This way, we can effortlessly encourage everyone to participate in the collection of supplies. A win-win situation. What do you think? Gazing into Zhang Hao's piercing eyes, Qian Jinyu's lips trembled, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. Although he did not fully endorse this approach, he had to admit it was currently the only viable solution. In this apocalyptic era, extraordinary measures must be taken. Let us proceed as you suggested. Zhang Hao said with a satisfied smile towards Qian Jinyu. You go ahead and notify the collection team. I will handle the communication regarding the guards. Meanwhile, in a restaurant near Yongyu Bridge, the walls were adorned with images reminiscent of couples' hotels. Unintentionally, the camera captured scenes of scantily clad women meandering through the corridors, their neon-lit forms casting a vibrant glow. As the video concluded, Wu Jingri wiped his mouth, stood up obediently, and extended his hands. Click. In that instant, a disheveled individual with hair resembling wild grass approached, unceremoniously fastening handcuffs around Wu Jingri's wrists. With an expression of disdain, he uttered in neon language. I cannot fathom what the councilman was thinking, allowing this pig to indulge in ramen. Given the current scarcity of resources, permitting him to consume an entire bowl is nothing short of a colossal waste. A nearby individual with yellow hair interjected, all right, there is no need for such complaints. This fellow is quite beneficial to the councilman's plans. The people of Longwa have great faith in him. Besides, he has only eaten half the ramen. Do you wish to continue his meal? The wild-haired man spat disdainfully, directing a glob of saliva onto Wu Jingri's shoe. The latter, oblivious to the neon language, maintained a beaming smile and replied, It's no trouble at all. I understand you did not mean it. Moreover, as long as I continue this way, I can have ramen, correct? The esteemed member of parliament once promised to assign me a beautiful companion. I wonder when this promise will be fulfilled. However, do not misunderstand. I harbor no intention of pressuring the venerable gentleman. I merely inquired casually. The disheveled man cast a disdainful glance at Wu Jingri and mockingly spoke to his companion. I simply cannot fathom why such undignified individuals exist in this world. Were it me, I would prefer to perish rather than live like a dog. The blonde-haired man chuckled softly, firmly squeezing the shoulder of the disheveled man, signaling him to temper his emotions. The latter grumbled and walked away. Only then did the blonde-haired man, with a thick accent, address Wu Jingri. Sir Wu, please do not take offense. This individual is simply that way, and he certainly means you no disrespect. If we have acted in any manner that has caused you discomfort, I extend my sincerest apologies. As he spoke, the blonde-haired man immediately bowed deeply to Wu Jingri. No, not at all. Everything is perfectly fine. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Chico. Wu Jingri hurriedly reached out to assist Mr. Chico. However, his hands were restrained by handcuffs, rendering him unable to extend them fully. Upon seeing the handcuffs, Wu Jingri's expression became somewhat awkward. In truth, these handcuffs are meant to ensure your safety. I trust you can understand this, Mr. Chico tentatively remarked. Yet, as he uttered these words, he felt an unsettling uncertainty within. To assert that handcuffs are for one's protection? This explanation feels rather far-fetched. One cannot help but wonder how the member of parliament managed to persuade Wu Jingri. I comprehend the earnest intentions of the legislator. Once the number of survivors from the Dragon Kingdom increases, I shall unequivocally demonstrate my loyalty and capabilities. Wu Jingri remarked with a smile. That is splendid, Mr. Wu. The legislator holds great expectations for you. You must strive diligently. The man with yellow hair suppressed his inner amusement and spoke with an encouraging countenance. Survivors from the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. Chapter 71. Yu Suji's experiment. Well, this. Wu Jingri raised his hand, showcasing the gleaming handcuffs. I shall assist you in freeing yourself, Mr. Wu. The next steps depend on you. Koike personally took the key and unlocked Wu Jingri's handcuffs, smiling as he did so. A total of 5 men and 3 women have arrived. They were survivors from the vicinity. Fortuitously, the zombies in this area had been largely eradicated by the Neon people. Upon seeing the messages in the regional chat channel, they hastened to seek refuge here. Welcome to the extended family of the Jianbei survivor camp. Wu Jingri cheerfully approached the Dragon Kingdom survivors. Though this fellow may lack various skills, his ability to engage in conversation is unparalleled. In just a few minutes, he had the previously wary Dragon Kingdom survivors laughing heartily, easing their vigilance considerably. The scruffy man stood beside Koike and whispered, "The tall man has reached the pinnacle of human strength, while the lean fellow next to him is exceptionally robust. He possesses the ability of keen insight. After all, such abilities are not akin to the subservience of potion schematics. They are unique to this world, and even rare abilities do not compare. In the early days of the apocalypse, only a few individuals possessed such abilities. However, as time progresses, these fundamental skills will become increasingly widespread. Is it possible that such formidable beings, with physical limitations, still exist? It seems we have truly struck gold this time." Xiaoqi nodded with satisfaction. After a while, 3 or 4 more survivors gradually joined them. Xiaoqi instructed his men to drive the van and transport these survivors to the camp. He, along with Chaos and Wu Jingri, remained behind, waiting for new survivors to take the bait. Ah, how envious they must be, able to reside in such splendid accommodations and lead blissful lives, Wu Jingri remarked, watching the van disappear into the distance. They are bound to enjoy a living environment far superior to ours. Furthermore, the council will surely assign you a significant position, allowing you to oversee these individuals. To be one among many, yet above all, such an exalted status evokes a twinge of jealousy, even in me. Xiaoqi chuckled in agreement. Behind the Hot Spring Hotel lies a swimming pool, designed specifically for diving and seasoned swimmers, with a depth of 4 meters. The water had long since evaporated. Surrounding the pool is a towering 3-meter-high wall, topped with a massive iron net. At the bottom of the pool stood 7 survivors from the Dragon Nation, clutching an assortment of weapons, axes, kitchen knives, and samurai swords, picked up from the pool floor. They gazed anxiously at an iron grate on the wall, some of them erupting in furious curses. Wu Jingri exclaimed, "Damn you! How dare you deceive me? Once I escape, I shall sever your 3rd leg. Damn it! I have long suspected that these Neon people were up to no good, yet I never anticipated they would betray us." There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why did I not grasp this truth earlier? Hey, have you made a mistake? We harbor no animosity towards you. We came seeking your protection. Allow us to join the fight, to gather sustenance. Just release us. Given the current circumstances, it is naive to hold on to such hopes. If pleading were of any use, we would not be cast aside in this manner. The pool's floor is stained with blood, and occasionally, one can glimpse viscous clumps. The air is permeated with a putrid stench. While the contents behind the iron bars remain a mystery, one can be certain that they are not the pristine neon maidens we might wish for. On the diving platform, Counselor Yusuji gazes impassively at the Dragon Kingdom individuals within the iron cage. Beside him stand two figures, the burly security chief Nakajisamu and his secretary, Akitani Yko. Yusuji had been teleported en route to a meeting, accompanied by his secretary and a heavily armed security detail. Under Yusuji's cunning leadership, bolstered by the formidable strength of Nakaji's guards, they swiftly overran numerous neon encampments. The compliant were absorbed into their ranks, while the defiant were cast into the depths of this swimming pool, used to test the vulnerabilities of the undead. The behaviors of ordinary zombies have now been thoroughly explored, including the effectiveness of breaking their necks as a means of dispatch. Once a person succumbs, the transformation into a zombie occurs within a fixed time frame of 25 seconds. When a living person is scratched by a zombie, depending on their physical constitution, death occurs within 4 to 24 hours. Following death, transformation into a zombie occurs in a mere 25 seconds. These findings are not derived from a couple of living subjects. Rather, they are the culmination of data painstakingly gathered at the expense of survivors' lives to ensure accuracy. Like other survivor camps, Yusuji's encampment also requires sustenance. Although his current food supplies are ample, in the post-apocalyptic environment, no one would ever consider their stockpiles excessive, akin to how no one in peaceful times would lament having too much money. What stage is the experiment currently at? Yusuji inquired. The research on ordinary zombies has been completed, as has that on the venomous insect incubators. We are now investigating the weaknesses of the crawlers. Thus far, we have determined that the head, limbs, abdomen, and cervical spine are not their vulnerabilities. Based on our speculations, the weak point may very well lie within the crawlers' most fortified area, their backs, the secretary reported, holding a detailed folder. Very well, let us provide these creatures with a hint. Directing them to attack the crawlers' backs, Yusuji said thoughtfully. Understood. Shall we proceed with the customary experimental protocol of releasing a new batch of crawlers for combat? The secretary sought confirmation once more. Currently, there are several injured crawlers in the Hot Spring Hotel. Capturing them is quite straightforward. A loud call from a survivor will easily draw them into a trap. We can then gradually lure them to the pre-dug pit beside the pool. However, the act of killing them is no simple feat, particularly given their formidable strength, resilient chitinous layers, and sharp claws. Casually hanging on, even a mere scratch would undoubtedly lead to death. Indeed, for the sake of experimental accuracy, it is imperative to release the sound and healthy crawler. Yusuji commanded. Understood. I shall commence immediately. The secretary instructed through the intercom. Soon, the latch of the iron gate at the pool was forcefully pulled by those above with a rope. Unlocking it, a pungent scent of blood gradually wafted forth from the iron gate. Cackle. Chapter 72. Zhang Chen's building number 8 discovered in quick succession. A hand adorned with long, sharp nails emerged. Following it was a face grinning with a sinister, elongated smile. Cackle. Everyone be cautious, a crawler is present. What? How can such a monster exist? These neon devils are truly inhumane. Wouldn't it be more merciful to end us quickly? My previous captain was slain by this beast. We are utterly no match for it. Upon witnessing the crawler, the morale of the few survivors in the arena instantly plummeted. The disparity in strength was simply insurmountable. Previously, they had always circumvented this creature, fleeing for their lives. Now, to confront it face to face in such a confined space? Was this not a death sentence? Hey, those below, listen. The crawler's weakness lies in its back. If you manage to slay it and prove your worth, I shall allow you to leave. I swear I will not go back on my word. Yusuji shouted from the diving platform. The secretary hurriedly translated his words into Mandarin. The weakness is its back? Can the words of the little neon devil be trusted? Regardless of their veracity, one must test them to ascertain the truth. I believe they do not merely wish for our demise. Shall we give it a try? The few individuals of considerable strength exchanged glances and positioned themselves in 3 distinct directions. Once the crawler entered the arena, they would be ready to launch a coordinated attack. The other survivors possessed no combat experience whatsoever. They had come seeking free sustenance, avoiding conflict, and enjoying a comfortable refuge. Their intent was solely to indulge in the comforts provided. They had never faced even the most ordinary of zombies. Now, confronted with the grotesque appearance of the crawler, their spirits were utterly shattered. Some individuals collapsed, their legs giving way beneath them, as a pool of yellow liquid seeped from their trousers. Others could scarcely maintain their grip on their weapons, trembling uncontrollably, as if their very bodies had entered a state of vibration. The crawler appeared to favor the weak as its primary targets. It suddenly leaped from above, its elongated claws piercing the chest of a survivor upon landing. With a swift downward swipe, flesh was torn asunder, and innards spilled across the ground. Two survivors, having mustered the courage to fight, were met with such a horrifying scene that their determination evaporated in an instant, leaving them both disgusted and terrified. The crawler moved with astonishing speed, darting towards another survivor. With a sickening sound, its claws severed the head of the unfortunate victim, which rolled away, a gruesome spectacle trailing blood across the poolside floor. Now was the moment. The crawler's assault inadvertently exposed its back to a survivor of extraordinary physical prowess. With both hands, the survivor swung his axe in a wide arc, striking fiercely at the crawler's rear. A resounding clang echoed through the air. The axe penetrated only about an inch before coming to a halt, as though it had struck solid stone. The tremendous recoil sent tingles through his hands. Was this truly a zombie? Hadn't it been established that the creatures of this world were now subdued? How could such an outrageous entity still exist? The ambushing survivor was immediately propelled backward by the immense force, landing heavily 2 meters away, the axe slipping from his grasp and falling aside. When Zhang Chen had slain the crawler, he had already ascended to the rank of awakened, armed with a razor-sharp tang knife. His initial strike had not claimed the creature's life. Rather, he had to deliver a second blow to the very same wound to barely achieve the kill. Though the difference between them was merely 1 level, the disparity in strength was monumental. Moreover, the sharpness of the axe paled in comparison to that of the tang knife. With inadequate weaponry and lacking in strength, slaying the crawler seemed an almost impossible endeavor. Sever its limbs. Render it immobile, shouted another survivor. Understood. A robust survivor brandished a katana, aiming directly for the crawler's hind leg. Thud. Similarly, the katana struck the crawler's leg with great force, yet it too penetrated only slightly more than an inch. While the leg's defenses were indeed less formidable than those of the back, this survivor's strength was no match for that of the earlier assailant. Thus, it can be concluded that he remains a mere novice. Suddenly, the crawler opened its mouth wide, unleashing a cacophony of high-frequency sound waves that reverberated through the walls, causing them to tremble. Fragments of concrete cascaded down. Although Yasuji and the others were positioned at a considerable distance, and the sound was not primarily directed upwards, they could not help but cover their ears. From the sheer intensity of the noise, Yasuji understood that the outcome in the pool had already been determined. What remained was only the crawler's one-sided slaughter. We still need to collect the crystal cores and rings, Yasuji remarked coolly. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately, Nakaho replied, hastily descending. Minister, we have received reports from the northern defense line. Another wave of zombies is approaching. Our supply of live bait is dwindling, and if this continues, we may not withstand for many days. The female secretary spoke with evident concern. The so-called live bait involves placing living individuals in cages or atop platforms to attract the undead. The zombies exhibit a far greater interest in the living than in mere sounds. Some individuals, out of sheer terror, might even scream, which significantly aids in luring the zombies. Let them hold out as long as possible. If we cannot find a way to eliminate the crawler, we shall forever live like stray dogs, never able to settle, perpetually pursued by the hordes of the dead. This is merely the beginning. A terrifying catastrophe awaits us in 24 days. To survive, we must endure what ordinary people cannot and bear what others cannot withstand. The more experiences the warriors on the front lines acquire, the stronger their abilities become, thereby enhancing their survival skills. Do you understand? Yasuji said sternly. Yes, I understand, and I shall never again propose such a foolish suggestion. The secretary promptly bowed in acknowledgement of the error. Additionally, have there been any updates regarding the team dispatched to explore the Jiangnan region? Since Minako's squad reported encountering a formidable man from the Dragon Kingdom, there has been no further communication. It is likely they have met with misfortune. Furthermore, The Sakata squad has just reported discovering an island in the center of a lake within a residential area. The island boasts buildings, railings, and cultivated crops, making it an ideal stronghold for us. The secretary reported faithfully. Chapter 73. Dinner time. The island in the center of the lake? That is indeed a splendid location. With railings and crops, there must be guards present. How many adversaries are there? Yusuji inquired, casually. Moreover, Sakata possesses a handgun, which is more than sufficient to handle an ordinary survivor camp. In his view, this stronghold was already secured. It seems there are no guards, as if the occupants have all ventured out to procure supplies. Only a small dog remains to oversee the farmland. The secretary replied truthfully. These Dragon Kingdom inhabitants exhibit a severe lack of crisis awareness. How could they so easily expose their stronghold to others? There are no guards at all? Inform the Sakata squad to eliminate the dog, and they may lie in wait nearby. Remember, leave no survivors. Yusuji is meticulous in thought and is aware that Jiangnan is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's people. During combat, the chat system is inoperable. However, if someone manages to escape, they can call for help in the regional chat channel. At that point, the Sakata squad may very well face the wrath of dozens, if not hundreds, of Dragon Kingdom citizens. That would be a precarious situation. Understanding the urgency, I will contact the Sakata squad immediately. The secretary promptly activated the chat interface. The system's chat interface consists of two types, regional chat and private chat. Regional chat only functions within the same area, and everyone present can view the messages. Private chat can occur in two ways, either by mutually adding each other as friends, allowing communication regardless of location, or if they do not add each other. One must see the name in the regional chat channel to initiate a private conversation. Furthermore, if there is no communication for over an hour, the private chat window will disappear. All forms of chat are disabled during combat. After a while, the secretary, looking bewildered, said to Yusuji, "Minister, I cannot reach the Sakata squad. They seem to be engaged in battle. However, I do not recall him mentioning any survivors in the vicinity." Yusuji waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It matters not. Even if there are some ambush survivors, they will not pose a threat to Sakata and his team. Once their battle concludes, they will naturally reach out to us." No sooner had he spoken than Nakaho, brandishing a handgun and wearing a vigilant expression, rushed over, anxiously exclaiming, "Minister, hurry, get in the car. We must leave this place immediately. The iron barricade of the crawlers has been breached." Now, all three of the crawlers have emerged, hunting the living indiscriminately. Our current strength is utterly insufficient to repel them. Councilman, please leave with me at once. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow flitted past the window. Shortly thereafter, the agonized cries of two neon warriors echoed through the air. This was not due to the number of zombies he had slain, but because he had extracted a substantial quantity of crystal cores from the corpses of the fallen survivors. The stronger the survivor, the greater the number of crystal cores that could be harvested upon their demise. Collecting the remains of a survivor at the pinnacle of physical prowess yields more crystal cores than vanquishing 100 zombies. When considering the resources and fragments of storage rings contained within his own ring, the value becomes immeasurable. It is precisely for this reason that Yusuji has begun to madly experiment with living subjects on the zombies. He can gather invaluable research data while simultaneously reaping a bountiful harvest of crystal cores and resources without shedding blood. It is truly a win-win situation. Alas, a tide of corpses is imminent, and this place cannot be held. We must relocate and start anew. That island in the lake seems quite promising. Yoshi, drive us to the location of the Sakata team. There is a suitable refuge for us there," Yusuji declared. The female secretary, Akatani Yoko, promptly relayed the last known position of Sakata to Nikaido Yoshi. "The vehicle is equipped with a navigation system, and we are approximately 20 minutes away. So let us set off. Should we notify the others?" Nikaido Yoshi inquired, casting a grave glance at the chaotic scene of the Hot Spring Hotel, where intermittent screams continued to emanate from within. "There is no hope here. All the supplies are with me, so there is no need to concern ourselves with them any longer. Furthermore, inform the personnel stationed at the northern front, as well as the group at the bridgehead, including Xiaoqi, to gather at the direction I have indicated," Yusuji stated expressionlessly. "Understood." Nakaho nodded and commanded the bodyguard beside him to drive. He then opened the chat interface to initiate contact. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan district, on Lake Hart Island, Building 8, Airpang lay languidly on the ground, basking in the sun. Although he was supposed to be guarding the place, there was not a soul in sight, not even a passerby. These meat potatoes were utterly immobile. Pang was so bored he felt he might explode. What troubled him most was his rapid growth. He had bulked up even more than during his adolescent phase. Yet, Zhang Chen continued to feed him the same amount as before, which was far from sufficient. By the time afternoon arrived, his food bowl was spotless, having licked every last morsel, leaving the bowl gleaming as if it were brand new. "Oh, Pang called out in boredom, simultaneously feeling another pang of hunger. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in the air. Someone was coming. Pang excitedly sprang to his feet. At that moment, he saw Sakanaka and 5 team members, all wearing cheerful expressions, standing outside the low wall. The wall only reached their chests, yet the height of the Japanese was slightly shorter than that of the Dragon Kingdom's people. The 6 individuals appeared as mere heads peering over the enclosure, creating an exceedingly peculiar sight from the courtyard. Here lies a plethora of unfamiliar crops. However, if the proprietor of this abode cultivates them, it must surely indicate their edibility. Should we manage to cultivate these crops in abundance, our worries about sustenance would be alleviated. A few neon individuals exchanged banter, but prior to that, let us indulge in a feast. Have you ever tasted dog meat? Especially that of a puppy. Its flesh is tender and its flavor exquisite. Bantion rubbed his hands together, his eyes glistening with avarice as he gazed hungrily at the equally salivating Urpeo. One man and one wolf harbored the same thought. It is time to dine. Chapter 74. A gluttonous feast. Typically, when Urpeo encounters strangers or individuals emanating hostility, its instinct is to bare its teeth in warning. Yet today is different. It fears that displaying aggression might frighten away these rare visitors bearing food, an opportunity not to be squandered. Thrumming with excitement, Urpeo wagged its tail, standing still as its dark, glistening eyes observed Bantion and his companions nimbly vaulting over the surrounding wall. Do you see? This little puppy possesses a weak territorial instinct. It exhibits kindness towards humans. Look, it is even wagging its tail at us. What a pitiful creature. It remains blissfully unaware of what fate awaits it. Bantion chuckled, and the group of neon individuals erupted into raucous laughter. It seemed that Urpeo, indeed, lacked any sense of danger. Come here, little puppy, come to me. I have delightful treats for you. Sakata crouched on the ground, a smile gracing his face, as his fingers gently tapped on the earth beneath him. In truth, he possessed nothing in his hands. He merely wished to tease the puppy before its demise. He had even envisioned the scene of the little creature struggling and whimpering in his grasp. Suddenly, a droplet of drool fell with a splat from the plump puppy, who could no longer contain its hunger. Slowly, it ambled towards Sakata. Look at this foolish puppy, truly believing I have something in my hands. It's drooling. How easy to deceive. Just like those citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, a mere video from a politician, and they swallow it whole. Haraha. Just as Sakata chuckled a few times, a shriek escaped his lips. Simultaneously, the puppy's form expanded rapidly, reaching a length of 3 meters and a shoulder height nearing 1.5 meters. Its physique rivaled that of a brown bear. With a gaping maw, it clamped down on Sakata's forearm. The mere closing of its jaws produced a chilling crack. The immense biting force effortlessly severed his arm. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The puppy instinctively shook its head a few times, and with tremendous strength, it tore half of Sakata's shoulder away. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking the onlookers into a state of disbelief. Was this truly a puppy? What kind of monster is this? It is far too large. Attack! Attack! Fire! Kill it! Witnessing Sakata's agonized collapse, the other team members shouted desperately, striving to reassure their comrade while also bolstering their own courage. Perish! A member of the team raised his katana high and suddenly struck down upon the back of the hefty figure known as Pang. A dull thud resonated through the air. Pang's fur was remarkably resilient. Each strand was as sharp as a steel needle. With such extraordinary physical strength, coupled with the ordinary weapon of a katana, striking against his thick fur proved utterly ineffective. After all, just days prior, Pang had single-handedly taken down a stalker, and now he was even more robust. These neon warriors, who could not even best the stalker, stood no chance against the mightier Pang. With a swift motion, Pang's tail swept across, striking one of the warriors heavily on the thigh. The impact felt akin to a powerful blow from an iron rod. A crack echoed as the warrior's thigh bone shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, his face meeting the earth with a thud, too pained to even cry out. In a single bound, Pang lunged at another neon warrior, who was attempting to drag Sakata away. With one bite, he crushed the warrior's skull. brain matter exploding forth and spilling onto the ground. "Ah, you monster!" cried another neon warrior as he drew a pistol, unleashing a flurry of frantic shots at Erpang. Alas, the bullets lacked the potency to inflict any significant harm. They merely left scorch marks upon Erpang's fur, causing minor discomfort. With a roar of fury, Erpang howled, "A wolf!" Almost immediately, two wolf-sized creatures emerged from the shadows. Was there an ambush in play? Retreat, quickly retreat. But what about Captain Sakata? At this point, if we don't run, we will lose our lives. I trust Captain Sakata will understand our predicament. Depang has just made his move, severely injuring both Sakata and another team member, even killing one. Moreover, this creature is impervious to blades and bullets. How can we fight against such a foe? With only 3 left, sensing the dire situation, they turned to flee. Depang, with a fierce growl, seized the armed neon man and swallowed him whole. Initially, he intended to devour him entirely, but after a moment's contemplation, he regurgitated him. Planting a foot on the man's head, he opened his jaws wide and feasted. He needed to leave a corpse for Zhang Chen to claim credit. After all, this was his own spoils. If he consumed all 6 individuals in one go, how could he prove that they had been there? Moreover, having witnessed Zhang Chen collect bodies before, he understood that these remains could hold value for him. Therefore, he only consumed the flesh, leaving most of the corpses intact. Meanwhile, the other 2 neon men had just climbed over the wall, preparing to jump down, when they suddenly felt a weightlessness. Depang's massive fangs sank into one of their bodies, sealing their fate. With an excited wag of his tail, Depang reveled in the prospect of a hearty meal. The feeling of a satisfying feast was simply delightful. On the other side, Jianbei, Hot Spring Hotel. Those crawlers were released by Zhang Chen. He had come specifically to confront the neon men. Birds of a feather flocked together, having witnessed the cruelty of Minako. It was evident that those who could stand alongside her would not be a virtuous character either. However, Zhang Chen discovered through his investigation that the neon-lit Hot Spring Hotel was teeming with over 100 people. It was not the sheer number that troubled him, but rather the possibility of overlooked threats. Unlike the mindless undead, who would recklessly surge towards the living, devoid of fear until completely vanquished. Humans are governed by fear, they hide and flee. This was particularly true for the leader of the camp, who controlled all its resources. Should he escape, it would not only leave future troubles, but also abscond with nearly all the supplies, rendering Zhang Chen's assault utterly futile. Releasing the crawlers was intended to leverage their keen senses to eliminate survivors and flush out the camp's leader. Standing atop the hotel, Zhang Chen silently observed his surroundings. Indeed, a black SUV emerged from the underground parking lot, heading directly towards Yongyu Bridge. "At last, I have found you." A faint smile graced Zhang Chen's lips. In this apocalyptic world, automobiles had become a luxury. Zhang Chen had received a hint that obtaining the car keys would lead him to the corresponding vehicle. Yet, other survivors lacked this ability. The chance of finding the right car from keys dropped by zombies was a daunting task, especially in this world overrun by the undead. It was hardly feasible to roam about casually, trying each vehicle as one would while shopping. Thus, priority for automobiles was undoubtedly given to significant figures. Zhang Chen leapt from the 5th-story rooftop of the Hot Spring Hotel, landing gracefully on the ground below. Having already reached his physical limits, he was capable of enduring such impact. The disparity in strength is truly incomparable. Upon landing, Zhang Chen did not pursue the vehicle, but instead found an advantageous position. He drew forth his assault rifle, and with the enhancement of his sharpshooter skills, he fired a shot that punctured the tire of the black SUV. A piercing sound emanated from the vehicle, which then swerved slightly, but managed to maintain its trajectory, desperately propelling itself forward. Zhang Chen inhaled deeply and lifted his assault rifle once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking the front right tire directly, emitting a plume of smoke. The SUV was now entirely out of control, leaving a serpentine trail of tire marks on the asphalt. With a resounding crash, the front of the vehicle collided heavily with a stone pillar at the bridge's entrance. Escape was no longer an option. Zhang Chen approached the SUV at a measured pace. Rifle in hand, the armed mech was designed for combating hordes of the undead. Utilizing it here would be an extravagant waste. Dealing with these neon-clad individuals, whose combat prowess was barely discernible, required no more than his own capabilities. What reckless individuals, seeking their own demise while dragging us along. The legislator touched the bruise on his forehead and remarked coldly, "Legislator, we should depart and regroup with Shao Qi and the others. Leave this to Mr. Nakahara." His strength is assured. Akagami Yoko exerted all her might to pull the legislator from the contorted car door. Miss Yoko is correct. This Dragon Kingdom individual is in capable hands. You all go ahead. I shall not delay for long. Nakahara replied with a broad grin before delivering a powerful kick to the car door, producing a resounding bang. The entire car door was violently kicked in, crumpling under immense force before being sent flying several meters away, skidding to a halt after 3 or 4 meters. The previously ruthless and insubordinate individuals had ignited a primal instinct within Nakaho-yu. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom became unwilling subjects of his experiments, a fact that weighed heavily on his conscience. Today, however, he felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It had been several days since he had last taken a life. Hey, don't play around. Just finish him off. Yusuji cautioned, a hint of concern in his voice. He had complete faith in Yusuji's abilities, yet Nakaho-yu had a penchant for the perverse. Each time he engaged in murder, he relished in tormenting his victims, much like a cat with a mouse, prolonging their suffering before delivering the final blow. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not pose an issue, as time was plentiful. Moreover, such a method of execution served as a deterrent to others. However, the situation was different now. Should the crawlers eliminate the survivors within the Hot Spring Hotel, they would soon pursue. A swift resolution was imperative. Understood, rest assured, counselor. This Dragon Kingdom individual is intriguing. Eliminating him should grant me another upgrade. I shall act swiftly. Nakaho-yu declared, descending from the off-road vehicle, his gaze fixed greedily on Zhang Chen. An awakened? Of the genetic evolution type? It's my first encounter with an opponent of this kind, Zhang Chen mused, momentarily taken aback. However, a glimmer of cold light soon flickered in his eyes. Why was it that Nakaho-yu could ascend in power more rapidly than a soldier? Considering the actions of Minako and the experiments conducted on the people of Longhua, the only plausible explanation is that he has taken numerous lives. It is undeniable that the rules of this world are exceedingly cruel. Advancing by exterminating survivors is undoubtedly a far swifter method than leveling up by slaying zombies. If there truly exists an individual who purposefully seeks out various survivor camps to commit massacres, their rate of advancement would undoubtedly surpass that of Zhang Chen. Perhaps even at an accelerated pace. Die, punk. Nakaji roared fiercely, charging towards Zhang Chen with great fervor. Eliminating Nakaji was not a daunting task, however. It was imperative to extract maximum value from him before his demise. Zhang Chen raised his gun, aiming at Nakaji's head, and fired a single shot. In a swift motion, Nakaji exhibited remarkable reflexes, anticipating Zhang Chen's shot. The bullet grazed his cheek, narrowly missing him. It appears that a level 1 awakened can indeed evade bullets. Let us try this again. This time, Zhang Chen did not fire single shots but instead activated the continuous fire mode. Typically, when an ordinary person engages in rapid fire, the formidable recoil of an assault rifle causes the muzzle to rise, diminishing shooting accuracy. However, given Zhang Chen's current physical prowess, he experienced no such issues. Coupled with the benefits of his sharpshooter skill, nearly every bullet was directed with pinpoint accuracy towards Nakaji's body. While shooting, Zhang Chen even anticipated the potential evasive maneuvers Nakaji might employ. Thus, this barrage of bullets effectively covered nearly all areas surrounding Nakaji. Damn the brat from Longhua. Behold my prowess, roared Nakata Yuki, his forehead vein bulging ominously, his expression a terrifying visage of rage. His speed surged once more, evading the majority of the bullets. Yet, a few still struck his thigh and chest. Nevertheless, Nakata Yuki pressed on as if untouched, his velocity unwavering. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of over 200 meters, now mere feet, from Zhang Chen. Are you stunned? Bullets are ineffective against me. Prepare to die, he bellowed, his form showing no sign of pause. With a mighty swing, he brought his fist crashing down towards Zhang Chen's head. Yet, Nakata Yuki was not empty-handed. He wore a set of metal knuckles adorned with vicious spikes. Each blow was capable of felling a zombie with ease. Bang! The impact resounded as Nakata Yuki's enormous physique slammed into the asphalt, fracturing the surface with fine cracks. Zhang Chen, enveloped in a suit of energy armor, stood expressionless, poised as if for a final strike. Chapter 76, Capturing the Fat Sheep. In truth, Zhang Chen possessed dual talents, elevating his genetic evolution path by 3 levels and his energy evolution path by another 3. Furthermore, he had fully allocated all his talent points. The disparity in strength between the two had long transcended the mere confines of a two-level difference. Thus, with a single decisive move, the outcome was sealed. Ding! Target has been eliminated. Congratulations on obtaining the Energy Crystal Core, 255,204, 80 Talent Bonus, Tiger Claw, 2, Alloy Tiger Claw Design Blueprint, 1, Yoko Akadani's Lingerie, 2. Storage Ring Fragments, 107, Sake, 15, Clean Fabric, 25, A Certain Cruel Video, 20, and Couple Hotel Room Card, 1. Upon collection, Naka's lifeless body vanished without a trace. Naka, who held the role of a bodyguard, was solely responsible for the protection of Yasuji. All resources from the camp were under Yasuji's control, hence, the meager spoils elicited no surprise from Zhang Chen. Regrettably, he had only 2 inventory slots remaining. Zhang Chen opted to retain the Energy Crystal Core, Storage Ring Fragments, and Alloy Tiger Claw Design Blueprint. With only 1 slot left, the unclaimed items materialized in the form of a survivor's supply box at the spot where Naka once lay. Yasuji and Yoko Akadani hastily traversed the bridge. Adorned in her professional attire, tailored skirt, and high heels, Yoko Akadani had traversed into this world with such an ensemble. Yasuji admired her appearance greatly. Moreover, with the hot spring hotel heavily guarded, there was little fear of a zombie ambush. Thus, Yoko Akadani chose to remain in her outfit. Little did she anticipate the unforeseen events of the day. The attire significantly hindered her agility, and after merely a few dozen meters, she found herself trailing behind Yasuji. Mr. Yasuji, please wait for me. Yoko Akadani gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Yoko, you must persevere. You cannot rely on others for everything. However, before he could complete his statement, a gust of wind swept through. Zhang Chen, radiating an aura akin to that of a reaper, obstructed Yasuji's path. How did you get here? What about Nakaho? Yasuji shouted in Japanese, for he could not speak Mandarin. In truth, his words were but futile utterances. The mere presence of Zhang Chen signified that Nakaho had perished. Yasuji, momentarily flustered, quickly summoned his political acumen, striving to compose himself. He endeavored to adopt a demeanor that appeared relaxed and natural, arms outstretched, palms facing Zhang Chen, signaling his lack of hostility. Let us converse amicably. Your assault on our encampment must surely be motivated by a desire for supplies. I can offer you all the resources you seek, including this woman behind me. You may do as you wish, as long as you spare my life. After all, we harbor no animosity, and I will remember your kindness. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall exert every effort to repay you. Yasuji's face was imbued with sincerity, and as he spoke earnestly, he clasped his hands together, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. Those who rise to the ranks of politicians possess an innate talent for manipulation through language. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Wu Jingri to serve him with such unwavering loyalty. Yasuji felt immense satisfaction with his performance. With such acting prowess, he was certain to receive high marks. How the conversation would unfold next, he believed, hinged entirely on Zhang Chen's response. Regardless, Yasuji was imbued with an unwavering confidence. He firmly believed that once Zhang Chen initiated communication, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to compel Zhang Chen to concede. Suddenly, with an impassive expression, Zhang Chen unleashed a powerful punch, sending Yasuji soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In his final moments, Yasuji's eyes were filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend why this individual had launched an unprovoked attack against someone willing to offer all resources. What a cacophony! Not a single word was intelligible. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, recalling how Nakajo had shrieked at him during their confrontation. This individual was no different. Did they not comprehend the barrier of language? Ding! The target has been eliminated. Congratulations on acquiring Energy Crystal Core 3024 with an 80 talent bonus. Storage Ring Fragments 773. Instant Noodles in a 6-pack 290. Frozen Sea Shrimp 500G 100. Frozen Sea Cucumber 500G 80. Frozen Scallops 500G 120. Fresh Wagyu Beef 1 kg 300. Soy Sauce 70. Frozen Beef 1 kg 800. Frozen Chicken 300. Instant Noodles in a 6-pack 150. Purified Water 5L 500. Unspoiled Eggs 500G 70. Luxury Yacht 1. Level 1 Protective Hot Spring Villa 1. Zombie Research Notes 1. Sealed Unknown Potion 1. Meticulously Preserved Map 1. Automatic Guard Tower Blueprint 1. Full Technology Blueprint 4-1. In an instant, a dazzling array of supplies filled the view, so diverse that it was difficult to discern at a glance. Yusuji held a level 5 storage ring, capable of accommodating 96 items, 2 vehicles, and a building. The abundance of treasures he possessed was overwhelming, leaving Zhang Chen somewhat at a loss. Upgrade the ring. Ding. The current storage ring is level 4. To upgrade to level 5, it requires storage ring fragments 1157,500, energy crystal cores 1,000 points. Upgrade conditions are met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost storage ring fragments 500, energy crystal cores 1,000. Congratulations on upgrading your storage ring from level 4 to level 5. The storage capacity has expanded from 72 to 96 slots. The construction warehouse has been unlocked, accommodating buildings with a total indoor area not exceeding 500 square meters. Renovations, furniture, and appliances can be retained. To upgrade from level 5 to level 6, you need 657,800 storage ring fragments and 2,136, 2,000 energy cores. After the upgrade, the number of slots will increase from 96 to 120. Note: a level 6 storage ring allows for the storage of supplies within the construction warehouse. Supplies can indeed be stored in the construction warehouse? Only 143 more ring fragments are needed. Once the crawlers have thoroughly slaughtered the Neon People's camp, surely many fragments can be collected on the way back. It appears that today, the storage ring will effortlessly rise 2 levels. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and turned his gaze toward the direction of the Hot Spring Hotel. However, he saw 2 crawlers charging toward him at full speed. One suddenly pounced on Akagami Yoko, biting ferociously. The other rushed directly at Zhang Chen, emitting a chilling sound. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Chapter 77. This man is not human. Inside the Bridgehead restaurant, Wu Jingri was brainwashing the 3 newly arrived survivors, touting the safety of the Hot Spring Hotel and the friendliness of the Neon people. Suddenly, they heard gunfire from the bridge, followed by the sharp sound of screeching brakes. Several people turned their heads towards the sound. It seemed that chaos and cries were emanating from the direction of the Hot Spring Hotel. In the apocalypse, everyone tried to maintain silence to avoid attracting zombies, making the ruckus from the Hot Spring Hotel all the more jarring. Even across the bridge, the sounds were faintly audible. Wu Jingri, could it be that something has gone awry over there? A wary survivor remarked. While they were indeed tempted by the prospect of gaining without effort, they could hardly be so naive as to place unwavering trust in a mere stranger met only once. Of course not. One must understand that there are over 100 Neon people stationed at their camp. Furthermore, a formidable elite team is stationed to the north, defending against zombies. Their operations are quite professional, far surpassing our makeshift encampment, Wu Jingri asserted confidently. Bang! No sooner had Wu Jingri's words faded than gunfire erupted once more. It was then that the crowd noticed a man and a woman sprinting from the other end of Yongyu Bridge. In the distance, a figure stood. But due to the distance, only a faint silhouette was visible. Clearly, something was amiss. Otherwise, why would they be running? The survivors' wariness intensified. Forgive us, but we are merely here to observe. We have no intention of truly taking up residence. We appreciate your understanding, but we must take our leave, the lead survivor said dismissively. Then, turning with a few members, they began to retreat. Wait, don't leave. There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Jingri attempted to persuade them further. However, the group had already drawn their weapons, cautiously backing away. In such a tense situation, any further insistence would likely escalate to violence. Wu Jingri had always believed that the Neon camp was indeed a paradise. There was no need for it to come to this. He swallowed hard, remaining silent. Xiao Qi and Luan Chao stood quietly by the window, not uttering a word. Indeed, something had transpired at the Hot Spring Hotel. Otherwise, Yusuji and Akatani Yoko, who have lived in luxury and are accustomed to positions of superiority, would never find themselves in such a dire predicament. Should we offer our assistance? Ran Xiaotu inquired. Given Yusuji's character, witnessing him in such disarray, do you truly believe he would express gratitude towards us? Koike retorted with a cold smirk. Then, shall we eliminate him? His ring contains all our supplies from Jiangbei. With those resources, we could establish our own independence. Ran Xiaotu grinned widely. It appears someone has taken the initiative. A flicker of astonishment crossed Koike's eyes. Just moments ago, during their casual conversation, suddenly, a figure surged forward at astonishing speed. arriving before Yasuji. With a single punch, Yasuji was sent flying. In midair, there was no sign of the assailant making contact with him. Instead, Yasuji's body transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. Such an effect could only occur with a harvested corpse. This individual not only possesses formidable strength, but also wields a unique ability. Subsequently, a survivor's supply box fell to the ground. Let us assess this individual's prowess, Koike remarked. I have been observing. However, Ran Xiaodu seemed to witness something extraordinary, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered for an explanation. What is the situation? Can you not discern the opponent's strength? Koike exclaimed in surprise. The prowess of Chaos Grassdead is limited by his physical capabilities. His elementary inside eye allows him to perceive the strength of opponents 3 tiers above or below him. The man before him undoubtedly possesses power that rivals his own. Could it be that such formidable survivors truly exist? This advancement is akin to riding a rocket. However, his initial awakening diverges from that of others. Nakaho is on the genetic evolution path, indicated by a red display. Meanwhile, Nomura from the Northern Defense Line follows the energy evolution path, marked by a blue display. Chaos Grassdead observes the man before him. The magnitude of his strength transcends Grasshead's understanding. To reach the level of an awakened being is already to be among the elite survivors. Who could have anticipated the existence of a dual-talent individual? And at level 3 dual talents, no less. What? How many lives must this person have extinguished? Koike's face turned ashen. In his view, defeating zombies to gain strength is utterly implausible. To slay 100 zombies yielding a mere 60 crystal cores is commendable. Yet it pales in comparison to the rapid gains from slaughtering fellow survivors. Zhang Chen's swift ascension must be due to his relentless killing of survivors. The massacre of their own hot spring hotel camp was undoubtedly orchestrated by this harbinger of death. Now that the hot spring hotel is lost, what shall we do next? Chaos Grassdead inquired. We must hastily retreat before this harbinger of death discovers our presence. It is evident that we cannot seize Yasuji's supplies. Survival must take precedence. Just as he spoke, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Yoko Akigawa was pinned beneath the crawler, its jaws tearing at her flesh. She was not dead, but was wailing in agony. Given the strength of this man, the crawler would not be able to prolong its torment for long. We must retreat swiftly. Furthermore, bring along Wu Jingri. This is the territory of the Long Kingdom, and we need a native face to speak on our behalf. Koike instructed. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. Runka, accompanied by other neon warriors and Wu Jingri, dared not exit through the front door for fear of encountering Zhang Chen on the main road. They stealthily slipped out through the back door of the restaurant, fleeing down a narrow alley. Where they were headed, they did not know. For now, their priority was to escape from this man, who was even more terrifying than the crawler. As they turned the corner out of the alley, Koike could not help but glance towards Yongyu Bridge. There, half of the crawler's body dangled over the railing, before dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. The other, crushed beneath Zhang Chen's foot, writhed in torment. Moments later, it too transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. The crawlers, once regarded by the Neon as insurmountable foes, could not withstand even a minute before Zhang Chen. Is this truly a human? Chapter 78. The continuous upgrades of the storage ring on the other side. Atop Yongyu Bridge, Zhang Chen effortlessly dispatched 2 crawlers in an instant. Judging by Zhang Chen's current prowess, the crawlers were nothing more than slightly swifter zombies. Their combat capabilities bore little difference from those of ordinary zombies. Particularly once their weaknesses were discerned, they were rendered utterly vulnerable, falling with a single strike. It was a feat devoid of difficulty. There is an abundance of treasures here, all to be claimed. Food, blueprints, and various essential supplies have all been gathered. Among the remaining items, many can be categorized together. Moreover, Zhang Chen already possesses essentials such as soy sauce, instant noodles, and beef. Thus, when combined, they barely suffice. With 96 compartments, only 2 remain unfilled. Alas, having too many supplies can also be a burden. The containers filled up before I could even store much. Sigh. How vexing. Zhang Chen sighed in resignation. He reached out to touch the lifeless body of Chigu Yoko, collecting the energy crystal nucleus and fragment of storage ring from her. The supplies are pitifully scarce, yet there are numerous peculiar vibrating items. These survivor supply boxes cannot be moved and must remain in place. Unless someone retrieves the contents, they will stay there indefinitely. Zhang Chen proceeded directly to the Hot Spring Hotel. At this moment, the hotel was in disarray. Flames continued to leap from a room on the second floor. Reaching for the window, the ground was littered with the mangled corpses gnawed upon by the crawlers. Some had already transformed into zombies, struggling to crawl on the floor, while others had not even had the chance to become zombies, remaining as nothing more than blood-soaked corpses. A pervasive stench of blood filled the air within the hotel. The neon inhabitants bore few valuables. Only the energy crystal nucleus and fragment of storage ring were worthy of Zhang Chen's collection. Everywhere he passed, a trail of survivor supply boxes was left behind on the ground. Some survivors possessed very few items, rendering supply crates unnecessary, as items simply dropped to the ground. After thoroughly scavenging the hot spring hotel, a total of 218 storage ring fragments were acquired. It was finally time for an upgrade. Upgrading the ring. Ding. The current storage ring is at level 5, and to upgrade to level 6, the requirements are 875 800 storage ring fragments and 2,136 energy crystals. The conditions for upgrading have been met. Shall we proceed with the upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 800 storage ring fragments and 2,000 energy crystals. Congratulations. Your storage ring has been upgraded from level 5 to level 6. The storage capacity has expanded from 96 to 120 slots. The enhanced building warehouse has been unlocked. It can accommodate buildings with a total indoor area of no more than 1,000 square meters. Renovations, furniture, and appliances can be retained. Additionally, supplies can be stored within the building. To upgrade from level 6 to 7, the requirements are storage ring fragments, 75 1,500 and energy crystals, 136 5000. After the upgrade, the number of slots will increase from 120 to 144. The third vehicle storage slot has been unlocked. Good heavens, the next level requires 5,000 energy crystals. It only takes 5,000 energy crystals to advance one's dual talents to the next level. This is utterly daunting. For the time being, there should be no need for additional space. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen walked to an open area and directly summoned a level 1 protective hot spring villa. In an instant, a villa materialized before Zhang Chen. The entire villa consists of 2 floors above ground and 1 below, with each level boasting a generous area of 150 square meters, quite spacious indeed. The perimeter of the villa is fortified with reinforced iron plates. With a mere adjustment, all doors and windows can be securely blocked by these robust iron barriers. Once the threat has subsided, the villa can revert to its original state. All the glass is bulletproof and impact-resistant, sufficient to withstand the stealthy assaults of crawlers. However, defending against a colossal tank remains a formidable challenge. Zhang Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside the villa. Upon entering, he found himself in an entrance hall. Beyond the hall lay a spacious living room adorned with a lengthy L-shaped leather sofa. The tiled floor was covered with a thick carpet, and a fireplace graced one wall of the living room. Adjacent to it was an open-concept kitchen, accompanied by a bedroom and a gym. The basement could serve as a storage area for a generator or as a workspace. The second floor featured another bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a home theater. It must be said, this villa indeed boasts a more luxurious and comfortable decor than Building 8. This Zhang Chen truly knows how to indulge in life. Zhang Chen descended to the basement to begin inventorying his storage. Perishables such as meat, seafood, and fruits have a notably short shelf life, making it more economical to keep them in storage. In contrast, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and hot pot base ingredients can be preserved at room temperature. Zhang Chen first visited the kitchen pantry of the Hot Spring Hotel to retrieve some shelving units, organizing the food items into categories. Condiments like soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, and vegetable oil were placed in a few bottles in the kitchen, while the remainder was stored on the lowest shelf of the shelving unit, as they would not be frequently accessed. Next came the arrangement of instant noodles, ramen, dried noodles, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice. Above are snacks such as chips and cookies, while beverages are placed separately on a distinct shelf. This category boasts the widest variety, including large barrels of drinking water. After a laborious hour, a significant portion of the storage space had been emptied. Now, the area felt remarkably spacious. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Leaving the villa, he casually stored it away in the storage space. At this moment, the sun had begun its gradual descent. The buildings cast elongated shadows under the golden-red sunlight. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Zhang Chen had one more task to accomplish. He discerned the direction and jogged northward. According to Zhao Longchuan, A horde of tens of thousands of corpses would arrive from the north in 3 days. Thus, it was likely that a few zombies had already begun to trickle in. Zhang Chen ran approximately 3 kilometers. The road was barricaded with vehicles, forming a defensive line. He could access the barricade directly from the adjacent buildings. Scattered remnants of food on the ground indicated that people had recently occupied this defensive line, though they had vacated for reasons unknown. Zhang Chen lifted the vehicles one by one, creating a narrow passage for a single person to pass through. He then positioned the laser tripwire at a height of 1.6 meters above the ground. Chapter 79. Are you sure you're not on vacation? Zhang Chen's intent was to test whether the automatic collection feature had any distance limitations. Previous encounters had resulted in the immediate elimination of enemies, causing collected items to naturally enter the storage space. This time, the distance was a full 10 kilometers. Such a considerable distance, can we still continue the collection? Zhang Chen maneuvered the off-road vehicle to the perimeter of Building 8. As he disembarked, a sense of unease washed over him. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. It was highly probable that a fierce battle had transpired here. Air pal, Zhang Chen called out. Wang Wu, the wolf, was indeed barking excitedly, and he was positively thrilled to hear Zhang Chen's voice. He leaped twice, but could not surpass the towering fence. Just as Zhang Chen swung open the wooden gate, a massive shadow lunged towards him. Air Pao, eager to reunite with Zhang Chen, instinctively shifted into battle mode, preparing to vault over the wall. However, the moment Zhang Chen opened the door, the two collided with a resounding thud. Were it not for Zhang Chen's robust physique, such an encounter could have yielded dire consequences. As Zhang Chen spoke, he deftly dodged Air Pao's large tongue. When the wolf was small, a lick was bearable, but at this size, a lick felt akin to a thorough face wash. It was utterly overwhelming. After a brief moment, Air Pao reverted to his smaller form, excitedly nuzzling Zhang Chen's legs. Suddenly, he let out a bark and bounded over to a lifeless body, wagging his tail with fervor. Only then did Zhang Chen notice the 6 corpses strewn across the courtyard, their features mangled beyond recognition. The looting bonus from Wealthy Beyond Measure was indeed explosive. At this rate of collection, ascending to an intermediate awakener would be remarkably effortless. Let us proceed upstairs. Zhang Chen affectionately patted Air Pao's furry head and entered Building 8. The first order of business upon returning home, a refreshing shower and a change into clean attire. At this moment, the sun had completely dipped beneath the horizon, and the night sky had ascended, enveloping the surroundings in a profound darkness. Zhang Chen drew the curtains and illuminated the room, embarking on the preparation of his evening meal. Today had been exceptionally fulfilling. He had spent the morning combating a horde of corpses and had eradicated a camp of neon-clad individuals in the afternoon. So engrossed was he in his endeavors that he had forgotten to eat lunch. Such irregularity in diet could easily lead to gastric ailments. He must remember to remind himself at regular intervals. Zhang Chen retrieved the electronic wristwatch he had collected from the neon individuals earlier that day and configured the reminder function. He silenced the device, opting for vibration mode instead. This evening, he intended to indulge himself with a delightful meal. He took out some Wagyu beef, slicing 2 pieces, and placed them in a pan with a touch of butter, which sizzled delightfully as it cooked. He then procured some sea shrimp. It must be said that Yusuji had a discerning eye, for even a single shrimp measured around 20 centimeters. A luxury that would command a high price in times of peace. He prepared boiled shrimp and complemented it with a serving of self-heating rice. Perfect. Before long, the meal was ready. Zhang Chen savored his food, not forgetting to place some of the premium pet food he had acquired from a Tier 3 supply crate into the bowl of Air Pao, who was eagerly eating. Just then, a notification from the system emerged. It was a message from Zhao Siya requesting a video call. Would he like to accept? Note, the caller is not in your vicinity. Connect? Zhang Chen silently affirmed. In an instant, the scene before him transformed. Zhao Siya appeared, clad in military green camouflage, smiling warmly at him. The backdrop featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, through which the silhouettes of towering buildings and twinkling stars were visible, casting a dim ambience over the entire setting. Brother Chen, do you find my outfit appealing? Zhao Siya inquired with a radiant smile. She was already strikingly beautiful, and donned in military attire, she appeared even more captivating and spirited. It looked splendid. Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. Where are you currently stationed? Have you arrived at the military base? He asked. Not yet. Along the way, we need to accommodate survivors, eliminate zombies, and gather supplies. The pace of our march is rather sluggish. We only departed from the Jiangnan district at dusk and are now in the Taiping district. Zhao Siya explained earnestly. Indeed. Proceeding steadily is prudent. Rushing can lead to peril, Zhang Chen remarked. Why does it seem so dim on your end? He queried curiously. We're experiencing a major power outage and are spending the night in an office building. To prevent any ill-intentioned survivors from causing trouble, the use of lighting devices is strictly prohibited. Moreover, we truly lack lighting equipment. We have merely 2 or 3 powerful flashlights, which are reserved for the supply gathering team, as resources are limited. Zhao Xia paused momentarily and then shifted the topic, suddenly exclaiming, I will also be joining the supply collection team tomorrow. I intend to slay zombies. I aspire to enhance my skills so that I can keep pace with you. I understand that you didn't bring me along today because you considered me a burden. I will strive to grow stronger, and in the future, I wish to fight alongside you. At this moment, Zhao Xia's eyes sparkled with determination, as if envisioning a future where she fought side by side with Zhang Chen. Yes, keep pushing forward. I have faith in you. Zhang Chen chuckled as he spoke. Ding dong. Zhao Longchuan requested to join the video chat. Accepted. Zhang Chen readily agreed. Subsequently, the screen split in 2. On the left was Zhao Xia, and on the right was Zhao Longwan. Oh dear, brother, I'm chatting with Chen Good. What are you doing here? Zhao Xia pouted, a hint of irritation in her voice. You're chatting with Zhang Chen? Then it's nothing. I thought some scoundrel dared to bother my sister. Zhao Longchuan chuckled awkwardly and waved at Zhang Chen, just as he was about to exit the video call. His expression froze. His gaze fixated on the table before Zhang Chen. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Zhang Chen glanced down at the table, noticing nothing amiss. After a moment, he heard Zhao Longhuan swallow hard and inquire, Is that plate of pan-fried beef and boiled shrimp in front of you? My goodness. That shrimp is hard to come by. All the freezers in the supermarkets on the way here have melted. The seafood has all spoiled, yet you can still eat shrimp. Goodness, while we are struggling to survive, you seem to be on vacation here. Zhang Chen slowly peeled the shrimp, taking a hearty bite as he replied. It's quite delicious. Would you like to try some? Is that permissible? Zhao Longchuan hesitated for a moment. Under normal circumstances, that would certainly be out of the question. One cannot take from the collective resources. It is a matter of discipline. However, from another perspective, my own sister has a fondness for Zhang Chen, and he has crossed paths with me on one occasion. One could say we are acquaintances, perhaps even friends. Is it a breach of protocol to offer something among friends? Certainly not. Before Zhang Chen could utter a word, Zhao Xiyu firmly declined. Brother Chen has already assisted me immensely. I have yet to repay him for his kindness. How can you shamelessly ask for his belongings? Brother Chen, I shall momentarily close the video to settle accounts with this fellow. He claims to be the captain of the special operations team, yet he hardly embodies the role. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's nod of approval, Zhao Xiyu promptly ended the video, fuming as she sought out her brother for a confrontation. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. After finishing his meal, he began to inventory the supplies he had acquired that day. The earlier encounter with Yusuji had been rather rushed, leaving little time for a thorough assessment of the goods. He had noticed many peculiar items and now needed to examine them more closely. Zhang Chen opened his storage space and extracted all the items. First, he retrieved the experimental research computer found in the bunker. Next, he discovered from Yusuji's storage space, sealed unknown potion, 1, meticulously preserved map, 1, automated guard tower design, 1, and complete technological blueprint for 1. What on earth are these items? The system provides no explanation. Zhang Chen examined the sealed unknown potion, which was contained within a silver metallic casing the size of a thermos, revealing a red liquid inside. As Zhang Chen gazed at it, a prompt gradually materialized, awakening potion, which can be used to rouse creatures ensnared in slumber by the sleep potion. Zhang Chen scrutinized the prompt for a while. It was the first time he realized that this notification was as good as saying nothing at all. What did it mean by awakening dormant creatures in the sleep potion? He had never heard of such things. Was this explanation truly intended for him? He decided to set it aside for now and delve into it later. Zhang Chen then shifted his focus to the meticulously preserved map. This map bore no title, only a series of numbers, presumably coordinates. It lacked any names of cities or countries, resembling a wilderness map. In the midst of a dense forest, a single point was marked. However, there was no information regarding what lay within. Zhang Chen examined the map once more. The prompt appeared again. This map details the precise location of the meteorite that fell on May 11, 2012, within the National Forest Park in the southern part of Heisei City. May 2012? Zhang Chen vaguely recalled that this was around the time the virus began to spread in this world. He hurriedly retrieved the bloodstained diary from the bookshelf and flipped through it. Indeed, the first entry containing the word virus was pinned on May 17, 2012. Was it mere coincidence, or was there an inevitable connection between the two? Given that this map was meticulously preserved, it indicated its immense significance. Should he seize the opportunity? While the monster's strength was subdued, to venture to the National Forest Park in Heisei City and uncover the truth. Zhang Chen meticulously stored the meticulously preserved map and the bloodstained diary into his storage space. His intuition hinted that these items were undoubtedly interconnected in myriad ways. The indigenous people's profound reverence for the site of the meteorite's fall could not be without reason. It was imperative to safeguard them. Perhaps one day, when the chain of evidence was complete, the truth would be revealed to the world. Next, Zhang Chen glanced at the design blueprint for the automatic watchtower. It required 500 kilograms of steel and 500 energy cores to construct at a designated location. The automatic watchtower was capable of attacking mutated creatures within a 200-meter radius, requiring energy cores for its assaults. It could be installed on building exteriors, the ground, rooftops, or any suitable location. Note, the kills executed by the watchtower were equivalent to those made directly by the host, and automatic collection would also be effective. Indeed, this would prove invaluable in combating hordes of the undead. Lastly, there was the full technology blueprint 4, which the system similarly offered no explanation for. It resembled a small chip. There were a total of 27 full technology blueprints scattered among key technical personnel. When pieced together, they could unlock all the highest-level technologies of Water Blue Star and activate the lighthouse. The lighthouse was a large, artificial space station capable of orbiting Water Blue Star, providing a self-sustaining ecosystem for 100,000 people. These items were incredibly advanced, especially the lighthouse, which could be regarded as the indigenous people's hope for survival. Now, with 4 chips in Zhang Chen's possession, did this indicate that the indigenous people's migration plan had ultimately failed? Is this perhaps the final glimmer of hope for Zhang Chen, bestowed by the indigenous people upon these outsiders? In any case, these artifacts did not grant Zhang Chen a clearer understanding of the world. Rather, they compounded the multitude of enigmas surrounding him. As he gazed at these items in a daze, he eventually returned them to his storage space. His experimental laptop was charging and currently inoperable. Just as Zhang Chen was preparing to retire for the night, a sudden explosion echoed from the north. The sound of the blast was already quite loud, but in the stillness of the night, its resonance traveled even further. It must have been a triggered trap. The absence of any prior warning indicated that the automatic collection had its limitations. Once a certain distance was exceeded, no rewards would be granted for eliminations. Zhang Chen nodded, realizing that his plan to leisurely collect crystal cores from the safety of his home had been dashed. He would have to engage in battle with the zombies instead. Stretching his limbs, he glanced at the slumbering air pal before climbing into bed and quickly succumbing to sleep. Outside, the zombies on the street were roused by the explosion, emitting a chorus of terrifying low growls. Tonight, the undead were particularly restless. Meanwhile, at the stadium within the Renaissance camp, Zheng Hao was wide awake. He recalled the words of Qian Jinyu, who had mentioned that some individuals would stealthily flee the camp at dawn. These people had to leave. Only with their departure could the Renaissance camp breathe a sigh of relief, allowing Zheng Hao to implement the reforms he envisioned. Thus, the events of this morning were of utmost importance. He was so anxious that he had not closed his eyes all night. Finally, just past 5 in the morning, the sun began to rise above the horizon. The restless zombies have finally settled down, returning to their wandering state. After a brief moment, a tent within the stadium shuddered. A male survivor emerged, his face etched with vigilance. Chapter 81. Zheng Hao's Dilemma. The man first glanced left and right, then instantly raised his gaze to the large glass window of the VIP box, the very place where Zheng Hao conducted his business and resided. Once assured that he remained unnoticed, he beckoned into the tent. 2 women, their hairstyles impeccably intact and their makeup flawlessly applied, clearly having prepared in advance, hurriedly stepped out. Subsequently, these individuals began to connect with other survivors one by one. In a short span of time, a team of around 50 survivors was organized, all without creating much noise. Some survivors were roused from their slumber by the commotion, yet upon a mere glance, they closed their eyes and resumed their sleep. Though their paths diverged, there was no necessity to risk offending these individuals by acting as a whistleblower. Many adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Zhang Hao observed all of this clearly through the gap in the curtains. Initially, he had intended to groom this individual to become the leader of the 6th collection team. He had consistently provided for him in terms of food. Fully aware of the man's lascivious nature, several incidents of misconduct had been reported to Zhang Hao. Yet he had suppressed them, hoping to win him over. Who would have anticipated that Zhou Jiqiang, while outwardly obedient to Zhang Hao, would fervently profess his loyalty to the camp? In the future, how should the leader of the 6th team conduct their work? It sounds commendable, yet behind the scenes, they conspired with other survivors to flee. Zhang Hao originally intended to recruit these individuals as core members for the 6th resource collection team. Little did he expect that they had colluded with Zhou Jiqiang. The sting of betrayal struck Zhang Hao deeply, though he maintained a facade of composure. His fists were clenched tightly. If it weren't for the Neon people dealing with these traitors, Zhang Hao would have truly wanted to capture Zhou Jiqiang and confront him directly. Why betray him? As these individuals gradually exited the stadium through the safety passage, approximately 5 minutes later, the intercom in Zhang Hao's room buzzed. It was Qian Jinyu. They had successfully left and were heading towards Yongyu Bridge. However, to Zhang Hao's astonishment, the leader among them was Zhou Jiqiang. Just last night, he had submitted a handwritten list of team members to Zhang Hao. So why today? Is this? Before Qian Jinyu could finish, Zhang Hao's cold voice echoed through the intercom. This was not my arrangement. This guy is nothing but a traitor. Upon hearing this, Qian Jinyu fell silent. He could empathize with Zhang Hao's feelings of betrayal by someone he had once esteemed. It must be incredibly disheartening. Initially, as the camp leader, Zhang Hao was entitled to enjoy a can of lunch meat alone. Out of pity for Zhou Jiqiang, he had generously shared half of his meat with him. Who would have thought that today, Zhou Jiqiang would lead a defection? Truly, the heart of a person is inscrutable. Qian Jinyu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. At that moment, another walkie-talkie belonging to Zhang Hao emitted a sound once more. This time, it was a message from the leader of the 4th squad, Tan Sibo. The two walkie-talkies operated on different frequencies to prevent cross-communication. Zhang Hao's room was equipped with 6 walkie-talkies, each corresponding to the 5 collection squads and the camp's guard squad. Currently, the walkie-talkie for the guard squad was in the hands of Qian Jinyu. Brother Zhang, I wish to lodge a complaint. The members of the 5th squad are utterly despicable. Yesterday, we were besieged by a horde of corpses at the market location. They were conveniently gathering supplies in the adjacent building. We requested their assistance in the form of arrows, yet they had the audacity to claim that arrows were too costly and advised us to fend for ourselves. We lost 2 brothers before we managed to escape. Damn it, Qi Hongda is truly inhumane. How can someone who disregards the lives of his comrades possibly be a squad leader? Tan Sibo exclaimed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. I understand. Preserve your team's strength for now. As for Qi Hongda, I assure you I will address this matter, Zhang Hao replied in a calm tone. However, upon hearing the name Qi Hongda, a shiver coursed through him. That was close. He nearly forgot about this individual. Zhou Jiqiang was introduced by Qi Hongda. They had been college roommates before the ordeal began and shared a very close bond. Now that Zhou Jiqiang had betrayed them, how could Qi Hongda be unaware? Furthermore, previously, Qian Jinyu mentioned that some squads were reluctant to follow orders, and it was precisely Qi Hongda he was referring to. In light of his unwillingness to assist the 4th squad in battling the zombies, it is evident that this individual is likely to betray us. Damn it! Zhang Hao, in a fit of anger, hurled the paper cup from the table onto the carpet. Having exchanged a substantial sum for a bow and arrow from Zhang Chen, he now contemplates seeking refuge with the Neon people. Does he consider himself a fool? How can he endure such indignation? If a confrontation arises, he might not emerge unscathed. The more Zhang Hao pondered, the more his fury escalated, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a suitable plan for revenge. However, allowing these individuals to reach Jianbei was equally intolerable. He paced anxiously around the room, grappling with an indescribable mix of frustration, anger, and helplessness. The resentment bubbling within him had no outlet, driving him to the brink of madness. After several laps around the room, he suddenly retrieved a handgun from his ring, an item he had procured from a police officer's corpse. He had kept this matter a secret from everyone, intending to safeguard his life in a critical moment. Now, perhaps it could serve its purpose. Yet, the 5th squad led by Qi Hongda included 2 others with extraordinary physical capabilities alongside him. Could a single firearm truly contend with 3 such formidable beings? Zhang Hao felt uncertain. Hey, Zhang Hao, are you there? There's new information. The walkie-talkie crackled to life, revealing the voice of Qian Jinyu. What new information? Is the 5th squad approaching? Zhang Hao inquired anxiously. Currently, among the 4 collection squads, Only the 4th squad led by Tan Sibo was closest to the camp. No, it's not the 5th squad. It's Zhou Jiqiang and his team. The precise reason remains unclear. Are we to act as if nothing has happened? Qian Jinyu inquired. Could it be that the encampment of the Neon people has encountered an issue? Or have they stumbled upon something? He continued, regardless. Ensure that Zhou Jiqiang is separated from the others. Have him come to my office while you direct the rest to the bus parked by the roadside. I shall handle the remaining matters. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. Chapter 82. A harmonious meal 20 minutes later. Zhou Jiqiang cheerfully knocked on the door and entered Zhang Hao's office. Zhang Hao had just prepared breakfast. Instant noodles accompanied by sausages. Perfectly portioned into 2 servings, one before him and the other opposite, evidently reserved for Zhou Jiqiang. How did your morning exercise go? Any encounters with zombies? Zhang Hao asked with a smile, taking a hearty bite of sausage and savoring it with evident delight. Ah, I was just about to report that to you. Zhou Jiqiang replied. Yesterday, many remarked that staying too long in the encampment has left people rather lethargic. I thought, since you were planning to form the 6th collection team, why not seize this opportunity to take them out for some physical training? We could sift through the candidates and establish a solid team. Last night, I even presented a formation plan to old Qian. I wonder if he mentioned it to you? Zhou Jiqiang glanced at the sausage before him. Inhaling the enticing aroma of the instant noodles, unable to resist swallowing hard, yet refraining from eating. Clearly, he had not taken these individuals outside for mere morning exercises. It was merely to seek refuge among the Neon people. However, upon arriving at the designated restaurant by the bridge, it became apparent that the place was utterly deserted. Scrawled upon the wall were the ominous words declaring that the camp had fallen. The camp in Jiangbei had succumbed. Zhou Jiqiang's immediate thought was that it must be the work of zombies. Now, with merely a bridge separating Jiang'an and Jiabei, venturing over recklessly would undoubtedly lead to death. Regardless, the camp was not lacking in provisions. Surviving a few more days was certainly feasible, once Qi Hongda had gathered sufficient supplies. They intended to whisk away a few enchanting ladies to operate independently. Anyone could establish a camp. Why should they heed Zhang Hao's commands? Just because he had set up his camp earlier? Zhou Jiqiang had his own schemes. Feeling guilty, he refrained from eating. Zhang Hao feigned ignorance of Zhou Jiqiang's unease, casually consuming instant noodles while vaguely asserting, "Old Qian informed me. Indeed, I wholeheartedly endorse your suggestion. Presently, there are too few formidable individuals like you in the camp. Your presence grants me reassurance. I also plan to amalgamate teams 4, 5, and 6 into a battalion under Qi Hongda's command. You shall serve as the deputy commander, overseeing the supplies and such." After swallowing some noodles, Zhang Hao continued with a smile. "You know, the management and supply rights here are distinct, designed for mutual checks and balances. You and Qi Hongda are good friends, and I believe only you as deputy commander would appease him. What do you think?" Upon concluding, Zhang Hao regarded Zhou Jiqiang with a benevolent gaze. I am certainly capable of fulfilling the tasks you have entrusted to me. I cannot forget that it was you who assisted me during my most trying times, providing me with a safe haven. I am determined to fulfill my role as the deputy squad leader, serving both the camp and you." Zhou Jiqiang could not help but smirk. Wasn't Zhang Hao a tad too naive? He was so intent on promoting himself. Once he became the deputy squad leader, alongside Qi Hongda as the squad leader, wouldn't it be simpler to extricate himself in the future? This Zhang Hao is truly a fool. With this thought, Zhou Jiqiang lowered his guard and took a bite of instant noodles. "Ah, how delightful. You go ahead and eat. I still have half a bottle of cola. Let me pour you some." Zhang Hao smiled as he rose and walked behind Zhou Jiqiang, twisting off the cap of the cola bottle. More cola? Zhou Jiqiang felt a surge of happiness. What was with Zhang Hao today? It was already a blackout, and boiling water was no easy feat today. He had hot water for instant noodles, sausages, and now cola. This was akin to a Michelin star treatment in peacetime. How utterly enjoyable. However, something felt amiss. There must be a catch. Zhou Jiqiang's smile suddenly froze. Behind him, Zhang Hao couldn't he possibly be plotting something sinister? In a panic, he quickly turned around, only to find Zhang Hao holding a large flower vase in his left hand and a gun in his right. Before Zhou Jiqiang could react, the vase slipped from his grip and shattered upon hitting the ground. Simultaneously, a bullet was fired. At such a short distance, with Zhang Hao attacking from behind, even Zhou Jiqiang, having reached the limits of his physical prowess, could not evade. Moreover, there exists an inherent distinction between the limits of one's physical constitution and that of an awakened individual. no matter how extreme. The mortal body remains fundamentally incapable of withstanding the assault of bullets. With a resounding bang, the gunshot and the shattering of the vase occurred almost simultaneously. Subsequently, Zhou Jiqiang lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Gathering, Zhang Hao reached out to Zhou Jiqiang, promptly absorbing all the resources and energy crystals from his being into his pouch. In an instant, Zhang Hao underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles became more robust, and he seemed to have gained a slight increase in height. However, with only his own physical limits and a firearm at his disposal, it appeared insufficient to contend with Qi Hongda's team. What transpired? What happened? A few minutes later, Qian Jinyu burst in, accompanied by several members of the city defense team, their faces etched with concern. There's nothing to worry about, merely a broken vase. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. By this time, Zhou Jiqiang's body had been entirely collected, leaving no trace behind. Even the remnants of his sausage and instant noodles had been stored away by Zhang Hao in his spatial storage. No evidence remained at the scene. Oh, that brings me relief. I had just settled those people into the bus before hurrying over, Qian Jinyu remarked. I'm glad you're unharmed. Zhou Jiqiang must have truly vexed you. Zhang Hao sighed, contemplating his decision to depart. I suppose I have no choice. However, my outburst and destruction were unwarranted. I shall reflect on that. Alas, I must go and address the thoughts of others. I hope they are willing to transform their lethargic demeanor, Zhang Hao said with a face full of helplessness. Then, I shall accompany you with the city defense team. Their numbers will provide support should any disturbances arise, suggested Qian Jinyu. No need, I can manage on my own. After all, this is about fostering trust and establishing rapport with everyone. If you bring your team, it would be as if we are preparing for a brawl, and how could they ever believe in us? Just hand me a watermelon knife. I'll be fine for self-defense, Zhang Hao replied with an air of nonchalance. Very well, just be cautious. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to call us, and we will come to your aid, Qian Jinyu urged with lingering concern. Understood, this time, it's perfectly safe. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 83, The Path of Carnage. A few minutes later, inside a bus at the corner. It was a tourist bus with only a front entrance. Upon discovery, it was empty, lacking both passengers and keys. It was merely an abandoned vehicle. At this moment, over 50 survivors sat inside, visibly impatient. I heard Zhang Hao is going to give us a lecture? Goodness, the most tedious part of my job has always been training. And now, amidst the apocalypse, we still have to endure his teachings? One complained. Indeed, will attending class earn us extra rations? Will we receive the same treatment as the Neon people? Another added. No need to ponder. It's clear he intends to brainwash us, pushing us to fight and become cannon fodder. Are we not being treated as fools? Zhou Jiqiang has reached the limits of his endurance, yet chooses not to engage in battle. Why should we, mere ordinary individuals, risk our lives against the undead? For a bag of chips? For a pack of instant noodles? Let us put aside such futile thoughts and maintain silence. Currently, we cannot venture towards the neon-lit realm, and we must remain concealed here. Under a shared roof, one must bow their head. Indeed, I perceive the possibility of negotiation. Shortly we shall discuss terms to enhance the provisions for our group. This rare opportunity for dialogue must not be squandered. Let us unite in our demands for improved sustenance. And none shall falter at the critical moment. Otherwise, do not expect us to regard you as kin. Fear not. This is indeed a fortuitous endeavor. And we shall certainly present a united front. Yes, Zhang Hao is easily swayed. A little persuasion will surely lead him to compromise. Just as the conversation grew lively, someone suddenly tapped on the glass, exclaiming, "Hush, everyone. Zhang Hao is approaching." The group quickly fell silent, contemplating how to negotiate with him. Zhang Hao strode briskly, exuding an aura of urgency as he reached the bus. He ascended the vehicle and forcefully shut the door behind him. The door was electric, and to close it purely by brute strength was quite a challenge. It was presumed that Zhang Hao feared the sound of our demands might escape into the air. Unfazed, Zhang Hao stood before the bus, observing the survivors within, their expressions filled with disdain and even mockery. He recalled the arduous journey he undertook to gather the provisions, now to be shared with them. In the end, not only did he receive no words of gratitude, but he also found himself cast in the role of the villain. His heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, as if a bottle of varied flavors had been upturned. All he desired was to unite the strength of everyone in this apocalyptic world, to survive together. He never anticipated that human hearts could descend into such chaos. Now, with no outsiders present, He wished to share some heartfelt words with everyone. Zhang Hao, his face marked by the trials of life, spoke earnestly. I established this camp not to fulfill my own desires. During your time here, you should have come to understand the kind of person I am. I have never hoarded food, nor have I allowed anyone to go hungry. When I encounter survivors in distress, I am willing to help, even at the cost of my own sustenance. What is my purpose in doing this? At this point, Zhang Hao felt a surge of grievance. His eyes reddened, and his voice trembled as he continued. This is a world in ruins. We are all survivors. The aim of creating this camp is to foster unity among us, to collectively combat the zombies and the even more terrifying monsters that lie ahead. In such a brutal world, survival necessitates the enhancement of our own capabilities. If the indigenous people cannot withstand these horrific creatures, what makes you think you can survive without putting forth any effort? Is that not utterly absurd? I urge you all to train and to confront the zombies, not to lead you to your demise. If I had wished for your deaths, I would have simply refused to accept you from the very beginning. Why must we provide you with delectable food and drink? Only for the purpose of ensuring you are well fed before your demise. What I desire is a united, resilient survivor camp where everyone stands together, enabling us to endure the harsh realities of this mode. Do you understand? Zhang Hao exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish. However, the survivors within the vehicle remained unresponsive, their expressions devoid of emotion. Zhang Hao, what is the point of your words? You would be better off with the treatment offered by the Neon people. If you were to provide us with meat daily, I might contemplate slaying zombies. But look at what we are given daily. Chips, biscuits, bread, and even water is shared among 2 or 3 individuals per bottle. Do you expect us to risk our lives under such conditions? Do you take us for fools? A man shouted, his voice rising in protest. His outburst quickly garnered the support of others, who echoed in agreement. Indeed. Why should those who are close to you feast on meat while we newcomers are left with this refuse? Why is it that food is solely in your and Qian Jinyu's possession, with no transparency? Who knows how much you are hoarding for yourselves? And for what? To indulge your own desires? Why do you reside in a VIP suite while we are left to sleep on the floor? As he listened to their grievances, Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to explain himself. Only those who participate in the collection team are permitted to consume meat. Given the limited quantity, equitable distribution is simply unattainable. Naturally, priority is afforded to the teams engaged in combat against the zombies. The supplies gathered by Qian Jinyu are meticulously recorded, and on one occasion, he inadvertently spilled his instant noodles. After enduring a night of hunger, he refrained from retrieving the resources within his ring. Zhang Hao resides in the VIP suite due to his formidable capabilities. The venue and the team are all products of his discovery and assembly. Is it so unreasonable to expect a modicum of preferential treatment? Yet, as the thought lingered on his lips, Zhang Hao suddenly found himself disinclined to voice it. He was weary. Even if he were to wear his tongue raw, it would be of no avail. Some individuals simply do not merit the effort. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the cacophony of accusations and criticisms from the crowd, Zhang Hao suddenly erupted into laughter, as if he had encountered the most astonishing revelation. He laughed heartily, doubling over in mirth, and it took him a considerable while to regain his composure. With a swift motion, he retrieved a watermelon knife from the ring. Thank you all. Initially, I was somewhat hesitant, but your words have solidified my resolve, and I have now made up my mind. With that, a glint of cold light flashed. The man who had first instigated trouble from the front row collapsed into a pool of blood. Chapter 84. Power is authority. What? Zhang Hao, are you insane? How dare you kill someone? A woman shrieked nearby. No sooner had her words fallen than Zhang Hao silenced her with a swift strike. Although Zhang Hao currently possessed extraordinary physical prowess, if the crowd were to rush him, there would undoubtedly be casualties, yet they could certainly subdue him. They might even be able to turn the tables on Zhang Hao. Regrettably, these individuals are merely preoccupied with indulgence and laziness. They often gather to gossip and criticize various matters. The so-called unity is nothing more than a superficial faade, driven by selfishness and short-sightedness. In this moment, each is solely concerned with self-preservation, with no one contemplating a collective retaliation against their surroundings. The design of the compartment proves inadequate for rallying more individuals to confront Zhang Hao. The panicked souls in the front scrambled to flee, inadvertently trapping those in the rear who are eager to fight. Amidst the crowd, even those with the capability to act find themselves rendered powerless. Thus, Zhang Hao, with his formidable physical prowess, methodically dispatched adversaries from start to finish. Those who dared to resist with blades were swiftly overthrown. Blood flowed like a stream through the crevices of the bus doors, splattering onto the seats and windows, creating an exceedingly gruesome scene. After several minutes, the bus doors swung open, and Zhang Hao stepped down, drenched in the blood of the survivors. In that moment, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation, and a short talent mark appeared on his wrist, adorned with red and blue lines. Upon disembarking, he disengaged the bus's handbrake and forcefully propelled the vehicle into the river. He then retrieved a bottle of purified water from his storage space, sipping a small amount before using the remainder to cleanse his skin. He discarded his blood-stained attire and donned a fresh outfit. This metamorphosis ignited his ambition once more. The sensation of newfound strength was exhilarating. He understood that Qi Hongda, unable to contact Zhou Jiqiang, would undoubtedly await him at that location. What I need to do is to arrive before Qi Hongda does. Just in time. When Zhang Hao reached the restaurant, Qi Hongda was arriving with his team. The two parties encountered each other. Captain Qi, weren't you supposed to be gathering supplies? What brings you here? Zhang Hao inquired knowingly. From this moment on, I am no longer a member of the camp. We can go wherever we please without needing to report to you. Qi Hongda retorted dismissively, a cold scoff escaping his lips. His gaze scanned the surroundings warily. Upon realizing there was no ambush and that Zhang Hao was alone, he pressed on. You've left the camp? When did this happen? Moreover, you may not be aware that something has gone awry at the Neon camp. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. You needn't worry about my affairs. I wish to inquire about yours. Zhang Hao, where have you hidden Zhou Jiqiang? If anything happens to him, I will raze your camp to the ground. Qi Hongda declared, drawing his large blade. The two nearby survivors, whose physical limits were extraordinary, hastily retrieved their bows and aimed them at Zhang Hao. The remaining three survivors also brandished their weapons, their expressions filled with suspicion. Is it really necessary for all of you to be so aggressive? Since you've made up your minds to ally with the Neons, my obstruction would be futile. However, I truly am unaware of Zhou Jiqiang's whereabouts. The guards informed me that he left early this morning with over 50 people. I was concerned, so I came to investigate. What is this? Has he not arrived yet? Zhang Hao spread his hands, adopting an innocent demeanor as he spoke. Qi Hongda squinted at Zhang Hao for a considerable time, sensing that he did not appear to be lying. He then murmured to himself, could it be that he encountered a zombie on the way? After a brief pause, he turned to his team member and instructed, Xiao Chong, you and the bandit should enter the restaurant to assess the situation. The rest of you remain vigilant. Be cautious of any nearby Type 2 mutants. Zhang Hao, I shall spare your life. You may leave now, and we shall consider our debts settled. Upon hearing Qi Hongda's words, the two physically formidable team members slowly lowered their bows and arrows, seeking out open vantage points for surveillance. You spare my life? Is this your way of repaying my kindness? How utterly ironic. It reminds me of the tale of the farmer and the snake. Zhang Hao smiled at Qi Hongda, displaying no hint of fear. Zhang Hao, you had better be acutely aware of your current predicament. You know your own capabilities, do you not? Anyone randomly chosen from our team could easily overpower you. I strongly advise you not to provoke my wrath, or else. Qi Hongda's words trailed off when, suddenly, his vision blurred. In an instant, he found himself lifted high by Zhang Hao, who had grasped him by the throat, rendering him unable to utter another word. Or else what? Speak up. I seem unable to hear you. Zhang Hao said with a mocking grin. Release the captain, or we will turn you into a sieve. The other two physically elite members shouted loudly. Yet, in their eyes, Zhang Hao discerned a glimmer of fear. The sensation of being feared by others is indeed quite exhilarating. With a sudden twist of his right hand, Zhang Hao swiftly snapped Qi Hongda's neck. The chasm between the limits of physicality and that of an awakened individual can only be described as vast. No matter how strong a physical limit may be, it is ultimately bound by the frailty of the flesh. However, once one becomes awakened, every muscle and tissue undergoes a profound transformation. Whoosh, whoosh. Two arrows hurtled toward Zhang Hao. Unperturbed, he shielded himself with Qi Hongda's lifeless body, deflecting the projectiles with ease. In an instant, he lunged forward, his machete slicing through the throats of both assailants. The three strongest members of the squad were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The others, now acutely aware of Zhang Hao's prowess, reacted with panic. Some turned to flee, while others fell to their knees, beseeching his mercy. Yet, Zhang Hao remained indifferent to their pleas. In a swift and decisive manner, he dispatched every last one of them. What a thrill! Zhang Hao gazed at his clenched fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. The sheer dominance of absolute strength far eclipses any notion of leadership or managerial prowess by 100-fold. With fists of iron, none would dare to underestimate him. Ha ha! Zhang Hao let out a triumphant roar. At this moment, he surely stood as a paragon among all survivors. Just then, a white SUV approached at breakneck speed, slowing down as it passed by. The driver rolled down the window to take a deliberate glance in his direction. It was Zhang Chen. Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. Despite having faced a setback, he dared not provoke Zhang Chen in the slightest. However, now one's own strength has significantly increased. I wonder if I could possibly contend with Zhang Chen? Chapter 85. Reconnaissance of the Corpse Tide. A fierce battle approaches. Hey, I recognize you. Your name is Zhang Hao, right? Zhang Chen greeted with a smile. Zhang Hao nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's correct. His heart was filled with trepidation. He knew that just a few days prior, Zhang Chen had already possessed the same strength he had now. After all this time, who could say whether he had grown even stronger? What if Zhang Chen sought to eliminate him to seize the crystal core? Zhang Hao had taken many lives, leading him to naturally suspect that Zhang Chen might do the same to him. The two men exchanged a glance, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. I have nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. Zhang Chen, at a loss for words, felt compelled to greet Zhang Hao, who was one of the few individuals he could converse with in this post-apocalyptic world. Yes, you go ahead. As the off-road vehicle sped onto Yongyu Bridge, quickly vanishing from sight, Zhang Hao finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was somewhat astonished by Zhang Hao's growth. The presence of dual talents indicated that he had amassed a substantial number of crystal cores in a short period, thereby enhancing his abilities. Even the most formidable warriors among the ruthless Neon people were merely awakened individuals with single talents. How could Zhang Hao have developed so rapidly? Zhang Chen pondered this with a question mark in his mind. Yet, there was no urgency to contemplate such matters just yet. The imperative was to grow stronger. Zhang Chen had nearly depleted all his crystal core reserves upgrading his ring. Fortunately, Air Pang had left him a generous gift pack. As of now, Zhang Chen possesses a total of 892 energy cores, still a significant distance from the required 5,000 for an upgrade, falling short by over 80. However, he remains unperturbed, for he is faced with a relentless tide of tens of thousands of zombies. What he lacks is not cores, but rather intelligence on these hordes to devise an efficient combat strategy. This morning's mission is clear: to ascertain the effective range of explosives that can eliminate zombies and automatically collect resources. The laser tripwire has already been detonated. A collapsed car fortuitously blocks the gap Zhang Chen had previously left. The bodies of 3 zombies lie sprawled here, their heads obliterated, leaving the ground in disarray. The power of the laser tripwire is indeed formidable, having dispatched 3 zombies in an instant. He peers through the gaps between the cars to survey the street, which was once deserted but is now teeming with zombies numbering in the hundreds, all drawn by the sound of the explosion. They wander aimlessly, lost in their own chaos. Energized by the sight, Zhang Chen nimbly leaps atop the car barricade, fixing his gaze on a particularly frail zombie. With a sudden dive, he seizes the zombie by its hair. The moment he makes contact, his energy armor envelopes him once more. The zombie, realizing Zhang Chen's presence, emits a piercing scream. Yet, the other zombies remain oblivious to the unfolding scenario. The cacophony of the hundreds of zombies is met with a disconcerting immunity to the sounds of their own kind. Zhang Chen's movements are swift and silent, successfully evading their attention. On the other side of the automotive city wall, Zhang Chen cast a zombie into a dead-end alley and swiftly leapt over to the opposite side of the wall. At that moment, the zombie, having lost sight of Zhang Chen, became disoriented and once again entered a state of aimlessness. He then set a timer on an alarm clock for 10 minutes and placed it on the road across from the alley, ensuring that it would not be inadvertently triggered by a tripwire. He then jogged briskly to the designated location, which was 3 kilometers away from the zombie's position. Before long, the timer reached its end. The alarm clock rang out with a shrill sound. The zombie, drawn by the noise, dashed frantically toward the mouth of the alley. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. Zhang Chen received no notification. He was still too far away. Undeterred, he repeated his strategy. He once again seized a zombie and hurled it into the alley, this time positioning himself 5 kilometers away. The explosion echoed once more, yet still no notification came. Determined, he tried again, this time from a distance of 2 kilometers. A resounding bang followed by a chime sounded. You have slain a zombie. The system automatically collected Energy Crystal 1, 80 bonus below 1 point. accumulated for the next collection. Mutated fertilizer, 2, and damaged key 1. Success. Zhang Chen adjusted his distance to 1 kilometers. The explosion rang out again, but no notification was received. This indicated that the range for automatic collection lay somewhere between 2 and 1 kilometers. Refining the distance to mere meters seemed unnecessary, for it would only consume time and yield little significance. Hence, Zhang Chen recognized the need to establish a defensive perimeter within a radius of 2 kilometers. This approach will maximize the benefits of gathering crystal nuclei and resources. The reconnaissance drone was deployed and soared northward. Zhang Chen donned his VR goggles, immersing himself in the first-person perspective of the unfolding scene. Initially, everything appeared rather normal, save for the hundreds of zombies congesting the city walls. In the distance, the streets were sporadically dotted with zombies, not overly dense. The ground was marred with numerous pools of blood, alongside remnants of vehicles left in the wake of explosions and charred buildings. Zhang Chen understood that the entire world had been restored, meaning these remnants were the result of survivors traversing through. The survivors in Jiangbei had also engaged in fierce battles against the undead. However, at present, the entire Jiangbei regional channel lay in utter silence. It was likely devoid of any living souls. The drone continued its northern flight for over 10 kilometers, eventually uncovering traces of a zombie horde. From a distance, the undead were tightly packed, one pressing against the other, forming a dense, dark mass. It resembled a black tide, filling every street. Gazing further, a cloud of dust enveloped the air, as if the sky and the horde merged into an endless expanse. Zhang Chen realized that this haze was the dust stirred up by the multitude of zombies moving incessantly, creating such a phenomenon. Judging by the scene, it was likely that the number of zombies exceeded a conservative estimate of 100,000. The zombies moved swiftly at night but were sluggish during the day. The explosion from the previous night seemed to have significantly accelerated the southward advance of the horde. At the current pace, it is anticipated that by tomorrow at the latest, the horde of zombies will reach the automobile city wall, leaving little time for preparation. Chapter 86. The Death Zone. The automobile city wall is capable of containing a limited number of zombies. However, against the overwhelming tide of the undead, such defenses are negligible, capable of only delaying the onslaught by a mere few seconds. Zhang Chen examined the map intently. Jiangbei District, being the old town, features a labyrinthine network of roads intricately interwoven. Although the streets are narrower and the buildings lower and more dilapidated than those in Jiangnan, the numerous narrow alleys and densely packed streets make it exceedingly difficult to completely block the horde at any given point. The abundance of side streets means that even if key intersections are barricaded, zombies will inevitably find alternate routes to circumvent the defenses. Zhang Chen scrutinized the map of Jiangbei repeatedly, yet he could not identify any suitable locations for fortification. Since Jiangbei proved indefensible, the battlefield must be shifted toward Jiangnan. Originally, for bridges connected Jiangbei to Jiangnan, but now two have been severed, leaving only the Huiguang Bridge and the Yongyu Bridge. The Huiguang Bridge, being a newly constructed structure, boasts a broad 10-lane roadway for two-way traffic, with railway tracks beneath for train transit. Defending this bridge would require sealing off both the upper and lower sections. A daunting task indeed. In contrast, the narrower Yongyu Bridge emerges as the optimal defensive position. Zombies fear water and will only rush across the bridge. The constricted roadway ensures that the incoming horde will be relatively small in scale. The mere deployment of a handful of automated sentry towers can yield remarkable defensive capabilities. Moreover, the northern entrance of Yongyu Bridge is adorned with a scenic belt, offering an expansive view that is ideally suited for mechs to engage in combat. Further north, the streets connect to narrower alleys, where the placement of traps can achieve extraordinary results with minimal effort. This location is, without doubt, a natural stronghold for defense. By demolishing the glorious bridge, Yongyu Bridge will become the sole passage for the zombies. Zhang Chen designated the scenic belt as the primary battleground, where mechs would confront the zombies in direct combat. At the opposite end of Yongyu Bridge, automated sentry towers would be installed to prevent any zombies from crossing over while the mechs are ensnared. Zhang Chen's determination to eliminate every single zombie does not stem from a desire to protect the survivors of Jiangnan. He does not consider himself so noble, nor does he possess the capability or obligation to do so. In this apocalyptic world, even in the absence of a horde, zombies roam freely. Every day, survivors perish in their battles against the undead. The ability to survive through combat is an essential trait for any survivor. Those who lack skill and ambition are destined to be eliminated by their environment, such as the law of the jungle. Zhang Chen's motivation lies in his desire to claim this entire bounty for himself. He is unwilling to waste even the smallest morsel. The prospect of thousands of zombies escaping is disheartening, for that equates to thousands of crystal cores. Just the thought of it stings. Thus, he commenced the setup of traps. The scenic area, being the primary battleground for the mechs, would be left free of traps for the time being to avoid accidental harm. The focus of the traps would be strategically placed throughout the intricate alleyways. Empty oil drums, water buckets, and large plastic containers. Every available vessel was filled to the brim with gasoline at the gas station. Zhang Chen then commenced a meticulous inspection of the vehicle's fuel tanks. With his current prowess, he could access the fuel tanks without the need to first open the car doors. A swift strike with his tang knife would suffice to slice through the metal, allowing him to unscrew the gas cap effortlessly. This method, though somewhat crude, was remarkably effective. The cars, now laden with gasoline, transformed into miniature incendiary devices. Zhang Chen positioned the vehicles in the center of the road, spacing them 20 meters apart. He then strategically installed laser tripwires on the fuel tanks, placing a filled gasoline container or large bottle between each pair of cars. Summoning his armored mech, he stored the off-road vehicle within his ring. Subsequently, he transported a gasoline-filled tanker to the northern side of Yongyu Bridge using the mech. Perched atop a nearby building that faced the bridge diagonally, he set down the tanker. Next, Zhang Chen ascended to the rooftop of another building, distanced from the battlefield. The structures surrounding Yongyu Bridge were predominantly around 10 stories high, comparable in height to his current location, perfect for a trial reference. Zhang Chen retrieved a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it downwards. As he counted to 5, the grenade detonated, creating a sizable crater in the asphalt and sending shards flying, which set off a cacophony of alarm bells from the surrounding vehicles. The deafening noise attracted a horde of zombies, who surged towards the source of the commotion with frenzied determination, relentlessly battering the car windows. Zhang Chen retrieved a fragmentary grenade, simultaneously activating his energy armor. He disengaged the safety catch and released his grip. The grenade began its descent. Just as it neared the heads of nearby zombies, a deafening explosion erupted. It obliterated the skulls of 2 zombies in proximity. Countless sharp metal shards ricocheted outward. Swish. 5 additional zombies were struck in the head by the shrapnel, collapsing to the ground instantaneously, dissolving into a cloud of white mist that vanished into the air. Having tossed the grenade just after the 3rd second. The timing of the detonation was impeccable. Buzz. Buzz. Zhang Chen's wristwatch vibrated. It was lunchtime. He decided to sit directly atop the rooftop, legs dangling over the edge, enjoying the breeze while gazing at the river view, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. The vista here was truly expansive. It was no wonder that many people favored Riverview apartments during peacetime. Now, however, the area was filled with houses, yet regrettably, few were inhabited. Zhang Chen mused to himself. He retrieved a box of self-heating rice from his spatial ring and pulled out 2 steaming slices of grilled beef, devouring them heartily. It was delectable. In the peaceful era, he often indulged in watching dramas, scrolling through short videos or novels, and playing games while dining. But now, in this apocalyptic world, such luxuries were unattainable. Thus, he had cultivated the habit of perusing the regional chat channel. Observing a multitude of individuals engaged in idle banter made him feel less isolated, as if the apocalypse was not as hopeless as it seemed. He opened the chat channel, only to find it devoid of messages, a chilling silence enveloping him. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that he was currently in Jiangbei. Perhaps it would be better to return to Jiangnan for a meal instead. He put away the half-eaten self-heating rice and fried meat, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and carelessly discarded the trash on the rooftop. He then made his way towards the alley behind the building, which was free of zombies, and leaped downwards. The 10-story height was still manageable for him at this moment. With a whoosh, he landed smoothly, creating a powerful gust that swept the fallen leaves off the ground, causing them to dance momentarily in the air before they slowly settled down. Chapter 87. Lunchtime. New opportunities upon returning to the Jiangnan district. Zhang Chen took out the level 1 protective hot spring villa at a leisure square near the riverside. He had almost forgotten about this item. Entering the villa, he moved a chair to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, taking a moment to admire the riverside view. Only then did he open the chat channel, simultaneously indulging in his meal. The regional chat in Jiangnan had become quite lively recently. As soon as he opened the interface, a flurry of messages erupted. Many had joined the survivor camp. And with their worries alleviated, conversations flowed freely. Brothers, our camp has relocated to the student dormitories of Tianyang University. It's incredibly comfortable here, finally. There's a bed to sleep on. One message expressed gratitude towards the remarkable individual who had cleared the zombies, followed by a photo of the dormitory. Below was a desk, with a bed above it, and the walls adorned with stickers of unfamiliar male celebrities. Wow, brother, have you moved into the girls' dormitory? Impressive. Previously, were there not 6 young ladies in the dormitory building? Did you not observe? Has Tianyang University truly been devoid of any zombies? I am merely separated from that location by a single road. I wish to venture there tomorrow. Good gracious, you have exposed your camp's location. Are you so bold? Do your leaders even know? Guanxian, where are you? If you see this, please message me privately. The fellow upstairs is quite persistent. Considering the entire world has traversed here, there must be numerous regions. Is searching for individuals not akin to fishing in the ocean? If I had such a boyfriend, I would marry him without hesitation. Calm down, my friend. You are a man. Why seek a boyfriend? A vast number of energy cores for formidable weapons are available. Some are listed, or feel free to message me directly. Ideally, I am in search of ranged weaponry. No need for bows and arrows. Thank you. Seeking powerful ranged weapons? Upon reading this message, Zhang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he still possesses 100 assault rifles within his storage space. These weapons are undeniably exceptional in the early stages of the apocalypse. Apart from facing awakened individuals, assault rifles can nearly sweep away all survivors. Furthermore, they are far more suited for combating hordes of zombies than bows and arrows. The sole drawback is their loud noise, which tends to attract zombies. However, those willing to wield assault rifles are not merely looking to ambush a few zombies for a modest existence. This weapon undoubtedly commands a vast market. Additionally, Zhang Chen realized a critical issue. The strength of survivors is on the rise, while the damage of assault rifles remains constant. As weaponry continues to evolve through relentless innovation, increasingly formidable designs are being unearthed. The longer these firearms remain in circulation, the more their value depreciates at an accelerated pace. Now is the opportune moment to divest oneself of them. Zhang Chen accessed the auction interface. The survivors, having adapted over the course of 7 days. Alongside the substantial influx of weaponry and bows introduced by Zhang Chen to the market, have significantly augmented their combat capabilities. With enhanced strength, their exploratory horizons have widened. Concurrently, the auction house has seen a burgeoning variety of items. Previously scarce resources such as food and water have begun to circulate and trade. 500 milliliters of purified water can be exchanged for 5 energy cores. A packet of instant noodles can be traded for 2 energy cores. 500 milliliters of orange juice can be swapped for 8 energy cores. Storage ring fragments can be bartered for 20 energy cores. A broadsword is worth 15 energy cores. The prices in the auction house have surged compared to before. As the survivors have grown stronger and accumulated more energy cores, assault rifles can now fetch a commendable price. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen decided to list an assault rifle, setting the price at 60 energy cores, or a trade for design or skill blueprints, available for private messaging. Upon seeing the assault rifle listed, the chat channel erupted. No way, the esteemed Zhang Chen previously sold bows, and now he's peddling assault rifles. Truly a mogul of military arms, but is 60 energy cores a tad excessive? With an assault rifle in hand, one need not even speak of combating zombies. It serves as a formidable deterrent against encroaching survivors as well, truly invaluable. I possess the blueprint for a sharp dagger. Might it be exchanged? Do not jest. What would one do with your blueprint when they have an assault rifle? A throng of financially challenged survivors engage in idle chatter in the chat channel, as if this assault rifle belongs to them. Of course, some enterprising individuals began to message Zhang Chen privately. Brother, I have a box of instant noodles, 24 packets. How about trading for an assault rifle? Esteemed one, I possess a lifelike doll. Would you consider trading it along with 5 bottles of purified water for an assault rifle? Loan me the gun first. I shall return it tomorrow along with 100 crystal cores, I promise. Young man, there are bad folks trying to harm me. Let me borrow the gun just to scare them off, and I shall return it to you. I will also give you 5 loaves of bread. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Ah, how amusing. The first 2 offers, while lacking in worth, at least displayed some semblance of sincerity. The latter offers, however, are mere attempts to swindle without any genuine intent. Is there still a market for freeloaders? Zhang Chen chose to disregard them entirely. Engaging in haggling with such individuals would be a futile expenditure of time. He calculated the auction price and relisted the assault rifle, 500 rounds of ammunition for 20 crystal cores, and 2,000 rounds for 70 crystal cores. The value of the assault rifle is easily determined. When fired from a secure position, 500 rounds can effortlessly eliminate 150 zombies. With enhanced technology, it becomes feasible to vanquish a greater number of zombies. From the elimination of 150 zombies, one could acquire approximately 70 to 80 energy cores, as well as earn an additional 10 to 20 cores. Furthermore, with the acquisition of an assault rifle, one need only purchase ammunition moving forward. This undoubtedly serves as an efficient means to rapidly obtain cores and bolster one's prowess. No further elaboration from Zhang Chen is necessary. The moment the assault rifle was equipped, he promptly sold 3 of them, securing 60 cores, 12 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water, and 4 cans of luncheon meat. Zhang Chen hastily reached out to Zhao Xia, who resided in a different area, where communication and trading were distinct from his own. It was time to seize some opportunities from the survivors in her vicinity. Are you there? I have some assault rifles. Can you assist me in selling them? They're SA commission. Zhang Chen swiftly sent the message. Yes, I'm here. I'm just on my lunch break. She replied. Oh, you needn't bother with a commission. I already feel I'm taking advantage of you. Hang on a moment. Brother Chen, my brother was just complaining about a shortage of ammunition a few days ago. Let me check if he needs any. After a few minutes, Zhao Xia sent another message. My brother wants to know how many firearms and ammunition are available. Zhang Chen held Zhao Longchuan and Zhao Xia in high regard. Thus, he responded candidly. Approximately 100 assault rifles, along with 53 laser tripwires and over 90,000 rounds of ammunition. After sending this message, there was a brief silence from the other end before Zhao Longchuan initiated a video call. Upon connection, the fervent voice of Zhao Longchuan burst forth. How many? Over 100 assault rifles? More than 90,000 rounds of ammunition? And laser tripwires? Goodness! Zhang Chen, have you raided an armory? This is quite extravagant. The second statement slipped from Zhao Longchuan's lips as he almost uttered a word of diminutive significance, but he was promptly pinched by Zhao Xia, compelling him to amend his expression. What do you mean by little? Just a lad? However, it mattered little. Zhao Longchuan was indeed older than Zhang Chen. Even being called lad was not entirely inappropriate. Zhang Chen brushed off such trivialities. It's acceptable, he replied nonchalantly. If Zhao Longchuan were to discover that Zhang Chen possessed 2 armed mechs, he would surely be tempted to leap through the video screen. However, given the rarity of such items, Zhang Chen had no intention of divulging that information easily. So, what is the price? I desire it all. Zhao Longchuan stifled his excitement, enunciating each word carefully. You want everything? This time, it was Zhang Chen's turn to be astonished. An assault rifle at auction fetches 60 crystal cores, accompanied by 500 rounds of ammunition. I haven't even contemplated a price for the laser tripwires yet. I have a total of 108 assault rifles in stock, having collected 11 when I first deployed the mechs. Are you certain you want them all? Zhang Chen sought confirmation once again. This was no trifling sum. Yes, I am certain. My survivor group has now expanded to 500 individuals. The special operations team originally comprised only 15 members, and the manpower was woefully insufficient, with the ammunition brought along rapidly depleting. I have now developed 10 combat squads, along with 5 reserve teams. If they had firearms, they could achieve rapid growth with minimal casualties. To be precise, I require 150 guns. However, you only possess 108. I can only begrudgingly accept that. As for the price, you need not worry. Zhao Longchuan chuckled and continued. We may not have that many crystal cores, but if we pool our resources, we should be able to gather around 600 pieces. As for the remainder, I can exchange supplies with you. We have cleared out quite a few large supermarkets along the way, and our resources are still relatively ample. What do you think? Is that feasible? Zhao Longchuan, anxious that Zhang Chen might be unwilling to trade supplies, resorted to using polite language. Initially, he intended to appeal to Zhang Chen by suggesting that, for the sake of Shiyu, he should show some leniency. However, upon noticing Zhao Shiyu's cautious demeanor and her watchful gaze, he thought better of it. That sounds acceptable, but how do you propose to make the exchange? Zhang Chen responded, understanding the situation. Over 100 firearms would amount to over 6,000 crystal cores, and with over 90,000 rounds of ammunition, an additional 3,000 crystal cores would be required. Producing 10,000 crystal cores in one go is utterly impossible, even if listed at an auction house. It might take 10 days or even a fortnight to sell out. Moreover, food and water are also critical resources. Weapons tend to depreciate over time, while food diminishes with each morsel consumed. As survivors endure longer, their supply of crystal cores will increase, but food will dwindle. It is a delicate balance of give and take. Currently, stockpiling provisions will undoubtedly yield substantial profits in the near future. It is an exceptionally lucrative venture. At present, a bottle of water is priced at 2 crystal cores, while a kilogram of meat costs 4 crystal cores. High carbohydrate foods are approximately 1 crystal core each. Zhao Lingwan. While observing the auction house's price listings, beckoned Zhao Xia beside him to assist with the calculations. Their team had recently scavenged a vast logistics warehouse, along with several food processing plants and beverage bottling facilities. They were lacking in nothing but food and water. The supplies of the survivors dwelling here were relatively abundant, resulting in a devaluation of food and water. Prices were significantly lower than those in the Jiangnan district. Zhao Xia, her head bowed, rapidly tapped away at her calculator for a moment before declaring, the total value of firearms and ammunition amounts to 10,420 crystal cores. According to the 1:1 ratio for meat, carbohydrates, and purified water, we would need to provide 489 bottles of purified water, 489 kilograms of meat, and 489 units of carbohydrate food. Zhao Lingchuan smirked at Zhang Chen for a moment before turning to inspect the calculator in Zhao Xia's hand. Is that accurate? Are we truly expected to allocate nearly 1.5 tons of meat according to a 1:1 ratio? You cannot bend the rules to your advantage. After all, you are yet to be married. Such a vast quantity, missed by a fraction, and it could lead to disastrous consequences. Haven't you heard? Hand it over. Let me calculate. Zhao Lingchuan seized the calculator and began tapping away vigorously. The final figure displayed on the screen was 1488.5732, which, when rounded, indeed amounted to 1489. So, is the calculation complete? Zhang Chen inquired. Yes, it's done. By the way, how much are those? Laser traps? Zhao Longchuan asked, filled with trepidation. He genuinely desired this item. Unlike Zhang Chen, a lone wolf who would consider any challenge surmountable as long as he could extricate himself from it, Zhao had familial responsibilities. The pace and psychological resilience of an ordinary person could not compare to that of a soldier. At times, when confronted by hordes of the undead, having something to impede the zombies' pursuit was essential. Moreover, the tremendous explosion could divert the undead to other locations. It was undoubtedly a perfect tool for retreat. While it held little value for Zhang Chen, it was of great significance to Zhao. Name your price. Well, I must mention that this is a one-time use item, and Zhao Longchuan rambled on about various drawbacks before finally addressing the crux. Therefore, I believe 30 crystal cores each would be quite fair. 50 crystal cores. They both exclaimed simultaneously, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Zhao Longchuan's initial offer of 30 crystal cores had intentionally left room for negotiation, with an expectation of around 50 cores. For Zhang Chen, not countering the offer seemed impolite. To his surprise, the other party acquiesced. Such fortune. By merely uttering another phrase, he had gained over 1,000 crystal cores. What a profit! Chapter 89 has arrived. They have come. Zhao Longchuan, fearing that Zhang Chen might have a change of heart, hurriedly exclaimed, deal. He promptly sent a transaction request. 53 units of laser tripwire, multiplied by 50 crystal cores amounted to a total of 650 crystal cores. After deducting 600 to round up the crystal cores, the remainder was converted into 300 units of supplies. Although Zhao Longchuan was currently a substantial supplier of resources, he was also burdened with a large population and dared not be overly extravagant. He directly traded 789 units of water, meat, and carbohydrate-rich foods to Zhang Chen, without even rounding up the figures. Zhao Longchuan smiled awkwardly, his expression seemingly conveying, what can I say? Even the landlord's household has no surplus grain. The supplies had been placed on the trading platform, and Zhang Chen had also uploaded firearms, ammunition, and laser tripwires to the transaction interface. Zhao Longchuan hastily clicked to confirm the trade. However, Zhang Chen remained unresponsive, causing Zhao Longchuan's previously settled nerves to become anxious once more. He cautiously inquired, Zhang Chen, is everything all right? Is something amiss? Do you have any steel on your side? If it's not needed, Could you spare me some? Zhang Chen suddenly said. Please hold on, let me check. Zhao Longchuan glanced at a nearby team member responsible for military supplies. The latter nodded and leaned closer to Zhao Longchuan, whispering, we previously collected 200 tons of steel from the steel mill. Zhao Longchuan nodded and replied, well, we still have 100 tons of steel, and since we won't be utilizing it for now, I'll give it all to you. We're all in this together. No need for formality. After concluding the conversation, 100 tons of steel were placed in the trading interface, and a confirmation was clicked once more. Now, the transaction could proceed, right? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment before continuing. Do you have any ice condensation flowers? Zhao Longchuan appeared utterly bewildered, responding, what flower? What is an ice condensation flower? Oh, if not, then forget it. Zhang Chen implied that if it were unavailable, he would forego the transaction. Zhao Longchuan, flustered with concern, assumed that Zhang Chen would not proceed with the trade without the ice condensation flower. He hastily exclaimed, no, if I find it, I will definitely get it for you. How does that sound? He then turned to his team members, instructing, inform all squads that any ice condensation flowers discovered must be surrendered, classified at the same level as food. No hoarding is permitted. Is that understood? The soldiers, who had been casually dining and chatting, immediately stood at attention upon hearing Zhao Longchuan's authoritative command, responding in unison, yes, Captain. All right, continue your meal. Zhao Longchuan advised before turning back to Zhang Chen with a beaming smile. 108 assault rifles and 10 fully armed squads. With these provisions, they would no longer fear encountering hordes of undead and could even confront smaller waves of them with confidence. The exhilarating imagery of such a battle stirred Zhao Longchuan's spirit. Very well. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Zhang Chen replied with a smile, confirming the transaction. Both parties obtained what they desired, and the video link was promptly severed. Delight surged through him. He had acquired firearms. After Zhao Longchuan turned off the video, he leaped up in excitement. This was something he had acquired at a considerable expense. He needed to conserve resources. Tomorrow, he commanded, they must eliminate the nearly 10,000 zombies at the city exit. Once they breached the city, their objective would be within reach. However, he reminded himself, if there is no certainty, do not fire. Every bullet fired is a precious crystal core. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen received 600 energy crystal cores. Coupled with those collected while setting traps for the zombies, he now possessed a total of 1,687 cores. He commenced the production of automatic guard towers. Ding. You have lost energy crystal cores, 500, steel, 500 kilograms. Ding. You have lost energy crystal cores, 500, steel, 500 kilograms. Congratulations, you have acquired automatic guard towers, 2, which have been stored in your inventory. Zhang Chen then clicked on the powerful corrosive bomb design, initiating its construction. Ding. You have lost corrosive solution, 10, corrosion-resistant leather, 20, steel, 100 kilograms. Congratulations, you have obtained powerful corrosive bombs, 10, which have been stored in your inventory. Exiting the villa, Zhang Chen placed the items into his storage space. He then positioned the automatic guard towers on either side of the bridge. Creak. The towers automatically generated metal supports, securing themselves to the bridge's main pillars. 2 fist-sized, dark gun barrels extended from the front of the towers, slowly swaying from side to side. The alert mode has been activated, ready to obliterate any detected mutations. Zhang Chen strategically placed a sufficient quantity of C4 explosives upon the resplendent surface of the bridge. After retreating to a safe distance, a thunderous detonation echoed through the air, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust and smoke. The entire roadway of the magnificent bridge was rent asunder, creating a gaping chasm over 10 meters in length. Such a distance would render even the most adept of crawlers incapable of traversing it. Now, all that awaited was the impending battle on the morrow. Zhang Chen, wary of an early onslaught from the horde, spared no time. He returned home to store the matured meat tubers within his spatial inventory. Subsequently, he accompanied Air Pao to their new abode, a villa fortified with first-level defenses, obstructing access on the bridge. Wang Wu, Air Pao evidently expressed great satisfaction with this new residence. Upon entering the villa, it immediately stationed itself by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, tail wagging enthusiastically as it gazed at the river scenery. Typically, during the day, it was surrounded solely by an array of plants. Now, the sight of the flowing river piqued its curiosity immensely. A fierce battle awaited them on the morrow. Today, indulge in ample nourishment, for we must prepare for the fray. Remember, Do not bite that green creature. It possesses corrosive properties. Your fur cannot withstand that. Zhang Chen gently patted Air Pao's fluffy little head, smiling at it, regardless of whether Air Pao comprehended his words. Wang Wu. Air Pao seemed to have spotted something, its tail suddenly wagging with increased fervor. Before them, a zombie slowly emerged from the river, advancing step by step towards the villa. Zhang Chen paused momentarily before realizing the truth. It was indeed accurate that zombies harbored a fear of water. Previously, the 8th building, situated at the center of the waterway, had evaded much of the zombies' encroachment. Generally, zombies do not willingly enter water. However, this does not imply that water can eradicate them. This particular zombie had evidently fallen from the resplendent bridge. Zombies are incapable of swimming or buoyancy. They traverse the riverbed at a sluggish pace until they are well away from the water's edge. Observing Air Pang's demeanor, it is evident that the little creature has spotted something delectable and is quite tempted. Suddenly, a luminous orb hurtles through the air, striking the zombie squarely on the head, resulting in a spectacular explosion. As the zombie's body collapses backward, it gradually dissipates into a wisp of fog. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen receives an automated collection notification. Alas, Air Pang's tail droops, a visage of disappointment upon its face. Do not fret. Tomorrow you may feast at your leisure. Zhang Chen reassures, gently stroking Air Pang's fur. The night passes in silence. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the gaps between the buildings, illuminating the floor-to-ceiling windows, a distant explosion reverberates from the direction of Jiangbei. They have arrived. Chapter 90. The zombie tide. The advance of the zombie horde is swifter than Zhang Chen had anticipated. He had expected their arrival at noon, yet they have come in the early morning. Zhang Chen places a laser tripwire a kilometer from the trap's edge, intended as a precautionary alert. Fortunately, they stayed here last night. Otherwise, he would have missed the most exhilarating part. Zhang Chen invigorates himself, uncapping a bottle of coffee and consuming it in one swift motion. It's time to commence. Air Pang, unaware of the unfolding events, is invigorated by Zhang Chen's enthusiasm and joins in the excitement with a bark. Together, the man and the wolf step out of the villa, and with a flick of his wrist, Zhang Chen stows the villa away in his ring, ensuring it remains undamaged amidst the impending battle. A distance of 1 kilometer, if traversed by the zombies at a normal pace, would require approximately 7 to 8 minutes. However, the recent explosion has undoubtedly heightened their fervor. Should they proceed at full speed, it is estimated they would reach the edge of the trap in merely 3 minutes. Zhang Chen positioned Air Pao at the northern end of Yongyu Bridge. Air Pao, you stay here. Air Pao excitedly wagged his tail at Zhang Chen, perhaps comprehending the command. Zhang Chen summoned the armed mech, leaping gracefully into the cockpit as the battle chamber slowly sealed around him. Let us commence. Zhang Chen manipulated the mech, propelling it into a powerful jump, followed by the ignition of the rocket thrusters. Whoosh! A burst of azure flames erupted forth as the armed mech surged skyward, the immense inertia pressing Zhang Chen firmly against the seat. The sensation was exhilarating. This new mech was unlike any other, brimming with power. In no time, the armed mech soared to the forefront of the trap, landing atop a building. Just after stabilizing his stance, Zhang Chen felt an unusual tremor. It was not just the mech that vibrated. The entire edifice, the entire street, including the vehicles parked along the road, quivered subtly as if foreseeing an impending storm. Trembling in anticipation. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a flower pot fell from the balcony of an old residential building, shattering upon impact. Following this, an uncountable horde of zombies erupted from behind the buildings, a veritable tide of them, jostling and clamoring. They're terrifying. Low growls merged into a cacophony that reverberated through the air. The automobiles, once stagnant on the road, resembled rocks amidst the tide. However, this tide was no ordinary swell, and the vehicles were not genuine stones. A solitary zombie found itself obstructed at the front of a car. Before it could react, it was toppled by the relentless surge of zombies from behind, each one climbing atop the other until they reached the roof. 1, 2, 3. An innumerable throng of zombies trampled over the sedan. In a matter of moments, the vehicle was crushed nearly flat against the ground, completely erased from Zhang Chen's field of vision. Countless zombies surged forward across numerous streets, at times coalescing into a torrent, and at others dispersing into narrow alleys like tributaries, frantically sweeping everything in their path. The crawlers were as abundant as fleas, leaping about amidst the zombie tide. The sluggish incubators of venom seemed almost propelled forward by the ordinary zombies. Even the massive behemoths, in their great numbers, appeared less conspicuous amidst the overwhelming wave of corpses. The moment had arrived. As the vanguard of the horde approached the edge of the trap, Zhang Chen swiftly brandished the electromagnetic cannon of his armored mech. With supplies of ammunition and energy at hand, what was there to deliberate? The battle commenced with a thunderous blow. The sound of electromagnetic charging filled the air, growing increasingly intense and sharp. A series of electric sparks coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, culminating in a fierce bolt of lightning that shot forth with tremendous force, as if divine retribution had descended from the heavens. Boom! The massive current writhed and extended. The electric current struck the massive titan directly. Countless arcs of electricity radiated from its body, spreading outward into the horde of corpses. Zzz. Ordinary zombies could scarcely withstand such a current. Their proximity to one another rendered them exceedingly vulnerable. In an instant, hundreds of zombies convulsed violently before collapsing rigidly to the ground. Before their bodies could even hit the ground, they transformed into swirling clouds of white mist, vanishing into thin air. With a single blast, a vacuum was created around the titan. The horde paused momentarily, but soon resumed its relentless advance, shrieking in fury. The titan spotted Zhang Chen on the rooftop and roared in rage, its chest charred over a vast area, yet still clinging to life. 20 of the titan's bodily tissue has been damaged. An additional 10 must be destroyed to achieve a complete kill. Undeterred, Zhang Chen readied the electromagnetic cannon once more, gathering energy. Zzz. Boom. Another bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing through the titan's form. Kill confirmed. The titan's body, along with hundreds of ordinary zombies, dissipated into mist, floating away into the ether. Exhilarating. This was the most gratifying kill of the titan yet. However, such a strike against the horde was akin to casting a boulder into the ocean. Though it momentarily stirred the waters, it was soon swallowed by the depths. As if nothing had ever occurred, the vacant expanse on the road was swiftly filled again with zombies, surging forward relentlessly. The electromagnetic cannon had fired twice in quick succession, the barrel now glowing red. The mech system alerted that the weapon was overheating and could not be used again for the time being. Boom, boom. A cacophony of deafening explosions erupted behind Zhang Chen. He understood that the horde of undead had circumvented the other streets and surged into the trap zone. With a swift motion, he severed the body of a crawler attempting to ambush him from the rooftop. He then leaped upwards, floating in midair. Creak. A rocket launcher ejected from his shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of rockets rained down upon the horde below. The rockets devastated the ground. The entire street succumbed to the terror wrought by the immense explosive force. Boom. Countless windows shattered in response. Waves of heat lifted ordinary zombies near the blast zone high into the air, only to crash down heavily onto the ground. Some unfortunate zombies met their demise headfirst, instantly dissipating into a cloud of white mist. The street beneath him was a chaotic mess. It was impossible to discern whether the dust was stirred by the rockets or the countless zombies that had perished, transforming into vapor. Yet, before the smoke could clear, an uncountable number of zombies, drawn by the sound of the explosions, rushed into the street, creating an overwhelming tide. Chapter 91. Retreat to the Trap Zone. What a thrill. This was the first time Zhang Chen experienced such exhilaration, engaging in combat with the undead without sustaining any injuries. Furthermore, the crystal cores on his side were accumulating at an astonishing rate. He realized that he needed to coordinate his efforts with the trap zone. He couldn't even contain the zombies on a single street, let alone the countless hordes now fervently advancing towards Yongyu Bridge from multiple avenues. It was imperative to alleviate the pressure at the bridgehead. At that moment, the zombie horde had breached the frontline defenses, plunging the surroundings into a sea of flames. The reason Zhang Chen installed the laser tripwires on the automobile fuel tanks was not to amplify the explosions. For ordinary zombies, as long as their heads remain intact, even if their bodies are blown apart, it proves futile. As for the resilient crawlers, such damage is hardly lethal. The giants are even less affected. To them, such explosions are mere trifles. Zhang Chen's intent was to detonate the fuel tanks, allowing the inadequately combusted gasoline to spray onto the nearby zombies. The flames generated by the explosion could instantaneously ignite a multitude of zombies, incinerating them. This was the crux of the trap, a true weapon of mass destruction. Though the zombies were ablaze, it did not impede their relentless advance. A horde of flaming zombies shrieked as they charged forward. Vehicles were detonated one after another. Not only were the zombies on fire, but the ground and the surfaces of the buildings were ablaze as well. At that moment, the foremost zombie was finally consumed by flames, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a cloud of vapor. The gasoline that had adhered to their bodies naturally dripped onto the ground. Now, all the streets leading to Yongyu Bridge were engulfed in a sea of fire. Countless zombies continued to charge heedlessly into the inferno. Subsequently, thick plumes of vapor rose one after another, continuously augmenting Zhang Chen's power. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed from Pingan Road. There, the laser tripwires detonated in rapid succession, with hardly a pause. Ordinary zombies could not maintain such a high-speed advance after being subjected to explosions and flames for so long. Zhang Chen hurriedly flew over. Before me, a handful of crawling creatures, their bodies drenched in gasoline, resembled entities risen from the depths of hell, engulfed in flames. In the distance, several charred figures writhed upon the ground, only to be consumed by white mist moments later. These crawling beings had ascended from the floors above, bearing less gasoline upon them, thus sustaining minimal injury. They alternated between plummeting from heights and leaping forward in a frenzied charge. Occasionally, laser tripwires detonated prematurely, sending the creatures tumbling through the air. Yet, they swiftly regained their composure and pressed onward. Should they continue their advance, the efficacy of the street's traps would be severely diminished. They must be halted. Tat tat tat. Zhang Chen unleashed a barrage from his 12.7mm heavy machine gun, targeting the crawlers from the rooftop. With the precision of a sharpshooter aiding him, his shots were nearly guaranteed to find their mark. It was akin to engaging in a shooting game, albeit far more perilous and strikingly real. Cackling and gasping, one crawler was the first to detect Zhang Chen. Before its eerie cry could fully escape its lips, dozens of bullets obliterated its head, body, and limbs. Though its spine remained intact, it was rendered immobile. Flames swiftly consumed its innards and vertebrae, and soon it dissipated into a cloud of vapor. The remaining crawlers, drawn by the sound of gunfire, began their ascent toward the rooftop. Attacking from such an elevated position was astonishingly effortless. On level ground, shooting at the crawlers would result in them erratically jumping about, making it exceedingly difficult to target their vulnerable backs. However, the dynamics changed entirely when they attempted to climb. With limbs braced against the wall, his back was exposed, rendering him a veritable target. The heavy machine gun erupted in a blaze of fire, mercilessly transforming the three prone figures on the opposite building into a grotesque heap of flesh. At that moment, two more crawlers surged forward. Leaping toward the cockpit of the armored mech, Zhang Chen took a step back, remaining unperturbed. His left forearm, wielding a shield, thrust outward with force, sending the crawler on his left soaring through the air. Meanwhile, the machine gun mounted on his upper left arm unleashed a relentless barrage, showering countless fragments of flesh that cascaded down like rain. As they plummeted, they disintegrated into a mist, swept away by the wind. Seizing the opportunity, another crawler latched onto the right lower arm of the mech. The alloy steel blade fused with the right arm rendered it impervious to attack. With a sinister cackle, the crawler lunged for the cockpit, closing the distance with alarming speed, leaving no chance for evasion. Although the cockpit was fortified with bulletproof glass, the impact from the crawler would mar its surface, obstructing visibility. The battle had only just commenced, and Zhang Chen was determined not to allow the cockpit's protective shield to be defaced so easily. With a chilling smile, he forcefully disengaged the cockpit's protective glass. His right hand swiftly unfurled, and a surge of energy erupted forth, cleaving the crawler's body in twain. At that moment, a third crawler charged forward, intent on striking Zhang Chen as he unleashed his concentrated attack. Its fiery claws were poised to grasp him, yet a powerful hand seized it in midair, preventing any further advance. With a crack, the massive hand exerted tremendous force, shattering the bones of the crawler with ease. Simultaneously, the right lower arm of the armored mech swung violently, obliterating yet another crawler. Zhang Chen dusted off his hands and closed the cockpit once more. Protected by the energy armor, such minor burns posed no threat to him. When confronting creatures like the crawler, Zhang Chen was an overwhelming force. Whether or not he utilized the mech, any attempt at a sneak attack was utterly futile. At that moment, the battlefield presented a different scene. Dozens of buildings were engulfed in flames, their fiery tongues licking the sky. Countless zombies continued to perish on the ground, yet an even greater tide surged forth, relentlessly charging ahead. The rate at which the flames incinerated the zombies was clearly outpaced by the speed of their assault. The horde advanced steadily, while the available traps dwindled by the minute. Although ordinary zombies suffered tremendous casualties, such losses were inconsequential when it came to the crawlers and the behemoths. Most astonishing of all was the toxin insect progenitor. This creature emitted a viscous substance capable of extinguishing the flames of gasoline. Moreover, it appeared that this secretion was produced in an unending supply. Wherever the toxin insect progenitor traversed, it left a slimy trail reminiscent of a snail's path. The zombies trailing behind it could completely evade the flames' wrath. To make matters worse, while the flames indeed eradicated thousands of ordinary zombies, they simultaneously revealed the mutant Type 2 zombies and behemoths lurking within the horde. Ordinary zombies continued to perish in droves, akin to moths drawn to a flame. However, emerging from the inferno is an elite undead battalion, comprised of dozens of crawlers and venomous insect progenitors, along with 5 colossal tanks. If they are not dealt with promptly, these fiends will dismantle more traps and advance relentlessly toward the bridge. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated in Zhang Chen's ear. Ding. You have fulfilled the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 92. Beware, the new Type 3 infected has made its appearance. Ding. Current upgrade progress. 5,736, 2,502. The system has detected that the player meets the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. The energy field enveloping your body has grown even more formidable. A new talent tree has been unlocked. Gene Evolution Path has granted you 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Path has granted you 1 talent point. Current upgrade progress, 1,023, 8,002. Gene Evolution Path talent, Ravaging Slaughter, 01, activates instant healing of wounds, purges poisoning, infections, and other negative states, while enhancing attack damage by 300 and self-healing capabilities by 300. During its duration of 10 minutes, immunity to toxins and viral infections is granted. Upon expiration, a 30-minute vulnerable state ensues, damage taken increased by 30. Energy Evolution Path, talent, Crystal Core Resonance, 01. Consumes 10 crystal cores to resonate with the target's internal crystal core, inflicting substantial damage upon the target. The resonance effect will simultaneously affect other targets within a 5-meter radius of the primary target, allowing for connections with up to 100 resonance targets. As one progresses in levels, the damage inflicted increases. Energy Barrier, 03. Upon activation, all attacks that would inflict damage upon the body will be reduced by 60, 75, 90. Each successful defense will consume a crystal core, and the stronger the attack, the more intense the consumption of the core. Once the remaining crystal cores within the body are depleted, the barrier will automatically dissipate. Zhang Chen glanced at the energy evolution direction, talent, finding little worth noting. The energy barrier serves as a skill for close combat self-preservation, yet its consumption of crystal cores is a concern. He still has more than half of his traps yet to activate. By the time all are activated, he will likely be ready for an upgrade. First, he shall select an area attack skill. Currently, accumulating crystal cores is of utmost importance. Upgrade, Crystal Resonance. Ding. Crystal Resonance has been acquired. As for the skills under Gene Evolution Direction, the first skill is undoubtedly a close combat masterpiece. However, the 30-minute vulnerable state poses a significant challenge, especially with hordes of colossal tanks amidst the undead tide. Zhang Chen was never confident in facing a giant tank solely with his physical prowess. If he were to be in a vulnerable state, the battle would certainly tilt in the opponent's favor. It would be wiser to upgrade Metamorphosis first. Each upgrade grants an additional 33 enhancement to all attributes, with the potential for 3 extra 33 attribute bonuses. With dual talents, that totals to 6 enhancements. Calculating this, the resultant attribute boost would be exceedingly formidable. Upgrade Metamorphosis. Ding. Metamorphosis 1-3 upgrade successful. As the notification concluded, Zhang Chen felt a surge of potent energy coursing through his body, gradually merging into his limbs and bones. He was imbued with strength. Zhang Chen let out a wild roar. Through the cockpit's glass, the sound did not carry far. The strength had increased. Yet it was not yet the moment for Zhang Chen to engage in close combat. With the presence of the armored mech, he could afford to be cautious for as long as possible. Recklessness was not an option. Observing the advance of the elite zombie horde, composed of 5 colossal tanks, dozens of crawlers, and a few sporadic venomous insect incubators, Zhang Chen activated the now-cooled electromagnetic cannon and unleashed a strike upon the colossal tank. The air crackled with powerful electrical charges, resonating amidst the dust. Nearby power lines ignited in flames. The shot found its mark. 2 colossal tanks became interconnected by the electric current. 18 of the colossal tank's structure has been damaged. An additional 12 must be destroyed to eliminate it completely. 17 of the colossal tank's structure has been damaged. An additional 13 must be destroyed to eliminate it completely. The 3 crawlers at their feet were the unfortunate victims, instantly vaporized into a mist. Upon receiving the recent notification, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the colossal tanks, linked by the electromagnetic cannon's current, sustained remarkably similar damage. If that were the case, previously, it took 2 shots from the electromagnetic cannon to destroy 1 colossal tank. Now, if he could group them together, he could achieve a devastating effect. Zhang Chen meticulously calculated. The first colossal tank to endure the electromagnetic cannon's assault suffered 18 damage, while the adjacent tank sustained only 17. This indicated a 1 attenuation of the current as it traversed through the colossal tank's body. Using this attenuation for further calculations, 2 electromagnetic cannons can obliterate 4 clustered titans. Conservatively estimating, it is indeed plausible to eliminate 3 in one fell swoop. Very well. Let me put this theory to the test. Zhang Chen leaped down from the upper floor during his descent. His heavy machine gun simultaneously eradicated 2 crawlers clinging to the outer wall of the building. Upon spotting the armed mech, the titans roared in fury. 5 titans charged forth in unison. 1 crawler lagged behind, tragically crushed beneath a titan's foot, reduced to a mere pulp. A pity, as it was not his own kill. Remote collection was unattainable. The 5 titans maintained a certain distance between them, lacking in density. He needed to assist them. Zhang Chen took a powerful stride, positioning his shield defensively before him. Suddenly, he activated the rocket thrusters. Whoosh! Bang! The armed mech collided directly with the foremost titan, maintaining its momentum and sending it hurtling backward. It was not until the impact with the second titan that Zhang Chen managed to disengage the thrusters, forcefully bracing himself against the ground. The mech's legs carved 2 lengthy gashes into the asphalt, even displacing the earth beneath. Subsequently, he leaped backward with great force as the thrusters roared to life once more. Whoosh! He soared into the air again. At this moment, the remaining titans surged forward. All 5 now congested together. Now is the time. ZZZZZ. ZZT. Boom. Divine retribution descends. A pale light illuminated the entire street. The first target of the lightning was an unsuspecting crawler that leaped into the air. The powerful current coursed through its body, vaporizing it instantly. Subsequently, the first giant titan was struck, followed by the second and third. You have successfully activated the lightning chain, inflicting damage ranging from 13 to 17. Simultaneously, the extent of injury for each titan was indicated beside their colossal forms. 2 titans, previously ravaged by the electromagnetic cannon, despondently sank to their knees. Gradually, their massive bodies dissipated into mist. Caution! New type of mutated type 3 infected detected, the Whaler. Caution! This was the first time Zhang Chen had encountered a notification employing such a term to describe an infected being. Could it be that this entity is even more formidable than the Titans? Chapter 93. Guess where I am? Zhang Chen instinctively retreated several meters, raising his shield defensively and preparing his rocket launcher. He readied himself for battle, his gaze swiftly scanning the battlefield. 3 titans remained, while 7 or 8 creepers scuttled along the walls. In the distance, a venomous spawn was sluggishly making its way towards the fray. At its current pace, it would likely arrive only after the battle had concluded. Amidst the cacophony of countless zombies howling in despair, a sudden high-pitched, piercing sound cut through the din, reaching Zhang Chen's ears like a mournful wail. The soundproofing of the mech cockpit was typically effective, yet this noise seemed capable of penetrating any barrier. Akin to a whisper of sorrow right next to Zhang Chen's ear, the eerie resonance evoked images of ghostly figures from films, sending chills down his spine and raising the hair on his neck. Where could it be? Where on earth is this fellow? Zhang Chen searched meticulously, yet to no avail. At that moment, the crawlers and the giant tank launched another assault, interrupting Zhang Chen's quest. Never mind, I shall deal with these fiends first. Whoosh! Dozens of rockets soared through the air, trailing long tails of flame, hurtling towards the zombies. The crawlers were sent sprawling to the ground. As the smoke cleared, 3 colossal figures surged forth from the haze. It was the giant tanks. At this juncture, The electromagnetic cannon, having discharged twice in rapid succession, was in a cooling phase. However, Zhang Chen had anticipated this. Activating the rocket thrusters, he soared directly over the heads of the giant tanks. In midair, he deftly evaded a glob of viscous green slime teeming with venomous insects, landing squarely behind the insect breeder. Yet, upon landing, the armored mech tilted precariously, as though on the verge of losing its balance. Swiftly, Zhang Chen maneuvered the mech's arms to seize the green monstrosity, hurling it towards the giant tanks with all his might. Thud. As the insect breeder took flight, it expelled a glob of slime, though it veered off course, splattering harmlessly onto the ground. Soon after, a green, four-legged creature emerged. Squelch. Zhang Chen, expressionless, stamped down hard. The weight of the armor effortlessly reduced the creature to a pulpy mess. Meanwhile, as the insect breeder ascended over the giant tank, Zhang Chen decisively activated the heavy machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The insect breeder's swollen abdomen detonated instantaneously, showering the giant tank with green venom. The corpse of the insect breeder dissipated into a cloud of mist. However, the venom splattered upon the giant tank remained unyielding. Immediately, a series of notifications emerged beside each giant titan. Titan suffers corrosive damage, resulting in 5 tissue damage. Titan suffers corrosive damage, resulting in 7 tissue damage. Titan suffers corrosive damage, resulting in 3 tissue damage. The Titan has perished. The corrosive liquid inflicted continuous harm, directly burning through the Titan's skin and muscle, relentlessly penetrating deeper. In a short while, the 3 Titans transformed into wisps of white mist, vanishing from sight. The mournful wails of the mourners echoed persistently in the air. What is happening? Zhang Chen had clearly cleared the streets of all zombies. Aside from the corpse of the crawler crushed by the Titan lying on the ground, there were no peculiar creatures in sight. Where could they be? At that moment, a new prompt appeared. Are you certain you have searched all locations? Including yourself? Myself? Zhang Chen was taken aback. He slowly approached the window of a clothing store. The glass door lay shattered, yet this window, made of tempered glass, remained largely intact. Standing before the window in his mech, Zhang Chen faintly discerned the reflection of the mech's silhouette in the glass. Perched upon the left shoulder of the mech was a female zombie. Beneath her disheveled, withered hair, her pallid skin was barely visible. Her disproportionately long nails had pierced through the outer armor of the armed mech. However, as the circuitry remained unharmed, there were no damage alerts on the system's operational interface. Alas, one finds oneself weeping upon one's own shoulders. It is no wonder that it eludes detection. Soon, a series of prompts materialized beside the Weeper. Weeper possesses exceptional speed and razor-sharp claws capable of slicing through metal. Behavior is peculiar. It exhibits moments of non-aggression towards humans, yet at times, it launches frenzied attacks. Caution, its shrieks not only attract nearby zombies but also enhance their ferocity, driving them into a frenzy. Indeed, the conduct of this creature is rather strange. This is Zhang Chen's first encounter with a zombie that obediently rests upon a shoulder. However, its appearance is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Having such a being clinging to oneself is hardly a cause for pride. Regardless of its bizarre behavior, since it is not attacking me at present, I shall strike first. With this thought, Zhang Chen raised his right arm, wielding a metal combat knife, and aimed a downward slash at the Weeper's head. Whoosh! The Weeper deftly evaded to the side with astonishing speed, tumbling to the ground. Its slender form exhibited remarkable agility, far surpassing that of the crawler. Rat-a-tat-tat! The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. The Weeper nimbly scaled the building's surface, skillfully dodging nearly all incoming attacks. Occasionally, bullets would graze its body, merely leaving a speck, far less severe than the grievous wounds inflicted upon the crawler. Its defensive capabilities rivaled those of a giant tank, combined with remarkable speed and a diminutive target. What a troublesome adversary! Upon reaching the rooftop, the Weeper did not flee but instead stood silently, covering its face with its hands, its frail form quivering. A chilling wail suddenly pierced the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The mournful cries echoed, woo, woo. At that moment, a horde of corpses surged forth from the inferno nearby. Yet, these zombies were not in a frenzied state. They remained as they had been before. This indicated that the cries were not the shrieks as previously suggested. The Weeper was simply lamenting on the rooftop, seemingly devoid of any hostility towards Zhang Chen. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen dared not lower his guard. This was a mutated Type 3 infected, a being whose strength rivaled that of a giant titan. Zhang Chen recalled the last encounter with the giant titan, had he not held the upper hand. Even the armored mech would have fared poorly. It was imperative to vacate this area and repel the impending wave of zombies first. Howl! Just as Zhang Chen prepared to intercept the horde, he suddenly heard the howling of air pow from the direction of the bridge. This was the call it emitted to summon its companions. The battle at the bridge had already commenced. Chapter 94. The Survivor's Dilemma an hour earlier. In the Jiangnan District Sports Stadium, the Revival Survivor Camp. Zhang Hao awoke feeling refreshed, rising early from his slumber. His spirits had been particularly buoyant these past few days, prompting him to rise at dawn. Each morning, he engaged in some physical activity, partaking in a simple morning exercise routine. Ever since Zhou Jiqiang and over 50 survivors had mysteriously vanished, the atmosphere within the camp had significantly improved. Perhaps those individuals had been the source of negativity. And with their absence, the camp's ambience gradually brightened. "Boss, good morning." "Good morning, Zheng Ge." Survivors encountering Zheng Hao greeted him warmly. Now they are aware that the Neon People's camp has been utterly annihilated. With no other refuge available, they resolutely decided to remain at the Revival camp. Their mindset has shifted, and they have grown increasingly enthusiastic towards Zheng Hao, as he is the highest authority here. Suddenly, a tremendous noise emanated from the distance. Having become accustomed to the sounds of explosions over the past few days, they were oblivious to the source of the commotion. It seemed to stem from the Jiangbei area, where disturbances were frequent. After all, it was none of their concern. What did not affect them could be easily disregarded. Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Qian Jinyu rushed down the corridor, his face a mask of anxiety. "What's the matter, old Qian? Why the urgency?" Zheng Hao inquired with a smile. "Hurry, let us talk inside." Qian Jinyu replied mysteriously. Zheng Hao, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, asked nonchalantly, "Now, what could possibly be troubling you so much?" With a serious expression, Qian Jinyu urged, "You need to check the chat channel. Today's explosions sound markedly different from the usual." Zheng Hao opened the chat channel, which was overwhelmed with discussions about the explosions. Who is setting off firecrackers this early? Can anyone get some sleep? Your firecrackers make that much noise? I'd say a gas canister explosion is more believable. Yesterday, the magnificent bridge connecting Jiangbei and Jiangnan was destroyed, and now there are more explosions. It feels as though something significant is about to unfold. Have you seen Jiangbei? It's a clear day here, but it seems like dark clouds are gathering over there, casting a shadow over the sky. It is not a cloud, but rather a plume of smoke indeed. It appears to be swirling smoke. The day is devoid of wind. How could there be such a volume of smoke? The crowd engaged in animated discussions, each voice contributing to the clamor. Zheng Hao glanced at the chat records and then looked at Qian Jinyu with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Is this truly significant? What is there to be so alarmed about?" Qian Jinyu, perceiving Zheng Hao's thoughts, gestured for him to remain patient for a while longer. After a few more minutes, someone proclaimed, "All right, I have connected the video feed with the drone's camera. I will take everyone to Jiangbei for a closer inspection." Soon after, a live video stream from the drone's perspective appeared in the chat channel. The drone had taken off from the rooftop of a residential building in Jiangnan, gliding over the river and advancing towards Jiangbei. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the drone hovered above the clusters of buildings in Jiangbei. Everyone could see in the distance a billowing cloud of smoke, as if something ominous was approaching. Based on my analytical experience, it is highly probable that this is a sandstorm. Everyone should remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside unless necessary. Next, we will attempt a 100x zoom to discern whether there are any other entities concealed within the smoke. The camera shook momentarily, and then the image began to magnify rapidly, enlarging. Suddenly, a face emerged in the lens, pale and marred with purple-veined skin, twisted in a grotesque grimace. It was a zombie, and not merely one. The creature flashed by, disappearing in an instant. One after another, zombies staggered across the frame. The image was reduced in size once more, allowing for a clearer view of the unfolding scene. These clouds of smoke are not merely dust storms. Rather, they are the result of countless zombies rushing forth, kicking up a whirlwind of debris. These undead surge like a relentless tide. Pale and terrifying visages flicker rapidly before the lens. Suddenly, a crawler leaps onto a car, its gaze directed towards the drone. The contorted face, with its eerie semblance of a smile, coupled with its chilling combat prowess, sends shivers down the spines of the survivors in the chat channel. What on earth is this? I just opened the chat, and now I'm wide awake. Thank you for rousing me. Thank you to your entire family. The undead tide is upon us. A soldier named Zhao had once warned of an impending zombie surge and offered to take me with him, but I didn't believe him. Isn't Jiangbei the territory of the Neon people? Surely, they would know if a horde were approaching. What? The undead tide is right in Jiangbei, just a river away from us. What? What do we do? What do we do? We escape. Hurry, or we'll lose our lives. Wait, is that a 3 or 4 meter tall mutated type 3 infected? I thought the mutated type 2 was the limit. I believe we should unite to withstand the zombie tide. Can you defeat a crawler? Resist? That's merely a recipe for disaster. Judging by the distance, the undead horde is roughly 5 kilometers from the riverbank. Given the frenzied speed of the zombies, they will likely reach the river within 30 minutes. 30 minutes? So soon? What do we do? What do we do? It is said that zombies fear water. If we were to blow up the Yongyu Bridge, wouldn't they be trapped in Jiangbei? However, this is futile. I have conducted this experiment before. If a path is left for the zombies on the water, they will traverse it. If the path is severed, they can simply walk through the water. They fear water, but not absolutely. In light of this, we must express our gratitude to those who detonated the bridge for leaving the narrowest of passages, which significantly delays the advance of the zombie horde. Why linger? We must retreat swiftly. As more individuals joined the channel, inquiries about the situation flooded in. The regional chat became a cacophony of confusion. Zhenghao, what shall we do? Should we fight or retreat? Asked Qianjinyu. Is that even a question? Of course, we must retreat. Not to mention the sheer scale of the zombie tide, which numbers in the tens of thousands. We are utterly powerless against creatures like the crawlers and the giant tanks. Preserving our strength is the wisest course. Zhang Hao replied with a bitter smile, though he was reluctant to abandon the hard-won sanctuary of the stadium. Remaining would lead to a fate worse than death when surrounded by zombies. Perhaps evacuation might offer a glimmer of hope. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly, filling the air with a cacophony of chaos. In an instant, Jiangbei was shrouded in smoke and dust, with flames flickering ominously. Wait, is someone actually battling the horde? Zheng Hao's expression froze, an amalgamation of shock, admiration, and fear swirling within him. Chapter 95. The final trap. The explosive sounds merged into a continuous roar. The southern district felt the earth tremble beneath them. Behold, smoke is rising, and not from just one location. Could it be that a military force is resisting the onslaught of zombies? Do not be naive. We are in an apocalyptic world. Where is the army? Even if there were one, would they be willing to risk their lives? That is a horde of corpses. Regardless, someone is assisting in repelling the undead tide. Should we not take action? Indeed. We should not remain idle. We must flee as far as we can before they perish in vain. Enough talk. We must run before it is too late. What madness! That someone dares confront the horde directly. Let us swiftly retreat southward. The farther we are from here, the better. Perhaps the zombie tide will dissipate in a few days. Yes, let us all head south. This way, we can look out for one another. The earlier soldiers mentioned establishing a sanctuary to the south. We should seek refuge with them. There may yet be hope. Observing the chat channel, the consensus among everyone was strikingly unified. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and hastily commanded, Lao Qian, have everyone pack their belongings and retreat westward immediately. Qianjinyu was taken aback and asked, retreating west? What? We have no knowledge of the situation there. Whether zombies lurk in that direction. Is it not too reckless to advance without information? Zhang Hao smiled and shook his head, saying, firstly, the soldiers from a few days ago have already retreated south, having left 2 to 3 days ahead of us. They surely scavenged most of the supplies along the way. We are now retreating southward, accompanied by a multitude of fellow survivors. The supply situation along the way poses a significant challenge. Moreover, I am placing a wager. A wager? Qianjinyu inquired. Indeed. I am betting that the horde of corpses will continue its advance southward. The tide of zombies has been moving south from the north bank of the river, seemingly devoid of survivors to draw their attention, yet their course remains unchanged. This behavior appears entirely spontaneous, though the reasons behind it elude us. Nonetheless, I believe there is no compelling reason for them to abruptly alter their direction. Furthermore, as survivors head south, the slower among them will undoubtedly attract the attention of the horde. These survivors essentially serve to divert the horde away from us. We can proceed westward with confidence. No matter how numerous the zombies may be, they cannot surpass the sheer volume of the horde. Zhang Hao patted Qianjinyu on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke. That is true. Qianjinyu replied hesitantly, nodding. All right, time is of the essence. It is settled then. Immediately relay the order that everyone must engage in combat with the zombies. Those who flee, falter in battle, or scream in fear shall be executed for the crime of hoarding supplies. If anyone wishes to depart now, they are free to leave. 3 minutes for preparations. And we shall set off in 5. Zhang Hao declared decisively. Understood. Qian Jinyu responded. He sensed that ever since the incident with Zhou Jiqiang, Zhang Hao had undergone some subtle transformation. As for the nature of this change, he could not quite articulate it. In the Jiangbei district, at the bridgehead, Zhang Chen had just successfully repelled a wave of the undead alongside Air Pang. He pondered how to withstand the impending onslaught, entirely oblivious to the fact that the situation in the Jiangnan district was of little consequence, as its inhabitants had already begun their retreat. No one would venture forth to eliminate the zombies. Before him lay the aftermath of his efforts. He had eradicated over 10,000 zombies, vanquished 10 towering behemoths, nearly 100 crawlers, and several venomous brooders. The automotive explosives had been nearly depleted, and his armored mech had just replenished its second ammunition supply. The wiring in his left shoulder was singed, and both his shield and the mechanical left arm had suffered corrosion, leaving merely a half-metal limb. Air Pang, exhausted, hung out his tongue, his fur stained crimson with the blood of the undead. Yet, his spirit remained buoyant, as though ready for yet another battle. Given the current circumstances, Zhang Chen believed he could resist at least 2 more waves of the undead. However, a sense of unease gnawed at him. The initial wailer had been shadowing him from a distance. It now stood atop a towering building, obscuring its face, directed towards him. What could its intentions be? Was it merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike? His anxiety was compounded by the presence of 3 additional wailers that had congregated nearby, similarly hiding their faces and intermittently emitting mournful cries. From 1, it had escalated to 4. Should these entities continue to multiply, the situation would become increasingly precarious. Zhang Chen had attempted to bombard them with an electromagnetic cannon, but alas, their movements were alarmingly swift, easily evading the onslaught. One could even leap beyond the lethal reach of the electric field. In essence, one must remain vigilant and exercise caution. A roar echoed. Another wave of the undead has commenced. This onslaught is more ferocious than the previous, with an even greater multitude advancing. Unlike before, when the horde surged through numerous narrow paths, appearing relatively sparse, now all the zombies from those myriad routes have converged upon the plaza by the bridge. The scale has expanded exponentially. Air Fat, you guard the northern bridgehead. I shall take charge here, Zhang Chen declared, patting Air Fat's head. With a mighty growl, the robust Air Fat wagged his tail and turned, bounding towards the northern bridgehead. It was time to deploy the final trap. Zhang Chen soared to the rooftop, slicing open the fuel tank of a tanker with his alloy steel blade. Instantly, several tons of gasoline cascaded down from the rooftop. Subsequently, Zhang Chen fired indiscriminately into the throng of zombies. Rat-tat-tat. Roar. Hiss. Ah. Thousands of the undead were drawn to the gunfire, beginning to stack upon one another, climbing as if constructing a tower of blocks, madly surging towards the rooftop. Previously, in the alley, the horde had been small. Now, in the plaza, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Within mere minutes, the pile of the undead had risen to a height of 5 or 6 stories. Not far away, more zombies continued to shriek and join this towering game. Zhang Chen opened the cockpit, retrieving a cigarette from his ring and placing it between his lips. Then he ignited it with a lighter. Hiss, cough. He had never smoked before and found himself unable to maintain the facade of coolness. So be it. Zhang Chen discarded the newly lit cigarette and the lighter, both of which were still ablaze, throwing them to the ground. Bang. Whoosh. The gasoline ignited upon contact with the flames, erupting into a fierce blaze. A faint blue flame rapidly spread outward, seeking out all combustible materials, consuming them utterly. In an instant, the horde of corpses below transformed into a sea of fire. Countless flaming hands reached desperately upward, their pallid and terror-stricken faces engulfed by the inferno, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. At that moment, the mourners on the upper floor suddenly stirred. Chapter 96. Trapped in the sea of corpses. These mourners floated down from the rooftop, akin to drifting leaves. Their emaciated forms were enveloped in voluminous garments that billowed as they moved. Then, just as their bodies were about to touch the ground, they forcefully pushed off the outer wall of the building. In an instant, their entire bodies altered direction by 90 degrees. Like surfing on the waves, they leapt atop the fiery corpses, soaring a good 10 meters before vanishing beneath the shroud of the horde. Where had they gone? Zhang Chen felt a surge of urgency. Their sudden movement could not signify retreat, nor could it bode well. Caution was imperative. He simultaneously pulled the pins from 5 grenades. Whoosh! The grenades slipped from his grasp, plummeting freely downward. Just as they were about to land amidst the throng of zombies, boom, they shattered into countless sharp metal shards, launching an indiscriminate assault on the surrounding undead. The scene unfolded as if a torrential rain had begun. A swarm of zombies transformed into a thick mist, their gasoline seeping onto the ground. Yet, the figure of the Weeper remained elusive. Another wave was imminent. Zhang Chen approached the opposite side of the building, once more retrieving a hand grenade. As he counted to 3, several emaciated silhouettes suddenly soared into view. They were the Weepers. Zhang Chen was well aware that they could not fly. However, their climbing speed and leaping height were indistinguishable from flight. A surprise attack. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen hurled the grenade. Simultaneously, the armored mech retreated several steps, activating its rocket thrusters. The entire mech propelled backward into the air. Yet, the Weepers showed no signs of descending. As their feet touched the rooftop, they propelled themselves with such force that they seemed to be catapulted forward, catching up to the armored mech. Bang, bang, thud. Subsequently, Zhang Chen heard the dull thud of impacts. 7 Weepers, without exception, clung to the armored mech, their elongated claws sinking deep into its metallic shell. Alarm! Alarm! The armored mech sustained multiple damages. The rocket launcher was inoperable, and connections to the lower left, and upper right mechanical arms were severed. The rocket thruster-S fuel tank was leaking, and the fuel was rapidly depleting. Caution! Low fuel would result in the deactivation of flight mode. A series of system alerts signified that the Weepers were deadly serious this time. They aimed not merely to cling to the mech, but to dismantle it piece by piece. Zhang Chen could vividly perceive metal fragments detaching from his armored suit, cascading to the ground beneath him. Once the combat mech was disassembled, he would be left to confront the 7 mourners solely with his own body, alongside the relentless tide of corpses writhing in the inferno below. These adversaries proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He glanced at the upgrade progress, currently at 15321-80002. This figure continued to ascend slowly, indicating that zombies were consistently perishing in the flames. The sole drawback of the automatic collection mechanism was that it rendered the slain targets vaporized and absent. Had the bodies of these zombies remained, they could have provided a continuous source of fuel, thus generating an unending inferno. However, at this moment, the gasoline was dwindling, with no new fuel to replenish it. The flames were gradually diminishing. At this rate, he would need to eliminate approximately 700 more zombies to achieve an upgrade. With this in mind, Zhang Chen suddenly maximized the power of the rocket thrusters. The combat mech tilted and soared towards the oncoming horde of corpses. In its wake, the spillage of fuel created a lengthy wall of fire across the ground. The reason for this trajectory was that Zhang Chen, from his elevated position, had spotted 2 clumsy venomous brooders obstructing the pathway, with a dense mass of zombies crowding behind them. Occasionally, zombies would slip over their slick, grotesque surfaces. With a resounding crash, the combat mech barreled into the 2 venomous bombs, splattering a viscous green corrosive liquid in all directions. In an instant, over 200 zombies were reduced to a misty vapor. As the armed mech descended to the ground, its momentum remained unabated, forcibly carving a path through the tide of corpses. However, this passage was swiftly filled by the encroaching horde of zombies. Countless undead surged towards the armed mech, their teeth and claws utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. Yet, they piled upon one another, quickly forming a mound atop the remnants of the mech. The already corroded and fragile metallic shell creaked under the immense weight of the zombies, threatening to fracture at any moment. Zhang Chen's position within the cockpit was particularly precarious. Just in front of him lay 2 weeping figures. Should he open the hatch now, they would immediately launch an assault within the confined space. Zhang Chen, seated in his chair, found himself in a passive combat scenario with no means of evasion. Yet, if he refrained from exiting the cockpit and abandoning the mech, the number of zombies outside continued to swell, and the oxygen levels within the cockpit gradually diminished. He could distinctly feel the onset of suffocation. Casting a glance at the upgrade progress, he noted 15932-80002. He was tantalizingly close to an upgrade. Patience was essential. He could not afford to rush out unless absolutely necessary. The ordinary zombies posed little threat. However, facing 7 weeping figures. Even when gauging against the strength of a giant tank, Zhang Chen felt uncertain about his ability to confront 7 of them unscathed. Moreover, these weeping figures were swift in their movements. Even if he wished to flee, escape would not be easily attained. Patience is a virtue. It is best to wait for an upgrade, and if it becomes impossible, we shall address it then. Creak. A steel plate on the back of the mech had corroded to such a degree that it could no longer withstand the burden and collapsed. Yet, the zombies continued to pile higher and higher upon it. Howl. Faintly, Zhang Chen discerned the sound of a wolf's howl. This was the call of companionship from Air Pow. It indicated that zombies had crossed the Yongyu Bridge and were now advancing towards the Jiangnan region. A splendid opportunity. Although the zombies killed by Air Pow would not automatically be collected by Zhang Chen, the watchtowers on either side of the bridge could be harvested. Their attacks were inherently regarded as Zhang Chen's own, allowing for automatic collection. Indeed, the upgrade numbers that had previously stagnated suddenly began to soar. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Was this even a question? Upgrade at once. Chapter 97. Mass slaughter begins with me. Your physical attributes have been significantly enhanced. The energy field enveloping your body has grown even more powerful. Ding. Metamorphosis. Passive effect 1-3 triggered. Your attributes have been strengthened by an additional 1. 33 times. Ding. Metamorphosis. Passive effect 1-3 triggered again. Your attributes have been further enhanced by another 1. 33 times. Due to possessing dual talents, this is akin to leveling up twice. It is important to note that the consecutive activation is not merely a summation of power. For instance, if an individual's average attribute is 10 points, a single activation results in 13. 3. However, 2 activations do not yield 1. 66, but rather 10 multiplied by 1. 33, then multiplied by 1. 33, which is approximately 17. 7 times. This is a matter of exponential growth. Zhang Chen, having commenced his journey as a level 1 awakened, has now ascended through 8 levels, culminating in a remarkable enhancement of 9. 8 times, equivalent to 1. 33 raised to the power of 8. In contrast, a survivor endowed with a singular talent has advanced only 4 levels, achieving a mere 3. 1 times increase, representing a disparity of threefold in upgrade attributes. Should one attain the maximum additional enhancement of 100, the difference in strength would be even more pronounced. Nevertheless, it allows those possessing dual talents to exhibit a dimension of superiority over their single talent counterparts. The gene evolution path has granted 1 talent point. The energy evolution path has also awarded 1 talent point. Current upgrade progress stands at 156 out of 12,000 multiplied by 2. Splendid. At this pivotal moment, the upgrade has finally been achieved. There is no longer any hesitation regarding the enhancement of talents. The gene evolution path has been upgraded to Berserk Execution. Ding. The upgrade of Berserk Execution has been successful. Berserk Execution, level 1-1, activates instantaneous healing of wounds, purging negative states such as poisoning and infection, while amplifying attack damage by 300 and self-healing capabilities by 300. During its duration of 10 minutes, it grants immunity to toxins and viral infections. Upon the conclusion of this period, a state of vulnerability will ensue for 30 minutes, wherein damage taken is increased by 30. The energy evolution path has been upgraded to Energy Barrier. Energy Barrier, level 1-3, upon activation. All attacks that would inflict damage upon the host will be mitigated by 60. Each successful defense will consume crystal cores. The stronger the attack, the more intense the consumption of cores. Once the residual crystal cores within the body have been depleted, the barrier will dissipate automatically. The energy barrier not only mitigates an additional 30 damage under the vulnerable state, but also enhances defense by 30. This is quite delightful. Let the battle commence. With a mere thought, Zhang Chen activated the energy barrier. Instantly, a faint golden aura enveloped him, resembling an eggshell. It could adjust its shape and size in accordance with Zhang Chen's movements. As long as he remained unharmed, it would not deplete the energy crystal core. Let us test the strength of these whalers. To be honest, ever since he eliminated the zombie tide on the playground of Tianyang University, compared to that, this place could only be regarded as a mere horde of zombies. Last time, he had leveled up twice. Since then, he had only engaged with the crawlers, which were far too weak to truly gauge his own growth. Now, he had leveled up 2 more times since then. He should be capable of hand-to-hand combat against a mutated Type 3 infected. However, to be prudent, Zhang Chen entered battle mode, enveloped instantly by energy armor. Subsequently, the cockpit door opened. Crystal core resonance. The interface in the upper left corner indicated a depletion of 10 crystal cores. Previously, he had considered 10 energy crystal cores to be quite substantial. Now, they seemed insignificant. With a hum, as the skill activated, Zhang Chen felt a tremor in his hands. Soon, this invisible tremor of energy began to rapidly spread outward. The first to be struck by this force were the two whalers outside the cockpit, who were immediately sent flying. The surrounding zombies initially stood frozen in place, momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught of power. Subsequently, his eyes turned crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged ominously. Then, beginning from his head, he transformed into a mist that dissipated into the air. This force was akin to an invisible virus, causing the surrounding zombies to be utterly terrified, scattering them in groups. Zhang Chen instinctively glanced at his upgrade progress. Fortunately, the crystal core resonance did not destroy the energy cores within the zombies. It merely utilized the energy within their bodies to annihilate them from the inside. Although that last action consumed 10 points of crystal core energy, it successfully eliminated 94 ordinary zombies, yielding a total of 192 points of energy. Moreover, he netted an additional 82 points of crystal core energy. This skill was extraordinarily profitable against a horde of zombies. If Zhang Chen had to rely on his Tang Dao to decapitate each zombie individually, even if the countless zombies stood still, it would take him an eternity to finish them off. As he watched the resonance effect gradually fade, a prompt suddenly appeared. The crystal core resonance skill has no cooldown limitations. As soon as the resonance effect dissipates, it can be employed again. However, frequent and intense use of this skill will increase your fatigue. Zhang Chen gradually understood the significance of this prompt. As long as he focused intently on a particular point, it would actively manifest. Otherwise, it would only arise during critical moments or when he encountered insurmountable challenges. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. In summary, this prompt had a certain capriciousness to it. Indeed, once the resonance effect faded, Zhang Chen felt a renewed surge of energy within him, ready to unleash another wave at any moment. Crystalline resonance. Buzz. Boom. This time, he aimed directly at the horde of zombies above the mech. The overwhelming force catapulted the zombies into the air. As they descended, each transformed into a wisp of white mist. This time, he successfully eliminated 100 zombies. Exhilarating. Suddenly, the sound of weeping pierced the air. Zhang Chen felt a chill at the back of his head, realizing that a whaler had launched a surprise attack from behind. In a flash, a glint of cold light. The speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous. Zhang Chen was taken aback by his own swiftness. The whaler seemed to share his astonishment. Its claws were suspended in midair, leaving no time to evade. It took the brunt of the strike from the Tang Dao. Clang! The blade met the whaler's tough skin as if striking solid stone, sending sparks flying at the point of contact, leaving merely a white mark on its surface. Although the whaler remained uninjured, the force of Zhang Chen's strike sent it hurtling away, colliding with several ordinary zombies before finally coming to a halt. This creature was surprisingly resilient. Chapter 98, The Whaler's Summoning, Advanced Infected Zombie Tide. Remarkably, even the Tang Dao could not pierce its defenses. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment after all. The Tang Dao was merely an early-stage, ordinary weapon. The energy armor was powered by energy cores. In comparison to energy equipment, the Tang Dao was indeed significantly inferior. At this moment, several whalers appeared nearby, accompanied by indicators denoting the extent of organizational damage. These beings, akin to the colossal titans, necessitate the destruction of over 30 of their organization to be utterly vanquished. Initially, the two weepers struck by Zhang Chen's crystal core resonance endured damages of 7 and 9, respectively. The prompts beside them displayed 23 remaining to eliminate, 21 remaining to eliminate. Meanwhile, the weeper that Zhang Chen had sent flying with a single strike sustained merely a minor abrasion, 30 remaining to eliminate. Suddenly, a weeper perched atop a rooftop let out a piercing scream, the shrill sound reverberating so violently that it caused the glass of an entire street to tremble incessantly. In certain rooms, bottles resonated with the frequency of this cacophony, shattering instantaneously. Subsequently, the ordinary zombies in the vicinity had their eyes turned a blood-curdling red, surging wildly toward Zhang Chen. Was this the enhanced skill? Regrettably, augmenting a horde of trivial zombies is of little consequence. Zhang Chen scoffed softly and unleashed crystal core resonance once more. Boom. The 100 enhanced ordinary zombies surrounding him could not withstand this formidable strike, disintegrating into ashes in an instant. This left a vacuum of 5 meters in radius around Zhang Chen. Wail. Whoosh. 3 Weepers simultaneously launched an assault on Zhang Chen. Concurrently, the 3 previously repelled Weepers, along with the one atop the rooftop, joined the fray. The scene swiftly transformed into a battle of 1 against 7. The ordinary zombies surrounding him were negligible and posed no genuine threat to Zhang Chen. Wail. Flash. 2 weeping entities launched an assault on Zhang Chen from the front. The speed of their movements was astonishing. However, it seemed less swift than it first appeared. This dazzling onslaught was now crystal clear in Zhang Chen's eyes. He could even anticipate the Weeper strikes in advance. Was that all? Zhang Chen sent 2 weeping entities flying and hurled another into a nearby building. He then turned back and delivered a powerful kick that struck the Weeper squarely in the chest, the immense force propelling it into the air. Inflicted 2 structural damage. Remaining 28. The notification beside it changed instantly. Hiss, had he truly grown this formidable? A fully powered kick could inflict structural damage on a weeping entity? There were still 3 Weepers left. Zhang Chen sprang to his feet, landing precisely on one attempting to strike at his lower body. He then pressed down on the heads of the other 2 Weepers. Charge strike. Zhang Chen was prepared for the awkward outcome of using his left hand, as he had only employed his right hand to unleash charge strike since the onset of the battle, never having activated it with both hands simultaneously. Zing. Boom. Splurt. The heads of the 2 weeping entities were charred over a wide area, and the tremendous impact sent them flying away. Inflicted 12 structural damage, remaining 18. Inflicted 12 structural damage, remaining 9. Indeed, they were resilient. Even before leveling up, Zhang Chen's charge strike could effortlessly slice through the bodies of the crawling entities. Now, the sorrowful cries resounded as they struck the weeping figure, yet it merely charred slightly. Fortunately, the weeping figure's size was considerably smaller than that of the colossal titan. Thus, achieving a 30 tissue damage was relatively straightforward. Had it been such a massive creature, the same output would likely result in only about 5 tissue damage. After all, tissue damage is inversely proportional to the size of the body. Alas, other weeping figures rose, suddenly unleashing their cries to the heavens. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen recalled that these entities could attract nearby zombies. However, these weeping figures were currently resonating with those within the entire horde. Ah, a true monster summoning artifact. Zhang Chen suddenly thought that if conditions permitted in the future, he should capture one to keep, to assist in luring zombies. This would be far more efficient than the low-cut gown woman he had encountered previously. As soon as the sound ceased, Zhang Chen felt the ground tremble once more. This tremor differed from the seismic quakes caused by countless zombies. The amplitude was greater, and he could distinctly hear a rumbling akin to a train passing by. It seemed a massive creature was approaching. It must be the Titan, and not just one. Swiftly resolve this. First, eliminate you few. Crystal core resonance. Zhang Chen activated his skill once again. The invisible resonating energy impacted the bodies of 100 surrounding zombies. Rustling. Over 90 zombies returned to their eternal rest. One weeping figure let out a mournful wail, reluctantly watching as its form gradually vaporized until it vanished. Ding. The first encounter with a variant Type 3 infected, the Mourner, has yielded a splendid reward. Energy Crystal 600480 with an 80 talent bonus. Rapid Fertilizer 2. Berserker Blood 2. Resilient Bones 2. Sharp Claws 2. And Supply Crate Sensor 1. The Supply Crate Sensor reveals the locations and levels of all nearby supply crates within the user's vicinity on the minimap, vanishing once utilized. This is indeed advantageous. Although prompts can indicate crate locations, one must painstakingly inspect each building individually. In a region with hundreds of streets and thousands of structures, the time spent searching is far less efficient than this sensor. Moreover, some crates are situated in open spaces, entirely outside of buildings, increasing the chance of oversight. Upon activation, Zhang Chen swiftly made his way to the designated crate location, ready to open it. It felt akin to acquiring treasures on the map without effort. Truly, the Type 3 infected are replete with valuable items. Crystal Resonance. Focus Strike. In swift succession, Zhang Chen dispatched 5 more mourners. The final battle will be summarized later. Now, Only one mourner remained, perched atop a rooftop, gazing down at him with a ghastly pallor and an expression full of resentment. With a roar, just then the tremors beneath Zhang Chen's feet intensified. The familiar roars of the giant tank echoed from the depths of the street. Following this, Zhang Chen witnessed the most astonishing scene in this battle against the horde of the undead. 15 or 16 colossal giants, accompanied by 5 or 6 mournful wailers, and 30 to 40 venomous brooders, alongside a myriad of hundreds of creeping entities, surged forth from the ground, the walls, and the rooftops, overwhelming the scene. Is this truly an elite horde of the undead? The most perilous aspect is, all these creatures possess eyes that are entirely crimson. Chapter 99, The Final Showdown. Based on the sheer number of these giants and other mutated Type 2 infectors, it can be inferred that the entirety of the advanced infectors within this horde has been summoned by the mournful wailers. Moreover, they are all in an enhanced state. This means that the wailers cannot augment themselves. Otherwise, the situation would be utterly different. The cacophony of eerie laughter, roars, and mournful cries creates a scene that is nothing short of chaotic. Both the sounds and sights are terrifying and chilling. Well then, it saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Initially, Zhang Chen harbored concerns that the rotund fellow might struggle against the giants. However, now that they have all converged upon him, the rotund one can confidently guard the southern bridge, activating Fury. In an instant, Zhang Chen's skin was enveloped in a crimson hue. His pupils constricted, and adrenaline surged through his veins. His muscles swelled dramatically, veins bulging. He entered a state of exhilarating fervor. Engaging berserk slaughter, Zhang Chen did not relent. Instead, he unleashed another formidable skill. Fury enhances attributes and mitigates damage, while berserk slaughter amplifies attack power and self-healing by threefold, while nullifying toxin damage. Two entities intertwined, their effects exponentially amplified. In the face of these monstrous adversaries, particularly the enhanced ones, it is evident that merely exerting oneself is insufficient. A swift resolution is imperative. Whoosh! A formidable gust of energy emanated from Zhang Chen, enveloping the entire street with a powerful energy field. Should any survivors be in the vicinity, they would likely be overwhelmed, finding it difficult to kneel or even breathe under such immense pressure. Concentrated strike. Zhang Chen abruptly raised his right hand. Whoosh! Boom! The energy wave transformed into a massive bolt of lightning akin to an electromagnetic cannon, radiating a faint golden glow. With an unstoppable force, it pierced through the body of the giant tank, resulting in a violent explosion behind it. Countless crawlers were obliterated, their flesh and entrails cascading through the air like a torrential rain of blood. Yet, before this deluge could reach the ground, it dissipated into wisps of white smoke, vanishing into thin air. The giant tank, likewise struck, gradually knelt down, staring at the gaping void in its chest. From the aperture, the surrounding tissue gradually turned white, then evaporated, ultimately disappearing entirely. A single strike to annihilate the giant tank. The damage was utterly phenomenal. Suddenly, a wailing creature lunged at Zhang Chen from the side. Zhang Chen leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the attack, and with a deft motion, he lightly patted the back of the wailing creature. The creature, having expended all its energy in its initial ambush, found its speed exceeded its own control due to Zhang Chen's unexpected assistance. In an instant, it crashed through the wall, barreling into an auto repair shop. Zhang Chen paid no heed to the monstrous creature, for a vast horde of zombies awaited him. He surged forward with great force, swiftly darting past the Goliath and the crawlers, moving with such speed that the creatures could scarcely react. Zhang Chen propelled himself to the rear ranks, coming to a halt amidst 7 or 8 venomous bug breeders. Had he been confronted by sentient beings, they would undoubtedly have discerned his intentions. The trap he laid was glaringly evident. However, these zombies were solely driven by a frenzied desire to annihilate all living beings. The Goliaths, wailers, and crawlers all lunged madly towards Zhang Chen's position, while the bug breeders unleashed torrents of venomous fluid upon him. Regrettably, the venom merely clung to his form, proving utterly ineffective, as it was instantly evaporated by the heat emanating from his skin. The claws and fangs of the four-legged aberrations could not breach Zhang Chen's defenses. They could only scurry anxiously over his body, desperate to come closer, as several Goliaths raised their massive fists towards Zhang Chen. The claws of the wailer were poised to graze his cheek. The density of danger was sufficient. Core resonance. A formidable force erupted from Zhang Chen's being in an instant. The unfortunate victims of this surge were the nearby bug breeders, whose frail bodies disintegrated upon the impact of the energy, showering the surrounding zombies with countless streams of venom. As if a terrifying acid rain had fallen, the energy field continued to expand, overwhelming the crawlers, who could not withstand such a magnitude of damage. It shattered into white fragments, gradually transforming into powder. Nearby, an old building swayed for a moment before finally succumbing with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust swirling and enveloping everything in a dreary haze. Zhang Chen's plan was to utilize these green bombs to annihilate the surrounding zombies. By combining with crystal core resonance, it could yield exponential damage. The giants and whalers would not typically be obliterated by crystal core resonance in an instant. However, after sustaining severe injuries and being subjected to the corrosive liquid's intense erosion, some unfortunate mutated Type 3 infected met their demise in this explosion. Ding! It has been detected that you meet the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Remarkably, this allows for an upgrade. Indeed, a crawler, under the influence of talent enhancement, can harvest 200, 160, 360 points of energy crystals. 50 of them would yield 18,000 points. A single giant can provide 900 points of energy crystals, not to mention the whaler and the progenitor of toxic insects. This assault would directly elevate one level. What could be more exhilarating than this? It is indeed thanks to the whaler. To collect such a multitude of crystals from ordinary zombies, one would need to vanquish 30 to 40,000 of them. Upgrade immediately. Your physical attributes have significantly increased. The energy field enveloping your body has grown more potent. Gene Evolution Path has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Path has gained 1 talent point. Current upgrade progress, 5720,002. Gene Evolution Path upgrades to Transcendence. Ding! The transformation has successfully upgraded to 2-3. With each enhancement, the body's responses, strength, speed, and resilience to impacts receive an additional boost of 66. The upgrade compensation has come into effect, resulting in a significant enhancement of all attributes. The Energy Evolution Direction has upgraded the Energy Barrier. Ding! The Energy Barrier upgrade is successful. 2-3. Once activated, all attacks that would inflict damage upon the entity will be reduced by 75. Each successful defense will consume a crystal core. A more potent force erupted from Zhang Chen's being, and the glow of the energy shield surrounding him appeared to intensify. The sensation of increased strength is truly delightful. Onward. In an instant, Zhang Chen's form surged dramatically, bursting forth from the dust. At this moment, there remained a dozen or so toxic insect nurturers in the rear. Having lost their line of sight, they were momentarily confused about how to attack. Now, upon seeing Zhang Chen, they began to frantically spew forth their assault. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Waves of green slime came crashing down upon him. Simultaneously, the giant tank and the crawlers charged towards Zhang Chen. He smiled subtly, retreating a few steps. His figure once again vanished into the haze. Chapter 100. The Dying Struggle Splatter. Thud. Boom. Countless corrosive liquids initiated an indiscriminate bombardment upon the dust-filled air. Green slime fell like rain from above. Zhang Chen knew how to evade, but these infected beings lacked such wisdom. In an instant, a large number of infected were poisoned by their own rear attacks. Returning to their origins. Seizing the chaos, Zhang Chen swiftly sought out the giant tank under the cover of the dust and promptly dispatched it. From time to time, a series of beams from the focus strike erupt. These powerful rays, after penetrating the massive body of the giant tank, continue unabated, directly demolishing a section of a building. If one were to overlook the battlefield, they would witness countless advanced zombies charging into the swirling clouds of smoke within the alleys. One by one, they are sent flying, pierced, and transformed into mere wisps of vapor. Occasionally, laser-like beams shoot forth. After a chaotic skirmish, the tumult of smoke gradually settles into tranquility. Suddenly, a figure darts out from the mist with the speed of a bullet, swiftly maneuvering beside the insect progenitor. Subsequently, they explode one after another, resembling blooming green flowers. As the 10 minutes draw to a close, the crimson hue on Zhang Chen begins to fade, his complexion paling due to the excessive exertion of stamina. Sweat drenches his garments. His hands, having continuously activated crystal core resonance, tremble slightly, a clear sign of fatigue. A gust of wind sweeps through, dispersing the haze that envelopes the streets. A frail silhouette stands silently amidst the debris and rubble. The gentle breeze caresses its long hair, revealing a patch of pallid skin. Is that a whaler? Zhang Chen steels himself. Although he is now at the end of his strength, burdened by the vulnerable state, debuff, he has just leveled up, previously unafraid of the whalers. He now finds that his enhanced abilities render these solitary foes less of a threat. Weeping softly, the mourner raised both hands and gently covered their face. Turning away, they took a few slow steps into the distance. Suddenly, their form flickered before swiftly scaling the rooftop of a building. There, they stood silently, facing the direction of Zhang Chen. What an odd character. A lunatic, perhaps? Yet, upon closer inspection, a red string was tied around the mourner's left wrist. Its color largely faded, leaving only a faint hint of red. When Zhang Chen first encountered the mourner while seated in the armored suit, a similar object adorned the mourner's wrist. Initially, it was assumed to be a standard feature of these mourners. Was this mourner the very first one that clung to the armored mech? It appeared to have refrained from engaging in battle. As the indicator beside it read, 30 of enemies remaining. It had sustained no damage whatsoever. Had it just entered the fray, the indiscriminate group attack known as core resonance would have surely ensnared it. Whether this being harbored no ill intentions or was merely biding its time, Zhang Chen remained unfazed. With claims of a horde numbering in the tens of thousands, the most elite of infected had been effortlessly dispatched. Even if it were to strike again, Zhang Chen felt no trepidation. He needed to check on Pang's situation. Zhang Chen retrieved the last armored suit from his space and boarded it. As he settled into the seat, a sense of comfort washed over him, and he exhaled deeply. Now, he finds even standing to be somewhat exhausting, indicating that his physical endurance has truly reached its limits. Activating the armored mech, it leapt into the air, igniting its rocket thrusters. The mech soared over the battlefield, where the presence of advanced infected was nearly absent. However, ordinary zombies continued to swarm in an endless tide from the north towards the bridge. The inferno ignited by gasoline had largely subsided, leaving only a few distant buildings, charred and still emitting thick smoke. The southern automated defense towers were valiantly attacking the horde. The towers fired energy projectiles at individual zombies, but unleashed energy beams in the face of large clusters. A laser-like wave of energy shot forth, instantly vaporizing a dozen zombies. This level of lethality was commendable, yet regrettably, the rate at which the zombies replenished their numbers far exceeded the rate of their extermination. The two watchtowers at the bridge were feebly retaliating against the relentless tide of corpses, completely unfazed by the onslaught. At the intersection behind the watchtowers, a mountain of bodies reached 5 stories high. Pang stood atop this mound with 2 small wolves, continuing to fight valiantly. Suddenly, the 2 wolves let out a cry and vanished from sight. Pang howled, but his voice emerged as a hoarse rasp. Behind him, countless zombies had already breached the defenses, surging into the Jiangnan district. There is no way. A lone individual and a wolf attempting to thwart a tide of countless corpses indeed proves to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, having vanquished nearly all of the advanced infected, this battle can be deemed a triumph. Well done, Erpeo. The armed mech gently descended upon the mountain of corpses, its 2 arms cradling Erpeo. It soared directly to the rooftop of the nearby Star Building, which boasts over 40 stories. From the perspective of the zombies, the rooftop remains entirely invisible, thus sparing it from attracting their attention. Zhang Chen promptly extracted a level 1 fortified villa. Originally, when the villa was positioned on the ground, its first floor was flush with the earth, while the basement lay beneath it. Now, perched atop other structures, the 4-sided reinforced concrete basement has transformed into the first floor, and the original first floor has ascended to the second level. While the design may appear somewhat peculiar, as long as it serves its purpose, that suffices. He gently patted Erpeo, signaling that it was safe. The latter then licked Zhang Chen's wrist before reverting to a smaller form. The zombie blood flowed down the rooftop's drainage system in a steady stream. Well done. Zhang Chen encouragingly patted Erpeo's head, then retrieved a bucket of pure water to wash it clean. He also produced 2 lumps of rapid fertilizer and placed them on the ground. Eat up. Erpeo had actually been munching while fighting, never truly pausing. However, the energy provided by the zombie flesh was woefully insufficient to keep pace with its exertion. Now, upon catching the enticing scent of the rapid fertilizer, it could not resist and began to devour it eagerly once more. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen embraced Erpeo and gracefully leaped into the room. It was time to tally the spoils of victory.